time this week at DreamHack Dallas opened its doors. We get to conclude the first OWCS Major in the Lone Star State of Texas, alongside all of you beautiful people, and also alongside all the fancy schmancy big brains here on the desk. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and our special guest, Avril. Avril, you've been streaming, co-streaming all the action over the last 2 days. How's that been?
Fantastic. What a setup. I mean, amazing arena, amazing event. This has been such a privilege, honestly. DreamHack has been awesome so far.
Have you been at a DreamHack before?
Once in Melbourne, but this one's so much bigger. Always bigger in Dallas, Texas, I hear.
Yeah, that's how they do it around town here. Avril, personal highlights thus far, game-wise?
Highlights are from game one. Which one was game one? You got to remind me. My memory is... Look, the games went by pretty quickly.
We're doing the EMEA match first.
Falcons.
So,
Oh, no, today's game, Ants, SSG. Look, come on. SSG, to me, still top dogs of the region. It's going to be a dogfight, though. Like Ant said yesterday, it's close between those two teams. I mean, they've had so much back and forth in the history. When you watch all their matches on Face It, in the OWCS, even at the scrims, it's constant back and forth. You know, those two teams can really take it to each other. So it's going to be interesting who wins.
I'm just happy to be here, and also I'm very happy that both the EMEA
I'm happy to be here
teams
too.
are still there.
Yeah.
Let's go, regions. Jake just awkward smiling. That's okay.
Well, I just think SSG matches up so well against ENCE. I think this is the team that they were built to beat in terms of compositional matchup here. The Sigma, so vulnerable to the rush. And I mean, I think the May Sim that SSG have innovated, have really made their calling card is exactly what they need to just annihilate the Sigma. So to be honest, I think ENCE has a really, really tough compositional matchup here. Maybe with the right map picks.
Bias going on here.
Hey, I'm repping it because I'm credit them. I believe. I believe. For this match, at least.
They know what they're doing. They just hooked up every talent with SSG merch, and suddenly we're all on board. No, I mean, truth be told, it's going to be a dogfight, as you said, but it's going to be a close one, hopefully, again, as it is a rematch. Can't wait to get all that action started. However, as a bit of a warm-up and a moose-bouche, if you will, we have a little bit of a challenge going on here on the desk of our own. Listen, the two of you already got ruffle stomped by the audience in a test.
Wow. Bring it back, the old lingo.
Listen, I'm heading towards 40. It's okay.
It's very elite of you.
Thank you, Jake. I'm one of the kids. I speak the language. But yeah, you guys already tested your knowledge of Overwatch against our audience. Didn't do too hot.
Jake did pretty well.
He did okay.
If Johnny answered the question, we'd have won.
Yeah. Oh.
Not to throw anyone under the bus particularly.
No, I would never.
But this time, you all are on your own. You're going to join in on the fun as we're testing the knowledge, and which way to do it better than with Overwatch with Jaws. Can you go over the rules once more?
Pretty simple rules. Just answer the questions.
They're so simple.
Nice.
Yeah, just
Don't even
answer the
know.
questions
Yeah, we
as
got
correctly
buzzers.
as possible.
We got buzzers.
And there's
Can
also,
you see those?
Yeah, so hit the buzzer, buzz in when you think you know the answer. There's no trick questions in this one either. I know they say that every time, but there isn't one this time, I promise.
Kappa.
Can you actually see the buzzers? So you're like, I want you to be be when I hit it
I
first.
can't see the X.
Can you not? So should we
There
turn
we
it
go.
like
Yeah,
this?
you're
There
good,
you
you're
go.
good.
Okay.
Maybe the
that.
camera can kind of see him too. Yeah, we're all
Okay.
good, we're all good.
Good. All right.
Are you guys ready?
It's
I
born
was
ready.
born ready.
I
Jack.
said it
Practice the
first.
warm-ups this morning in the makeup room, just making sure you got the buzzers correct. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, that sounds
Can
good.
you actually see anything?
Yeah, I can, don't worry.
I can't believe we're trusting Jack's
All
eyesight.
right, if Avril gets some of these wrong, I'm gonna...
Come on,
You got
man.
some just for me.
Come on.
I'm
Let's
locked
get
in.
going.
I'm locked in.
First question.
Okay.
What
Wait,
was
is that allowed?
Hisang's first team? Avril.
Element Mystic.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Avril,
That one
1
was just for
point.
me. That one was just for me. Thank you so
Strong
much.
start.
1 point.
Strong
I would have
start.
also accepted EM Academy.
I will take it. We take it.
Okay. Second question. What is, out of many, Astro's
You gotta
Smurf
be
name?
kidding me.
Zoe.
It's something wolf. Wait, wild wolf. Wild wolf.
Zoe.
Yes!
What?
Wild
How do you know
wolf.
that? How do you know that?
Because I'm
Wild
watching a
wolf.
stream.
Yeah. Avid
my
stream
support
watcher Zoe.
inspo.
Okay, this one's a good one. I like this one. How many British players are there left at this major? Oh, I think that was Johnny.
Yeah, so I
You didn't
quickly
know, you
thought
just
of
hit.
this answer. So
Okay.
I think
Oh,
it's...
come on, stop stalling.
That doesn't
I think
count.
it's three.
Can you name him?
I can name them.
Backbone, Funny Astro, and...
The other guy.
You're so, if you can't get, come on now.
Come on.
I'm joking.
I would like to steal. I would like to
Good,
steal.
good.
Can I steal?
Steal.
Jake.
It's Kai. Come
Yes.
on now.
Okay,
Come
oh
on
my
now.
God,
How
I'm
did you
joking.
miss that?
I'm joking.
How could you miss that?
1 point each to Johnny and Jake. There you go. Okay. Next question.
Wait, why does Johnny get a point for that?
Well, he buzzed in first, got the correct
no,
number.
but
I
he,
got two
no,
out
no,
of
no, no, no,
three.
that's
He
0
got 2 out of
points.
Jake just got one.
Okay,
None
a
of you
point
gets a
5
point.
each then. 0.5 each.
Yeah,
You've
that's
ruined
fair.
it.
Well,
You
we'll
ruined
take
it
it,
for
we'll take
yourself.
that.
Thanks, Johnny. We
That's
both
not how
have a
things
point.
work.
Appreciate you, man.
Fourth question. Jake, you can't actually answer this one, so don't even bother. What is Jake's team name in the Face It Master League? Oh, he was so quick.
Gilbert's
Hold on.
Nightmare.
I'm second. I'm stealing when she doesn't get it.
Gilbert's Nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So
Good one,
weird.
There we go.
True friendship right there.
Shout out to Nightmare Rotation.
Yeah,
appreciate
shout
y'all.
out to those guys.
All right, next question. What was Toronto Defiant's combined record from stages 1 and 2? Jake.
Oh, wait. Sorry, is this including Swiss or
No, just
He's
stage 1 and 2.
stalling for time
Just,
by asking
on broadcast.
questions.
on broadcast?
Yeah.
What, 8-0?
No.
Oh,
How many games we played?
I'm trolling.
Johnny?
I'm trolling.
it was
Combined stage 1 and 2.
combined. Stage
Combined.
one. Yeah. So I think it's
They're stalling. This
13
doesn't
and
count.
1?
Give it to Avril.
Avril.
8-1.
It's 20 and 1. None of you got it right.
I saw
was
Jake's
close.
answer to that.
Better.
I was close.
I forgot about the
Johnny was
sick
close. You're not
RuPaul
right,
and someone
though.
being sick game.
Okay.
My bad.
You work on
I
the
got the
broadcast.
one right.
Okay. All right. Next question. Ready?
Okay.
Liar of M80, previously of LFO, previously of WD-40, previously of Wisp, previously of LA Valiant, previously of Wisp again, previously of Illinois State, previously of Winthrop, previously of Kratos, previously of Delta Phoenix, previously of Revival, previously of Exalt,
Dude, the question
previously
is
of
on the
Revival
screen.
again,
Oh, in that
previously
case.
of Dream Tick. What is his main hero? Avril.
Wait,
Yeah, Lucio.
I was first though. Can we
That was a long
replay,
question.
please?
I saw the red X go off. That was Avril for sure. All right, not ancient history, but a little bit further back. What team did Smurf play for in 2022? Johnny. 2022?
He's joking.
2022.
2022 Smurf.
San Francisco Shock.
I'm stealing.
Avril.
Soul Dynasty.
Yeah.
Come on, Johnny. Johnny didn't watch it.
Johnny's also
2022
just
lately.
cheating.
Johnny
He didn't
is
watch it.
He hits the
buzzing
buzzer
in
and then he's
waiting
thinking.
5
How
minutes.
many
You know what?
minus
I'll tell you
points
this.
does
Johnny was a
Johnny
big
have?
soul hit in 2022 as well. He was.
Johnny's at like
Actually
what,
true.
-3? I just want to get a
Yeah.
think so
little
too,
press
yeah.
tab.
I wish we were doing negative
Score
score
check,
here.
little score
We
check.
should.
Okay, this next one. Okay, you have to get this one. If you're going to call yourself a friend of mine. Who is
I'm a
my
friend.
favorite team in OWCS? So he buzzed in before I even finished.
Because we're true friends, and I'm stalling by repeating the question. Your favorite team in OWCS is Slap Brothers.
I'm
Slap
stealing.
Brothers. Slap Brothers. That's
I'm
they go
stealing.
by
I'm
that
stealing.
name.
Oh, it's.
I will
That's the
take
Namkuchi
that.
Brothers.
That is their alternate name.
She
It's
no,
all
she
the-
didn't.
that-
She didn't.
that's
She didn't
gotta
get it
be-
fully. She didn't
I
get it
just
fully.
said
I'm
it, though.
stealing.
No, I said it. I said it.
So we got it. So we got
okay.
it. It's the alternate name, Namkuchi Brothers,
Namkuchi
Slug
Brothers.
Brothers in
Slug
OWCS
Brothers.
Japan. That was
I'm
correct.
your true friend.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm
Thank
their
you.
true friend because
you.
I know their alt names.
None of you, none of
And
you,
Astra's alt name,
none
I've
of you
heard.
buzzed in apart from Zoe. That sucks. My words.
I buzzed in.
Sucks to suck.
Okay, well, here's some more. Here's some more to test your knowledge on this one. Oh, and by the way, there is a prize. Oh my God.
there is-
By the way, I didn't take it seriously till now.
Oh.
It's a prize?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Oh,
get
okay.
the prize is a signed postcard.
Ooh,
Nice.
By whom?
Okay.
By
Signed
you?
by whom?
Well, you have to wait and find out. Right, last question here.
Enticing.
Who is Namkuchi Brothers tank player and what hero do they OTP? Avril.
The nozzle hog, baby.
Woo! Nozzle Hog, that is correct. Avril,
Wait.
you are the winner
Thank you
of
so much.
Overwatch
Are
here
you
at
the-
DreamHack
So much.
Dallas. Let's go!
Wait, what's the score? Did anyone actually keep track of the score? 'Cause
Yes, luckily production did, because I was not paying attention. Avril got
four.
4 in total out of the 10, which is pretty quick.
Nice,
That's
nice.
pretty good.
Pretty good, pretty quick on the...
Emma,
Where did Johnny come? Where was Johnny positioned?
-3.
I think, okay, production just told me 1.
No, that's cap. That's like -4. Like
-4.
I
That's
appreciate
including
you
his
for the
half
back.
point. You only got a half a point, remember.
Yeah,
I'm-
so like
I'm more
1.
than 0, which
So you're gonna hand over that prize, or
Yeah, so Avril, I'll have to take the headset off for this one, but...
Avril, pick it
Avril,
up.
pick it up,
Don't be
pick it
late.
up.
There you go.
Avril, you're,
Gonna make it work.
Avril?
your pack.
You get it.
I got you. There we go. Like just hold
Portable.
on to this.
A
There we
beautiful
go.
JQ
Ooh.
postcard signed by the one and only me.
Wow.
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 Your prize, sir.
So nice. Thank you, thank you,
That's
thank you, thank you.
No
crazy.
worries. No
My
worries.
goodness.
Overwatch
Official winner.
DreamHack winner.
Official.
Official winner right here. Dallas Major winner, me.
What a victory! I'm so
Thank you,
glad.
Jack.
I'm so glad we got to witness this in color, 4K, HD. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Congratulations to the winner, Johnny. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I'm feeling
We'll
real
hear this.
fraudulent right now.
As
Real
you should.
fraudulent hours for
As
me.
you should.
Am I washed?
You might.
Yes.
Actually, that might be the answer to all of our questions.
Gotta get back on the rink grind, Johnny. There's no substitutes.
Well, whilst you are washed and he's a clear winner, our audience, they can also win some stuff. Incentives, viewer incentives. So we got them, we got you covered. If you are actually here in the venue with us, you get Insta drops. That's right, all of that right into your pocket, into your veins. Like it's happening right now. However, if you didn't make it to our Dallas Major, don't worry about it. You can still grab those beautiful things at home. All you have to do is, of course, connect your Backnet account to your preferred streaming platform. Now, Avril,
Hello.
which of these is your favorite?
I gotta say,
What do you wanna
I
call?
mean, really the skins is really the best out here. But I'm pretty down for the Porsche drift spray. You know, get drifting in the
That was
servers.
good. Good shout. Good shout.
I like these Dallas name cards, honestly. Really getting the Texas theme.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, love the incentives. So make sure to connect your account. We've been waffling a bit, giving you some time to do just that. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty of the day. We have 4 teams remaining, so let's bring up our brackets to take a look at how we got to where we're at. Starting here with our upper bracket, where we will be seeing no big surprise really with this upper bracket final. Team Falcons taking on Crazy Raccoon. Also a rematch, of course. They faced off against each other. However, in this particular tournament here in Dallas, we saw some different looks. Avril, do you feel like there's a clear favorite here?
There's no clear favorite. I mean, these two teams have been neck and neck so far. They've traded so many games in the past in Asia during the OWCS season. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, I think, have typically come out ahead, though. They did win the actual Asia event that qualified them to this event. They look like an extremely strong team right now. I mean, I picked them as favorites to win the Dallas Majors, so I think they're probably still slightly ahead, but it's a very close call at the moment.
And I think the same can be said about that lower bracket, man. Ends going up against SSG. It's going to be a close one. It was in the past. They met each other in the Stage 2 finals. It was a map 7 banger. Will we see a repeat of that based on what we've saw thus far in this tournament, Jake?
Personally, I don't think so. I think SSG has a great matchup right now in terms of comps. So far, ENCE has been really relying on the Sigma, and I think they are one of, if not the best team in the world when it comes to the raw execution, relying on Kevster's flexibility to make that Sigma comp work. But come on, a team that is just dyed-in-the-wool rushers in SSG, they are built to destroy a Sigma comp. No matter how good you are, Vistola, you are going to be in a rough matchup against, potentially, we could see Hadi's Rhine come out, you know, the May, the Sim. These are all textbook Sigma counters. So maybe there's some map picks that throw off SSG that make it hard to make that style work. Maybe there's final late in the day adaptations for ENCE, but to be honest, I think SSG really has every strat they need to win this match.
But looking at both of those teams, Johnny, though, I think it should be surprising to some of our viewers that it is the 2 EMEA teams finding themselves in these situations where both NA teams have been knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, we've been hyping up Toronto Defiant, M80, of course, M80's damage line. You're thinking, oh, well, Pelican and Happy, they're going to take it to some of these teams on LAN. But really, I think it was a strategical outmaneuver from some of these teams. Vestola has played a spectacular Sigma so far, and that's really put a wrench in things into the we even discussed yesterday, like, did we even see the best from someone on Toronto Defiant? A tank who we hyped up all year, right? But wasn't really able to have a big impact with the Mauga play or the Ramatra play. So I feel like now looking at these two teams, these really are the best teams that EMEA and NA has to offer, if you will. The two teams in the West that could take it to some of the Asian teams. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. I think it's going to be neck and neck. These two teams, they also played each other in Faceit League last week. And that time, it was also Space Station coming out on top. But it was 2-1. So, you know, every single time we see these two teams, they play each other really close. It goes this distance. And I expect more of the same here today.
Absolutely. Now, Avril, we here on the desk are very much Reinhardt enjoyers. So to all of our utter delight, we did see SSG busting that composition out yesterday, and Hardy said so on stage as well. You know, like they found something that worked for them. Do you think they're going to continue to run with it today against ENCE?
I mean, they'll certainly play the Ryan if the Sigma comes through. I actually agree with Jake's comments a little bit earlier. The matchup here is probably going to be more difficult for ENCE. Vistola's mainly playing on that Sigma. I don't think he's going to have a lot of fun on that in the matchups available. He wants to play them to the Malga. Hardy's not going to bring them out. He's going to bring a combination of Ryan and the Ran. Vistola probably matches on the Ran. I think we're going to get a lot of Ran mirrors today.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I actually think we'll see a lot of Ram, and it's also what they've agreed upon, almost like in the past, right? It's like, okay, when we play head-to-head, we are going to play a lot of Ram. Now, there is some more Sigma to be played from ENCE, and we've seen it in the past. The big question for me is Hardy. Usually in this matchup, we've actually seen that Space Station, they like to bring out the Winston against the Sigma composition on Route 66, for example. But in this meta, with Mauga having such a presence, right? Hardy, you can't really afford to bring out that Winston because Vistola is instantly probably going to swap to that Mauga. It's such a powerful Winston counter. So in my mind, if you're SSG, do you even try to bring out the Winston? I don't think so. And I think we'll see more of Ramatra and Sigma because of that.
Let's take a look at the opposition here, Team ENCE. Jake Hardy said in his post-game interview yesterday, that's the team he wants to face off against. Do you think that's mutual? Does ENCE want to face off against SSG here?
I mean, there's no doubt these teams behind the scenes, these players are close. They're all friends. And honestly, in my experience, there's no one you want to beat more than your friends when it comes to playing on LAN, playing on stage. And I mean, these are some of the biggest names in Overwatch esports from Europe. I mean, Kai and Kevster, this is an elite damage duo. The backline as well on this squad. Very, very consistent performers. Ghost, I think, is going to be under a lot of pressure, though. This is really battling for that crown of Europe. We'll see if he can hang. Can he be a difference maker coming into the starting lineup now with Crimzo stepping back to coach the team?
As much as well as we talk about Kevster as the premier kind of tracer player in this matchup as well, being able to support Genji, the story between these two teams has actually been that Psycho has come in and made a huge impact here. Psycho's tracer play, for example, you discussed yesterday, Jake, how you would have liked to see Toronto Defiant swap over to Tracer more, maybe when Kevster goes Genji. Psycho has that capability, and we saw in the Stage 2 finals, Psycho was the impact maker on that Stage 2 finals. He was subbed in instead of Backbone. He said, hey, Christopher, put me in. I feel like I have the capability to clutch out the Stage finals, and it was the big difference for SSG. So I think Psycho is the real wild card in this specific matchup. He has had so much impact in this match, and I expect more from him today.
When I look to go towards ENCE as well, you know, I really want to see them go towards the long sideline maps. You want to put Vistola on the Sigma for something like a Circle Rail. They can force that. They can put SSG in an uncomfortable position. Beyond that, let's see if ENCE really cook. If they bring out a Malgo composition, something like Jake mentioned, you can put Kevser and Kai on this kind of Venture, Genji combination. That's looked really good for teams like Falcon so far. That's something ENCE can lean into as well.
Well, enough yapping from us. I say it's time for predictions. I want to hear it from this desk. Who do you have winning this lower bracket match? I'm going to go first. I had to go with SSG, not just because they provided with some superb merge. No, it's also just, I feel like there's more flexibility on this roster. I feel like we've seen more different things on that very, very high level, whereas from ENCE, still feel like they had to find their stride to like really counter what the opposition brought to the table. So I think SSG has to be considered the favorite here. What about you, Abro?
Yeah, I'm going 3-2 SSG. Like I said at the start, this is going to be a dogfight. I think these two teams can play it close. I think SSG will come out on top at ENCE. They have some map choices that will put SSG in difficult positions. I mean, the fact that we have loser picks in this format as well, it will give ENCE the opportunity to win some maps, keep it very competitive. But ENCE have looked a little bit shakier over the course of this tournament. SSG played Falcons really close, so I think SSG are probably the better team at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, to be honest, I think there's a chance here for ENCE to take some maps, but if they win the series, I'll be really surprised. I think strategically, they're just in a really, really rough spot, relying so much on the Sigma. that's kind of like the worst case scenario against SSG. I think you guys are right. Probably going to go towards a Ram mirror, but when it comes to the Rush mirror, just the raw execution from SSG, the team play has been so on point. Funny Astro, a player I'm going to really have my eyes on here. I think one of the best Lucios, if not the best in the world. Definitely one to watch for the fans at home, wanting to learn how to play Lucio on that next level. I think he's going to be a difference maker, and I think Pistola is going to have a real challenge staying alive against that level of aggression from SSG.
I too have SSG winning this one. I think they've earned that respect in this specific matchup because they have played ENCE a couple of times now and won both times. It is up to ENCE Esports to really turn this narrative around that they are not, in fact, the number 2. They are the best team in Europe. So it's all on ENCE here to bring it in this one.
That's right. Well, we've got a storied rematch on our hands. Let's see what our viewers think. Are we...
Oh,
all right. Okay, that's actually pretty close, though. Yeah, it's closer than you were expected.
Yeah, well, we had 3-2 predictions, right? Yeah. And I think because we do think it's going to go the distance.
I think it's going to be dogfight. I mean, these two teams are both close. The history says it's going to go close.
What about our crowd here, the audience? Let's hear it. Make some noise for ENCE. Okay. What about SSG?
It's louder, sorry.
There may be some players in the crowd. Rightfully so, they are currently the #1 in EMEA. Let's see if they can continue to establish dominance in this rematch. Maybe ENCE will get their revenge. We're about to find out. We're ready for all the action. Welcome to day 3 of the OWCS Major here at DreamHack Dallas.
They clutch up in the final seconds.
And M80 aren't out of this just yet. ENCE take the round, take the map, and start off the series strong.
And what? The Falcons will be the champion.
This Primal, you cannot do anything about it.
Students of the game are headed to land, folks.
And Space Station demolish ENCE and claim the title as Stage 2 champions. The new kings of EU have been crowned. Twisted Minds take the series.
And it's a 3-0 victory for the Raccoons. The revenge is there.
Toronto Defiant tower over the competition and who are back-to-back stage champions.
It's time for the lower bracket semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Space Station Gaming!
Without a doubt, the best Rush team on the planet. They've come here to lay their mark, claim their crown as the rightful kings of EU, showing some love to the fans here in Dallas. It's incredible to see. Can't wait to see the level of aggression, the flexibility that this team brings with their new additions. Looking so strong, looking so threatening. This is going to be a tough game for their opponents.
And their opponents, give it up for
And while SSG is #1, ENCE is coming for that throne. And boy, do they have the players to do it. Kevster, one of the best damage players we have in the entire world, flexible on so many different heroes. Pistola has put forth some amazing Sigma gameplay, and it is required here again today against Space Station. Masa, the veteran presence of the team, played in Overwatch League Grand Finals. Can he come in clutch here on stage against the #1 team in Europe, SSG, to claim that crown?
Here we go, folks. It's time to send one of our teams careening on a collision course with one of our Asia teams dropping to the lower bracket, of course. This is a fight for survival and a fight as well for supremacy in the EMEA region.
Yeah, and like how the desk was talking about, I think this will be a really interesting matchup in terms of styles, right? ENCE, they want to play a lot of these Sigma-based compositions where Sigma kind of can fall flat against teams that want to get past that shield, play aggressive, right? With, SSG, they have Hadi on, whether it's Reinhardt, Ramatra, being able to use the Symmetra teleporters, do some really interesting stuff there. So it's really a huge class of styles.
It's a matter of record that this Space Station Gaming roster has tried to exploit some inflexibility on the side of ENCE, right? Try to punish that hero pool. We've seen them try and take ENCE to maps that really don't suit that sort of Sigma style. But Crimzo, coming into this team, has allowed them to overcome that to some degree. We saw very, very close Route 66 setup between these two, where we saw no dive from ENCE, and they were able to come very, very close on that map. And of course, congratulations to Crimzo. Popping the question.
Good luck in the married man meta.
he's like,
you're on camera, buddy.
He's like, he just figured out there's a camera in the coach's booth. That's awesome for Crimson. It's great to talk with him a little bit earlier in the week. We got to sit down with the end squad as. Look, if you have Kai and Kepster, like, you have a pretty good chance in every series. I think it really kind of comes down to the tank play, though, right? I know if we see Vestola forced off of that Sigma, what do we see? I think, according to Reinforce, and kind of would agree, probably the mirror you would end up seeing is like Ramatra between these two teams, not necessarily like a Maga.
First map of the series, predetermined. The loser will be choosing side and map going forward. Or rather, game time. Oasis is up first here in this series. It's a map where you, for the most part, can play those rush-style compositions. I would say City Center gets a little dicey, but we've seen in the past, especially when Orisa was a big part of the meta, teams are more than happy to bring her in to play that grindy style out on the point. We're not headed to City Center first, though. So either the other two maps will allow for these Ramatra, these Sigma-based setups, and I'm not surprised to see maybe a Ramatra mirror here.
Yeah, I mean, that would be something that would make sense, right? And I think it's more of a thing if you're Ents, right? The gates open and we get things kicked off here. If you're Ents, you have a pretty good idea of what Space Station's going to be doing on the other side, right? Maybe give yourself a little bit more even footing at the start rather than try and force it. Sigma.
Yeah, classic Ents setup here sees Kai in the driver's seat with the Cassidy. Setting up their star, one of them for success. And it's been good so far, already 2 eliminations. Care of the Cassidy and Space Station forced into a retreat right off the bat.
Yeah, we've seen Falcons use the Genji to a real high level, right? And extremely good in this meta, it would seem here. As we've gone on throughout the weekend, be a more popular pick. So you put Kepster on that Genji early on, puts a lot of pressure on that Cassidy as Sparker's going to switch over to the Sojourn.
Trying to outrange Kai to some degree. Also pretty effective in the poke game. Kai a little bit low, takes a railgun, not fully charged though, so he'll have an opportunity to back up, get topped up. Be more than a factor in the fight to come. 70% ult charge on that Cassidy, but crucially I'm looking at the Baptistes here. Ghost very close to that first amp matrix to really take Kai to another level of lethality.
Yeah, we'll see how they decide to do it. As you see Kai just putting shots into Psycho, getting him quite low as he tries to march up towards as Hottie puts his shield down, now has to kind of go into Nemesis form back up. That's going to be the Immortality field used here for Space Station Gaming as well.
Yeah, Ents can't really force a full fight off the back of that amp matrix, so they buy themselves a little bit of time. Psycho is sneaking though on the ramp. Has a duplicate available. Pressure now mounting as Kepster's taken down by a railgun. It's a duplicate of the Baptiste here. An extra Immortality field is huge to keep your Ramatra standing in these fights. The Vestola struggling. Immo removed. Funny Asteroid gets rid of it, and eventually Vestola will fall. Space Station reach a critical mass. They move up to claim the point.
Yeah, huge fight win there for Space Station Gaming as they're able to use that Doom on the side, but really it's Sparker landing that rail shot onto Kepster. Kepster's the one putting a lot of pressure on that back line consistently on the Genji. So now it'll be Ents' turn, right? How do they end up going up trying to break this? They'll have a sound barrier, but it'll be a sound barrier match here for Space Station Gaming.
Bit of poke for now for Kepster. Deflect use Ramatra field point up. The air matrix is going to be a big problem for it. They're going to get run over here. Not in a good position to fight back. And of course, Landon had the later amplification matrix. Arguably gets far more value from it too.
Yeah, really cheap kind of fight win there for Space Station Gaming. That'll get them up near about tying the game. Maybe you can try and get this sound barrier out from Funny Astro and then you end up using the Blade after. Do you use Blade to draw out the beat and then just kind of like back out for a second and then come back with a big beat advantage of your own? It'll be interesting how they play it.
The Vortex going to be thrown down to the back line of Space Station. Ents are coming. Landon loses that Immortality field. Kept being a little bit careful, takes some railguns. Of course, that overclock is a bit of a problem. Sparker laying it down. Here's the Annihilations in play. Hardy very, very low, and Vestola's eventually able to clean him up with the help of Kai's Deadeye from that low ground. And Landon's an easy pick-off. Ents back in control just as we drew even on capture percentage.
Yeah, no, they actually do a nice job in pushing all the way up towards that high ground, right? Players end up going to the high ground and then dropping low, kind of out of that corridor that they're trying to push into. And they have an AM Matrix down there at the bottom. So we'll actually see Kempster switch here off of the Genji. Now we're going to play the Tracer, which Tracer we've talked about throughout the event. Whenever we see Echo, always comes into play.
Psycho over the Doom Pipe. Does he go for another Baptiste copy or not? Is the question. So far, slow going for Space Station. Need to respect Kai. Can't expose themselves to that hit scan. Pressure for too long. Hardy was quite low, so this has slowed up the push for Space Station. We have a duplicate the second Ramacha, but Cypher is already low. Immortality Field has to be used to keep the Duke Ramacha standing, but there are a lot of flank fists right now. Double Nemesis Ramacha pushing up for Space Station Gaming, and Vastola has to concede some ground, but then still control the high ground, crucially. They are pushed off the point. It's flipped to Space Station. One more fight, though. Ensno, all they need to do is reclaim to take the round. Hardy low, very low. Nemesis form now again as Vastola throws up the Dukes. And very slowly looking to scale onto that high ground. They drop off instead to force a flip. Space Station will have to challenge this.
Yeah, if you're Ents, you're just building around these support ultimates. You're going to end up getting the amplification matrix here. They pop it, they take out Sparker.
All right, Sojourn out of the picture now. Deadeye for Kai. Any targets? Yes. Psycho brought down. Now Ents have the numbers, and they have the points. It'll be an overtime ticking down, and Ents will take the first round in this EMEA clash.
Yeah, we see a rare instance there where Ents controls high ground throughout, like, kind of the point there at the end, but give up the point to SSG. They're holding that high ground. They don't want to give up that advantage, position. And then also they just kind of like back out, build those support ultimates, and that's what's huge at the end. Kai ends up using that Deadeye. He's getting quite low. Masa has that beat to be able to use to keep him up. End up kind of cleaning the rest of the members of Space Station Gaming up. So, see, we were kind of interested how this would go in terms of a Matra mirror. Pretty good for Ents so far.
Space Station maybe taking on a more defensive complexion if Psycho is going to walk out of spawn on the Torbjorn. Kevster will have a tougher time getting into the back line, really harassing those supports and applying heal pressure. It will be the Tracer here for Ents. Kevster's about to find out exactly what he's dealing with. Not uncommon to see the Torb in some of these control maps.
Yeah, no, I mean, Torb pretty good against flankers in general. Also just kind of strong when he can use the overload, right? He gets pretty tanky for a damage dealer. I don't think you're going to see any like response from this from Ents, right? Anything kind of like in terms of the swap as Psycho drops that sort of...
Yeah, turret in an anti-flank position there, not out on the point. Space Station have a good little bunker to play from now, but they do have to fight out on the point. Psycho now getting that harassment from Kevster. Pops that overload, Kevster having to draw that cooldown out of him, and he gets rid of the turret. Space Station are shoved off the point for the time being, but it won't be long before they challenge it. Again, there's Kevster, left-hand side. Watch him flank around here. Landon needs to be careful. That Tracer's going to come for him soon, too. As Kai brings Psycho down. The Cassidy's so favored in a pitched battle against the Torb.
Yeah, they were like medium range there, and actually Hadi doesn't have a shield around the corner, and Kai just turns, and the double dinks Psycho there. So early points control here in favor to Ents, and it's huge here on this point because you can just stall this for so long.
Space Station still want to have a crack at this. They lost Sparker, they were a little late, so waiting for the Cassidy to come in and reinforce it. Now that Matrix a bit of an issue on that left-hand side of the point here. Ghost, though, makes use of his. It's kind of full first. Leonard's able to find the shot despite being hit with the mag grenade. He's unbothered. Kempster brought down as he tried to harass the Baptiste here. Space Station, well navigated. They stick together. They stave off Ents.
Yes, we see Psycho switch over to the Tracer. Fantastic on that hero, like Death was talking about. And go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the world on it is going to have to in this series, especially with Kevster on the other side, but we've seen him do it before. It's now Ents, they're on the back foot, right? If they get a 45%. Typically, we see teams that get like first control here, though, like rack up a lot of percentage. So Space Station able to flip this pretty fast.
Again, eyes on Kevster. Now a pulse to work with on this flank. Psycho's been forced off the Torb. The recall, though, that's audacious from Kevster to try and stick Psycho there. Deadeye, everyone forced back into the corner. Space Station again on the back foot. Annihilation used here by Vastola. Wants to try and take some ground, but has to respect Sparker's Deadeye. Now forced back. Ooh, that's dangerous stuff. Sparker eventually brought down. Kevster only had to do at 13 damage. Easy job for the Tracer.
You can see that hospital graphic there at the bottom, how the tides shifted as soon as Moss ends up using that sound barrier. They use the Annihilation, and No, it goes from about a 50-50 in terms of damage and healing done to somewhere like a 80-20. Just a huge advantage there for ENCE towards the end of that fight. And you see everybody from Space Station fall rather quickly. So the pulse bombs, Kev's pulse bombs didn't do anything in that previous fight. Maybe Psycho can land one here early. Funny Astro potentially a target.
It's the Ant Matrix that might be important for Landon. Last time he turned it into a kill on Kai. And that opened up a pretty one-sided fight for Space Station. Psycho giving it a tickle now, knows he can work around behind the Ant Matrix. Okay, Pulse comes up a little bit short. Kai's able to hot skip and jump away from it. Space Station will play around the Ant Matrix on the point of his dollar, couldn't quite get away. Caught on the corner by Hardy. And that swing claims his opposite number. Space Station not a moment too soon, flip the point back.
Oh man, this has been so back and forth. I think like we've expected these two teams in the mix. So yeah, Ghost just getting forward up the spawn now. Players using the movement tech and the spawn just get a little bit further up. Now I think with the inclusion of Flashpoint, right, we're now down to seconds about how fast we can get out.
Yeah, it's a science.
Optimize that as. And let's see, you have this kind of Deadeye coming in here, right? But I mean, you have this mid of controller. You can just get right around this here. Is Hottie, that's Nemesis form out early here.
This is dangerous.
Little flank.
Big flank is going to work out. Kai ignoring Sparker for the time being. Gets big damage on Hardy with that Deadeye and forces a sound barrier from Funny Astro. Sparker still trying to make something happen here. They force Kai away, who doesn't seem to benefit from the sound barrier at all. So he has to play safe here. The rest of ENCE, though, got to try and come forward. This is a problem. High ground control for Sparker and a Deadeye means that all of ENCE have to scatter. But we're in overtime. Space Station now at 99%. They've brought down Pistola once more. Hardy wins the 1-1 in the tank line. Getting rid of Sparker is huge. Master manufacturing a kill out of literally nowhere, but that pulse is beautiful. Immortality Field was there for Ghost, but it's not enough to stop Space Station. The Avalanche come crashing down, and we're even on Oasis.
Yeah, getting the kill on Pistola there is so important. He's at like, switches to Doom there towards the end to get back. But when he was on the Ramatra, it was about 94, 95% there towards the Annihilation. You would have been able to step up onto that point, contest it for a little bit longer, would have given them a little bit better position, right? You could have played aggressively around that. So getting the tank out of the equation there for Space Station was massive.
Up in 2 consecutive fights. Pistola got caught there by Hardy. It can be tough, especially when Ant Matrix is involved. The amount of burst damage coming your way. Same issue, I guess, when you go up against Echo. Really hard to know when to hold them and when to fold them. All right, off to University now for our last round of Oasis. Compositionally, we do see Psycho move back over to the Echo.
Yeah, and it was takes a lot of damage here towards the high ground. They actually end up getting Masta, though, as both teams just fight so aggressively for that high ground. As I know Kepser comes out on the Genji here first, so a lot of these compositions kind of like how we saw in that first point.
Space Station had to go up a gear pretty quickly there as Landon uses a super early regenerative burst. ENCE had some decent pokers that made their way up to the high ground. Gonna have to do it once more now as Space Station will leave Hardy, I guess, as the fulcrum on the point and play back off it and behind him.
And I was wondering if we see a potential like Tracer swap for Kepser, because typically, right, Tracer against the Echo as he goes there to high ground, no deflect as he kind of crosses back over the point and falls at the hands of Landon. So really good start here for Space Station. Yeah, and here's the Tracer. So you see the kind of DPS players just trying to match each other for either team.
Already an Ant Matrix for Landon. Built that awful fast. Ghost, in fairness, not too far behind.
Right there, yeah.
Can he get a good one here? Okay, just throw it in the opening and Kai instantly exploits that to the detriment of Landon. Blown up instantly. Ant Matrix still in the back pocket, so very quick flip back here for ENCE.
It wouldn't be entirely shocked if you're so close to the duplicate, but potentially see Psycho go over to Tracer and just match this comp for comp at the moment. But this next fight for Space Station Gaming, right? You have your own Ant Matrix there, dropped by Ghost in the previous fight, gives Kai a nice window towards that point. You have that opportunity here for Space Station to create the same type of thing.
No pun intended, I'm sure. Low is Pistola, very low. Big hit with the mag grenades. They're trying to back away, but he's already slow when he's in that defensive stance. They made it all the worse. Glacial pace as he dragged himself off the point. Not nearly fast enough. Space Station come clapping in.
And what do you even do if you're Pistola in that situation, right? You see the other team walking up. You're obviously the tank. You're really the only one playing on the point there.
He took 2 headshots, I think, early. That's the issue.
Yeah, it's like 2 headshots. Then obviously the Cassidy with the roll, gets the reload. Then now the Amp Matrix in your way, even with Nemesis form blocking some of that damage. Overall, not going to be able to live through it.
Marco, aggressive. Annihilation now out from Pistola as the sound barrier gave instant durability to withstand that Cassidy ult. Hardy pops his as well. Funny Astro, of course, went for the beat, and it works out. Space Station able to stay healthy through all of this. Eventually, Funny Astro has to succumb, but he's done his job more than enough in this fight. Psycho eventually parts with some of those cooldowns, and the focusing beam will account for Pistola. Big lead now for Space Station.
Yeah, Space Station looking to take control of this one. Coming into this next fight, potentially last fight territory, right? Amp Matrix again here for Landon, as you'll have one for Ghost as well, as the Baptiste players soaking up all the healing amongst these 2 teams. So, see, Ent works their way back towards the point here. It'll have to be Vistola probably step up, get a touch, and then I expect this Amp Matrix to come rather quickly.
It's going to be volatile, this next fight, especially if Kai is set up to use that Amp Matrix straight away. Could be an instant kill. Gets thrown down. Hardy able to play from behind his shield here. Both teams with Amp Matrices that mirroring one another. Side room is where Enter looking to play through here. They're able to take control of it. Space Station have no reason to give up any players in order to maintain point positioning. They'll let it get flipped for now. Oh, that's big. That's huge. Psycho going to push up here, duplicating Ramatra. Oh, the pressure mounting on Ghost. He has to use a self-immortality field, and it's still not enough to keep him alive. He stepped out of this. Oh, I mean, the Deadeye here is hardly an issue. Psycho is on borrowed health. And yeah, drop the Twinings on him. First map. Your number 1 seed from EMEA is Space Station Gaming out in front.
Yeah, Ents looked good early on, but then SSG started to find their flow. It felt like throughout the rest of the map as Psycho goes huge there on the Echo. We were talking a little bit, we saw Psycho play a bunch of heroes throughout this, right? Thought maybe, when you see the Tracer on the other side, you decide to match, but his Echo was so effective there in that last point.
We saw Rush Mirror for virtually the entire map there. Obviously, that's something that we know Ents like to play. It's a comfort pick for them. But you could say the same for Space Station. Curious to rather hear what our desk thinks about this next map.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt. Yeah, let's hear it. Jake, Johnny, SSG is pulling ahead in this one. There were a lot of great individual performances on both teams, but I want to focus here on the SSG side for this one. Sparker obviously did phenomenal on Cassidy, but also Psycho's Tracer. He's been such a difference maker thus far in the tournament here in Dallas.
I mean, just to match Kevster is one thing. I think that already really impresses me when it comes to flexible DPS players. But to pull ahead, I feel, coming out on the first round, bringing out the Echo to deal with the Genji, looked wonderful. Wasn't able to take that round, but then going toe-to-toe on Tracer in round 2. I mean, if you can beat Kevster on his best heroes, you can take him down in his wheelhouse. Honestly, Ents is often relying on the gap in that role. So Psycho, the addition to this team, being able to stand toe-to-toe, I think this is just a game changer for SSG as a team. The addition to the roster really paying off, and the fact that they're not scared to take this mirror, I think they have a ton of confidence in it, really speaks to their advantage in the series.
Yeah, and also when it comes to Psycho, he showed the flexibility that is really crucial in this matchup. We've seen Kevster flex over to the Genji, but hasn't really worked out for him because Psycho does such a good job on the Echo and also flexing over to this Tracer, right? But even something we haven't really seen this tournament, but we did see last week as well, is that Psycho is able to play the Venture if asked from him as well, if the Mauga comes out, for example. So keep your eyes peeled if we see some Mauga from SSG. Psycho could come in handy playing the Venture as well. It's a pick that he has in his pocket, but a lot of the Echo play dominant here, Jake.
Yeah, I think Echo has been a really interesting hero to see come up in the comp, and with Baptiste and Cassidy on the field, there's so much pressure coming your way. It's not easy to get done. I mean, I think Matt called it out well. There's a chance that you might feel, okay, maybe I can't retake on this Echo. Maybe I need to just make some space on Tracer so that my team can even get through the choke. But Psycho managing to get it done on the hero, paying huge dividends later into the round, being able to hold point with that Echo, so effective with that ultimate. I mean, adding so much power, right? Whether you come out on another support like the Baptiste, giving your team more sustain, more damage with the Amp Matrix, or sometimes the Ramatra copy. I mean, so much flexibility. Really, Echo, I mean, come on, if you're talking about flexible DPS players, there's no hero you'd want them on more than Echo.
It's really cool to see them taking it to Kevster and Kai, as you said earlier on, right? Because those are some of the greats we have in Overwatch esports history. So that is no small feat. Let's talk about the Cassidy play here as well a little bit.
Yeah.
Sparker, I think, yesterday already did so much for this team. Today, once again, really a standout performance on Cassidy.
Yeah, and Sparker is another player who I think is instrumental in this matchup because Sparker dictates so much of what SSG wants to do. We typically look at the tank players as, you know, their pick really demonstrates what is the playstyle, what are we going to achieve with this composition. But Sparker, specifically in this matchup, he does a great job of setting up flanks, taking off angles, and with that Cassidy play, landing those big hit scan bullets onto ends, that is going to open up a lot of these fights. So Sparker is crucial in these team fights. Also, Sparker, I mean, they set him up for success. Amplification matrix placement for your Cassidy, playing around the Deadeye as well and setting up your Cassidy player. Sparker is a player to keep your eyes on because he does so much for this SSG team.
And now, of course, with this loss in map number 1, Enz's pick will be coming up. Which map type do you think they want to go for here?
I mean, it's got to be Circuit Royale or some escort pick. You've got to block the Gibraltar.
Do you want to go to Circuit Royale against? I mean, yeah,
I think
probably.
you do. I mean, it's Circuit Royale. It has to be an escort map. I feel Gibraltar is almost an auto loss for Enz. I don't think they can compete on that map without a Winston player. And so lacking Chase here at the tournament, I feel like you have to block pick escort. They could throw a wrench in the works. I think Circle Royale, if anything, is the obvious choice. Take it to a map where Sigma can be super effective. However, another escort pick, Havana, interesting. You know, I think Sigma does work well here. Maybe a different look and something that if I was SSG, I would have come into this match very prepared for Circuit Royale. We would have talked it over. We would have VOD reviewed it because it's the textbook pick. But this is that perfect place in the tournament to throw a curveball at your opponents. And I think Enz, that's what they need to do. They need to come out with something unexpected here. Need to maybe break some of the preparation from SSG because the team play has just been so clean in that first map. And honestly, every time these teams face off, it goes the distance, but SSG has the edge.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map we haven't really seen that much from the EMEA and NA teams so far because in OWCS, Havana hasn't really been around in the pool. So it's a new map for both of those teams. And if you're Enz, of course, this is another opportunity to get a leg up of an opponent that has pretty much dominated you so far this year.
The thing is, with those two teams, obviously coming from the same region, they are very familiar with each other, with each other's play styles. Those players go way back as well. Do you feel like elements of surprise will do anyone any favorites here, or do you just feel like both should just really rely heavily on their comforts?
In the end, though, I think if you're Enz, I think you're the ones who need to throw a wrench in the works. To be honest, the Rush Mirror, yes, they play well, but SSG is on a different level when it comes to the team play. We talk about individuals, but I think the team play is what really elevates SSG as a unit, that they work together so effectively. All the individuals are very comfortable on their hero, but what that allows them to do is push things to the next level, be just a little bit greedier. You see Funny Astro holding his beats so late into these fights. It's really hard to deal with that. Normally, the punishment is it's just not easy to keep people alive while being greedy and holding the sound barrier, but they're so experienced as a unit. Their communication, every time we do a listen in, is so on point. I mean, you've got to change something up if you're Enz. Maybe make this more of an individualistic game where I think head-to-head, there's more of an even matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see the Sigma come out from Vistola and a lot of this, but the big question for me as well is overcoming the spawn camp because we've seen M80. M80 has picked this map twice so far this tournament. Obviously, they lost both first points, right? So how do you prevent the SSG spawn camp here and get out of the spawn doors?
Well, we find out in just a second as map number 2 is ready.
It is indeed, folks. We're headed over to Havana for our second map. And Jake kind of pointed out this idea of, going to escort, trying to block, the obvious rash composition by going to circuit, for example, but that was not the plan for Enz. And I'm glad we talked about the spawn camp because it's something we've seen already from SSG, and it is oppressive.
Yeah, no, it's something we've, in the games that we've casted for SSG. We've always seen Psycho for map number 1, but then sometimes we see Backbone come in, a lot of times for like May, different types of competitions, but Symmetra as well. It'll be Psycho who stays in here for this map, so it looks like it will be Space Station on defense here. They're going to go with that aggressive spawn camp, like mentioned. It's going to be all the pressure on Enz to get out.
Hardy has no problem telegraphing this. Psycho, though, stays hidden at the start of the round, so they don't know if there's an echo in play yet. Just a little pick from Kevster, and onto the Genji we go here. Space Station looking to exchange pleasantries right at the front door. Very much an expected circumstance as far as Enz are concerned. Here comes Psycho, now revealing himself on that Echo. Sticky bombs of Pistola, force him back into spawn.
Yes, Kevster makes the swap. So we saw them have more success with the Genji composition in map number 1 ends, but you ultimately have no answer for this Echo, and your tank is going to get burst down, and that's kind of ended up what's happening. So at least it makes maybe Pistola's life a little bit easier, though, with Kevster on Tracer, and maybe not as explosive towards the back line of Space Station, but putting pressure on Psycho allows Pistola to live a little bit longer.
High is an issue. He's definitely something that needs to be dealt with, but this whole time he's been free-firing, and Space Station have been able to ignore him. Playing close to this left-hand side, they just shrug off the Cassidy shots, heal back up over them, and that's a successful first spawn camp fight for the defenders.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have both support ults for Space Station Gaming, right? Funny Astro basically at a beat Masa. And not a great opportunity to build it here on offense. Kai does have this Deadeye, maybe backs players up a little bit. That's the Amp Matrix early.
All right, Funny Astro is here trying to make it hard for Pistola to get back into spawn, but with the tenacity buff on your tanks, it is hard to shift them away from that door. Air Matrix here for Ghost now, lets it go, might be a beat in response to Funny Astro. We'll see how much Space Station want to spend here, and it's a little too late. That beat just doesn't come quickly enough to keep Sparker alive, but Psycho's going to be there with the focusing beam. A 1-for-1 trade, and there's more to come. Master can't even escape, and Psycho dupes the Cassidy. This is going from bad to worse awfully quick.
You knew this was a possibility, right? Picking this map, we see everybody play the close spawn door hold. Oh, that's the Deadeye there from Psycho there towards the end of that duplicate. So, if this feels super bad though, right? You have these ultimates, but to use them just to get out of the spawn feels pretty brutal. Is a walk up with the Deadeye. It's a nice hit.
That'll have to be enough. One pick here for Ents. And then a pulse bomb used to remove, at least land his immortality field. Ents got to get out of spawn here finally. It's taken them over 2 minutes to do so though. Space Station on the upside for Ents at least have had to use some of those defensive ultimates to try and hold their ground. Beat chiefly among those in the previous fight.
And they'll continue with this Echo look. It's been pretty effective thus far, right? Until the Tracer on the other side starts giving you real trouble. Stay with this Echo, put some even more pressure on the tank. And as Jake mentioned, the duplicate so impactful, whether it's like a Ramatra dupe or a Baptiste.
Space Station again, playing close together, playing out of line of sight for Kai. Pistola goes for the annihilation here, harding 2.
Both.
Space Station have to contest this though. They cannot let this cart go for free. So down they drop. Both Ramatra ultimates have expired. It's going to be the sound barrier difference from Masa, and he lets it go with the help of the immortality field. Now he surges forward. Landon was caught out from behind his own Amp Matrix. And starting to string a couple good fights together, building that head of steam.
Yes, SSG, it looked like they were trying to get players set up potentially towards that high ground, wrapping all the way towards that left. And nice play by Masa. They use the sound barrier. They go right up towards that staircase, even through that Amp Matrix and challenge. So, and once they break that spawn hold, they're able to get that first point. And here, this is a good swap, right? We were talking about this Echo versus Tracer. The Echo is not good at this part of the map, right? This low ceiling makes it very difficult to lose.
Awkward place for Space Station to be here. They don't really have a staging ground, whereas Ents have taken control of this causeway. It's then a part of the brewery. Kai's playing it off angle. This could be dangerous though, but to deny this range could be devastating. The boot there, nicely done by Masa. Ghost had an immortality field up. Well, the Funny Astro able to redirect Kai there. Sparker in a safe position now. Finally, Space Station have gotten into pole position. Kai was never getting out of there alive.
It's extremely low, just kind of making it back towards that choke is chasing Kevster here. A little Tracer 1v1. Has some help from Funny Astro as well, so they'll back up a little bit here. Want to control that. You see they're just blocking off that right-hand side, right? Denying that staircase to that high ground, maybe forcing them to go all the way around the opposite way.
This will be telegraphed though. Space Station will see it coming. Kevster wants to sneak in behind his low ground, I think. It's what's Psycho. He's attending to the cart. It's opted not to try and fight for the stairs. So they are in a bit of an awkward spot though. Not having that high ground. To what degree they're willing to spend on getting up here? Well, you got your answer. Here they come. Hardy a little bit low. That barrier was a problem for Landon. It does get cleared, so he can get healing back to his main tank. That's aggressive. Annihilation here. Landon has a regenerative burst though, so he pulls Hardy and Co back. Psycho's in trouble though. It's Pistola. Steamrolls him on the low ground. Last few ticks of that Annihilation expiring, but enough to catch out the enemy Tracer. Sound barrier for Ents. Kevster doesn't get him, but the rest of the squad looking healthy. Funny Astro went to reciprocate and gives enough time for the shots to come in from the high ground. Again, Ents are going to be forced back. We're going to be down to about a minute left in this round.
Yeah, I don't think the original part of the fight was really one that like Space Station necessarily wanted. I think they actually wanted like maybe bait Hottie a little bit, get him quite low, then Ents pushes up to that high ground, and then you get that Ant Matrix there in position where you can put down some damage on Pistola, maybe another player that walks through and then go around the corner and chase. They end up being a little bit more aggressive, right? Going outside, using that Ant Matrix. Pistola pops, his annihilation, just trying to take out Psycho on the payload, right? He's having this like mini game on the side, and that 1v1 against Kevster, he's quite low, gets taken out right away. Is that see a Sparker dead out? You'll walk up, get some damage down. The player Kai gets quite low.
Oh, and a pulse. Psycho doesn't stick it, but Kai didn't have the mobility to avoid it. Shot after shot here, Sparker lining him up. Losing Pistola so early, devastating for Ents potentially, but Ghost gives as good as he gets. He takes care of the Cassidy from the low ground, but Arendt's in a position to really fight for the objective.
Yeah, and with Ghost in that position, there's no way you're going to be able to keep Pistola alive, right? So far away on that Baptiste, needs the immortality go, but regenerative burst is, it'll be Kepster, gets on the payload, it'll keep it moving here for Ents, and we get closer to OT.
But Ents had this high ground now, they have a lot of space. Space Station forced to try and filter in through that small window. Good damage on Pistola though, he's close to annihilation. That could be what seals it for Ents. He's going to be forced out. Psycho had to recall there, and now the Ant Matrix comes in for the high ground. Pistola tries to play ahead of it, but he's knocked back. Now Sparker can make use of this. But it's not a target-rich environment by any stretch. The card is moving. Master exposes himself briefly, but is brought down. Hardy needs to make this work now. Close to an annihilation, and Funny Astro's given him the time to build it up. But Psycho's gone. There's no Tracer in play. The high ground position might be good for Sparker to make use of, but Hardy's seen better days. Yes, Sparker gets Master. Now Hardy back to the card is brought down by Kai. Enough damage from the Cassidy. And nowhere to go for Sparker. He's forced into the corner. Ents aren't done just yet.
Sky with 3 as Psycho will back out as Ents get that second checkpoint. And when Space Station kicks that off, right, they have that Ant Matrix, they use it up on the high ground, but where the payload is at the time, there's really no great line of sight for Sparker, right? So he kind of comes out, doesn't want to walk all the way out because then you lose the benefits of the Ant Matrix. Also, your extremely easy target at the payload, the position there at the time makes it very difficult for Space Station Gaming to get values out of some of that.
Pistola in an emphasis fall very quickly, was taken low, and the Ant Matrix forces Space Station to play awkwardly from this low ground for now. Psycho wouldn't dare blink up to try and make this pulse bomb work, and Landon just got caught out. In line of sight of Kai through the window. Damage Ant mate Cassidy forced to be reckoned with, and eventually Hardy is brought down. Now Ents are pushing the cart up behind this fight. You can see it about to round the corner.
Yeah, and think about how this map started, right? A really good spawn camp from SSG. It looked pretty brutal for Ents, and I know they clutch out point A and B, and now look at this payload progress here towards the end. Only 30 seconds on the clock, but Sonic be pretty brutal, though, on offense.
Oh, that was nice.
They tried to get the immortality field there, just not in time.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb came down on Kai, but the shots from Sparker really sets that up, and here's Space Station. This will leave Ents with only one half-assed attempt at finishing the map.
Kai goes over to Widow.
The Doom.
Try and get a one-shot.
All right, it's all about speed here for Space Station. Hero selection dictated by where the card is and the fact we're in overtime. Nice couple of shots for Kovacs Kai here, but no kills as a result, and Kepster's down. Ant Matrix for Landon. It's a tough proposition for Ents to address. Sound barrier should seal it. I think Kai realizes there's no shot to be made right now. Everyone too healthy. Pistola has to stall, no other choice. But that'll be that. Ents going to be brought to a stop just outside that last cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I mean, they're forced to charge face first into Landon's Ant Matrix there towards the end. Very difficult to play from that position, especially when the sound barrier comes in as well. So, but I will say, I think that's actually, if you're Ents, right, pretty positive in the sense that you were getting spawn camp for, what was it, probably a minute and a half, right?
Oh, it was 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. And then now you go into like OT, the second checkpoint, right? So to even be able to get through this, how far they did, probably a pretty positive sign if you're Ents.
And let's not forget, time was getting very short in this second phase of the map too, is Ents were constantly jockeying for a way to get that high ground. I think they end up having like a messy fight, and they just use spawn advantage to be able to take that bridge, to be able to move up on that right-hand side, just above where they're running now. Or whatever it takes. I mean, we knew it would be a dogfight. I think that's exactly what Master said yesterday. That's playing out here on Havana thus far. Do Ents go for the same?
And this is something interesting from Ents potentially, right? This is a comp type of variant you would expect to see from SSG, right? Kevster, obviously a fantastic May player for SSG, we usually see like Backbone come in, play that Mei at an extremely high level. It's typically a comp you would see SSG use to give a lot of other teams some fits. We'll see how they adjust.
It's the biggest strength for ENCE. I really think the flexibility that Kevster brings is tough to replicate. Space Station have an extra player in order to do that. So, little spawn camp to start with. Space Station though, seen this one many times before. And it's the Venture. Psycho, watch out! Pops up behind Kevster there. May wall used to attempt to catch them out. Psycho, those quick enough to get back to safety, as is Hardy.
Yeah, the biggest thing is to watch how when Psycho uses it to get back towards that back line. And I mean, just the assassination there onto Kai. And Venture could be so devastating, right? You think about Venture where they don't need to take any damage on the way in, right? I know typically with some of our other flankers, whether it be Genji, Tracer, I guess you want to throw Reaper in the mix, right? Potentially have to take some type of inherent risk to like access the backline. Venture doesn't really need to do that. And comes up and does some damage right away.
They often have to use Drill Rush to escape, but, well, you can also do it in this order, right? Sequencing of Drill Rush first, then Burrow. Psycho here is threatening. Can't drop down, no one looking at this Venture. So a lot of free damage on Vastola here. I mean, how do you find success there is the Ramatra? Too much damage, Ghost gets taken down by that emergence. Kai's able to throw some back, just not enough here. I really feel like Space Station are much more comfortable playing this style.
Yeah, something we were thinking about, for like Crazy Raccoons versus Falcons, right? Is how effective will that Venture continue to be? You see here for Space Station already paying off. Not only can they access the backline really fast and do tons of damage on the outcome, they're also very difficult to take out, right? I know they start to generate these shields as they go in and do some damage. And right there, you see they lose Ghost straight away. Oh, there goes Monta as well.
It's all time, that's dirty! Psycho, 2 off the ultimate. And again, Baptiste is definitely threatened by this. He doesn't have lateral mobility. He can pop up with the Exo boots, but that doesn't allow him to get some distance from Venture. Psycho might switch to Trace here. Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. A Tracer mirror here. So, with some of the high ground and whatnot, Venture may not work as well.
Venture, I mean, they suffer the same sort of issues with verticality to some degree as Tracer does. But Venture can actually use that drill rush to get up. I digress though. Ghost again getting picked off first. A lot of pressure on the newest addition to ENCE, this Baptiste player. Struggling to hang. Yeah, Stoll's not getting away. Hardy, to left, right, good night.
I think it's just a really early Amp Matrix, I think, that kind of catches ENCE off guard. ENCE thinks they're going to kind of like wrap up there, take that high ground, play from the position that we kind of saw SSG play from. But Landon and Co. in position, use that Amp Matrix, come around the corner, you find one kill that basically forces ENCE to back off all the way. And look at how much car progress they're going to get off of this.
They're getting awfully close. It's going to be just under that bridge, just past it. In fact, as Space Station can occupy this high ground. I would like to move in. Looking to serve an eviction notice to the attackers, but there's a Deadeye from Sparker. Both teams make use of those amp matrices. Ghost Immortality build down. Okay, a little awkward for Sparker, but he's able to avoid this line of sight. Stolen can't do much more than stands here. Hardy is eventually going to go down. So here it is, and finally break back in to the brewery phase.
Yeah, but I mean, 3 minutes on the clock. They're going to get a lot of things to go their way as Kai finishes off some players there. Can take a little bit of a breather. Is basically both teams just mirroring ultimate usage there throughout that entire fight. Both
beat, Amp Matrix, Annihilation.
Both Deadeyes, the Immortality field used basically the same exact time to kind of protect those Cassidys with those Deadeyes. So now get a real good shot here. The big thing is look how big, look how fast Landon is able to build towards these Amp Matrices. That's going to be 2 kills here from Sparker.
Funny Astro booped Castola back to the low ground. That is massive. That gives Space Station the ability just to walk up, and then you set Sparker in an awesome spot to be very punishing from that high ground. Just a little moment there for Funny Astro ends up basically turning the fight in favor of Space Station.
And it looks like Kevster going to position himself here potentially to get a touch.
He hits Kevster. Kevster might not be able to push through this. He'll attempt to anyway. Pulse here would end the Ramatra. Good patience though. Immortality field used, taken out very quickly. Kevster was able to find him, landed. Kai has no choice but to roll up and roll out.
Yeah, even though Kevster finds a kill onto Landon, doesn't really matter that much, right? As Landon does have that AMP Matrix to use for a little bit of extra oomph to push them over the line here. So this will be like the toughest. I mean, this is historically the toughest part of Havana, you know, getting towards this last point where there's so much inherent high ground here for the defense. But luckily for Space Station, you don't actually even have to kind of get it like under that underpass, right? That's usually where we see a lot of teams really struggle. The you know, checkpoint, the box of victory is kind of right in front of them here.
Masa, swift footwork there to get away. A true Zony ultimate at the end there from Sparker. Oh, we're going to see the same from Kai. He's not able to find anything. Oh, he's not ready for that. Backbreaking. The look on Kai's face. I think he realized that might be the map right there. Can Space Station capitalize now on Cassidy's absence? Goes there, brazenly standing out in the open behind that window, and he's asking for it. Nice couple of shots here from Sparker. He is free firing now. We're into the last stretch, Matt, and Ents are struggling.
Yeah, this is going to be really brutal here for Ents to potentially get a hold. Is Kai over Widow, just maybe see if he can get one shot off as they're going to switch back. Try and recontest. They're going to be walking into another AMP Matrix in the Annihilation here, Hardy.
Yeah, Annihilation has to be used pretty much instantly by Vistola as soon as he starts to get low. Here's the beat. Now we come forward. Ents looking to try and retake control of this bridge, and Space Station happy enough to give it to them. AMP Matrix taken down. Kevin sees it as he walks into the room and he gets landed. But here's the Annihilation. Immortality Field of Ghost is gone. Vistola here with the Pulse Bomb. The burst is good, but not enough to break through that tough exterior of Ramatra. But Sparker's damage is... Pulse was good from Kester, but not nearly enough. 2-0 reads the score as Space Station snatch up Havana.
Yeah, and even with Space Station not having the beat there, right? Funny Astro does a nice job using the speed, try and disengage, kind of forces Ents to go really deep to get some of those kills. It opens up a little bit of the map there for Sparker and Psycho to come up with some huge kills there on the point.
Match point already upon us. That was a Ents selection. The choice to go to Havana was one they made, knowing full well they'd have to contend with the spawn camp. They'd have to contend with Sparker Cassidy. They'd have to deal with Psycho on a number of different picks. Great to see the venture. It worked really, really well. Let's head to the desk and break down map number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Desk back here in action. Jake, Johnny, let's break it down. At the very end there, Kevster's Tracer tried to make one last valiant effort, but it really felt like Sparker's pickup on Kai kind of sealed the deal on Bridge. Let's just roll it all back to the beginning of the map, though. Looking at the compositions, obviously, SSG, they were able to match it, but they were also having the...
Very honest EMEA brawl.
It was an honest EMEA brawl. That's exactly what we expected. It's what we wanted to see. However, SSG, they managed to sprinkle in their own flavor. They showed us again that they have the flexibility to also just make some interesting variation on that composition.
Yeah, I think honestly it's the confidence in players like Astro and Landon in the backline that enables you to play Echo into Tracer. Typically, I would call that a Tracer favorite matchup. She's able to do a lot. Echo's not really going to contest the other Tracer all too often. But if your supports can hang and battle against a player like Kevster, it opens you up to be a lot greedier with the Echo, much more poke pressure, put a lot more damage onto Vistola, but also, you know, the flexibility to bring out the Venture, to add in a ton of aggression into the backline. And I think especially on the offense is where I felt the difference between SSG and Ents. When they speed around those corners, Sparker's swinging on the Cassidy. I mean, he's finding pick after pick, blowing open these setups.
Yeah, I mean, when they get high ground for Sparker, like, he's able to do so much work, right? And I think this map in particular, it really came down to the hit scans a lot of the time. Kai took over on the offensive side as well and had some really nice moments, but Sparker, he just racked up the final dose, and especially here, the last 2 points of the map, point B and point C for SSG. Sparker just had an unbelievable Cassidy performance. And again, it's like I said the last game break, right? Sparker, I think, is like real ace up the sleeve for SSG. He has so much impact on this specific matchup and feels real comfortable, right? This is why we talk so much about Sparker. It's performances like this. So, I mean, if he continues playing like this might turn into a 3-0.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a tough road ahead for Ents. They took us here to Havana. Do you feel in hindsight that may not have been the play? Like, why were they so confident on this particular map?
Honestly, I don't hate it. I think you had to throw some kind of spanner in the works. It would have been, I mean, Circle Royale is the obvious pick, but it would have been so obvious. I mean, I would 100% can guarantee that SSG has watched every game that ENCE has played of Circuit Royale. They played it many times. ENCE has shown their own hand, shown their own preference. And so I think they wanted to mix things up. I think they wanted to force this into a Ramatra mirror. And so Havana doesn't look like a bad choice to me strategically. I think what we are seeing, though, is the level of comfort. Yes, ENCE has the individual players to execute a rush comp. They're very, very competent. But SSG is another level above. They have the basics down so clean that they get creative, right? They're not necessarily going to stack up. Sparker swings one way, you know, Hadi and Landon pushing through another door, Astra and Psycho on the flank, and you're just being attacked from all sides because this is a team that, you know, the basics are nothing to them. They don't even have to discuss it.
Yeah. One little clue we learned from this map as well is the venture pick that came out from Psycho, and I think it had something perhaps to do with Kevster coming out on the May as well. So as we go into perhaps a hybrid kind of map here, that is just one thing to keep in mind. Yesterday we saw Kevster play on the May, had a lot of impact on that hero. What are SSG going to do to counter it? Will we see Psycho more on the Major later on in the series? Two things we learned from Havana that we might see more of later on in the series.
All right, let's discuss the upcoming map then. ENCE once again get the pick of the litter here. You want to see hybrid? It sounded like, Johnny. Where in hybrid are we going with this? You want to see a return to Midtown?
I think you should ask Jake because I've actually seen a monitor over there that shows.
Are you already?
I don't know, so let me maybe you can tell me. I would go Nimbani right now. If I'm ENCE, I'd go Nimbani.
Mr. X is currently blocking the monitor to make sure we can't.
My second pick is Midtown. I think Nimbani and Midtown make the most sense. But
well, I already
guess
called
not.
Midtown, so is it?
What is
I
Midtown?
was right.
I'm a genius.
What do you mean you were right?
right?
I said this one. Midtown's interesting though because ENCE.
It is the go-to hybrid pick for both of these teams. Both of these teams are incredibly comfortable on Midtown.
Maybe this is a return to the Vistola Sigma, but I mean, we've seen SSG dismantle some of these holds with, especially, so sometimes the Ryan, sometimes the Ram, but they're really great at breaking these slow defensive setups. There's a reason we haven't seen Vistola come out on the Sig this series. That's a respect right there. They know they cannot play their best hero, what they've shown all tournament, because they know SSG has the download on that style. It's just not going to work against them. And so maybe Midtown, maybe that's a map where the ranges can be played. You know, maybe Kevster has some niche counter pick that he thinks he can make it work with. But honestly, this is desperation for ENCE. I think Midtown's a good map, but even if they win it, they're facing a push and a hybrid. It's going to be a long road home for ENCE.
All right. Doomsayer in the middle is almost predicting a 3-0 at this point. Let's see if ENCE can bring it back as we're headed to Midtown.
Back to Midtown, folks, and ENCE's backs are up against the wall. This had better be enough to bail them out of this sticky situation. But like Jake put it, it's a long road home to climb from here on out for this ENCE squad to fight back against someone that knows them awfully well. After many, many series played against each other, Space Station, as the desk put it, have the download on ENCE.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a little bit of the nature of like styles make fights, right? Where you know, ENCE probably good to play Sigma and a lot of the things that they like to play just about it against every other team here, but the one team that they can kind of like play different types of rush style comps that would love to play rush style comps is the team they get matched up here today, who's also in their region.
Which is already worrying, right?
Yeah. Right,
I
so I mean, they already have experience against them, right? They have experience playing the comps that are pretty good against them as well, so it's a bit of a tough draw.
All right, mirror compositions here. It will be the Tracer Cassidy.
I do think it's pretty telling, though, agreeing with the desk. Like, they haven't even tried it, right? They haven't even tried the Sigma base stuff.
It probably gets counted. All right, a little bit of poke here through the train. Unlikely that ENCE really push any further through than this, but I think they have cracked it. Okay, Super Stola takes a ton of damage in order to do so. This is risky business, but they get the high ground as a reward. Space Station respect this, have to back up, but that poke just doesn't stop coming in. Pistola's always 20% HP when he picks out.
Yes, Kevster getting quite low here as well. He had to use the recall there, but you do give up high ground straight away, right? We see a lot of teams, you know, maybe actually on offense go here towards this firehouse, but they push straight up through that subway car. Makes it a little bit more awkward.
They don't have to use that regenerative burst there because Astro was in midair when he threw a grenade at him. They had to make sure he could get the quick heal on the Lucio.
He more Kai down already here for ENCE.
And Kai's down already. Not great. Now it's 4. Have to hope that Kevster Vistola can get enough done here. Space Station don't need to play for the high ground. They play back behind the fire engine. Yeah, and no one's going to be saving ENCE from the burning window.
Yeah, they get high ground, but it just takes so long for it to develop, right? They get the high ground, they take a ton of damage. it feels like they have to stop at a few different points to potentially try and heal everybody back up to get things going, where typically we see teams kind of take the opposite route, as we'll see now ends here on the second attempt. Goes straight through the choke, as players still coming back for SSG.
Hardy has to be careful of this. He's ignoring it right now. Eventually, it's going to be too much damage for him to brush off. That grenade will go wayward, but Psycho gets no healing right now. Landon's busy. Call later. Here they go, sound barrier now. Landon going to receive that Elite for Funny Astro, but the pressure's too great. The Pulse Bomb breaks through the overshield. The Ghost is traded. A Deadeye here from Sparker. Getting a back piece for your Lucio, probably worth it. But both Cassidy's are now down. Annihilation, though, in play. Pistola will his in a couple of moments. Can't be taking the risk of popping it right now. He's missing too many teammates. He'll have to concede the fight.
Yes, Masenko will have to back out, so already a lot of time off the clock. You know, it's taken a lot of time for these fights to develop.
Same as Havana.
Yeah, it's pretty similar, actually, to Havana. So, minute 30 on the clock. You have probably 2 really good attempts here, potentially.
You've got a great window here for Inks.
Yeah, you have your
winnable.
Annihilation, right? You end up saving that where Hardy ends up popping in the previous fight. Kai walks up here with the Deadeye. He'll get Funny Astro.
Okay, well, Tiny Kill saves Landon's life. Or rather, Ghost kept alive by that. And there is Kai and Ghost both get brought down quickly. Hardy, though, should drop here. Pistola able to push up. Master kept to the stolen. Last three standing here. Prince. Awkward for Landon. Should be brought down here. Well, Kemp's able to find a kill. This would be on. But now it's going to be some stagger, some stall. And the cap begins.
So you're going to get 1 tick. Everybody now back up for SSG. It looks like you may be in position here to get a touch from Psycho.
He'll wait on it. Gotta be now. There's the touch. Move back instantly down to half HP. Kempster finishes them off with the melee and half clip. Pulse bomb for Kempster. No need for that though, as Hardy has no help on the point. And it's finally break through. Takes him about 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I think actually they just wanted, ideally, right? Ideally you want everybody to live. But for SSG, Psycho would live a little bit longer because you saw Hadi and Code like kind of speed boost right on pass. They want to make a play for the backline. But when Psycho falls, you see Hadi like from the point of view we were watching, has to just kind of stop because he's now the one now taking position on the point to try and hold it, and that kind of ruins what they were attempting.
So much pressure Landon's under right now. Looks like Kempster those left him for the time being. Then Immortality field in play. You see Kempster off to the left there. Good Vortex. That's going to split up Space Station. Spiker tries to edge around it. Does know Kempster's there. Can't afford to give him all of his attention though. This Air Matrix is well set up for Space Station to push into. Enske again can see that high ground, but they don't lose any players. Kempster's still doggedly harassing.
I think if you're SSG also, giving up that first point can't even be that upsetting, right? Because of the situation in which it happened. So I feel like the payload now moving closer toward that underpass. Kempster's moving it here for Ents. You get a hold here for SSG, you're in a great spot.
Sound barrier to answer the Deadeye. Sparker still wants to hold his ground. That's dangerous. Drops in. That's 2. Kai's in trouble. Okay, mag grenade on Sparker. He does not care. Immortality field is more than enough to keep the Cassidy fighting fit. And it's get removed. They spend a beat in that fight. Sound barrier came out from Masa, and it wasn't enough. Oh no. Well, welcome to the top level of play, Ghost. Could have been worse. It could be FRD.
Somewhere still jumping off the side of the map. Big win there for Space Station. I think actually it's a little bit surprising, right? Sparker just uses Deadeye, just drops down to the low ground.
It's backbreaking.
Makes it pretty difficult. So no B here for Ents. You have this Annihilation, potentially use Annihilation Amp Matrix, but like where to use this? You try and use some of this to get high ground control, and you figure that's going to be the path. You maybe try and have Kev move the cart again, get him to just kind of drop naturally. It's a difficult spot to be in.
I want to see an Amp Matrix pick before Beats can come in. All right, too late. Ghost is down. Kai now, awkward. There's a lot going on here with 2 Annihilations in play. Kai eventually picked up here. That last fight with Master beating and still getting picked off. It's going to hurt them. It's going to haunt them. 40 seconds left in the round, and we have yet another stagger. Master sent to meet his maker a little later than his Patriots.
And now you're in a really rough spot for Ents. You ended up using pretty much everything you had there in that previous fight. The Amp Matrix, they try and get it up on that high ground to maybe make a play for Hadi. They get it really low, but the Stolt is not healthy enough to push around that corner, right? So you're not going to kind of just sacrifice your Ramatra for a trade there in that situation.
Ents have nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing to work with. An Air Matrix was Sparker to play with, and he already has high ground by default. Yep, the odds are stacked against ENCE. It's never really bothered them in the past. And Psycho here, you can see attending to the card. They're 1 versus 1 against Kevster. That's quite a titanic battle. Trace is zipping.
They're just trying to have Kevster touch park here and then build up towards the sound barrier. They knew this Amp Matrix is coming. Now they get the beat.
This will leave Kevster isolated.
Oh, the beat doesn't get Pistola.
No!
It doesn't get Pistola.
He's around the corner, out of line of sight. Pistola unaware. Did he not benefit from it? ENCE have lost their centerpiece now. No Ramacha to speak of, and the beat has expired. Space Station is still looking hale and hearty. Kai, can't say the same for him, I've got to be honest. Psycho on clean out duty, and this is going to be it. ENCE. That is a disappointing push through the map. Space Station, once again, clamped down on him.
ENCE plays that really towards the end the only way they actually could, right? I'll play a little bit slower, let Kev, keep that card contested, get us into OT, and then build towards that sound barrier, right? They get it. Masa connects with everybody. It just did not hit Vestola, which is huge. I mean, obviously the Ramatra, essential to keep alive in these types of situations. So you end up losing your tank, and everything starts to fall apart.
In the past, ENCE have been able to keep it close against Space Station, competitive. Back and forth have been dogfights. But they come here to Dallas, missing one of their tanks. And ENCE, as we talked about it, they're quiet. They're all quiet. They're not outspoken, not super outgoing guys. So again, when they get into situations like this, someone has to stand up for them. Oh, stand up, I guess, here for them and get them excited, get them energized. Crimzo has said that's been Pistola and Ghost in the past, but I don't know if either of those naturally have that tendency. Someone from ENCE really needs to give this team a lift.
And now they're going to try this Sigma-based composition. So on defense, a lot like what the desk was mentioning, you can kind of create some space here. There's just a lot of space to cover for Space Station gaming. You have a good idea, though, without backbone in the game, potentially not like some kind of sim shenanigans, right? So have the opportunity to play this Sigma with a Mei in the mix, so maybe even kind of like splitting some players off, baiting the rush a little bit. Oh, there's going to be a change here.
They know the Mei.
Yeah.
Over to the venture, perhaps. They know they're dealing with a Sigma comp. Ah, yes. It is time, folks. This is why ENCE have avoided playing Sigma over this series. The dreaded Charlie Reinhardt has come out to play.
Yeah, it'll be curious how they try and get this Reinhardt into advantageous positions, though, because there is a lot of space to cover here, right?
The Mei is still awkward to deal with.
The Mei is awkward to deal with, right? But then also just getting the Reinhardt in positions where he can be very dangerous to the Sigmas. That's going to be a Mei wall. They break it and they get inside of the firearms.
The Mei wall doesn't quite pay off for ENCE. You see what the idea was, but no one got isolated. Immortality field cleared up. Hardy, swing, swing, swing. Caught by the wall. Immortality field in play. Hardy, shield is not going to be enough. Disrupt the shot there from Kai, making it very hard to escape. Good start here for ENCE. This poke comp works out.
Yeah, we'll get a stagger here onto Landon. Adding stats there doing some damage.
Landon regretting the evolution of map design here.
Yeah, right.
But surely there's a manhole that could be opened on this map to allow for a quick exit.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
See what that New York series system looks like. I shudder at the thought.
But you see there, Hardy, the Mei wall's in the mix, right? It's not as easy without the sim to get in this position. So we'll see them rotate around this
good wall
side again. Nice. It's going to be an Amp Matrix here as well for
very good wall.
Ghost. Yes, not able to keep that Rhine up.
Okay, that's worked 2 consecutive fights now. ENCE feeling good about this. Okay, Pulse, okay, Ghost going down. Wait a minute, both supports are missing. Oh, wait a minute, ENCE have lost the foundations. Space Station again, running on fumes. Landon going to give himself up here. This can be exploitable. What's Hardy doing?
He just gets back into the mix. Maybe he thought he kind of joined the fight there late.
He's trying to find a gluten-free scoop bagel in New York. Good luck.
So this is a good attempt here maybe for Space Station, right? With like Sound Barrier in the mix, Sound Barrier, Shattered, Deadeye, but ENCE has had to use nothing. I mean, the Mei walls have really been, what has won a lot of these fights early on. So they have just about everything to work with here.
Hardy not quick enough to get out of that. Oh dear, the Blizzard waiting for a Sparker. He's gone. Off the cryogenesis with you. So no Cassidy, you've still spent the beat here. This is very awkward for Space Station. only getting mastered for their troubles. Worrying signs now for your EMEA number 1. Oh yeah, they're getting nothing done here.
This has been dominant here from ENCE. You have not been able to get this Reinhardt into position to really make an impact here. Since they win that, right? They end up holding on to their sound barrier. They'll have a amp matrix for this next fight. Overclock as well as maybe even try and take I was gonna say you try and take the high ground here and like push them all the way back. The speed boost just isn't enough, right? Like the sim adds such an element to this that is very difficult for a sim to come to stop.
Not bad. Catches the stall over the sound barrier. Immortality fields get layered by ENCE.
Maywall as well. Denying any follow-up.
That's enough by Kai. Good awareness to clear that drone. Hardy eventually gets brought down. This is going to be a shutout on Midtown. ENCE have really put it together with this Sigma composition.
Just getting started.
Makes you wonder why we've not seen it in this series so far. But they pull it out when it really matters. ENCE stay alive in the series. They stay alive in the tournament. And they're on the board.
It'd be extremely difficult to make work that Sigma comp, especially with a team that is so good at rush on the other side. But that time with all that open space here on Midtown, not able to get that Reinhardt in position is SSG, and ENCE makes it look easy.
Makes you wonder if there's a Symmetra there for SSG, if it's a little bit easier to maneuver the Reinhardt in a position to actually get you value. Because for the most part, Hardy looked like he was out at sea, struggling to get his team where they needed to be. Let's head over to the desk, much to dig into now as ENCE keep themselves going in this series.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the bread and butter of SSG did not find any success here. ENCE pulling out that Sigma comp, looking so confident on it as well, and shutting them down like full hold on Midtown.
I mean, we talked about flexibility on DPS. I think, to be honest, SSG were really missing the presence of backbone here. I think they needed either a Mei or Symmetra, perhaps both, to really catch that Sigma. The Rein, that's what it does, right? It catches the Sigma, runs him down, but there's no one to put a backstop there. You've got the Tracer Cassidy. I think that's a strategic mistake. I think what's the Tracer going to do? You're battling up against a Mei, up against a Bap Lucio, and the Rein wants to target Sigma. So there's really a split decision, I think, from SSG. They know, okay, the Rein can beat the Sigma, but I think Kevster's Mei really denied that. I think they needed a different DPS lineup to win that on attack on Midtown.
Yeah, up until that first point hold, it really felt like SSG had this one in the bag, obviously superior in their Ramatra composition, and you can just see, like, whenever we see the Ramatra mirror, SSG has the upper hand. So you see this Sigma composition come out from ENCE. Maybe that could be the composition that brings them back in this series. But now we face this big problem, Jake. Like, okay, well, what maps do you go to? What map really allows you to see these Sigma compositions, right? And now it's SSG's map pick as well. So a lot to think about. Kevster, though, stand-up performance on the Mei here, especially shutting down Hardy's Reinhardt. And, you know, I feel like maybe you could have worked around this this Mei pick, like you said, Jake. But, I mean, the Tracer gameplay as well. Kevster is so good on this Tracer and has tremendous impact in this series. But, you know, we don't typically talk a lot about the Mei because he's so good on the high mechanical skill heroes. But, you know, going into this series, Jake, we talked about the Mei could come out and it could have a big difference in this series.
Yeah, when we talk about Kevster's mechanics, but I think Mei displays he's a really intelligent player. It's way beyond mechanics when it comes to Kevster's skill.
Absolutely. Well, this means it's the first time we see SSG being in charge of the map coming up. Obviously, we are now reduced in terms of map types and maps that we can actually head towards to. Where do you want to take it if you are SSG?
I think if I'm SSG, I do want to pick a push map here because that just gives you the most expression, right? Most value when it comes to these picks, right? I do think that you want to avoid Colosseo. We saw, of course, ENCE yesterday had a really good series against Toronto Defiant. They shut them down on Colosseo, so you want to avoid that. So that leaves Esperanza and you, Queen Street. I think it's a bit of a flip here. You know, Esperanza has been the go-to pick all year, Jake, but you could perhaps push it to New Queen Street.
I mean, if it's me, it's Esper for sure. I think it's the closest range of all the push maps, the tightest corners, especially that midsection of the map that's most crucial. But they are going to go to Queen Street. This could be, I really want to see Backbone in. Hopefully they do. I think the Sim and the Mei might be critical to defeating Sigma here, or at least one of the two, some kind of catch. But we got confirmation it's not going to be sub, so more confidence in Psycho leading him in, wanted to end the series here. But to be honest, I think there's an opportunity now for ENCE. I think the Sigma could work on this map. I'm not sure how it's going to play out because, to be honest, Kevster's flexibility, bringing out the Mei, honestly, I wonder about SSG right now. I think you're right, head-to-head in the Ram Mirror, I think it's SSG all day. We've seen that throughout the whole series. But if ENCE can force their will in the match, if they can rely on a player like Kevster to navigate through all these comp swaps, I mean, there's few players in that position I'd put more faith in.
Yeah, with ENCE with their backs against the wall here, the matchup I'm looking for once again is Psycho against Kevster. If you're an ENCE fan here, I really do think you need Kevster to come in clutch in this one. We've been hyping out Kevster going into this tournament as one of the best damage players in the world. Well, now you're down 2-1. You need to bring this one back. You need to reverse sweep SSG. This is Kevster's time to shine. This is where he needs to come in clutch for the team.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit more about Psycho, though. A player with quite a journey as well, finding a lot of success here in OWCS, but he's come a long way, Jake.
You know, I think he's always been kind of second fiddle to players like Kevster. I think we, wouldn't really put him in the same conversation, but he's kind of forcing his way there. I mean, this series has really shown he can go toe-to-toe. In many ways, he's been leading on the flexibility front. I think that was sort of a rare anomaly on Midtown that Kevster's may completely shut down everything SSG was trying to do. But for the most part, the rest of the series, it's been Psycho's Echo, it's been the Venture that have actually given SSG the strategic edge. And so I think if they've got something cooked up for New Queen Street, which, to be honest, I'm sure they do if they're going to pick this map. Maybe have some confidence. The Echo could be strong on this map, but honestly, I think this might be a Tracer mirror. Maybe just putting a lot of faith in Psycho's ability to earn his place right alongside Kevster as one of the best hyperflex players in Europe.
So we're keeping our eyes here on the front lines. Looking at the back lines, though, is there anything you want to see changing up? Any player which stood out for either of you there?
I mean, I feel like Landon has gotten a ton of value so far on the Baptiste. The amplification matrix usage, especially for Space Station, has been crucial. Taking that high ground with the Ramatra, setting up Sparker for success, has been really good so far. Now, New Queen Street, I mean, it's such a wide open flanks, right? So maybe you look towards the Lucios here to actually have a bit more impact when it comes to these duels, right, Jake?
Yeah, I want to see the Lucios showing up into the Tracer 1v1. The Tracers think they're having a nice little honorable skill, and then Lucio just rolls up and blows you away.
The classic.
I mean, at this level, just getting your CDs forced by a surprising appearance of the Lucio can quickly turn into a death that you can't beat, right? The other Tracer has a huge cooldown advantage on you. At this level, there's no amount of skill that's going to actually get you out of this scenario because the other Tracer, they're just too good. So a lot of pressure on, I think, Funny Astro and Masa to make the right decision, because if you leave too early, you leave your Baptiste alone, he could get caught, he could get killed, he could get punished. So tons of pressure on, I think, the Lucio players making the right decision where to be. It's a really open-ended hero. You could sit with the team the whole time, you could flank the whole time, and the reality is you got to find your way through without any obvious, there's no clear, obvious position to be. You've got to be constantly mixing it up, catching your opponents off guard. And to be fair, when it comes to that, I favor Astro. I think he's got the individual mechanics that are pretty much unmatched on Lucio.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we hype up Funny Astro, right? For moments like these. We talk about Funny Astro, some of the best Lucio mechanics in the entire world, right? And now you go to New Queen Street, perhaps Lucio will have a lot of impact in this Tracer duel. This is where Funny Astro needs to come in clutch for SSG and actually maybe build a bit of an advantage here.
I mean, both Masa and Funny Astro, of course, no slouches in that, particularly. They're veterans. They're some of the deadliest Lucios as well that we are just known in competitive esports. So we're in for a treat in every single head-to-head. I guess we haven't discussed the tanks as much, so let's just dive in there as well. Do you feel like any of them has been favored in this matchup?
I feel like Hadi is way more comfortable in the Ramatra mirror, and that is part of why SSG are up 2-1 in this series. Hadi, maybe the Reinhardt is a no-go. I'm sorry to everyone in the crowd, everyone at home. Reinhardt,
but
maybe
if
not the
there's
pick
ever
for
a player
SSG.
who's willing to die on the hill,
Yeah,
it would be Hadi.
Exactly, right?
I mean, I think if they've got the May or the Sim, I think the Ride absolutely does work against Sigma. I think that was just a strategic mistake on Midtown, not having a DPS that actually assists in catching for Reinhardt. I think that Sigma could die really easily if it comes out. When it comes to the Ramatra skill head-to-head, honestly, I think that's very, very even. I think it's way less about the individual player on Ramatra, like how their mastery of the hero is, where Sigma and Ryan, I think the individual skill really matters a lot. For Ramatra, I think it's the team play that makes the difference. It's the communication. It's working around your Ramatra. When both Ramatras are holding down the chotes, blocking, it's just a stat check on the other team, checking whose backline is quicker, more efficient, more aggressive at coming in and taking the space, while both Ramatras do their best to sort of hold the door against the opposing backline.
Well, we're heading now to a New Queen Street with this one. Of course, this is match point still for SSG, but ENCE, they made sure that we got a series on our hand here in the lower bracket. So let's get ready for all the action.
You're watching OWCS at DreamHack Dallas.
Good job.
We'll make on-camera talent out of you yet, mate. You let me know when you're done out here. We'll make it happen
Hey, he
for
said
you.
that with more passion than Jake. Jake was like, he would have been like,
Hello,
heroes.
heroes.
Hey, heroes.
I tell you what, I mean, yeah,
Jake sounded like Homelander a little bit during that.
There's just so many layers to that joke, dude. We are back, of course, and we have seen Ents find themselves some footing in this series. SSG, though, now with the privilege of selecting the map, and it was New Queen Street that they picked up. You know, it's funny, in the matchup against M80, you know, Hardy is playing Sigma, and Lion literally types in chat, yo, Sigma ain't it, bro. Hardy's like, okay, switches to Reinhardt, wins the series, and says, thanks for the advice. So that's maybe why we're seeing a little bit of that Reinhardt played into the Sigma. But on a map like this, maybe more likely that Ramatra makes an appearance, at least initially, from Hardy.
Yeah, we haven't, you know, throughout the series we've passed, right? A lot of teams, you know, once we see Escort and Hybrid out of the way, have gone actually over to Flashpoint, which has been a bit surprising.
Right.
But I know Nick was mentioning that New Queen Street's been picked twice here, you know, throughout this tournament, and it's both been by Space Station, so they have to feel pretty confident in it.
The only team wanting to go here. Let's see what they've got for us. Space Station, yep, running out with the Sojourn. They're going to be dealing with the Kevster May once more, though. Pretty good at manufacturing those picks on a dime.
So we saw this against the Reinhardt, right? You know, in the previous map on Midtown, we saw them play this kind of like May with the Sojourn in the Sigma in play. Space Station was playing the Reinhardt, didn't look that great against it. This time playing the Ramatra. So
Do we like the Ramatra into the Sigma here?
It's a little speedier, right? You can close the gap a little bit more, but and also Ramatra provides some longer range damage as well, right? But still might not be the best matchup as Hadi uses Nemesis Horn to get in the mix.
Sparky having to play from a respectful distance. Found a nice little rail hit on Kai earlier on. Kevster also completely outranged, outgunned by Psycho, who descends upon him with the pulse pistols. Pistola eventually gets his head bashed in by Hardy. You get that speediness of Ramatra in Nemesis form. You don't want to underestimate it.
Yeah, I mean, Ramatra can you know, do some damage on the way in, right? The Reinhardt, like, if you're not in the mix behind the shield that far deep, you're not really providing much, right? So Ramatra a bit better here is Kevster will now match this Tracer. So using the May there at the start, maybe he can kind of, you know, split players off, whatnot. It doesn't really pay off. He'll actually match this Psycho Tracer.
All right, Kevster sees Tracer. Psycho. Kind of who he's going to be trying to keep tabs on a lot of the time here. Can't really fully commit to picking off Psycho in a 1 versus 1, but keep him busy, keep him away from his backline. Trying to tangle up that enemy Tracer. 37 meters already for Space Station, though, after that successful first fight. And Pistola already has to give some ground.
Yeah, Space Station backs around the corner there for a brief second, and Sparker Buddy gets one through the Amp Matrix. They backed up to actually try and build the beat there as well. They were so close to it. They already had the Amp Matrix. Now you gotta wonder if your Space Station would even need to use this beat.
Maybe now. Who's in the flux, though? Who's in there? Unclear. Doesn't look like maybe anyone was inside that gravitic flux. Here's the Annihilation Master desperately trying to get away. Sparker almost caught him with a rail. Hardy doesn't need to overpush here. They got the checkpoint already. That's unreal. And they're far from done. Hardy now gets popped up and is ready to go aggressive once more. With Sparker behind him, looking for rail headshots.
Yeah, the overclock and then, you know, getting the grasp out, you know, just maybe buys a little bit of time to get Hadi all healed up. As here's the overclock from Kai is going to be, yeah, it's going to be the immortality field out of the way, but somehow Hadi lives.
I don't know how he managed that. Great immortality field, like you said. Kai had to clean it up. Finally, Kevster finds something, but it's instantly traded again. Ghost is the first casualty in another fight for Ents. They are exploiting the Baptiste.
Still here for Space Station, right? It's not a completely done fight. The cart just being moved here by Pistola, but not much help. See players coming back from the spawn, just trying to get over there.
Space Station will be back at about the same time. They just have to wait for Sparker, who likely will get taxied into the fray by Funny Asteroid. You see on the wireframe there, Space Station aren't going to run that stairway, try and take an early fight. They'll play on the corner.
Well, I do wonder if they think that they have an opportunity to kind of catch them off guard a little bit with this Amp Matrix, right? You already have another one here for land-in. Maybe drop down from the high ground, use it, just go fast around this first corner.
Sparker being respectful here. All the Space Station are waiting for the bot to push to them, but this might give them a reason to go forward. Kai's gone. Pistola can't do too much except have some presence inside too, but yeah, here comes Space Station now. Without Sojourn, they have no worries. Sparker has a beautiful sightline here, nice and long. Funny Astro competing for dominance over the cart.
Well, Ents as well, right? You're like setting up for high ground there potentially, and not really focused on, you know, moving the bot. There's not really a reason, like Space Station doesn't need to take the fight if they don't want to, right? They have such a lead. It's really kind of dictated now on their terms.
Yeah, and the more of these pitch cooldowns, ultimates they draw out of Ents, the better. Okay, Flux on Hardy. Where's Landon? In position for an immortality field? It's not necessary. Sound barrier got used there by Funny Astro. It's a later one from Master. Can Ents leverage this now into a winning fight? Pulse there, no stick. Landon able to back up. Kempster now looking at two players as Landon eventually is doubled down on by Kai. But crucially, it's the Sigma that has fallen for Ents. Hardy hoping for more up on that high
Annihilation.
Goes to slow again, has to use an immortality field, but he holds it for quite a long time. He still can't get away. What a dogfight! It is a no-holds-barred brawl. Space Station still with their tank in play. They're not going to give the bot up. Oh! That disruptor shot.
Yeah.
Kempster had no choice. He thought he could maybe sneak a kill there, but isn't ready for that cooldown and a Sojourn.
Yeah, you throw it on that staircase, right, to kind of wards off any flankers coming your way. Hardy lives through all of that, by the way. I mean, just tremendous stuff. The Annihilation, it puts down so much damage and never actually able to get the Ramatra out of the mix.
Yeah, he got solo Flux at the start of the fight as well. Ents are spending so heavily to try and neutralize Hardy. They've switched off the Sigma over to the Ramatra of their own, which is a constant. I mean, Space Station probably want to see. They look favored in the mirror at all times this series. Nicely done by Kai, though. That immortality field looking a little silly. Coming out a little late.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel like matching is almost essential. Like, if you would have gotten a really nice early lead for Ents and could kind of play in space in distance and be a little bit more, you know, of the reactive team, not the team that's going to kind of set the pace and, you know, be a little bit further back, poke, sure. But now that you're kind of forced to, you know, match the meterage here,
you have to come up first. You have to fight.
Right, and Sigma's not a comp where you're going to want to move up.
This is great from Kai, though. Doesn't even need the Matrix. Beautiful railgun usage there. Space Station pop a Matrix on their own again. Landon not finding great timing for those Baptiste cooldowns.
Knows that Sparker's inside here. I think he just wants to finish off the Sojourn, but you might take the lead off of this here. If you're Ents, which is huge, right? Now, what, ever since they switched to the Ramatra, they've gotten the bot moving pretty fast into Space Station territory.
Yeah, maybe we start the conversation about potential reverse sweep. They're in the lead, Ents.
And Beat's going to be available here. Beat and Annihilation here for Ents. So this push is probably, I was going to say probably not over, but Sparker, the railgun shot on the mass is huge.
No Master here, and say, well, okay, what else can we get? We're just a nuisance. We just stick around. Can we draw out like another DPS ultimate? They're going to go for an Annihilation. They're going to go for it without Master in play as well. The Immortality field there allows Landon to head up to the high ground and away from Pistola's Annihilation. Psycho looking for Kemp. Found him here. Might want to try and find a way to use the Pulse in this fight, though. Space Station won't have any chance of getting the bot back under their control. Sound barrier. Psycho's going to have to wait just a little bit longer for that, but he's spotted Ghost. Pulse. Ghost gets away from it, but only just. Sparker looks to come in as the second wave to follow up, and Psycho was taken down by Kai. Hardy wins the tank battle, though. Kai, slippery, AD strafing, making it possible for Sparker to connect with him. But Landon found Kempster earlier and spend a fair bit to stay around to keep the pressure up. Eventually, they crumble.
Yeah, and losing Masa really early in that previous fight was quite brutal. This is also terrible here for Ghost. Just trying to find.
You want that Matrix, Ghost? Throw it down.
But when you lost Masa there, there was a window where there was no beat on the other side. You had beat. You could have also had your Annihilation. They didn't have it either. You could have gone aggressive around that corner, but you lose Masa. Then it kind of puts Space Station and Ents on even footing in terms of what they have to use in the next fight. It's kind of huge.
It made the Annihilation from Pistola look pretty interesting, I think. Like really committing into that fight. Good off angle here, but it's spotted out. Landon finds the kill credit, but Sparker had the railgun hit through the Ant Matrix. And now, Space Station are poised to reclaim the lead. Beautiful shooting from Landon. It is a one-sided fight, to say the very least, and here comes Space Station now. They have the advantage.
They will take the lead, push it further into Ents territory as Ents absolutely desperate here for a stop. about a minute on the clock here. You cannot allow much more progress, and that's a huge pulse bomb.
Yeah, love that pulse. That really worked out. Spiker gets picked up. Kempster wants to try and slow the bot down. He has to commit to a bit of an engagement with Psycho. Delano, who doesn't really want to give him his attention. Space Station are going to take this, but they can't really back away safely, so they may have to commit even further. No, gives some more ult charge over. Another annihilation there from Vistola in an already winning fight for Ents. It does secure it, sure, but that is such a big ability to have thrown in.
I think they were just worried about it getting drawn out too long. Like, yeah, you know, maybe you don't want to use that overclock, right? Overclock's pretty good even against the sound barrier to kind of like burn some of that off as you get Kai into a position where he can start to build up towards that rail. All right. Sojourn, really, it's going to be a lot of pressure on Kai, I think, coming up here. You're going to have double support ults here for both teams as well.
Space Station want to play defensively for what will be the last fight. You can hardly blame them. They've got 4 ultimates to work with. The Master's coming up on his sound barrier. That's a big edge for Ents if they can exploit it. It's going to come down to timing. It's going to come down to execution. This is Ents' last chance for survival here at your Dallas Major. We'll have overtime now before the fight begins, and Spark is going to have an overclock ready. Stick, it's a big one! Immortality field already drawn out of Ghost. That's punishing. They have an amp matrix though from the high ground, but it's not going to get them ahead. It's going to keep them in the fight. It'll force Space Station back. Hardy went low, and now Lana gets to pop his own window. Kempster falls. Psycho cleans him up, and Kai needs to make his off-angle work, but the sound barrier makes it too hard to cut through Space Station. Kai's offense is blunted, but he brings Sparker down. That's the Sojourn picked off. Is there more? Hardy gets rid of Ghost, though, and the Baptiste has been removed from the field for Ents. They're running on fumes, they're running on hope, dreams, and they're crushed. Space Station do it again. Up into orbit on a collision course with one of our APAC teams. They're far from done here in Dallas.
SSG proved to be too strong for Ents here today as Ramatra comp and really just kind of the rush all day long. You tell Ents really didn't want to play that style. They kept it close for a very long time, but SSG, Hadi with that annihilation there at the end, gets right in that doorway, seals the deal. Pistola not able to get back towards that bot, but really strong overall performance from SSG.
They have the flexibility. They have the mastery in the rush mirror. They have the charty. Everything you could ask for this team. And let's not forget, they just downed the team who were able to vanquish North America's #1 seed. Now you get an idea just the kind of gap we're seeing regionally. And now, fans of Overwatch teams from the West pinning their hopes on Space Station to go all the way. But it only gets tougher from here. And I mean it.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're going to have to play against either Crazy Raccoons or Falcons, right? 2 incredibly strong teams. I will say, SSG plays a little bit of a different play style. They have some different things with Symmetra and Reinhardt that they kind of cook up at times. So potentially, could give either of those teams some trouble, right? Especially whoever comes off of that loss.
Yeah, the one thing that both of those teams have, well, they can boast, of course, this Falcons team, this Crazy Raccoon team, deep bench, a lot of flexibility, ability to sort of switch to dive and find a lot of success there. Really frightening DPS players. But I think the story is right now about how Space Station seem to be thoroughly unbothered. Going back into a matchup which historically has been really close between these teams, we see SSG go up a gear, go up a level, and I think, take a win by a larger margin against their regional rivals than we have seen this year.
Yeah, and I think for Ents, right, a completely different, Rush is not viable or whatnot, right? Like you're in a completely different world as a team, right? Yeah, Chase is here, right? So I think if you're Ents, pretty good with your overall performance. You have to be pretty happy with your overall performance. You just kind of, I think it almost stings a little bit more, losing to the other team in your region.
Absolutely. And, we talked about it quite a lot throughout the series. We didn't see a lot of the Sigma play from Vistola. Mentioned on the desk was maybe a respect, maybe concern about having to run into the Ryan comp. So when you're locked out of your signature composition, your ideal setup, that really makes it hard. You had to make it work with a Ramatra for much of the series. Good effort, good showing from Ents, but ultimately it's Space Station that take the win and advance in this lower bracket. Let's listen in on those winning moments for SSG.
Nice, no John.
Guys, I can win the bottom right soon, okay?
Hadi,
Can you come to me? I want to win the bottom right.
I'll zone the tree.
Ram no form on point. Ram no form. I'll try one.
Buff. Give it slow right. It's alright. Cat beat, break shield. Ram. Soul's the right. Soul's buff. Walk on Soul's buff. Soldier side. Soldier one.
Soldier is a free kill.
Lulu.
Ram. Nice! DreamHack Dallas, give it up for Chatty and Space Station Gaming. Amazing performance. I know we had the interview book. I mean, I heard the crowd going crazy for you, Chatty. So I had to ask you to do the interview again. So thank you so much for being here doing the interview. How do you feel right now? I'm sure you expected the win. I know yesterday you told me that, that Ryan comp was gonna come in clutch. Did it come in clutch?
I mean, unfortunately, I don't think it came in clutch this time, but it's just our European brothers. They're a bit more used to it, but I'm sure we can catch a lot of the Koreans off guard coming in the tournament.
I mean, even so, you guys were fantastic. I do want to ask because Space Station Gaming and ENCE, you guys have been going back and forth even before Dallas too. You guys have been, fighting for it for a very long time. What was different this time around?
I think, to be honest, this time we were the most calm we've been so far, and we just execute our team play. It can let our mechanics shine, and we're just better on like every role. So we just executed. It was good.
Yeah. And now Space Station Gaming, you guys are one step closer to the grand finals. You guys have one more match, and then after that, if you win that, you guys are heading to grand finals. Who would you rather face? Would you rather face Falcons or Crazy Raccoons, and why?
I think Falcons. I think a lot of the players like have a trauma getting knocked out by us in an upset situation by a Reinhardt comp. So I think this trauma might come back for them. So we're gonna beat Falcons, and then we're gonna beat Crazy Raccoons after.
That sounds so exciting. Everybody give it up for Hardy one more time. That's it for the post-match interview. Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. I heard it there from Hardy. He's banking on the trauma.
He's not wrong though. Chiyu and Fielder.
I think he's wrong, but that's just me.
You think you don't think they remember that at all?
No, I just don't think they want the Falcons matchup.
On?
I think they have a better chance against Crazy Raccoon. Actually, I think that's a much more winnable matchup. I think Falcons has the download on the European teams. I don't think those styles will work against Falcons. I think that the cutting the hit scan, you're gonna have a bad time playing against Falcons.
The intangibles, Jake. The intangibles.
The trauma. Yeah, I don't feel very much fear emanating from a team like Falcons or Crazy Raccoon for that matter. But I think strategically, I think they have a better chance against the Raccoons.
Do you think the Korean team is particularly prepared for Reinhardt comps though?
Oh, believe me. I mean, Falcons played both European teams in their bracket, so they came into this tournament ready for these matchups, planning to counter exactly what they bring. And to be honest, I think Sigma is your best hope against Mauga, and it didn't work. It didn't work for ENCE, who I think is like the Sigma. That's their bread and butter. That is their wheelhouse, and it didn't work. And for me, when I saw that at the beginning of the tournament, I said, it's over. You play Mauga or you lose. And, yes, we've had a fun time in the Rush Mirror,
with the doomer takes right here, Jake?
Let's hype it up again. Let's pick this one back up.
EMEA won, Jake.
Yeah. SSG just did it. They are now waiting for their next opponent. And a lot of it was, of course, great team play, but also the individual performance. And one stood out above the rest. He pulled ahead for our Porsche performance of the match. And that player is Psycho.
Yeah, I mean, the flexibility from Psycho coming in so clutch in this series. Play the Tracer, play the Echo. And really, this is the kind of the Swiss Army knife of this team now where, okay, well, yes, puns, but Psycho, I mean, it's been so clutch for this team because it really was Backbones and Sparker's team, right? You're known for playing these symmetric kind of compositions, but Psycho this year came into SSG and the Tracer play has really unlocked a different view for this team. It has unlocked a different playstyle for this team. I can't, speak enough about how good he's been so far this tournament and what he does for SSG, and another clutch performance from him, earning himself the Porsche performance of the match.
Can't take anything away from Psycho. I love that word, unlocked. I feel like that's how I see this team now. Their potential, even when they do play Rush, you always have to be scared what can Psycho bring out next, because he's got it all in the bag. For me, makes this team so much more difficult to strategize against, because they won't be just locking in Sim Mei, right? They will have different looks to throw at you, different maps, different strategies, potentially in the bag, and that makes the preparation so much more difficult. So when they do bring out the rush, you weren't ready for it, right? You had to think about 10 different things, and that's honestly the impact that Psycho's having here in the match. Really, really annoying player to play against, and to be honest, he just took down one of the best Hyperflex players of all time. He looked better in the head-to-head. That's an impressive accomplishment.
He did. Let's actually roll some of the highlights from this match to see how SSG got it done. ENCE did bring it back. They made it competitive here and there. But in the end, SSG just looked like they're just one step ahead of them.
I mean, honestly, one step ahead. It feels like this should have been a 3-0 had the Reinhardt not come out on Midtown, right? Because Space Station was so dominant on the Ramatra composition. And really, I mean, this is just their experience paying dividends. They were calm and composed, just like Hadi said on stage. They're the calmest they've ever been so far. They've played in so many tournaments, right? But it's their experience playing this Brawl composition. And it really did feel like they were in control for pretty much all of this series. Hadi with a great performance on Ramatra. But really, it comes down to Sparker. His Cassidy was so clutch, especially here in Havana, and also Landon did a spectacular job with the Batiste. So this is their comfort, this is what they do best, and it felt like ENCE Esports was almost forced into it, playing this Ramatra composition. It's what they played in all the series past, and once again, Space Station Gaming, they come up, and now, I mean, they have a 3-0 streak going here against ENCE, of course. I mean, they just feel like they are the superior team in this matchup.
I think when we go to the cons checks with SSG, that does just make me really happy. Their communication is so clean, so effective, so efficient. No one's overcoming. People aren't overhyped until it's already clear that they've won. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. I think you really feel the influence that Christopher has on this team. His coaching has made a huge impact because everything about this team is just clean. They're efficient. They execute so well. It's individual performances, but in these comps, in the end, it's not about the individuals. It's about the team. It's about the collective unit, and that's what Space Station Gaming emphasizes to me, is they've just mastered the team play of Overwatch.
But still, though, I feel like Sparker, like the first picks he got, and even on New Queen Street, you're playing the Sojourn instead of the Cassidy, Sparker was so clutch. The first picks he got for his team opened up so many of these fights.
Yeah, and to be able to have those highlight performances on an individual basis, but then also, of course, having that synergy, that team play, which, I mean, we know that from those players. They've been playing for many years at this point together. They really just picked up a few new pieces heading into the OWCS, and I think that's really been showing from the very get-go. Yes, stage one may not have gone quiet as we hoped or wanted to see from them, but they really picked it up in stage two, and now they are making such a good run through that lower bracket. Let's actually take a look at how we got there as SSG just took down ENCE. Keeping the EMEA dream alive, but they will have a tough road ahead of them, as the next opponent will be one of the Korean super teams.
This NA EMEA bracket is looking really good. It's looking clean.
Loving that. Yeah, we should just ignore the upper side.
All right, there's more North American players on Space Station Gaming. You know what? Let's think about that.
That's something we'd love to just ignore here.
Landon keeping you the hopes alive.
I do think we got to call out Landon. I think maybe we haven't been doing him justice, because I remember in NA, he was always on these tier 2 teams, always talked about his potential, and here it's realized.
Absolutely. Now, with this match, of course, concluded, we are one step closer to having our competitors selected for the EWC. Yes! These players run in Overwatch Esports. It does not end here after the DreamHack in Dallas. They can set their eyes on a $1 million prize pool to be fought for in July in Riyadh. Now, there are still more spots to be claimed there as well. We have 4 different regions, of course, competing in the FACEIT leagues for their regional spots. And you too, by the way, can sign up to compete as well in FACEIT Season 2. So make sure to make that happen and begin your ascent to Overwatch greatness. We spoke about EWC spots earlier this weekend, and well, everyone, I think it is now time to put some rumors to rest. Let's take a look at this.
玩12点再冲一次 EWC 我们来了 EWC 我们来了这个夏天我们 EWC 见来 EWC 看我一枪不空 EWC 我不是要证明我有多了不起我现在告诉全世界有实力的东西一定要拿出来 EWC 我的给你全部靠着看到
Once again. That's right! we'll get to see them once again. Wink, wink. I actually can't wink. I don't know. I'm just blinking like a psychopath. We are so back. But this one, like, rumors on the street were out there. We knew we were going to see those Chinese players again.
I mean, come on. This is a fan favorite squad coming back. It's been too long since we've seen them. One of the only teams to come out of China and really deliver this world-class performance. They deserve to be at the Esports World Cup. I can't wait to see what they bring to the competition. We've been missing these guys, honestly.
The tournament is just not the same without Shy hitting headshots, you know?
True.
I can't wait to see Shy again. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I mean, let's actually take a look, of course, at the qualified teams. We just talked about the Chinese team once again. Also, of course, with the performance here in DreamHack Dallas. ENCE as well as Space Station Gaming have also qualified alongside Crazy Raccoons and Falcons. Yeah, we do have more slots up for grabs as well.
More slot up for grabs. The winning region gets one extra invite, right? So technically, it's not Asia's yet. It's not Asia's spot yet, so there's a chance. If Space Station wins this tournament, they can get an extra slot for you.
Do it for the homies.
Do it
there
for the
is
homies.
a chance. It's a long road, though. It's been a long road, and Space Station has walked it so far. So
that's right. Well, while we're looking ahead already at EWC, we're not done here yet. We still have more matches to go. We still have a champion to crown for our first OWCS Major. I can't wait to bring you all the action. Up next, the two beasts from the East face off. Who would win between a Falcon and a Crazy Raccoon? We'll answer that question and much more after this break.
What?
That Porsche looking mighty clean right by our stage. Make sure to check it out. Matching our gameplay, I dare say. Yeah, also, of course, if you're a big Porsche fan, I got just the right thing for you. The 911 speaker, that is something you can win here right now. Well, not right now, but you can start your winning journey right now by entering in our raffle. You see the URL on your screens right there. So make sure to sign up for a chance to win this beautiful speaker. You have one more day to go, and we will be announcing the winners over on social media. So make sure to join in on all the fun. We've already signed up.
We have.
Was that a question or a statement?
No, I just definitively, of course I have, Zoe.
Of course we have. And also for the people watching, you may have noticed we have a special guest with us, Casores, coach from Toronto Defined. Unfortunately, you guys' run ended yesterday, but what's the experience been like for you?
It did. I think the event's been run great. I think, after the little issues we had on day one, I think everything's been going really smooth, and I think stage looks great, team looks great, but unfortunately, we couldn't make it this far yet, so I get to be here.
You know what? It's better for us. That's a victory for everyone here on the desk as we get to chat to you a little bit about the games we've seen so far. Are you surprised? This is the first time, of course, we've seen those regional clashes. Are you surprised at the different compositions, the different metas, and how it panned out?
I feel like the meta has developed really fast in the long term. I think us and Falcons started playing that Mauga comp pretty early on, and it seems like now, every region has their own flair, Falcons, they have their 2 flex DPS. You've got Crazy Raccoon with Lip on the hit scan, but they still play a lot of dive and try to mix that in. And then you've got EU playing a lot of Baptiste and these rush compositions. So I'd say it's really healthy. And because every region is segregated now, every team gets to bring their flair to the competition. I think that's really great.
I do have a question about specifically the tanks we've seen. For ENCE, it's pretty understandable. You're going to see a lot of Sigma, but we've seen a lot of Mauga from Asia, and specifically, Falcons played a lot of Mauga. Why haven't we seen as much Mauga perhaps from the other NA and EMEA teams, and at this level that we've seen it from players like Hanbin, for example, or Junbin?
I feel like Falcons is so refined on it that it almost feels like when you go into them, you almost don't want to mirror because they can hit the Mauga 2 flex DPS, which on certain maps I feel like is better than the Mauga with the hit scan, which a lot of teams are forced to run, right? I think not a lot of teams have the same flexibility as Falcons does, but they also can't play the hit scan as well as Crazy Raccoon can. So I think that's a really good segue leading into this match. Can the hit scan win against the 2 flex DPS?
I mean, if anyone can do it, it would be Limp, right? I think a lot of people would call him best hit scan in the world right now, but I think he faces maybe the toughest test he's ever faced. For me, if Falcons can win the day on the compositional game and take Lip off of the Cassidy, I think they may have already won the series. I think that will decide it, who can force their will on the series and have their vision of the game be coming out correct.
Casores, which of these individuals has stood out to you thus far in the tournament on Team Falcons?
I definitely think Jumbin's Mauga has been incredible. I feel like the way Crazy Raccoons played against us, their tempo was so much higher than any NA or EU team. They played the game so much faster engagers, faster setup, faster rotations. So we weren't able to keep up with them. So it's going to be a test for the Falcons. Can they keep up with the rotations that the Raccoons pull out?
Let's actually take a look at the opposition here, of course, Crazy Raccoon, and look ahead at what they might be bringing to the table. Are they prepared and ready for that double flex DPS action?
I mean, that has been the big question on our minds this entire weekend, really, is that Falcons have so much flexibility to their name. So what are you going to see? Lip, for example, is Lip going to be forced to play a lot more Tracer in this matchup? The thing is, though, Crazy Raccoon, they've almost established some form of dominance over Falcons. We've been taking a look at the Asia main event, of course, but even besides that, in the group stages, it always feels like Crazy Raccoon has been the superior team. Falcons got the one back once and won in the series, but for the most part, Crazy Raccoon has been the best team in Asia. So it's really on Falcons to hey, we got a solution, we got a plan, this meta suits us. It's really on them to overcome the odds and take over that #1 spot. I feel like Crazy Raccoon, they have a stacked roster, but Lip has been so good. Can he realistically do it again against a double flex player damage lineup like we're seeing from Falcons.
I will say before, you really saw like the dive matchups between the two teams, right?
Yeah.
You saw the dive. Now it's more of a Lucio Kiriko, and I do think that Chio and Fielder have the edge in the Lucio Kiriko matchup. I feel like Shu is elite on Ana, but I think in Kiriko, Fielder has got his number.
You know, to be honest, I think Chorong has actually really, really impressed me all season long. I think for a long time we've talked about Chio and Fielder as the duo, but maybe finally Shu has met a perfect combo in Chorong. This backline has been honestly monstrous all season long, but I think you are right to call it because for me it's like Chorong on the brig when we really feel how much he gets done, how much risk he takes, and yet with the trust in Shu, they pull it out time and time again. So if there's anybody who can keep Lip alive on the Cassidy, it would be these guys. However, you're talking about Proper's Genji and then Stalker, whether he brings the Venture, the Tracer, it almost doesn't matter to me in terms of his skill. The question is, can Lip stand through that level of pressure? I mean, this is one of the hardest tests for a hit scan. A comp completely built to kill Lip. I mean, that is going to be game plan #1. Lip knows it, Falcons knows it. Just a question of who can make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta target the Warlord, you know, that 7-foot Warlord. Someone has to break it down or bring him down. Let's hear it from the desk. Let's look at our predictions. I think this one is a tough one, actually. It is a rematch, of course. Those two teams are very familiar with each other. They know what they have in store for one another. Honestly, though, while heading into this tournament, I would have said Crazy Raccoons. They are the favorite to win it. After the performance we've seen thus far from Team Falcons, I actually am going to give it to them. And I feel it might be a lot more convincing than some might expect. I think they found an answer to what we've seen thus far. Crazy Raccoons have not been pushed at all yet. I think Team Falcons have this in the back.
You know, I agree. I think it's going to be an upset win for Falcons. I would call it an upset because I think Crazy Raccoon have had the edge in past matchups for these teams. But for me, I'm a believer in the Genji Venture combo. I think no matter how good you are at Cassidy, these are heroes that just don't give you a chance. Genji comes out with the deflect, with the blade. He's on top of your head. Venture coming in from under the ground. I think finally, Genji has a true partner in this type of all-in, hyper-aggressive dive. I think Venture has unlocked a new style of Overwatch that we've never seen before. And I think it's going to be a really tough test for Lip.
You know, I really think that it's going to be a test of the proper Genji against the Lip Cassidy. I truly think that with, you know, we haven't talked about it yet, but with Oasis being the first map, I feel like that's a closer range map that's incredibly valuable for that Mauga Genji comp that we've seen the Falcons pull out. So I think with, you know, the loser picks map system, it'll be a close match. I think 3-2 Falcons.
Oh, wow. You all went with Falcons.
Are you that guy?
Wow. Well, I'm not even that guy. You are these people.
For real. I mean,
Crazy Raccoon has been the best team so far in Asia.
True.
And I think they've earned the respect to actually have me predict them. In any case, I mean, in many ways, it's Falcons trying to come up with an alternate solution. What are we going to do to get the upper hand in this matchup against Crazy Raccoon? So it actually says Falcons 3-2 here, but I am going with Crazy Raccoon 3-2. And I promise you, I'm not flip-flopping, despite my past reputation. From the start, from this morning, before I even had coffee,
I can confirm.
it was
I can
Crazy
confirm.
Raccoon 3-2 all the way. So I'm going with the Raccoons on this one.
All right. You sound not super confident.
Johnny stands with his 6-foot brother in the back line.
Yeah, me and Lip, you know, we're tall people.
Just stick together.
That's why.
Yeah, take it to the little man.
They have the same
That's-
perspective on things.
Yeah, Proper is pretty
Oh,
short, so I can't
very
predict
nice.
Falcons. You know,
Yep,
that's how it goes.
that's how we make predictions.
Logic.
That's why we pay the big bucks. I think there's just one way to find out who's going to come out on top, and that's, of course, playing the game. I'm ready. You guys are ready. I know our audience is ready for this one. So let's bring out our teams.
It's time to meet your teams. Everybody make some noise for Crazy Raccoons!
Crazy Raccoon, undoubtedly the champion of the Asia region, the toughest Overwatch on the planet. These are your champions, your survivors, the tournament favorite. Most people would side with them, but they face an incredible test today, perhaps the toughest yet in Team Falcons.
And their opponents. Put your hands together for Team Falcons!
Team Falcons looking for the upset win against the Crazy Raccoons. What do they have cooked up for this one? We've still seen so many compositions from this team. They've dominated so far on the Mauga, Venture, and Genji composition, but also the Pharah, the Lifeweaver. They got everything in their bag. What are they going to bring out on stage to claim their spot in the grand finals?
The earth is about to shake, folks. Our two titans of the Overwatch world lock horns once again. It's a renewal, of course, of a regional rivalry. Our top two teams from the Asia-Pacific region who look to be the two best teams here at DreamHack Dallas. One of them moves straight to the final. The other down in the lower bracket to take on Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, and coming in, I think, Crazy Raccoon's obviously the favorite. It looks like, though, with the meta that we've seen so far, and the desk obviously favoring it, Johnny picking both teams as per usual. But
hedge your bets, love that.
The Venture Genji with the Mauga seems to be what will win out. It'll be interesting what we see from Crazy Raccoons, like if they continue to play Cassidy and whatnot, and they're able to make that work, then I think things completely change. But I think a lot of the people watching and whatnot believe that that dive is going to be too strong, too aggressive.
I think for Venture, what makes them so powerful here is that they can advance through poke comps without taking any of that damage. That was an issue for Tracer in the past. Also, Tracer's so susceptible to mag grenade and the hindrance it provided. And also Genji. You don't always want to use your deflect cooldown when you're trying to get in, when you're trying to dive, but you can come in from below, of course, behind that Mauga, charging on in. He stomps, you pop up, your Genji dashes in, you've got everything that you need. It is a very powerful composition, and one we've really seen these APAC teams make great use of. Casperus points out, he says, I feel like these teams play on another level. They're very fast, the rotations, everything seems to happen at the literal speed of light. It's hard to keep up with for so many of these other rosters, but now we get a true test. Who will stand tall here in this battle of giants? Godzilla vs. King Kong in Overwatch terms. We'll be heading over to Oasis to kick this off.
Like you mentioned, the amount of damage output, right, when, Venture, they pop up out of the ground, Mauga slam into Genji dash. I mean, the burst is unreal that comes out from that combination.
We used to think Tracer, Genji, Winston was ridiculous in terms of just being able to dive on in and do work. This is even worse.
Yeah, now we've gone a long way. This is see, I think it's more on. I think the pressure's more on Crazy Raccoons to be like, okay, we know what Falcons has run so far. It's been quite aggressive and impactful. How do we counter that?
Here we go, DreamHack Dallas, make some noise! It's Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons locking horns in this upper bracket final.
They will actually come out with Tracer Echo here as a combination for Crazy Raccoon. So Proper doesn't play the Genji. Maybe this is a little bit of a read, right? That they would come out with the Echo. So we'll see Venture Tracer as a combination for Falcons.
Flank angles are good for Tracer here. You can play around the point fairly effectively, providing your cooldowns are available to you. There is, of course, the issue for Venture, but Tracer versus Venture is an interesting matchup indeed. Junbin already felled. Team Falcons, what a great start. Playing together on the low ground, and we're watching from Heesang's point of view, who just isn't involved in that first engagement.
And, we've talked a little bit about it. I know that Jake's talked about it as well, where if you have that Pharah, for instance, like, can you drop the hit scan if you're going against that type of composition? This is almost better for Falcons in a sense that, like, you don't even see that there's, like, a Pharah on the other side. Nothing you really have to deal with. Is jumping now will go for the Doom Fist.
I think Crazy Raccoon not having their point favor a bit more verticality. I think Junbin wants to ignore Smurf as much as is humanly possible. Proper makes a foray though, causes Junbin and Co to turn their heads. Cardiac overdrive, here's the stop. Junbin under pressure, absolutely dominated. Couldn't even throw up the power block. That is disgusting.
You can't power block from the ground. That is filthy stuff. For Falcons, you almost kind of consider Fielder on the Baptiste, kind of like your hit scan, right? You kind of drop that completely. The first two fights here have gone heavily in favor of Falcons. Is above 50% on the point for Crazy Raccoon. How do you even, like, the rush, right? You're going to have to use this Kitsune rush here, get Junbin and Co inside of it and make a play, as it looks like Smurf trying to back up a little bit here. Not time to go just yet.
Oh, Falcons are ready to crack back though, like a sapling in the breeze. Here's the sound barrier now, they're in for young and old. Pulse bomb there, knocked Heesang out of Doom, but eventually Proper's able to clip the wings of the Echo after the fact. Here's that Venture ultimate. Stalker having to play back around the corner, now being accosted by the Doomfist. Didn't have any help there, and a later sound barrier for Crazy Raccoon. Everyone up now. A cardiac overdrive, not getting much use here as Falcons are turning tail and running most of the time. But now they're back, proper on the scene. Choron going to be picked up, and it's going to be traded as Liv descends on the Tracer. Smurf looking healthy though. Ready for cage fight in a few moments as Heesang tries to part with some of those cooldowns. It's Fielder who's gone. Junbin connects with a punch, but Chio finds a Tracer. It's a very low health Malga. Smurf almost misses the Mega. Now trying to burn Junbin down. The backup is there for Crazy Raccoon, and they're in the game.
Yeah, the biggest kill there was getting Fielder out of the way, right? Fielder putting down a ton of damage there on that Baptiste. Make a play for him in the back line. You're able to get him. So a few changes here. So you'll actually also have Stalker move away from Venture and play the Echo. So Echo Tracer battle here. Just a difference now in terms of the tanks.
Malga ultimate up for Falcons. Cage fight a real option, but who do you catch? It's a very mobile composition from Crazy Raccoon. Everybody can sort of avoid it. It all comes down to execution in this fight as Falcons are already up to 81%. Stalker playing from the ground for the most part now, opts to take that ledge. Pressure on Heesang, the focusing beam claims him. And who's in the cage? Absolutely bloody no one.
Yeah, looks like maybe trying to use that cage to kind of corral the Doomfist in. Stomp there from Smurf.
She's low. Very, very low. And Smurf's able to finish off the Kiriko. Falcons able to flip the point back midway through the fight. This favors them so much. They didn't have to wait for a clean fight win to get control. Now Crazy Raccoon staggered a little bit. Yeah, very much so. Junbin will be lucky to get out alive. Had to be a swift step from Shu to keep Doom in the fight. He's saying on the duplicated Trace now that mobility will get him back to the point. Doesn't have much to do here. Finds his time. Still 6 seconds left on that duplicate. There'll be 2 Traces for a while for Crazy Raccoon. He's a sound barrier. Stalker's able to use that window to find Choron. Falcon's doubling down now. Getting closer to a duplicate is Stalker, but he's comfortable. It's got to be a Kitsune rush here from Crazy Raccoon, but can they get value from it? It doesn't look like it. Smurf eventually falls. The sticky bombs of Heesang get the job done, but it's just not enough players here for Crazy Raccoon. Proper making sure of it. He slapped Junbin in the next Tuesday. And your APAC number 2 start with a round win.
Yes, it's in response to the Crazy Raccoon Kitsune Rush. It's a great sound barrier there from Chio, and then they have their own Kitsune Rush a little bit later into the fight where I think you can already see, right? That Crazy Raccoon needs to kind of figure out an answer, right? Playing this, now we see a Wrecking Ball, right? So we've seen this in one of the previous series we casted them as well, but how does this go against the Maga now going back to Venture? And then Proper has options. Tracer, Genji, a bunch of different options here to be able to play.
Last time these two teams played in a final, it was in Orisa meta. It's a very different landscape now. And these two teams have a different take on the best way to play it. Could have been Wrecking Ball, pretty powerful.
But the disruption from the ball is going to be annoying here, right, to deal with. And I think for Falcons, it's like, okay, well, I don't know if the game plan changes much outside of, the supports are going to be a little bit slippery to hit, right? The Lucio and the Freako, very difficult to kind of track down. Now with the Wrecking Ball in the mix.
Oh, the tank is from Junbin. Nice little flanking route there. Doesn't really get a lot done with the pile driver. The Falcons are forced off the point to start. They'll be back though. Proper here's got a few angles to cover right now. Definitely concerned about Heesang later into the fight. Who step back from the pile driver now as Junbin swings on out of there. Crazy Raccoon taking their time, really not fully committing to the point here. Waiting for Junbin to set them up. But for what? We'll have to wait and see.
And it seems like Falcons is totally fine playing this game, right? That eventually, with the Immortality Field and some of the other damage they have in the mix, it'll work out as Smurf pushes up through the choke cardiac overdrive there. They're able to find Choron.
I mean, all this Falcons, composition. They want Smurf to take fights. They want him to get engagements. And Crazy Raccoon are trying to avoid him again. You can only do that for so long, though. The Venture here for Stalker. Comes up big early on, and Lips gets felled by his own pulse bomb. Lynx gets Fielder for his troubles, but that's just not enough.
But Fielder gets 2 before it even happens, right? So Fielder putting in work on the BAP, just the extra damage output, right, from having the Baptiste, the Immortality Field as well.
Is it a verticality? Tracer could never.
No. And you can also play the Venture with a Tracer, right? It's not like you have to play it with the Genji.
Move up here for Heesang. And Matrix over Fielder is a frightening prospect indeed. We'll start the sound barrier. They're already getting Smurf fighting Choron. Somehow, they've gotten into the cookie jar. And a leap upon the Lucio early in the fight. Mr. 250k. All then Benjamins go spilling on the floor.
This is not, if you're Crazy Raccoons and you're kind of wondering like, okay, can we hang with some of these compositions? This is not the start for them here. It's going to be about 60% in counting now. I guess the positive here you look at is that there's no Amp Matrix sound barrier available anymore for Team Falcons, but they are having a hard time dealing with this comp.
Still waiting to see what the...
look how low.
Again!
So you know, we don't actually kind of catch it, but Shu and Chorong get hit by like a slam there, and they're so weak right at the start. That's a Gesune rush here from Shu, just trying to keep this one going.
Oh, this is a gap! It's a bloody gap, folks! Another ultimate out from Stalker. Keeps a respectful distance, but that's beautiful. Lip emerges into a harpoon. Now Stalker can wrap around here. It's all clean up, it's all done, but the cry is, this Team Falcons are nothing short of splendid on City Center. Junbin keeps it alive, keeps it going.
Is you know, I mean, you could make it a little bit interesting, right? Junbin, he stays alive. It's going to be very difficult, but you do have a sound barrier. It's going to be a cage.
Where are you going, Heesang?
And he is going back to the spawn there. Chorong with the sound barrier connects to 3.
Chorong at least got the first casualty in this fight for once, able to find Smurf even. Hey, there's something here. Good kunai there from Chu to take Fielder down, but Junbin's been removed. Recall from Proper. Only 3 up right now for Team Falcons. They're still going to stand and fight. They've got no reason not to, but it's getting a little dicey for your blue side. Yep, back goes the Venture. Stalker gets on out of there. Fielder switching over to the
Chia with the beat.
Can he get it down? Yes, here's the beat now for Team Falcons. Smurf even gets it. In they go, and Lip once more gets flattened. Proper trying to ignore the Malga, trying to get into the back line, but the cardiac overdrive makes it tough. Can't find the burst damage he's looking for as Heesang's able to get rid of him back on the Genji after being caught in the cage last fight. Here's Smurf on the Doom this time around. And Junbin found some success on this Malga, but it's a little too little. It's a little too late. And Team Falcons, janitorial duties complete, and the first map secured.
As there towards the end, Falcons did a tremendous job keeping it in OT, allowing, you know, whether it was like Stalker Chia getting around the corner, keep it cycled, keep it going, and then getting that sound barrier. And once they come around the corner with the sound barrier, Smurf launches himself like a cannon on the Doom into the back line. And there is nothing that Crazy Raccoons can do. Is they look a bit stunned there after that first map.
A lot of our players that we interviewed, they weren't really upfront about this, but they did say that they felt that perhaps the seeding for these APAC teams was not quite accurate.
Like a little bit misleading.
Right, not quite accurate to where they stood because it was a result of a victory that Crazy Raccoon found in a very different metagame. Let's head to the desk breakdown. Map number 1, Oasis goes to Falcons.
Thank you, Mitch and Matt. Yeah, let's break it all down here on the desk as Team Falcons is taking that first map, Oasis. And throughout the series, it looked pretty clear that Crazy Raccoon are just trying to avoid taking that Maga mirror.
I think that's a losing strategy, frankly. I don't think the ball really works against the Maga, especially on a map like Oasis. I think they're trying to keep the game in their wheelhouse, but we haven't seen enough this series. I mean, that was not the true value test that I think we need to see.
Control is not a real map anyway.
Yeah. A little bit crazy with the ball.
I think these teams are scrimmed against each other so much that I think the Lucio BAP is really taking the Crazy Raccoons off guard. I feel like the BAP has done such a good job at shutting down that echo, but I feel like this venture that's coming out is really like combining with the Malga very well. I think if Falcons can keep playing that 2 flex DPS and you have Crazy Raccoons also play 2 flex DPS, Falcons come out on top. And I think Crazy Raccoons need to figure out a way to play the hit scan.
Yeah. But this is why you love having Proper on your team, right? Because he can play that hit scan role and he can do really well when it comes to the Soldier and the Widowmaker, all these years, right? But also flex over to these projectile heroes if required. And that has really been the recipe for success here for Falcons. Playing the Tracer at an extremely high level, of course, the 2022 Rookie of the Year, MVP as well. I mean, this guy is absolutely insane on this hero. And now we have Falcons who, yeah, we have Stalker, who's one of the best players in the world, but Proper can really take over these games and really flex over to whatever's required of him. So, okay, you have Lip on your team. Well, Proper can kind of match you with that Tracer. And if we feel like we have a stronger matchup, we want to play something like Venture Genji, then you can do that too. But Proper offers you that flexibility, and that is why he's so clutch for this Falcons team as they go up 1-0 over Crazy Raccoon.
And he's such a self-sufficient player, regardless of what hero he's actually playing, really opening up a lot of support from Fielder and Shio to be allocated to the rest of the team.
I think this map 1, looking at these stats, I mean, a very one-sided map in terms of final blows. It's going to test the veteran resilience on the side of Crazy Raccoon because that's a beatdown on map 1 of what's supposed to be a hotly contested series. I do think what Crazy Raccoon can feel good about is this isn't their true form. I think the form that they've been preparing for, the one that they hope will carry them to victory in this series, is going to be Lip on the Cassidy, Heesang on the Pharah, taking that Mauga mirror with their vision of it. But I think you're right, Cass, to highlight the Batiste. I think that flex support player is going to be super crucial for Falcons. The BAP is the one, if you're not running a hit scan in your DPS line, the BAP has to carry the load, and that's no easy feat when you're also tasked with keeping everybody alive and protecting yourself while you're at it.
Well, the ball is now in Crazy Raccoon's court, of course, as they get to choose the map as well as the map type. Kasaurus, you as a coach, where would you take us here?
I think, you know, if you're playing this series, I think you try to avoid the Amalgamir as much as you can. I think you really want to pick a dive map because we've seen in Asia that Crazy Raccoon's been able to beat Falcons on that dive. So if I'm them, I'm taking it to like a Root or a Gibraltar where you want to play that Brig on a Winston. And I don't think we've seen much of those maps yet in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the possibility of shaking things up, for example. Like, we always talk about Hybrid and Escort, but here we're actually seeing Siravasa being picked. A map they're pretty comfortable with. Would you just like, I'm curious about your opinion here, Kasaurus, because you've actually matched some of the Mauga compositions in the past. Against M80, for example, Hawk used to play a ton of Mauga. Are you just abandoning like a Doomfist kind of composition to play around the Mauga? Do you think it's over to play the dive?
I think the shout is so strong when the Doomfist goes in, and you can make such a strong push with the Mauga that it's really hard to play dive. And I feel like last map was really the value test for Crazy Raccoons. Can we play dive into this Mauga? It didn't work. I don't think we'll see like more dive coming out from Crazy Raccoon. I think they're picking Siravasa because they want to play that cast fair Mauga.
I mean, to be honest, I'm really worried about a Flashpoint pick coming out this early in the series. For me, in this format, the reason you pick Flashpoint is you have low confidence in the ability to win the series. You're desperate to do something to get a map win because, for me, Escort and Hybrid are just obviously the most valuable map types to pick. You can shut out the most variety in the map pool. And so when you pick Flashpoint, you're trying to get purchase in this series. You're trying to get some kind of win because theoretically, the Flashpoint map would come out eventually anyway, right? Like, you don't really need to pick it this early in the series unless you're feeling as a team like, we just need to put something on the board.
Or this could also be the Crazy Raccoon saying, we know what Escort and Hybrid you guys are going to pick, so we want to pick Flashpoint because we're confident against all your picks.
This is why he's the coach.
That's right.
900 IQ.
That's right. Put him in. Put him in. Well, we are ready for map number 2. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can bring this one back.
Siravasa, our second map of this series selected, and interesting takes on the desk here. You know, Jake's on a feeling that this is a sign of low confidence from Crazy Raccoon. Already we're kind of flipping the narrative from the pre-game on its head.
Yeah, I kind of would tend to agree with Jake, and also the, okay, so even if you get the map on the board here, right, if you're Crazy Raccoons, you have given them the option of picking their best Hybrid or Escort. And maybe they feel like that, you know, they know which maps those are going to be, and they feel pretty good about those. I think this is also to try and maybe get some hit scan into the mix, right? I know see Lit potentially pick up that Cassidy yet again, but obviously still some time for teams to make some changes.
All right, Crazy Raccoon, a pretty rough first map. They got demolished on Oasis, especially on City Center. They tried a few different comps. Tried the Wrecking Ball, tried the Doom, nothing stuck. Team Falcon's happy enough to stick with the Malcolm composition, and why wouldn't you be? The Pharah here, coming out of the gates, as we head into our second map of this best of 5.
Yeah, so it's Pharah Mauga from Falcons, right? When you have the Pharah in the mix, you have the Kiriko as well, so no Baptiste. They'll actually, Crazy Raccoons will actually be playing the Genji here, so not going to be playing a Pharah Cassidy combination. They're actually going to be playing the Genji in combination with the Mauga.
Drummond eventually will have to cede that high ground. Looks like Crazy Raccoon tried to push ahead of this. Make it hard for Falcons to get in easy. Well, okay, fair enough. 3 picks, Stalker down, but it's traded. Both Maugas able to find purchase here, but the damage is too much to Smurf. Elsewhere, though, Falcons found other advantages. Drummond tries to get a big stop, but that is sidestepped by the highly mobile Falcons lineup. Now it's one Mauga versus the world. You can have as many rippling muscles as you like, friend. That is a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, but no, it's great to have your Maga alive, but when Proper killed the entire rest of the team, it doesn't exactly matter that much, right? It's
Nice to know that Proper Go kill is still a valid strategy.
Chio and Fielder keep themselves alive throughout all of that as well. So even with that early kill on the Stalker, it does not pay off there for Crazy Raccoon.
Now what? You have a Farah in control of the point here. You have to find a way to address this. Stalker making it hard to catch him. The C-Sang pops up, brings a little bit of burn from the Malga. Junbin moves up as well. You hear those shots coming out from the Peacekeeper. They're trying to lay Falcons low here as Proper will advance. Cardiac Overdrive already used by Crazy Raccoon. The Pulse Bomb got to be dodged away. Junbin's more than happy to shoulder charge in the other direction for now. Oh, that was almost a kill for Lip. He thought he might have had a freebie there. But Chorong and Heesang go to work, and eventually Smurf is the only one left.
And I wonder if Falcons will move away from this. Like with the hit scan on the other side. This is a perfect opportunity to potentially play that Venture that they've been so good on.
You could just keep playing Farah. You keep playing Farah. Is Venture really good on that flashpoint, do you think?
I mean, I don't think this is probably the best flashpoint for them, but seeing Stalker, here on the Farah and seeing Proper make the switch over the Genji, right? So this will put a little bit more pressure onto Lip.
All right, Junbin's had to drop off the point there. It's just too exposed to these rockets. From a little bit of a deflect here. Good pump damage. Here come the Falcons. Barrage on the high ground, though. Of course, it'll be a sound barrier. Crazy Raccoon withstand the storm. Lips able to respond. Headshot on Stalker. Removes the Farah. And now Fielder is caught out in the open. Beautiful dash from Heesang. Proper finished off. A nice cleanup sees Crazy Raccoon in position to take this first flashpoint.
Yeah, they get immense value there out of that Kitsune rush. Assassinating Smurf as he tries to leave. So now you'll see the swap. So seeing Proper go over to Genji there, it was kind of okay, we're going to get this barrage, we're going to use it, and then we're going to switch here over to the Venture. So Crazy Raccoon, they make it work here with the Cassidy Genji. Let's see now if this is kind of a real test, right? Can they make it work here? Now, this has been Falcons' kind of bread and butter throughout the tournament in terms of comp.
And they got to respect their Lip Cassidy here. Farah has such a vulnerability against that. So Crazy Raccoon moving first. They have control of this flashpoint. Will be open in about 15 seconds, so plenty of time for a bit of an early fight. Falcons try and get advantageous positioning first, but Junbin might throw a cage fight here. Drags people down. Don't know how Proper got caught out there. He's able to finish the job, though.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge, right? I know the Genji is such a big part of that dive, right? The Maga, Venture, and Genji getting into the back line. So without the Genji, that's a large source of damage. Basically gives Crazy Raccoon the point early.
The error's starting to creep in already for Falcons. Double players getting picked off here. Uncharacteristic for Proper, but it happens to the best of them. Here's the cage fight. Both teams going to use that. Too much of an advantage not to. Two glancing blows taken by Lip, and he's able to back away behind the masonry and get ready to throw himself in. The Stalker's waiting with open arms. Completes the kill. Wait a minute. Okay, that wasn't an Ajax. Will carry on. Chorong out there in midair is an easy pickoff. Falcons emerge here on top. Proper needs to respect Junbin. Stalker doesn't really have anywhere to go outside of backing out. And this is more percentage for Crazy Raccoon. Eventually they'll address the Malga. That's a healthy start.
Yeah, absolutely. You will lose Junbin here towards the end of this, so not able to fully back out. That was also Blade there from Descent, so ended up trying to pop the Blade there to keep that one going. It was actually a Kitsune rush from Fielder when that cage fight was coming down, trying to keep everybody alive on through that. So have a sound barrier here available for Falcons. Sound barrier with a Blade. Proper is taking some big damage. Has to be real careful.
It takes a while for Fielder to top him up as well in relative terms. And need that Blade in the fight here. Chorong going to be verging on that sound barrier though. Here he goes! He's going to force that ultimate out. That's Proper. How heavily does he commit to this? Okay, waits a little bit, gives it a beat, and then goes on in. But Smurf is the first casualty here. Proper finds one target. Lip, a good one to find, but is it too late in the fight? Proper seems to think so. He'll get a health pack, try and get back in. There was a flip back by Crazy Raccoon there. They're in control once more.
Yes, it looks like everybody on Falcons just trying to hightail it. Nobody wants to fall here. Would just stagger them out even further in a scenario where they really can't. Well, you have everybody back. Cardiac Overdrive here.
Okay, Suzu also used there by Fielder. Give them a window, but time is running out. 99% and counting here, and there's no touch on the flashpoint. What? Falcons give yet another one up. Crazy Raccoon on the verge of taking the map away.
Yes, we were a little bit curious about their decision here to go to Surabasa.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody's going to go home and play Venture, not play like this.
I do want to go play Venture, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
And again, Stalker makes it look easy. However, that's the only thing that has looked simple for Falcons so far this map. They've been a step behind at every turn.
So you'll see, I mean, Crazy Raccoon now have a pretty big advantage here, right? Falcons ended up using their beat in the previous fights. It's going to be a continuing rush here for Falcons, opening it up, and it's going to be a cage fight blade combo here for Crazy Raccoon.
He's just working around the fringes of it. Never had to fully commit. And when it's just a Malga left standing, you know your target priority has been good. Little stagger here. Let me out, he says. Let me out! Chorong. Okay, we're all good.
Yeah, that is one of the more devastating combos, right? If you're able to land one of those big cage fights and then a Dragon Blade comes on through, especially with no sound barrier on the other side. I mean, it is chalk at that point. So Crazy Raccoon get control of the point first, as now they able to dominate here.
No excuse for Falcons not to win this fight. Unless something goes wrong and Chorong gets beat in time. Here we go.
You see how they disengage so fast once they see that Venture start to dig and come towards. They just get everybody out of their way.
That did look like more of a feint from Falcons, in fairness. Here come the real cooldowns. Susie got popped there. Here's the cage fight. Gio holds the beat, lets it go now. Chorong's able to build one up of his own, but Smurf's going to fall first. He's saying it's hard in the middle of the cage fight. Well, I said they had no excuse, and here we are. Team Falcons used 2 ultimates, but Shu got that Kitsune rush. That's the map there, folks. There's no chance for Falcons to come back. It's Crazy Raccoon, even up the series, dominant on Surabasa.
That was not close.
That was quick.
That was lightning fast. I'd love to know in terms of like Flashpoint games where that ranks all time in terms of speed. As to me, it felt like that. I mean, I think the Cassidy obviously I know helps with just in terms of the consistent damage. It didn't really feel like that was like the biggest difference between these two teams. It seems like Crazy Raccoon just came out on another level in that map.
Let's head to where this break it down. It's one apiece in the series.
Well, here we are. It is a series now, 1-1 apiece, as Crazy Raccoon are matching them. What a phenomenal performance there on their very own map pick, Surabasa. That's where they took us. Quite frankly, Team Falcons, I want to talk about the composition. Like, rocking out with that Pharah really didn't work for them. They only switched to the very end. What was that Pharah pick again? Can anyone walk me through this?
I think they're both mind gaming each other, Cass. We were talking about this. What was your take on it?
I really feel like this Pharah, it's about the first point, it's about the poke you can get on the Mauga, and I think they really want to try and make not hit scan work. But I think throughout the series you saw them try to pick more picks to try and shut down Lip, and I think both teams were trying to out-man game each other, and I feel like Crazy Raccoons got the better first fight comp, and then you saw Falcons try to catch up the whole map, and you criticized it earlier, Jake, but maybe Surabasa was the map pick, because I can't imagine right now that they're not feeling incredible and confident in that Mauga mirror.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible how this is currently developing throughout the series, and we're likely to see a lot more developments as this series progresses, right? He's saying with a great performance here on the Genji on Surabasa and a lot of impact. Of course, it's a bit of a different style here because we talked pre-game about how Lip, you don't expect him to swap over to the Genji or Venture at all. More, it's going to be the hit scan, right? And that is something they can lean on. He's signed with a clutch Dragon Blade there, and you can see the stats themselves against Proper as well, coming through with the 14-9 final blows. Obviously, a 3-0 Surabasa. How often do you see a 3-0 Surabasa? That was really dominant. I really want to give a shout out as well to Chorong and Chu. I think they layered their support ultimates really clutch. You saw it on point B, for example. You see that Lip playing the Cassidy, it shifts the way the neutral happens a little bit. So Falcons, they want to get in there with their Genji and Venture, and Lip is public enemy number 1 on that Cassidy, right? Well, you see Chorong coming clutch with a sound barrier, and then followed by the Kitsune rush to shift the momentum when Falcons have really engaged. So a great execution by Crazy Raccoon.
Well, Team Falcon now get the map pick here, obviously. So where are we taking it? Are we going to see us on the escort? Are we heading to circuit or something along those lines to really play to their strength?
I think there's a really good chance that we do see circuit come out. I think for Falcons, you want to avoid something like Gibraltar. And I think, to be honest, Crazy Raccoon, they got what they wanted out of this pick, taking Flashpoint out of the pool. We got Push Grade out, but it is Flashpoint that's been taken out of the pool, avoiding New Junk City. But the cost is that Falcons now has the opportunity to block something like a Gibraltar, something where, maybe Shu's on a Chorong's break. They can avoid that. I think it's most likely going to be an escort, and to be honest, Surmajet has been a great performer for this team. I think some people criticize his appearance on Team Falcons, questioning why he's on the team, but every time this guy comes in, he looks incredibly good. Midtown though, maybe wanting to block a hybrid choice, treating that as a higher priority. Still though, I mean, I think between hybrid and escort, just depends on your preference in terms of pick.
I feel like it's almost like an unspoken secret that maybe this series is going to go to circuit, so neither team wants to pick escort, and they both want to pick like other maps to like just play to their strengths and play that, you know, confidence role. I think Falcons now really feeling less confidence, and they're picking this map because it's one of their stronger maps. They want to play into max, perhaps, and, you know, go from there.
It's going to be interesting to see the change up. I think one thing we saw in that last map that I really wanted to highlight from the Raccoons is that with so much pressure on Lip, right? The double flex DPS, we talked about how they're going to target Lip. That's what's been focused. But that leaves Heesang, the Genji swap. That's a new innovation we haven't seen yet. Traditionally, he's been always on the far to pair with the Cassidy, but Genji now can be maybe really, really aggressive. You don't have anyone comboing with you, but Junbin was playing that role, really playing to the tempo that Crazy Raccoon has been their signature all season long. And so while everyone's looking at Lip, it's Junbin and Heesang feasting on your backline, maybe not receiving enough pressure from the double flex DPS. So a new look from Raccoons that I don't think Falcons are ready for here.
So in this situation, Kasaurus, we know that both teams, they have two extremely good tank players on either team. As you're making these map picks, do you target individual substitutions to maybe try and get an edge that way?
So I feel like if you know a certain player is coming in on a certain map, I think you want to take the momentum out of like the Crazy Raccoons here. I think Junbin just played an incredible map to pick that Midtown and take Junbin out and put in maybe like a cold, you know, coming off the bench Max. I think is actually a really good choice. And I think they want to play like, oh, Junbin, Max, oh, and then Junbin has to come in cold again. I think it's such a good choice by the Falcons here.
We're very far away from like Overwatch League 2018. We're like, oh, map 5, you go in cold and see if you can clutch it out. We're very far away from those days. Now we're actually, like you said, maybe wanting to put the people on the bench in just to have them come in mid-match and maybe throw off some of that momentum that Crazy Raccoon built up here.
I mean, frankly, in the format we're playing, especially here at DreamHack, there's so many layers to it with the substitutions, but also with the opportunity to pick those maps. Did they make preparations more difficult for you and your team?
100%. I mean, I think there's so many choices on like the map. You could pick your best map. You can pick to take maps away, or you can pick for enemy substitutions. I think both teams really playing mind games here. And I think, you know, we criticized the Suravasa pick because maybe for variety's sake, like there's only 2 Flashpoint maps. So, and those two are quite similar. But I think, you know, Crazy Raccoon's really saying like, we're ready for any escort and hybrid map. So throw at us what you got. And we've seen Midtown so many times between these two teams. I think we're going to see that break map Sigma, and let's see which team can take it.
When it comes to those heroes too, I'm honestly a little worried for the Falcons because, I mean, Shu on the BAP, I mean, we talk about his Ana, we talk about his Kiri, but the BAP for me is where Shu shines. Like, it's ridiculous. You get on this guy's first person and check his PC. It doesn't look right. He's a freak on the BAP. He is another DPS on the server, and he doesn't stop healing. I mean, he's not abandoning his duties as a healer. He's doing it all at once. It's a little ridiculous. Chorong, the aggression, the confidence in Shu we see from that main support role. I think Chorong is at his peak on Brig. So this is a dangerous pick, but I think both these teams, like you said, tons of confidence. Maybe they want to challenge each other. Like, yeah, bring out your best. We will match it, and we'll see if that pays off for the Falcons.
But this is Falcons' map pick, so they must have something interesting prepared. I think they're going to try and have like a really set strategy against this Sigma. You know, maybe taking something from the EUs. Maybe we'll see Reinhardt, or maybe they'll go with that Mauga strat.
Wait,
I could see it.
I think maybe baiting a Sigma out as a traditional Midtown defense strategy. We've seen Falcons run Ana with the Mauga against the Sigma, leaving the Ana to often die, but get that nade off crucially on the enemy backline. And no matter how good you are at healing, you're not healing through the anti-nade. So that could be playing to some of Fielder's incredible potential on that hero, the Nano Blade combo with Proper, maybe leaning into trying to bait out some Sigma from the Falcons, or from the Raccoons rather. So who knows, strategically, I think you're right. Both these teams have something cooked up.
You just baited Reinforce into hopium for some Reinhardt.
I just like, I'm down for a little bit of everything. You know, how far do we have to wait until we start like really going down into the depths and like, you know, the NRG Esports Life Weaver Ilari comp? Like, you know, when do we?
Way.
No. A 1% chance, Drake? One? Can I get 1%?
Chia has played Life Weaver before.
I mean, look, I don't hate the Life Weaver, but I don't think Falcons
I'm
is doing
memeing,
that.
but still.
I don't think Falcons is doing that here.
No.
I mean, it's 1-1 in the series. Teams could take some risks here and there. Maybe not that risky, but you know, like something maybe a little more out there. Which of the two teams is more likely to throw a wrench in the spanner?
Oh, I definitely think it's Falcons right here. They just got beat in that Malgamir. They're picking this map to not go to a Malgamir. So we're going to see some interesting picks, I think. I think they're ready for this Max's Sigma.
That's right. We have a lot of great head-to-heads in this very matchup. Hitting you up with some stats here as well. All right.
Yeah,
all
I mean,
right,
Proper
see
had
you.
the upper hand when it came to the Tracer duel there as well, but I feel like this is constantly going to develop. And, you know, when you're playing this Malga compositions as well, like, it's so, like, brawly that, you know, you can't really look at the, like, individual duels as much as it's, like, you're trying to focus different targets and try to get the damage better cost. So, you know, we have all these fantastic individual players, but it really comes down to the teamwork and the execution, the positioning in this one, specifically when you have these volatile compositions like the Malga, for example. So, it's all about the teamwork.
It's all about teamwork makes the dream work. Taylor's oldest time here, of course. Looking at those two teams, which of them would struggle more against SSG if they're dropping down to the lower bracket?
To be honest, I think Falcons have the download on the European teams. I think they came. That was the first two matches.
Not
in the
according to
tournament.
Hadi, they don't.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But they came to the tournament. They played both those teams. They sent them to the lower bracket with ease. Yeah, you got one draw on Nobani with a cheeky back cap, but you didn't win a map. No one has won. None of the European teams have won a map against Falcons, and to be honest, I can't expect anything to be different if that's what we've seen. There wasn't even the glimmer of hope so far. So maybe the Rhine, maybe that is the mix-up, but to be honest, I think Falcons have prepared for anything that could come. Crazy Raccoon, to be honest, I don't think they're gonna have much trouble either. I think they have the flexibility to match.
But if I were to pick one, I'd say Falcons have them download. I think that Venture Genji works so well into the European Baptiste. We see both Europeans teams like playing that Baptiste, and SSG, if you can force Landon to swatch, like a swap off, I think you're in a tough spot. So I think they're gonna pull it through on that Rhine comp, on that Malga comp, on the Ramatra comp, and I think, you know, Falcons has such a good matchup into that. So if I'm, you know, SSG right now, I'm hoping that Crazy Raccoons loses so that I can face them.
Seriously, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it is to be said that I think these two are the best teams in the tournament so far. And in many ways, this is a preview, I think, of the grand finals, regardless of who loses in this series. But that just makes it so much more interesting when it comes to the in-depth stuff, right? Because in many ways, you want to learn as much as you can about your opponent, because this is just the winner brackets finals. You want to win the grand finals. And so it's about getting a good read before then, too.
You know,
But in this situation, though, what do you do? Maybe some insight from you here. Are you holding anything back in order to make it to the finals? And then if you're expecting to see the same team there again, will you be holding something back?
I feel like in this tournament, actually going through the upper bracket has been more valuable than in any other Overwatch tournament so far. You get the first map pick that's absolutely massive because of this losers pick system. So I think Crazy Raccoons and Falcons definitely aren't holding anything back. I think they're going to put it all on the table so that they can value test their matchups and go into this like finals.
That's right. Everything on the table. They do want that advantage going through the upper bracket. Let's see which team can get it done as we're heading into map number 3.
Our Titans for the APAC region are locked at 1 apiece in this series. And a substitution sees Max come on in for Junbin. Notably, Matthew, first sign of margin today. Fielder looked very good on the Baptiste on Oasis.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, yeah, I think that Fielder, look, he's tremendous on all of the flex supports. If you didn't want to take him out, you don't have to.
But that Shu Bap,
yeah, it's true.
That's something a little bit different. Noted by the desk is probably his most famed hero. I think actually initially when Shu came on the scene with Guangzhou Charge, it was his Ana that lit the world on fire. But yeah, he made that famous.
So it'll be Crazy Raccoons here on defense here to start. So Sigma-based composition, they bring Max into the game for Junbin to play that. And
what is this?
Look at what Hadi's done.
You happy now, Hadi? All right, we'll see if they stick with this. TP up the high ground and cross the choke without taking any poke damage. Important against the Sigma comp, who wants to work the Reinhardt down before he can get there.
They are not running the sim with it, right? So Proper actually going to end up playing the Cassidy, playing some hit scan for that Pharah.
They switched off it. Gonna go for it. Straight through the train they go. He's saying actually splits them up there with a concussive blast, and Fielder eats a rocket for free. Nicely done. I mean, you're not dodging a fire strike in that train car. No siree. The fire is down. This is awkward though for Falcons. The Ryan comes crashing down.
They take so much damage on the way in, right? I mean, they do end up getting Heesang as Heesang gets into a really awkward spot going the opposite way down that train car. So some changes now here for Falcons.
Yeah, enough of that. Venture Malga, it is.
Yeah, we know like hit scan, right? You play the Tracer here, the hit scan is essentially Fielder for that far up in the sky.
Murphy wants to make his way in, knows the Sigma is going to be an issue, but Max concedes the high ground awfully early in the piece, and there's that hit scan, goes to work. Fielder got rid of Lip with a lot of involvement for the rest of Falcons, and hey, who would have thought the comm switch pays off? They're moving up, 5 versus 3 it is. Proper over to recall there as Max tries to hold his ground. Stalker wants to pressure, wants to make it costly for Raccoons to push it up to the point.
Yeah, they don't even have to push around the corner here, Falcons, right? As you see how low Max gets, as Max gets quite low, and then when the supports try and push up, they have a Maga stomping in their face. That'll be Falcons taking the first point.
Yeah. Crazy Raccoons bit the curb in that fight. Now Falcons set up here behind Fielder's amplification matrix. Again, in this composition, more for Fielder's own use than anyone else's.
Sigma bring on Venture here for Crazy Raccoon. So this is we've seen the Venture played mostly with the
Proper Widow?
Now Proper Widow here. So
all right, we got a little crazy here. It's what you get when two teams know each other so well. And Kasser is pointing this out. They're going to pull out all the stops to try and get into that final from the upper bracket. Nice headshot on Lip, but he's nano boosted, so it's going to take a couple more than that. Good hits from Dropper, but yeah, Crazy Raccoon swarming all over the Falcons.
Yes, Heesang gets the high ground as well, so 3 for him in the fight. But yeah, I mean, Lip's going to be very difficult to beat. Takes a few headshots there from Proper, but he's got the benefits of the nano boost that come in from Shu. Almost impossible as, I mean, give Lip space, he's going to come up with some big plays.
They're going for this. They commit the sound barrier here. They're able to fire to kill, but it's 1-for-1 stuff. Yeah, spawn advantage here favors Falcons. So trading is acceptable. They spend that Lucio ultimate.
I mean, it's a winning fight, right? You're able to get the fight win there, so they actually stagger Heesang out, just stuck in front of the Falcon spawn. So now we'll see a Maga mirror here. You're just not going to play the Tracer here if you're Crazy Raccoon. Then also, this is something that we saw that Falcons did earlier in the tournament, right? Where they played this Ana Lucio backline. So they moved exclusively almost over to the Baptiste.
The outfielder trusted to fill that role. Hard to argue with that decision. He's saying, of course, there, the splash damage off those harpoons is pretty effective in those tight corridors. Gio got flattened there, I think. But he's able to come in behind Smurf, who's got a big stop. You've got Chorok. Max is down. This is heavy stuff. Stalker able to find that elimination on Heesang. The Falcons are closing the gap. Mid-ultimate, though, Stalker is slept. The fight's already won.
Yeah, I mean, even with that sleep on the Stalker, there's nothing you can really do there. Falcons running it down now ever since we've had a kind of competitional change even near this Maga is Cardiac Overdrive. Smurf runs away, gets back towards the car. They try and contest, but they don't make it there, so that's going to be the second checkpoint there for Falcons.
Yeah, they lose Choron there as well. Pulse bomb that was really meant for Max. Falcons coming alive in these last couple of moments after switching to this Venture setup. Lip mode over, able to find one for his troubles. That's not enough, really a constellation only. These Falcons do a very good job of setting the line of scrimmage quite far forward.
Yeah, now they're playing with Genji Kiriko here. So Falcons, Crazy Raccoon just trying to make some changes. Quite notably, the only thing they really haven't changed is playing this Cassidy. They want to try and force this hit scan into the mix.
You can see spots where it's found value. That's just a beauty from Heesang. Great predicting Shuriken. Better lucky than good sometimes, and if you got both, then hey, you're laughing all the way to the bank.
And we'll see how far they decide to push. The Immortality Guild in the spawn there for Falcons is they chase down Fielder. Maybe you can actually come out of this. As Shio's going to use Sound Barrier This is sound barrier for Crazy Raccoons as well, only connects to 3.
I like it from Lip though. Smurf doesn't get the sound barrier. So he's able to work that Malga down, and this is getting chaotic. Crazy Raccoon able to fight back here, despite Falcons committing a sound barrier after picking Hisang off. It's inconclusive, but Akadi's on the move once more. Care of Chio.
Yes, Hisang gets back into the mix, so maybe you don't have the sound barrier back up when Blade comes through, but I think if you're Falcons, you look at, hey, we want to finish this one right here, right? You have the cage fight pulse bomb plus the Venture ultimate coming on, so it's going to be cage fight for both teams.
Lip Deadeye, cage fight makes this a bit complicated. Waiting, holding, finds the shot, proper down. He waited until the cage fell, and the curtain comes down on that fight for Falcons.
All right, so you get a fight win here for Crazy Raccoon as he's saying we'll have this Blade, nothing on the other side to stop. And look at how aggressive they've been getting, like consistently up to the spawn door here, wanting to force out some of these ultimates resources as they try and get out of the spawn.
Man,
costly.
He's saying again, last time we got punished, if you remember, that's when Falcons committed Chio's beat and tried to take the fight, rush back in. This time much cleaner from Hisang, getting good stack of kills, showing aggression without overcommitting there, leaving Crazy Raccoon at full strength now, spawn camping.
Hisang's had a really good series thus far. Blade
stunned instantly. That might have been the stop, I think.
I think it was.
Good little turnabout by Smurf to receive Hisang. Falcons though waiting on it. They need to get top back up inside the immortality field, and now it's go time. And make tricks there is, well, it's aggressive. Crazy Raccoon falls back from it. They do have the capacity to disengage here. Shu able to use a swift step to get back to the rest of his team, but here come Falcons. Here comes Smurf. Proper there as well. We're going to push up to the Venture ultimate. Sound barrier even committed along with the Kitsune rush. Crazy Raccoon love to fight. They're born to do it. Hisang here around the key off will eventually be brought down by Proper. Glocks him. A dash from Max to get away from the Tracer. Shu drops down. Knows Proper is coming. Can hear the pitter patter of those Tracer footsteps. Cardiac overdrive now as Crazy Raccoon try and find a way to stand tall, to stand their ground. Builder briefly switching to the Moira, but thinks better of it. Finally, Crazy Raccoon taking their feet off the gas. There's 10 seconds left for Falcons to make this last push.
Yes, they tried to get around the corner, deal with Proper or Chio. It'll be Falcons. They'll be able to get a touch with another Deadeye.
Here it is. Lip lets it go. Chio, ooh, somehow gets away, but Chorong's got the extra damage to follow up. Cardiac overdrive for Smurf, but lacks the healing, lacks the backup on Chio. Dangerous here. Immortality field removed by Falcons. They don't have enough to be going on with. They're going to have to be content with a 79, 80 meter push through the last phase of the map.
So maybe an odd start there for Falcons, trying to run the Reinhardt comp. Did not work out, but you know, back to kind of like Maga Venture-based stuff, is able to do a nice job there to get the payload pretty far down here towards the end of the map. As I'm curious now what we see from Crazy Raccoon on offense, right? Playing some of that Sigma, you have Max in the game, a little bit of a different hero pool, and Junbin. What do we see them decide to do now on offense?
So much of the conversation on the desk has been about the pace of play from these teams, and I think that was really exemplified there.
Is it true that Jaws is scared of the pigeons? Somebody said that to me the other day, but I wasn't.
Honestly, I believe it. I don't really know why. That's fine. I think, again, it's the fish side of him. I think he feels threatened by, you know, someone that is above him on the food chain, in theory.
Pigeons eat fish?
They probably would if they could. That's a good point. I don't know. Birds eat fish, right? You're an ornithologist.
Neither am I, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, that is 6 years of callback humor right there. If you get it, I'll be very impressed. Right. That is a Volskaya Industries line. Oh, buddy.
We paid it off, though. 6 years later, they paid that one off.
No one did. No one's going to get it. Anyway, the pace of play, right?
Yeah.
The decisions there from Crazy Raccoon to spawn camp and then to pull back. So it happened so fast.
Yeah, and for Falcons, this is something that we actually see sometimes on circuit, right? That Life Weaver with the Pharah being able to kind of keep Stalker in the air a little bit longer than per usual, right? Using kind of the pedal as a bit of a launch pad of new ground.
Here we go, I'm going to catch, says Max, but who's he after exactly? Well, we're not sure. He makes his way though very deep. Chio, yes, so exploitable of course, from that Life Weaver. Able to get up to the high ground. But Popper is able to use that window to deal with Lip, so no Cassidy for the attackers. Smurf comes trundling back in, big bad bustling, ready to do Pauper business. Max receives him though, comfortably handles it. Nice Suzu to cleanse off the sleep. Falcons are being overrun here behind the point. Crazy Raccoon now can double back and get the cap.
Yeah, they just run straight through the choke, right? Max just runs straight into the corner. They make a play for Chio. He's just completely out of the fight, right? They deal with him, and then Falcons has no choice but to double back. It's not worked out for them on defense, as that is a fast point they take for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, 5:21 to play here. Nice position to be in. Lip, though, not so much a factor in their last fight. Proper able to take him to task pretty comfortably. Stalker now has to play maybe a little differently. This is a wide open expanse that Lip can navigate a bit more comfortably as a hit scan DPS. Very tight line that you have to play as far.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons trying to like sit up here on the high ground, right? You see the bar not really going up high into this guy, knows how dangerous it is playing with ground Lip on that opposite side of this wall. And maybe now with Rocket Barrage, we see a combination of like Barrage with a grip back.
Like
there
it
is, yeah.
Okay, no kills from that barrage here, but enough to get Crazy Raccoon to disengage.
Not even a lot of damage.
Didn't force the ult either.
Yeah.
Consider Rush comes down, Smurf was a little overextended relative to the rest of his team. This is great for Crazy Raccoon.
The grip happens so fast. There's not really like an opportunity to put down like
too fast,
large, amounts of damage. I think obviously you're always worried when you're far Ghosts and Rocket Barrages, but in the past we've seen them kind of extend it, let Stalker's HP go just about to the limit and then grip back. That time it's Rocket Barrage, instant life grip, and they don't really get anything for it, not even an ultimate forced out.
This is pretty disastrous for Falcons. This is going awful fast. Deadeye, stop. Here comes Smurf, he's on the scene, but a sound barrier here means Lip doesn't have to worry. Chio, hell yeah, he's been lined up by Heesang, who gets a free lift. Able to avoid him though, love the moves from Chio. Heesang brought down by Stalker in the meantime. But elsewhere, the sheer weight of numbers has favored Crazy Raccoon. They're gonna get this one home. It's gonna be an absolutely immense time bank to work with. 5 minutes, wow.
As they are just running through Falcons at the moment. Over 5 minutes to not even complete the map, right? Just 80 meters needed here for Crazy Raccoon to take a lead in the series. His Falcon seems like a little bit of desperation here, right? Now, because you've run that comp for such a long time, you're resetting ultimates on 3 players across the board. Yeah. It can be very difficult.
So where's your stopping power supposed to come from? Maybe a Malga ultimate? That doesn't seem great.
Nothing to really combo with like that Malga ultimate though at the moment.
Okay, throw down the cage fight. Smurf is clinging desperately to life. Very low here. Cage is removed, Smurf low. Doubt Lip gonna break through here. Crazy Raccoon or an avalanche on Chat Mountain. Okay. Chio able to stave off Heesang here. Actually in a bit of trouble. I mean, you've got to respect it. You've got to respect what Chio can do there. Chorong not nearly as fortunate in the Lucio versus anyone matchup.
It feels like the last 2 always alive for Falcons are somehow proper in Chio, as they always make it quite interesting towards the end. So they're able to pick up a few kills, at least slow Crazy Raccoon down. That's going to allow Falcons to get back in for another fight.
Max got 2 kills off the back of that engagement though, so Falcons had to disengage. You saw Smurf charging backwards, never a good sign for Malga. Poke damage here now. Shu's getting ready for Kitsune Rush, but in they go. Venture pops up. Stalker now might be getting some attention. They pop their ultimate, but Smurf's already down. It's a disaster. It's an unmitigated catastrophe for Falcons. Crazy Raccoon snowballing that ult advantage that the Falcons had to give up by switching their comp as late as they did. And now we're on the precipice of a MAC victory for CR. Smurf's gonna have to try and charge out here. A little indirect as he tries to avoid some of the poke damage, and Stalker's going in there under cover of Subterranea. It's not enough. It's the watch, folks. Crazy Raccoon up 2-1.
Yeah, and I was like, maybe Falcons will make this a little bit interesting because Chio ends up getting the beat there at the end, but as he's about to drop, it gets sliced up by Heesang.
It's interesting. Sure. It's like watching a documentary where the apex predator just goes to town on its food. I was watching. I'm sure the desk was too. Let's hear from them on Midtown.
Indeed, we were watching that series for once we get paid to do so. But also, we do enjoy some good Overwatch, and that's what the teams are delivering. I'm back here on the desk with Jake, with Thesaurus, as well as Johnny to break it all down for you. I mean, Crazy Raccoon running away with this one, and quite frankly, on the attack, on the defense there was clear for Team Falcons. They just started to throw the kitchen sink at the floor.
They cooked a little too much. That one was burning up.
We got one attempt. We got one attempt with the Reinhardt, and then it was like, oh, it's over. It's over.
You all called it the Ryan, and then the Life Weaver made it
Crazy Raccoon was so ready though with the Ana Farah. That's
Yeah.
a very unique strategy on the defense. We haven't seen that, I think, on at least on Midtown. They played it on Kings Row previously. We were talking about, but I mean, the Ryan Sim, it's nice, but Ana Farah just eats you up on those TPs.
Right, the Ryan works really well into that break bap Sigma, but I feel like the Crazy Raccoons comp with the Farah and the Ana is just too much poke for the Ryan to sit on point, so they had to push, but I feel like Crazy Raccoons really had their number there. I think, you know, the story of this match has really been Falcons is trying to avoid the Malgamir now after that Suravasa, and Crazy Raccoons is happily taking it, and you can see this Heesang Genji, I think, is the game changer for me.
Yeah, I mean, the big question heading into this as we were setting up this match, Johnny, was can Lip get away with playing Cassidy? Surely the Heesang Genji has opened that up for him.
Yeah, I mean, he was incredibly comfortable on this Cassidy and everything. Take a look at the stats as well. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they were in control that entire series, getting so much value on this Cassidy. I mean, he's the best his game player in the world as well. Still building towards that GOAT contention that we've been talking about on the Dust 2, but like, it's so lethal as well. Proper playing Tracer in that matchup. I feel like Lip was really comfortable there. But I agree with Kazuras here. Now, if you're Crazy Raccoon going into the series with question, can they hang with Falcons' Mauga composition here? Now it's almost like, bring it. Like, let's play more Mauga, right? Because we have the advantage in this one. So now it gets even more interesting for Falcons. Like, are you still gonna keep playing the Mauga, or do you give up and maybe go to other maps, like we've seen Circuit Real, for example, where maybe we've seen some other Sigma compositions being played?
For me, I think, honestly, Heesang's Genji is a massive spanner in the works. I think Falcons came into this match, especially looking at that flex support role with the Batiste as their pocket pick in the comp, thinking, okay, you're going to run Casfara, you're going to play so passive and poke, and we're going to get away with a Baptiste just gunning you down from the back line while my DPS chop up your DPS with that Genji venture. But I think the swap to Genji just completely changes the game. Now there's a hero on the server that is actively hunting your Batiste. He's just trying to survive, and then the ult trades so favoring that Kiriko. I mean, the Kitsune Rush, every time these Maugas face off under a Kitsune Rush, I mean, it's not close. The cooldown cycle is so valuable. The attack speed is insane on like a Mauga to Mauga brawl. The lifesteal is just out of control. And so, honestly, Crazy Raccoons, I think the Genji pick is just genius right now. I think they found the response. Falcons back to the drawing board.
Kasaras, would you say that this Genji pick is specifically for Team Falcons? Is that a result of what we've seen from Team Falcons in the last 2 days with their double flex DPS?
Yeah, I'd say so 100%. I think that Baptiste, like Jake talked about, is so good against the Farah and the Echo, which Crazy Raccoons like to pull out. But now Heesang's come out on the Genji. He's completely shutting that down, forcing a mirror. And the big thing for me is Falcons don't seem comfortable right now. They're putting proper on this Tracer in the Malgamir. I don't think the Tracer keeps up the tempo that the Genji can bring, and the Cassidy's now roaming free. So I think Falcons really need to pick like more comfort maps, and they need to make sure that they can bring the brawl to Lip instead of Lip roam so free.
Yeah, so how can they avoid? Where should we take it in order to not have Lip just firing in a shooting range?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Because even if you go to Circuit Real, for example, which, you know, even if we do see some kind of like alternate compositions coming out, which is not the Mauga, I mean, I'd love to see a Lip versus, you know, proper kind of like Widowmaker duel, but, you know, TBD on if that's going to happen. I think it's an interesting question. I feel like if you go to a map like maybe like Route 66, like you'll probably see more of this stuff, right? I don't think we're going to see much difference. So when it comes to the escort maps, you know, Gibraltar again, I feel like Crazy Raccoon is the favorite in this one. Maybe you shake things up going to Circuit Real. I feel like it's really tough for Falcons. They're really on the back foot, and I don't think there's an obvious answer here. Like, what is your next choice?
It has to be a choice between Gibraltar and Circuit Royale. I think they can't force that Malgamir anymore. I think they need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to play that better. I think now they can really bring Falcons or bring Crazy Raccoons out of their game, pick a map where they don't have to Malgamir, which I think both Gibraltar and Circuit Royale are great picks for that.
I think they've got to drop the BAP. Wherever they go, I would have thought going into the series it would have been great, but I think the Genji is the perfect response. I don't think BAP works into the Genji. The tempo is just not there when the Genji's constantly attacking your BAP. You're peeling back to defend. And so I think that'll be a real challenge as we do go to New Queen Street. So both teams disrespecting the escort pool, feeling like they can win it. New Queen Street, what I want to see most of all, though, is I want to see actually a match of Fielder rather on the Kiriko. I think you've got to take the Kiriko mirror, at least as long as the Genji's in the server. The BAP's not working.
Yeah, Kazuras, you shrugged when you saw the pick. What's your reaction to New Queen Street?
I think you know, both teams are shrugging off the escort in the whole tournament, and even in the Asia like playoffs, we've seen teams pick escort first because that's the most varied map pool. So I think maybe both these teams know like what the enemy team's gonna pick for escort, and they're ready for it. So they're both playing chicken, like, oh, you pick escort, you pick escort. Nobody's picking escort, but this means that, you know, Falcons must have something cooking up on New Queen Street, and I can't help but feel like Push, that's like Lucio Kingdom. That's where the Mauga comp is at its best.
Well, I'm excited for this one. Not as confident about our predictions there anymore. We also have a sub coming in, so we should be getting confirmation. Okay, yeah, Max is out, jumping in. What does that tell you, Jake?
I mean, I don't think strategically this is going to be a huge shift for the teams. I think it's about comfort, about map pool. In the end, I think we are going to continue to see more of the Mauga, at least out of Crazy Raccoon. I think it's going to take Falcons finding an answer to force a change. And to be honest, I think based on how the series has gone so far, I think they're going to play with a ton of confidence and a ton of tempo. So far, Falcons has been completely unable to set the pace, to get on top of Lip. That was their game plan going into the series. Get on top of this back line and be the ones taking the tempo. Junbin has been hugely gapping on that front. Smurf has not been able to find the same level of aggression as a unit. They're not able to lead the game.
Going into New Queen Street here, you know, we talked a little bit about Proper sticking on that Tracer on Midtown, for example, but maybe they didn't get the room really there to be enabled. Going into this map as well, do you think that maybe they're trying to force a bit of a Tracer duel here? Or do you think that Crazy Raccoon, they don't care, they're just gonna stick to what they already played?
I feel like with the Mauga comp, the Tracer is so weak, so if they want to play the Tracer, they have to play a different composition. I think this map, they're really trying to force it because they're scared of the other two push maps, right? They really want to go to this map so they don't have to Mauga mirror. So it's really up to Falcons now to find an answer to this Mauga composition from Crazy Raccoons that looks so deadly.
It's a great Tracer map, but I'm not sure even Proper can make the Tracer work in the comp. I agree. I think it's just the tempo's not there. The aggression, the consistency, you can't stay in on top of the cast.
Well, we're about to find out. New Queen Street is coming up, and we have a match point for Crazy Raccoon. Let's see if we can close it out.
Ever since Oasis, Falcons have slowly lost their grip on this series, map by map. Now backed into a corner. New Queen Street, is that the silver bullet that gets them out?
I kind of agree with the desk in that I think the Baptiste is just a really easy target for that Genji in that situation. That I think if you're going to go, it's probably the wise move now to put Fielder on like a Greek in that instance. So we'll see what going to New Queen Street does for Falcons. It seems like both teams probably have a good idea of where Escort would go. Maybe it's a strength for both teams. Nobody wants to pick it. I also think nobody probably, you know, for Falcons, right, you probably wouldn't want to see like a Coliseo or Esperanza. So give yourself a chance here on New Queen Street.
Well, it worked for them pretty well on, you know, Oasis. We were definitely impressed by how they were able to get value out of this Mauga composition, but since then we've seen the mirror. Crazy Raccoon more than happy to throw down.
So even with this Venture comp, which has been really good, they've still been losing here to this Cassidy Genji matchup.
On the Baptiste again.
Yeah, and I think it's also like Shu is able to have a little bit more, personal survivability and whatnot on the Rico, right? You can, switch step out of the way. You can play in the back line with that Genji if need be. Not easy target for the Mauga and the Venture.
Gunman gets flattened there though. See Proper boots back briefly, immediately dashes forward. He knows that's the timing that Falcons are trying to play off of. Pretty shocking to see such a big health puller like Mauga's disappear in a second like that, but that's what this composition can do. See Falcons start the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Junbin's dead before the fight even really begins. Just kind of like steps up. Maybe did not expect all that burst damage to come on down. Nothing you could do without your Mauga, right? Just obviously the tank is super important, but cardiac overdrive.
Yeah,
important cooldown.
Mauga doesn't have as much damage mitigation cooldowns as other tanks. It's really healing that he needs in his time. And he's not been given any.
I mean, it looks like Junbin's got half the health of Smurf.
Yeah, it's like a duped Mauga, you know?
Yeah.
Little dollar store Mauga. Little Mauga at home action, you know?
Yeah, Mauga has 2 hearts. It looks like the single-hearted version of Mauga there.
Yeah, he needs to complete some more dungeons to give them heart piece, you know what I'm saying? Throwing up on the high ground now. Here's the Outmakers go off awfully early. My goodness, Falcons are hitting hard and hitting fast. Smurf wants to back up a little bit here as Heesang gets ahead of the Outmakers, but in we come once more. Smurf looks to reassume the position. As Stalker wants to play back behind him as Crazy Raccoon has that later sound barrier. Stomp comes in, but look how low Falcons are. The blade from Heesang hoping to punctuate this. And he's gotten Crazy Raccoon out of the submission hold.
Yeah, Falcons tried to back up there, but not able to disengage as then the blade comes out from Heesang. Heesang has had a huge series in my opinion. On the Genji. It's just been so instrumental in their success. This will get the bot moving here for CR as the bad part here for Crazy Raccoons is Proper's got a blade and you have no sound barrier.
Yeah, you're just going to have to grit your teeth and find a way to fight through this if you're Crazy Raccoon. Falcons reaching a peak in ultimate charge. So no real reason for them to lose this fight, but I've said that before in this series. They will be contending with a Deadeye from here. No support ultimates after that either.
In Crazy Raccoon, they don't want to like exactly just kind of push in here around the corner. This is a great spot for the Venture to fight as the lift, even with that Deadeye, is killed instantly. You saw they were like playing on top, of the boss in there, whatnot. Maybe trying to get off of the bot a little bit. And I think it becomes a little bit of a scary situation for Falcons because, like, okay, you just kind of poke there at a distance, they build up beat. Like, what happens with the blade? Don't even need to use the blade there to win it. Finally, Crazy Raccoon decides to engage in that fight with the Deadeye to open things up, and it's not worked out.
Falcons only had to use their Venture ultimate to win that convincingly. Not a great sign. Crazy Raccoon again on the back foot. For real. And literally trying to get away from this one. Surf turns tail and runs, but now he's going to have to stand his ground and fight. Cage fight thrown down. German has it removed, but Smurfs is still in play with an immortality kill to back it up. Falcons have to find something here. And they do. Proper eventually bisect Slip with that Dragon Blade. And the cleanup is quality. Shu will have to hold on to that Kitsune up for a later date.
So interesting, we talked about like, oh, do you have to drop the Baptiste? I think we thought that, like, okay, you probably do, right? Nice. Shot there from Proper towards the end. Just, not know how to go back.
Checkpoint.
Proper seems kind of marching forward. But they have made this work here, at least so far here on New Queen Street. Heesang's not been able to get as much devastating pressure onto the backline as we've seen in the last few matches.
Heesang's in the backline right now. He was behind Falcons and he comes with the blade. That immortality kill did not last long at all. Jun being able to pick that up instantly. So once again, the Newton's Cradle swings back. But Crazy Raccoon find themselves without that checkpoint. They need to get butt scratch status going here.
They'll have Deadeye. Speed boost kind of like Deadeye around the corner. They tried that the last time, right? But the pressure was so fast from Falcons in their face. Stalker will get close to his Venture ultimate.
Barricades on the moon.
Checkpoint would be huge here.
Lip has a fairly safe spot here. Deadeye, proper deflecting. And he gets out.
Cool.
Nothing off that Deadeye, but some room for Crazy Raccoon to breathe. That's fine. But no other ultimates to play off of. Stalker has that ultimate. Here it is, Cardiac Overdrive. Stalker dives. Periscope up. Falcons are back in control here now, and Matrix built.
Yeah, I think it's the same type of thing I was talking about before. I don't think Crazy Raccoon exactly wants to take this fight around the corner. It's a good spot for the Venture to fight in. So they will back up, try and fight from the spot where maybe you can get Lip set up on some of that high ground.
Stalker backs up here, takes a bit of poke. Lip definitely threatening to the Venture at these kind of ranges. Crazy Raccoon set up in a position to try and get their Cassidy online. Here's another blade. They're back away. With the hindrance there for Proper, but he mostly shrugs it off now as the blade goes to work. Lip with one, and Shu gets caught. We'll have a 2-for-1 deal. Falcons again in control. The bot is headed back to parity.
Yeah, his Venture does a great job of accessing the back line, right? But they don't really have a great way of kind of using the verticality to get it off. So that's kind of why they're playing around that area. They're just trying to force it like where the Genji can get to that high ground. The Venture really can't. So once they kind of get Crazy Raccoon to come around the corner and not force them to push in and fight with that high ground, that's where the Venture comp has a little bit of an advantage.
Goodman chose to use Cardiac Overdrive while he was being staggered, so that got drawn out a little bit longer than maybe he would have liked. Trying to threaten Falcons into, just getting the elimination for a week low. Suzu already used at the start of the fight here. He's saying again, wants to punish the Baptiste. Choron got to kill the first though. All right, Crazy Raccoon gets back in the game once more with 3 minutes 30 on the clock. They're behind by about 20 meters, so they need to win the next fight maybe the next two.
I feel like each fight is basically just like a replay. It's like we kind of go back and forth.
Same flow
with
chart.
the same type of flow on both sides of things. So you'll have to have CR go back, Escort live back into the fight. So, okay, this might be a little bit different here. Junkman has to be so careful, gets extremely low.
Crazy Raccoon never give up on the ground. They just gained from winning the fight, Matt. All of a sudden, they're no better off than they were before.
Yeah, they lost Lip, so they have to go back up, get Lip, escort him all the way back to the rest of the team. Kind of slows things down. Junkman comes down the steps. No Cassidy to strike any fear in Falcons, and he gets extremely low. They have to back out.
Here's the rush cage match, though, thrown up. And we see Stu dive on into it. Played now from Proper. Where's his target? Immortality Field from Fielder is gone, but it's done his job. Falcons are still standing tall. It's Lip and Smurf traded out. 4v4 is he saying no, shuts Fielder down. It doesn't bode well for Falcons in the longer fight. Crazy Raccoon finally 2 in a row won, and what a deflect from Heesang.
They're putting together a montage. That was a sick deflect. And this is a huge opportunity here for CR. Heesang's got this blade, nothing on the other side. You at least need checkpoint out of this.
Yes. And again, the back cap there from Stalker. We see Crazy Raccoon are about 5-10 seconds behind that. So they need to win 2 fights again. Oh, wow, flanky ultimate here from Stalker. Audacious. Up we pop. Heesang says, that was a base, that Immortality Field. I'm going to ignore it. Just gets Fielder with the blade. That's probably enough here. Crazy Raccoon again, maybe a 3rd consecutive fight win on the docket. They might have a way back into this game. This could mean checkpoint, folks.
Guess what? You might, I mean, you're going to lose here the Maga late, so keep an eye on when these players come up off of spawn. We're down below 2 minutes. Okay. Not a ton of time if Falcons gives up a lead to battle back into it. So,
Matt, game on.
Yeah, there's going to be a stoppage here, right? You know, for that checkpoint. So you're going to gain some time here for Falcons to regroup and come around this corner.
Falcons lost the last 3 fights in a row. They've got to get back in the game. Deadeye Lip sees Fielder, doesn't pull the trigger though. Oh, it's so confusing. He gets the Ant Matrix though. Smurf's going to be the first to pull this, so it's a Malgalus Falcons that have to make their way from here. Stalker's done a great job getting rid of both DPS though. They might be enough, but I mean, tanks are strong in this game. The fact that Crazy Raccoon have one means that they are far from done. Back to their advantage now. Stalker a little bit low. Junpin feeling a little lonesome in this position. Has to turn tail. Or inside of a minute. They're going to try and stagger him out, Matt. Cage fight even used by Junpin here. He turns it into a kill on Chio. Here come the reinforcements, but Junpin is low. Smurf though doesn't get away with this. It's utter pandemonium. It's Crazy Raccoon. Want to keep pushing up. They're still behind.
But it's quite big that Proper actually takes the bot, takes it in the other direction, kills both supports, doesn't go chase the Maga, takes the bot back towards that mid-map. It actually buys Falcons a lot of time to come back into the fight with a lot of good ultimates.
Double DPS ult. The sound barrier to answer the blade for Chorong is paramount. But even after that, there's plenty more for Falcons that's available. Falcons want that map 5. They want to decide here. Smurf's going to push up now. Stalker pops the ultimate immediately. Takes a poke from the Genji, but not too bothered. Still damage on Heesang. It's going to be a sound barrier now that comes out. Proper's holding onto the blade, though he still has it available. And he pulls it late. Here's the cage fight. In we go, Proper. Sees shoot low. Descends upon his prey. Dive bombs into Crazy Raccoon. And Team Falcons have secured another map for themselves. This one is going all the way.
Falcons pulls it out in the end here to give us a game 5. We were talking like, oh, Fielder, you have to drop this Baptiste. The Bap's not looking great. They continue to run it, even with Heesang's Genji on the other side. Now I think this will be kind of like a really interesting moment. Why we've all been wondering, like, okay, typically we've seen hybrid escort, first 2 things picked. It kind of comes now all the way down to the end. It's like, okay, why are we not seeing escort? What are we going to see here from Crazy Raccoon?
All right, I can't wait to hear some conjecture, some guesswork here from the desk. There's a lot to talk about on New Queen Street. Let's head over to our panel to catch us up on what we just witnessed, which was a mess.
It's an analyst desk. It's a panel.
Panel of experts.
I know. It's it makes me feel like more of an expert. I do dig it. Heading into this match, Jake, you were concerned about the Baptiste. You also touched on it, that this might be an issue here. You'd rather see the Kiriko. Fielder did stick to that Baptiste, though, and that made it work really well.
Yeah, I mean, I think New Queen Street, maybe that's the reason for the map selection, is there's so many juking paths for Baptiste. He has all these little ledges he can hop up to, hop down, and while Genji can follow you, I think having a little bit more range, like compared to Suravasa, at least so much easier to fall back and yet still be effective and still heal your team. I also feel the team fight execution, Proper's Genji was on fire on New Queen Street. The combos with Smurf as well with that cage fight, so incredibly well executed. They're able to hold it down, but that was a very close map. I mean, he's saying still battling back on the Genji. This is a serious dogfight when it comes to the Genji mirror.
And that's another small adaptation we see throughout the series. Well, okay, the Tracer didn't work out for us. We're going to swap over to and mirror this Genji as well. And I mean, it's really worked out. Genji has been the pivotal hero in this series because, I mean, Heesang has had tremendous impact on the Genji as well. Every time Heesang pulls the Dragon Blade, he's targeting Fielder. And for most of that map, I felt like Heesang got the better of Fielder every time he pulled out that Dragon Blade. But when Falcons is playing with the lead, they're able to utilize those corners and really force Crazy Raccoon to push into Fielder's line of sight and really create some distance as well. Because if Lip is playing on the Cassidy, I mean, there's so much room between the Cassidy and the Baptiste. So Fielder is pretty comfortable playing those long sidelines.
It was such a close game, though. I mean, look at those stats. This was really just one team fight away to go the other side.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like a big change here is on Suravasa and the Malgramir. Falcons look quite sloppy. They had some deaths here and there. Their ult combos weren't on point. I feel like on this map, their ult value was so incredible. Like their cage fights, their blades, every time they found value. And even though I think the Baptiste window is a lot worse than the Kiriko ult, I think they made it work. I think they threw down a variable, and with, you know, their tempo being a lot higher than they showed on Suravasa and being able to take the fight to the Crazy Raccoons, they looked a lot better.
They did indeed. And Matt touched on it as they were wrapping up the cast. This also means that we're now at 2-2 score. We're going to an Escort map 5, which we've not done thus far. Very interesting. I think we would have expected to see Escort coming up a lot sooner. Now, of course, the big question is, which Escort map will they be taking us to?
I mean, you have such a huge decision ahead of you as Crazy Raccoon right now. There's such variety in the Escort map pick pool. It's the reason we see this map pick almost always come out first after Control in the series. You could go to Gibraltar and just throw a huge wrench into the series, force a potential Winston dive comp. Who knows how that would go?
But if you wanna play the Mauga composition, I mean, it would make a lot of sense if you took it to Route 66 here, I feel like, right? Because if you're going to Gibraltar, if you're going to Circuit Real, I mean, a lot of these. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just joking. I mean, I've literally seen it on the monitor over there. Matt did big sixes at me, so I'm just sorry. Trying to sound smart here, but yes, we are going to Route 66 actually. So, I mean, what's your gut reaction to that, Kasaurus? Knowing that we're going to Route 66, what do you think it means for the series?
I feel like Route 66 is like the map where you can play dive and you can play Mauga. So I wonder if Jumpin's gonna pull out like a Winston, or if they're gonna go hard for that.
Do you
Mauga
really think
composition.
you can match the Winston into the Mauga compositions we're seeing?
I feel like Route second point and first point has like quite strong high ground. So historically, it's been more of a Mauga map, but like, I feel like if you're the Crazy Raccoons, if you want to take another Amalgam mirror, you go Havana. If you want to take a Sig mirror, you go to Circuit Royale. If you want to take a dive mirror, you go to Gibraltar. So I'm not sure like why they're picking Route 66. I think they want to force a dive into Mauga like matchup, and I think they're quite confident on this map at that.
I'm a little worried now for Fielder because New Queen Street, Fielder navigated the map so well. 66, very accessible for a Genji to get on top of you. A lot of sharp corners on the map. It's going to be a really tough test for the flex support of Falcons.
That's right. We're getting ready for our last map of the series. 2-2 to score. One of the teams will be moving on to the grand final, and the other one will be dropping down to the lower bracket to fight for their lives.
Regardless of the result on Route 66, one thing is for sure. This series has delivered. Our two very best teams from the APAC region, arguably our two very best teams in the world right now, are leaving it all out there to decide who advances to the grand final with that advantage from the upper bracket.
Yeah, Route 66 offers a lot of options in terms of what you decide to play, right? You can play Mauga-based compositions. You can play dive, right? A lot of verticality throughout the map. opportunity for like hit scan, right? Really long sight lines, pretty decent for Genji. So I think for Crazy Raccoon, it gives you a lot of different options, right? If this isn't working, do this. You know, a few different flux positions to be in there. This is interesting for Falcons, right? So coming out on this composition that we talked, you know, endlessly about, I feel like throughout this weekend. Do you play? You probably don't play this. Yeah, you're gonna have to. You know, you're not gonna play Venture Genji from Big Earls and kind of stand there. That would probably be some like plat level stuff. You're gonna see them push up right to the cart and make this as close quarter of a game as possible. Then potentially you see them, you know, either switch, or you're gonna see consistent fights on the payload.
We are moments away from jumping into the last map of the most exciting match of this OWCS Major. Crazy Raccoon get brought all the way here to Route 66. And gentlemen thought about the ball for a moment. Here's a Malga Mirror with the Cassidy point of difference and Shu on the Kiriko.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit longer sight lines here on Route 66 to play some Cassidy. So see if they can make this work for them. But like, look at this. I mean, Fielder can play at a distance here on the back. It's not a terrible spot to be in as well.
Fielder up top here has to pop the regen burst.
Yeah.
But it takes a while. There's a flat healing component and then healing over time, but the ladder just didn't come quickly enough. Nice little spawn camp here from Falcons. Junvin is surrounded and has to turn tail.
I mean, they give up Fielder so Proper can turn around and kill Chorong and Heesen. So finish jumping as well, so you're not going to be able to charge back on as Stalker gets quite low as it is turned into TDM here on the cart. But that's to be expected here with how close Falcons was playing.
You see this so often with the spawn camps. Both these teams are trying to put together. Gets a little messy sometimes. Both of these squads very good at finding opportunities to turn the tides in their favor. Either way, Falcons will have to back up here to the top of Big Earls with two players coming back in. Chio getting Stalker ready to throw down once more.
Falcons will engage you just a little bit.
Look at this beat gap.
Yeah, they're building up these support ults. Well, you did lose Chorong right away, and Chio was the only support alive there for Falcons for a while.
Lipno finds Proper first. That might make up the lack of sound barrier. The Falcons don't want to make use of here. Crazy Raccoon. Blow them to smithereens.
The one thing interesting about sticking with the Baptiste as well here for Falcons is, I know Kasaurus mentioned, like the rush is so strong in terms of an ultimate. You see a payoff there. Like there's not really like tons of value you're getting out of the Ant Matrix, right? In terms of, I know, damage with what? Venture Genji, Maga. Not exactly a spot you want those heroes in. Deadeye here. Just trying to walk the payload on him.
Lip holding it. There was a deflect coming. Here comes the blade from Heesen in from above. Pressure again mounts on field, but Chio is there with the sound barrier. And Stalker pops up. Heesen pops out. Crazy Raccoon now bundled back in the direction of their spawn to await Heesen to rejoin them.
Chorong holds on to that blade because they know that this is a combination that Falcons was trying to put together. Cage fight blade combination. They've been so good at it. A lot of time off the clock.
Time is very short. That's 2.5 minutes already off the back of a nice spawn camp from Falcons. Now they have big ultimates to leverage, but not a beat. That's Chorong's job here. They're out of sync, these lose their ultimates for now. So further forward, the payload inches. Lip still playing from a very comfortable spot back there. Shu flanking him.
You're okay here if you're Falcons letting this clock even dwindle down some more.
Cage fight used. Whoa! Stalker makes the earth shake. Up we go, pops up now, looking to try and chase Lip down. Drill rush. That is a kill completed. This is dangerous territory for your #1 seed from APAC.
And I think Crazy Raccoon, you need to take this fight a little bit earlier, I would say. Because you're going to allow Falcons to build up these support ultimates, and you just kind of sit around that corner and hope.
Chorong at least not using beat in that lost fight. No chance to really, blown up by the Venture ult. Here they come once more, Crazy Raccoon. If it's going to be any time, it has to be now. It's going to be a blade though from Proper. Oh, he scuttled their plans already. Lip is down. Trapped inside the cage match is Proper, but he's in a safe spot. Smurf is removed, now the 4 versus 4. Chio under a little bit of pressure, and Junvin charging towards Big Earls, and Heesen able to pick up that Mega. From above comes Stalker, drops back down. Heesen takes note of it and has to back away from the eruption. Stalker back to safety with Proper's low. Heesen waits patiently, can't complete the kill, but Crazy Raccoon have that first checkpoint. 2:30 on the clock.
And that boom comes through there and knocks Stalker off courses. Stalker was trying to get a touch. You would have had the supports back in the mix. This Chio so close to the beat, so massive play there from Chorong. Knocking Stalker out of the way, at least getting Crazy Raccoon that first checkpoint.
Now on to push up this second phase of the map, of course, again. Still fine for Malga to play from. Crazy Raccoon want Falcons to come to them. Give them an advantageous positioning. Allow them to be reactive. Blade for He's saying no. More like a proactive approach for the attackers. Again, pressure on Fielder. He can't hang. It's tough for the map out there. It's brutal. Smurf able to do some good work from the low ground though as the defenders can surge back into a dominant position.
That time Smurf gets some value out of the M-Matrix. Fielder kind of drops it to just maybe deter them from pushing on in, right? Sound barrier used there as well for Falcons.
90 seconds again, Matt.
Yeah, I bet you do have this Kitsune Rush. The Kitsune Rush has been so good for Crazy Raccoon to be able to get some of these fights, especially with Lick playing inside of it.
It's been very impactful. Chu knows, though, he needs to turn it into a fight win. Here it is, the rush going to be thrown out, but Smurf already heads into the back line, and Crazy Raccoon Stalker airborne. Throws some of those harpoons down, but his cross was picked up by Lip. The attackers here with a surge of momentum, but Team Falcons are holding their ground, and they've got ultimates to play with. He's saying he's removed, Fielder the hit scan pressure, takes care of the Genji. Now it's even. Chu with the kunai will force Chio to turn tail once more, and a stagger now on Fielder.
He just gets on, gets himself eliminated there as Falcons still have another opportunity here. But Halo will get very close to that second checkpoint. Crazy Raccoon, they hold on to that sound barrier cage fight here. For Crazy Raccoon, you also have this Deadeye. You can just try and walk it in here with Lip's ultimate.
Here we go, Venture straight into the cage. Deadeye from afar. Lip is protected by the cage matches. I love that from Smurf. Throw it up to break up the Deadeye if he possibly can. Fielder's gone yet again. Crazy Raccoon down 2 players. Cage has now been removed. It needs the blade from proper. The defenders are coming alive. But what a time to do it. Crazy Raccoon on their last legs. No ultimates to work with. And he's saying maybe can build something, but that's it.
And that was the beat from Chorong, so it's going to be Lip switching over to the Tracer just to try and get back, get a touch. Junbin here as well. You can keep this alive a little bit longer. Maybe he's saying get the blade, but sound barrier for Chio and Falcon.
Yeah, that's going to be the backbreaker, surely. Into the saloon they go. Chio knows he needs a good beat here. He's going to get involved in the fight. Dash from Heesang straight into the lineup, and Falcons now have the players to work with. It is over. Chorong the first to fall, but Crazy Raccoon are like dominoes. And Falcons take flight directly into our grand finals. How do you come back from that? That's not enough push.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough potentially here for Crazy Raccoon to get a hold here on defense. So the one positive for CR is that we talked a little bit about New Kui Street, right? Where the Venture, they can't exactly access the high ground as easy as Genji, right? So they're getting on top of Big Earls, especially if Lip is going to end up playing that Cassidy, right? How do you access that? With that ease, it'll be a little bit harder, as I know you wonder, right? CR probably plays a close-up hold, but then gets more fights around that gas station.
Yeah, you've got to buy some time with the big spawn camp here. That's going to be crucial. Falcon's not getting to that last phase of the map, though. Or rather, Crazy Raccoon, should I say. It's going to hurt them. But again, Route 66 is that kind of game. We've seen holds on first. Especially if you can put a real strong showing straight outside that spawn door. How many times were Crazy Raccoon down to 30 seconds before getting that checkpoint?
And with some of that high ground now, and access to it here on the defensive side of things and playing around Lip even more, you're actually seeing them play the Baptiste. So Shu has been playing the Kuriko for a lot. We've been talking about how he's liked that look. You know, Kitsune Rush, obviously great. The M-Matrix actually makes a little bit more sense for Crazy Raccoon because of the Cassidy. But that immortality feels, right? If they're going to go to the high ground and try and make a play for that Cassidy, make it very difficult and costly in terms of overall HP pool to take out that character.
No change to Crazy Raccoon. Shu and the Baptiste, though, I guess. Point of difference. And M-Matrix can be feast or famine at times.
And they don't play close. So Crazy Raccoon, they don't play close. They play this Cassidy up on that high ground. And now let's see how they attack it with that Venture-based composition. It feels like you're going to have to like rotate all the way around. Potentially, you know, try and get an angle on the backside of Big Earls. As you see, you're going to be walking straight up there and just going right into what Maga, Cassidy, Baptiste, not exactly the three you want to see.
Oh, straight upstairs goes Smurf. Forced back instantly. Liv's been getting a ton of damage in amongst this fight. Already a Deadeye build. On virtue probably of safe positioning to throw that poke down. Oh, that's value! Gio knew he had nowhere to go. Was hoping to try and maybe move Liv further back up on top. A good stop here for Crazy Raccoon, and without having to take the risk of a close spawn camp, this is big.
As Proper will end up jumping off the side there. So Falcons does get a good amount of payload progress here, right? They get around the corner. They almost, I remember when teams used to call like almost like hide under big girls to not take damage and then push up through it. So look at this though. Jumpin is pushed up and trying to make it a little bit scary. Now moves all the way back. Is the fight. There's so much damage that takes place. You know, his both teams jockeying for position. Supportals galore.
Somehow Smurfs gets back under the immortality field. Able to buy enough time. Fielder though again picked off. Always that target. Shoe a problem from across the map. Twitching that Baptiste. Sound barrier for Crazy Raccoon. Even with 4 players, they want to try and hold their ground. And it's a later beat at that. Proper trying to get through it. Eventually it's jumped into fall. Nisang has a blade, but jeez, he can't make use of it here. It's just stagger. It's just stall. Crazy Raccoon will be happy with what they can get here.
You know, with Choron the last one to die here, I wonder if you're going to be able to get him back up to get the speed to get everybody back in play. So Nisang in position. You have a jump in here as well. Looks like we're going to get a contest.
Straight out we go. The Hatcher wastes no time. Gio's able to get outside the cage match, but Nisang now looks to make use of our club together, everyone. It's for a kunai! That is unbelievable! Crazy Raccoon had something there. You think Nisang could have shut it down. That is beautiful stuff from Fielder.
You know, they've been saying, hey, Fielder maybe has to switch over to the Kuriko then to pulse it out at the right time there, as Shu does as well. So Baptiste gone from both sides of things. Now the game right in front of Falcons, right? The grand finals right there.
3 minutes 30, so much for Falcons to work with, and so much of this came off their staunch defense in this phase of the map. But they still need to land the plane. Gio.
I was about to say, look at the beat difference, right?
Again, they're out of phase.
Yeah.
Once more. We're going to push into this Crazy Raccoon. They want to take this fight. Bit of stagger here is going to be massive for their defensive effort, but he's saying, ooh dear. Little overheat.
And here comes Gio off a spawn, right? So now you think you have an advantage. Now it's completely flipped, especially you're probably going to get around this next corner. Put yourself in a really difficult position. He's saying he's going to go over to the Pharah here.
Proper dives in. Okay, mag grenade hitting, deflect timing a little bit too early to stop the Deadeye now. It's scary, but they bring Lip down. It's so close. Victory! It's within striking distance for Crazy Raccoon. And with all of them down, Team Falcons here. It's going to be impossible to stop them. You might be able to rush out, you might be able to keep it going. But 2:30 on the clock still for Team Falcons to work with. Even if they don't get it here, you have to feel like it's inexorable. They back up a little bit. Crazy Raccoon are allowed to come in and defend.
Yeah, Fielder's on the way back, so Fielder was considering coming back. But maybe on the back, switch back to the Kuriko is taking a little bit of an off angle here. You probably have a good idea for Falcons that there's a sound barrier on the other side. It'll be the Venture Ultimate to kick things off.
Okay, defensive sound barrier available though. Crazy Raccoon have to leave it all out there. 2 minutes left for Falcons, plenty of time still. Here's that beat, proper over the blade, it's gonna come a little bit later, and here we go swinging. Mag grenade makes it hard for him to charge on him, but eventually he shrugs it off. It's Lip dealing with Smurf first though. Attacking Maga removed, but it doesn't seem to matter. Shu and Lip both down. Falcons with the numbers. Falcons with the wind under their wings. And these birds of prey move one notch up the food chain. It's grand finals time for your Falcons.
Just see it's a combination of just all the emotions here for Falcons as they finally get over the hump, right? You know, everybody talking about Crazy Raccoon coming in as the favorite. But as soon as we saw Falcons start to play at this event, it seemed like they had a different feel about them, right? The composition that they've been playing felt like it might just be a touch better than everybody else. And at least in this series, right? Potentially we see it again later today in the grand finals. Falcons just a touch better than Crazy Raccoon.
It was so back and forth, but the time is right for this Falcons roster. They are peaking at the correct point here at your OWCS Dallas Major. And we've talked about it. Coming into the grand final as their top seed, not to mention the fact that you don't have to play that extra game. By getting your choice of map to kick things off, it's a big advantage. Starting on the front foot there will be massive. And there's a good chance it could be a rematch. Crazy Raccoon, I'm sure, fire in their bellies after suffering to the number 2 seed from their same region.
Yeah, but obviously, Falcons, they make a tremendous run here now to our final. With a loser final, right, with SSG in the mix. The desk was like, who do you think they'd rather see? It was Crazy Raccoon that they would have said, hey, we would have loved to see them. Probably don't want to see either of these teams, but if you had to pick one.
Look, they might look fallible, but not that much. What a competitive series for this Crazy Raccoon team. Think back to Oasis.
Yeah.
These guys have a lot up their sleeve here, but when they had to match the Malgamera, there's slight variations in composition. Fielder onto the Kiriko had an incredible moment. That kunai to shut down the Dragon Blade. What an individual.
It's so interesting that we didn't see Escort earlier on, and then once we get here to the end, it's like Route 66. It's like the one map I feel like we didn't talk about potentially being an option, right? We discussed Havana, we discussed Gibraltar, right? A circuit. Very interesting, the route pick here at the end.
Absolutely. We've got to hear from the winners. They've got to be feeling incredible getting straight into that grand final. Let's head down to the stage with Danny and Proper.
Mr. Matt, thank you very much. I am here with the Porsche performance of the match. It is none other than Proper from Team Falcons. Amazing job. Big congratulations on getting the win. This was looking kind of grim for Team Falcons starting off. You guys were losing 1-2, and then you guys were able to turn the series around. How were you guys able to do that? How were you guys able to get the win against Crazy Raccoons today? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 초반에 굉장히 좀 힘들어하는 모습을 보여주다가 끝에 가서 다시 또 살아나는 굉장한 경기력을 보여준 또 프로퍼 선수와 또 팀 팔콘즈가 아니었나 생각을 합니다. 프로퍼 선수 이번 승리 좀 어떻게 해서 이루시게 되셨나요?
일단 크레이지 라콘이 좀 강팀이기도 하고 이제 라콘 상대로 어떻게 해야 게임 이길지 대해서 팀적으로 되게 고민 많이 하면서 좀 힘들었는데 이제 좀 해결 방안을 좀 찾은 것 같아가지고 이겼던 것 같아요.
Definitely, because Crazy Raccoons are a great team, and we had to really wrap our head around like what to do against the Crazy Raccoons, and I think we found the solution to our problem, and I think that's how we got the win. Do you think you could explain a little bit about that solution? 혹시 그 방금 말씀하신 그 해결 방법을 좀 살짝 설명 가능할까요? No? I tried. All right. Well, we'll save that for the grand finals. Maybe after the grand finals, if they win, they can do it. One final question. You guys are now you guys are very close to actually winning it on. Grand Finals proper. How are you feeling going into Grand Finals? 자, 이제 그랜드 파이널 하나만 남겨두고 있습니다. 프로퍼 선수 지금 심정 짧게 듣고 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
그랜드 파이널 들어가는 심정은 그냥 아직 끝난 건 아니니까 끝까지 포기하지 않고 집중 끝까지 해서 파이팅 하겠습니다.
We're not done yet. We're gonna focus and we're gonna try our best to win it all. All right, Proper. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Proper. To the desk. Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Having a quick chat there with Proper. He's not going to give away secrets just yet or ever. Can't blame him for that. Gentlemen, let's break down the action first. However, let's talk about Proper's hand in it as we're looking at the Porsche performance of the match, highlights and some stats to go with it. Proper, for the first time this tournament, on that Genji, definitely being contested. Heesang on the other side tried his hardest to shut him down or make him work even harder for his team.
Yeah, Proper, he was really lighting it up on Tracer on this first map, but I think as the series progressed, it felt like Heesang was taking the edge, and it just showed really Proper's calmness under pressure. You see him on the cam, even when he's playing well, he's just ice cold, bringing out the Genji and having the confidence to come back to the Genji after a really challenging Suravasa. What an impressive performance.
Yeah, I thought on the Midtown, you saw the Tracer come out, it felt like it had lower impact, but once he swapped over to that Genji, what a performance. I think in that final Route 66 map, there were so many fights where Falcons was down one man, and they turned it around somehow with that shout, with that Genji dash, and I feel like the blades are just so consistent.
Yeah, and if you really now put it into perspective here, right? We're thinking about the legacies and the careers of these guys. I mean, this is a Falcons team that has championship experience. You have Smurf, of course, a two-time Overwatch League champion with the San Francisco Shock. You have Gio and Fielder, who, with the Dallas Fuel, it has to be said, won the 2022 Overwatch League championship as well. And as much as we talk about Proper, you know, this Hyperflex, who is so incredibly good, you know, an MVP, Rookie of the Year, he hasn't won that tournament yet. He's yet to get first place in a major tournament in the Overwatch League or even outside of it in the OWCS, right? So, you know, Proper, he's so hungry to finally claim that first place to lift that trophy, right? And a man of his caliber, he's got to be so hungry in that grand finals.
I mean, they're well on track to getting that first OWCS championship title, but this was a very close match, and it really came down to those small adaptations from both of those sides. So let's take a look at the general highlights and walk us through all the action that we just got to witness. It was a 5-map banger, and it first seemed like Crazy Raccoons that did find an answer to that double flex DPS that we're seeing, but then adaptations were made, Jake.
Yeah, you know, that first map, trying to play dive into the Maga, it did not work, but the very surprising for us, I think, pick of Suravasa, it was a big risk by Crazy Raccoon, but it paid off massively. It felt like that set the tempo for the next map as well in the series, bringing them to the precipice of taking themselves to the grand finals. But Falcons, what an impressive rally. I mean, I honestly didn't see that coming after map 2.
Yeah, and I felt like this was a really interesting way the series went, right? You could see first Crazy Raccoon was trying to dodge Amalgamir, then the Falcons were trying to dodge Amalgamir, and in the end, right, with these push maps, they end up with the Amalgamir, and I feel like both teams felt confident going into the last map, and you could really see the tempo throughout the series got turned up, and I think especially Falcons really impressed me with that Venture Genji comp and how fast they were taking fights.
Yeah, and I feel like this final adaptation here on Route 66, we talked about how Fielder getting targeted on that Baptiste, but as the series progressed, it felt like Stalker specifically and the rest of the Falcons, they kind of slowed down, they didn't go as hard aggressively, right? And they kind of felt like they could trade pretty efficiently with the Baptiste, with the Venture, against Lip, playing the Cassidy and Shu playing the Kiriko. So maybe they figured out some kind of micro tactic right there, or maybe they feel like they're more comfortable trading in the front line. We saw Stalker a lot more dig in and actually play around this Mauga rather than going for big flanks around and trying to get to Lip. Maybe they felt a bit more comfortable slowing things down and taking the frontline duel instead. So there's many things that could still shift for the grand final. This series, between these two teams, the adaptations are not done yet.
They have each other's numbers. They were both very much prepared. They were able to flex over to different compositions or variations of such compositions. Alas, Falcons did end up in the grand finals now. You already touched on it. Those players are no strangers to that position. They are now awaiting their next opponent. It could be a rematch between them and Crazy Raccoon, or wait for it, it could be Space Station Gaming, the more unlikely one of the two. However, would they be prepared for it?
I do think, you know, Falcons is pretty happy going to the grand finals, but there's no team quite as happy as Space Station because I think this is a much more winnable matchup for them. I think Lip's flexibility is going to be really put to the test. So far, it's been the Genji that's been a consistent answer to these Sigma comps, the Rush comps from the European teams. But running the double flex, I think is critical. I'm not sure you can get it done with the hit scan into the Sigma or the Ram. I'm not sure that it can be done, but at the same time, I feel the raw player strength on Crazy Raccoon is so high. Even if you have a strategic advantage for SSG, I'm not sure that's going to be enough.
I mean, I can attest to that. We, Defiant, of course, tried to run the hit scan into the European blocking tank style. Didn't go well for us. So let's see if Crazy Raccoon can make it work or what they will bring. I do feel like this is such a mental boon. It reminds me of last year in the Overwatch League when we lost to that Boston Uprising in a map 5 final fight scenario. It's such a mental setback, and they have to go into the next series right away. I think there's any chance for SSG beating them, it's right here because Crazy Raccoons need to reset their mental really fast, and that's quite tough.
Well, if you want to dig deep into the archives, you know, let's not forget that Atlanta Reign was once in an Overwatch League Grand Final as well after beating the Dallas Fuel. You know, we always talk about Dallas Fuel, Shanghai Dragons in 2021. What an incredible matchup between two really good teams. Dallas Fuel, they dropped down into the lower bracket, and there Atlanta Reign is waiting for them, upsets the Dallas Fuel, and advances to the Grand Final. So we've seen it before. I do want to say though, this would be incredibly unlikely. If Space Station advances to the grand final, it would be the upset of the year.
It would be, and if Crazy Raccoons will make their run back up there, they have to play 3 back-to-back matches, and they will have a disadvantage when it comes to the map pick in that grand final there as well. So, you know, they're playing with their backs against the wall now. Let's see if they can get it done. And we're getting ready for SSG versus Raccoon up next. Oh, what's Danny doing though right now at DreamHack? Let's take a look.
Where is he?
What is he doing?
He's drawing?
That's
Wait,
beautiful.
the zone is so chill.
Wow. Very well,
Well
done,
done, Danny. Tomorrow we do numbers.
What's going on, y'all? PG here, and today we're watching OWCS Major. Hey.
Welcome back to the OWCS Major here at DreamHack Dallas. As you can see, we brought some special guests out here on the desk. We've got some of the boys from NRG Shock just announced this weekend. Guys, how's it feel being at LAN, being at DreamHack?
Feels awesome. Nice seeing everybody and playing on stage for the first time. It's definitely great. I mean, I've been to like all the OWL events recently, like past over the years, and being able to play at one, definitely surreal. Better experience than watching.
Yeah, just playing on stage was like just super fun. I can't wait to do it again.
Yeah, we definitely want to see you back at more LANs coming out of NA. I mean, what an incredible set of games we've had today. Incredible matches, so close. Although coming up next, EU coming back, trying for vengeance against Asia. Do you think they have what it takes? I'm a little bit of a doubter. I'm believing in the Korean teams. What do you guys think?
How crazy Raccoon head.
All right.
I'm definitely an EU believer. I mean, I might be biased. Like, we kind of need them to win. So, helping for the EWC slots. So, SSG all the way.
SSG is gonna like 3-0. Landon's the best BAP. Hottie's one of the best tanks.
3-0.
SSG's got this.
All right. And you think the tank matchup's winnable? You think you can make it happen into the Mauga?
Yeah, no, I think Hottie can play against Junvin Mauga for sure.
Maybe if anyone can do it, it might be Hottie. He's got the crowd behind him. He's got Energy Shock behind him. Pretty exciting. What about these SSG? We talked about some of those SSG players. I'm curious, let's go down the line. I'm curious about your role about some of these guys. What about the DPS, PG? You think Sparker's got what it takes? Can he take it to Lip?
I think Sparker definitely has what it takes. I think coming into this tournament, he's definitely one of the most underrated hits games coming out.
You think he can take it to Lip, though? I mean, we're talking about Lip. This is arguably the hitscan GOAT.
I think Sparker has what it takes. He's definitely underrated.
Okay. Rack, how about you? What about the support lineup?
Honestly, Funny Astro, Landon, dominant support lines. Played with Landon in the past. I think he's insane at what he does. Perfect for the team. Funny Astro, insane Lucio pickup for the team as well.
Yeah. What about Hottie? You think the Ryan? You think we're gonna see Ryan this series infected?
Yeah, they're definitely gonna pull out the Ryan somewhere. If anybody could do it, it's Hottie.
Yeah.
For sure. So.
No doubt. I'm super curious to see what strategy Space Station comes out with. I think Crazy Raccoons is the more winnable matchup of the two teams from Asia for Space Station Gaming. I think honestly, Space Station had a tough time against Falcons, but Raccoons, they love that Cassidy, and I think there's a real chance that could be caught out by SSG, but I mean, regardless of strategy, there's just a raw skill situation here on Crazy Raccoons. I mean, you just load into the server. What would you guys feel? You come into the ranked lobby and you got Crazy Raccoons players on the other team. Are you feeling confident? Can you play with that confidence on stage against these guys?
It's definitely scary playing against Liv. Like, after looking up to a player and then playing against them, or like being in the same playing field as them is insane. So
yeah, I'm saying like if I go against any Crazy Raccoon on their own in like ranked, I'm scared for my life. But you know, if I go against 5 of the SSG players, I'm more scared than just a few of them.
Yeah, their team play has been one of the things I've been highlighting all tournament long. It's been incredibly impressive. Whenever we do the comms listen, SSG is just ice cold, even in the clutch moments. That's really impressed me. I mean, you guys can speak to how difficult it is to execute on that level with the pressure of LAN. I mean, what was it like for you guys, for those of you first time playing on stage? What is that experience like? What is the pressure like having the crowd there right in front of you?
Personally, I was like really nervous because we just got signed the Shock and we're playing on stage for the first time, but I think it was a good experience for us. And like players like these are gonna do perfectly fine on stage.
Yeah, I think the veterancy is definitely gonna come in clutch for Space Station Gaming. They're really gonna need to lock in because I think the team play is gonna be critical. That's their real hope in this series, that the rush can just be so clean, so effective. What do you think about Psycho, actually? This is a player we've been talking about for Space Station for a bit here in these tournaments. In the past, London Spitfire, they were so committed to playing rush. That was kind of the only look they had. But with this roster, with Psycho coming in, I think he's really elevated their flexibility. How important is that flexibility when it comes to the strategy at this level of the game?
I think the game itself has just evolved so much. You see so much change now, like especially widening the hero pool. Backbone, insane May, but you're not going to be able to run that against, Pharah, Venture. You're not even going to be able to shoot them. You put a Tracer in there, can pressure everyone. It's just a really good pickup overall.
Yeah, PGE, what about you? What about the flexibility? You've been known as a hit scan god. What do you think about this, what we're seeing from players like Proper? Are you ready to bring out the Genji?
I'm ready to bring out the Flex DPS. I've been working on it a little bit. My Genji might be there.
He's
honestly.
just like Proper.
Yep, in every way.
You gotta believe, you gotta have the comments. I think that's the future of Overwatch 2. Infected, what about playing tank in Overwatch 2? I think this has been a hot topic in the community. I feel like right now, for the Overwatch 2, you kinda gotta play everything. Is that a lot of pressure coming into the game, coming into the server?
I think it is for like a lot of players because there's like 12 tanks in the game. And if like you're a solo tank, you have to play all of them. That's why I think someone is the best tank in the world too, because he's just very good at all of them. So flexibility is really important.
Yeah, and I think of you, honestly, in fact, as a player who kind of has been playing everything for a long time. How do you see that in terms of your future and in terms of your hope to come back here playing on stage? Is that flexibility something that you continue to rely on?
Yeah, I want to keep working on my flexibility too. Like if it's Zarya or Doom, I'm gonna have to like work on it a lot. But for most of the heroes, I think I'll be pretty okay, and our team will be okay.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see how this next match goes down. I think this is going to be incredible, as we're going to be able to send it down to Danny and meet these teams as they come in for this loser bracket final.
Dallas, Texas, put your hands together for Crazy Raccoons!
Crazy Raccoons, they may have been knocked down, but they're not out yet. This team is no stranger to elimination pressure. They are coming with a vengeance for a rematch in that grand final. This is a team you've got to be scared of when they load into the server. So many star-studded faces on this roster. One of the strongest we've ever seen. They may be coming off a loss, but I just feel the veterancy on this squad, it doesn't mean anything to them. They will not be shaken easily.
And their opponents, give it up for Space Station Gaming!
Fan favorites here in the crowd. You can hear their response is absolutely electric. This is a team that sticks together no matter what. Even facing one of the best in the whole world, you know that they'll be coming with confidence. Psycho here in the starting lineup, giving them flexibility, ready to match anything that Crazy Raccoons throws at them. Nonetheless, this might be the toughest team Space Station Gaming has ever faced here on an international land.
Thank you very much, Jake and the desk. Yes, we are here in the lower finals at DreamHack Dallas, the major. Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming. Me and Rose will bring you through this match in just a moment. Players are getting seated, loaded into lobby, and then we'll be underway.
It's crazy to think about the fact that we only have 3 teams remaining here at DreamHack Dallas, only one of which gets a chance to move on to that grand finals to face up against Team Falcons, one of those teams that everybody has had their eyes on as one of the front runners for this tournament, and Crazy Raccoon also up there with them. So can Space Station Gaming actually get the job done?
Well, Crazy Raccoon's probably feeling a little bit worse for wear right now, being beaten by Team Falcons for the first time. I mean, they're #1 seed in the Asia region versus the number 1 seed, in EU in Space Station Gaming. I bumped into Space Station Gaming. I didn't bump into Party in the Bathroom this time, it was just out back. I said, you know what? Give me the lowdown, give me the score, what's going to go in, what's going to go down in this series. And they're like, look, we got so much confidence rocking in here. It's going to be a 3-1. Like, we'll give them a map, but a 3-1 nonetheless.
You gotta respect the chatty level of confidence. I feel like he's always so cool, calm, and collected when it comes down to being able to lead this team, and I think it gives a whole boast of confidence to everybody that's standing beside him, sitting on that stage, getting ready to load into the server. So no surprise there that they are confident and ready to go against this squad.
First map about to load in, and remember, last time Space Station faced it up against an Asian team, well, it was a 3-0, and it was not in their favor.
It was Team Falcons, though, which just comes stacked with this super power venture that gave them a lot of trouble in that backline. One thing that we have not really gotten a chance to see from Crazy Raccoon quite yet, so maybe that will be a little bit in their favor as they look towards how to figure out how to break one of these Korean teams.
I think this is the perfect way to play this out as well, because Crazy Raccoons want to win here to get that revenge match against Team Falcons in the grand final. But if Space Station win here, truly the heart and soul of a lot of people in this arena right now. They've become fan favorites ever since they were London Spitfire in the Overwatch League, and every single time Hardy and the rest of the gang step up on the stage, the crowd goes absolutely ballistic. And I'm ready to rock and roll as soon as the players are. I mean, look, their clash of styles has been something that might tilt it in the favor of Crazy Raccoons. This Mauga play versus this more rush style with the Ram, with the Rhine. It might come back to bite Space Station. We are quickly getting an issue sorted very fast, just a mic issue, but it shouldn't be too long before we get in.
But I think a lot of these teams underestimated the overall power that comes out of the EMEA region. Take a look at how Toronto Defiant fell yesterday to EU hands. So you have to really come in with a lot of respect for both ends. Of course, unfortunately, they are out of the competition now, but Space Station Gaming still that last bastion of hope for EU and NA fans.
Yeah, for NA fans, exactly. I'm sure a lot of them will be cheering for Space Station right now. But I think it's about time we get it underway. lower bracket finals. Space Station Gaming and Crazy Raccoon. We're going to Ilios first, Rose.
Going to Ilios first as the first map in this first 2-3. And crowd, we want to hear you. Let's make some noise as we get ready to kick things off here in the lower finals.
What kind of style are we going to see here from Space Station? Of course, they've just been backstage watching how Crazy Raccoon's been playing against Team Falcons.
And that's going to have to influence a little bit of their decision making. Can they actually figure out a way to get the jump on them when you might be expecting that Mauga composition to come out? Space Station have had to figure something out.
Here we go, doors on lock in 5 seconds. Space Station Gaming, they're going to have to fight with courage to upset the gods. Crazy Raccoon with the Wrecking Ball, with the Echo, Lip on the Tracer, versus the tried and true in the rush from Space Station.
The Wrecking Ball is one way that you can get in and disrupt this close together composition coming out from Space Station, but it's also going to play a little bit slow. You're hoping that the poke damage coming through from Heesang's Echo is going to be able to help at least soften something up here for Jump-In 2. Everyone has got to work together here on Crazy Raccoon to try to get one of those kicks in the back.
It's going to be tough for them to Space Station to lock down Jump-In. Hardy are taking a lot of damage, popping that Nemesis form, making sure he stays alive. Control of the Mega Health Pack right now is going to be key for Space Station to push into. These Crazy Raccoons right now try and look for this entrance. Psycho going low, forced to recall now as Jump-In makes his second point of engagement. A slam onto Sparker, but a quick roll back and a few heals will do it. But Psycho, the first to fall to Heesang's Sticky.
A lot of burst damage coming through from the Echo, and the perfect player to be able to pick up, but as we say that, Sparker able to get the better of Lip and try to even the score before Shu is able to take out that big source of healing.
Crazy Raccoon with point control, though, as Chong just ints into the back line and trades 1-for-1, but that's a good 1-for-1. Sparker going down. How do you even shut down Heesang at this point, who's already got a duplicate?
The duplicate can go on to so many different targets too, but I look at Hadi's Ramatra as being a key here. You're able to give yourself yet another tank, even that annihilation to get up close and personal to play that brawl a little bit closer to their play style would be very beneficial. But as we take a look at Crazy Raccoon holding them at bay, the Immortality Field's already been popped here by Landon.
There's the dupe. It's onto the back. Hardy once again kind of scurrying away, using that speed up from Funny Astro. He's like super far in the backline of Space Station right now. Pops the duplicated land, booped over the edge. Oh, the copy doesn't run out in time. And Heesang booped over as Funny Astro claims 2.
2 is going to be enough here to open things up for Space Station without having to use any ultimates just yet. Might be able to get in, take control of this point, and hold on to a lot of these resources. Look at that, even Lip trying to go in to get a touch, thinks better of it, goes back to the rest of the team so they can rethink their re-engage. As Crazy Raccoon can come in, set these minefields here from Jump-In, but it's going to be this Nano first.
Oh, he ejects! They managed to get the boop on from Funny Astro. The sound barrier came in, but Heesang with the Nano is helping clean up that kill. Funny Astro, no sound barrier for the rest of his team now. As Space Station Gaming, we're relying on that to save this fight.
At the very least, Space Station were able to see Crazy Raccoon use so many more ultimates in that fight than they probably wanted to. Throwing the Nano as well as their own sound barrier at this means that it's just going to be the minefield left that they have to contend with, but losing that sound barrier is huge. Sparker has the Deadeye maybe to push people back, but this minefield's going to stop them at the doors.
Mind slam, and look at the damage onto Sparker. Oh my word. Lip and Chong and Heesang descending on him. Funny Astro in a whole heap of hurt now as well. How does Space Station really contend with this? They can't look at any single one target because everybody, well, apart from Shu, is so mobile, and Shu is playing on a different planet right now.
So far away from the rest of the team, you can't necessarily just send Funny Astro after him, but there's only a couple percentages left for Crazy Raccoon to take in order to take this first round, and Funny Astro, their one hope, not able to get there.
Sparker dead too. This is surely round. There's no one that can get there in time. Psycho was so close. Tried to double blink in there, had to recall. Already faced his demise. 1-0 to start us off. Crazy Raccoon not holding any punches back.
But you started to touch on something so important there, which is that the type of composition that Crazy Raccoon is bringing, this dive, it's going to be so difficult for Space Station to actually lock down any single target. How do you do that without maybe even being able to sneak around behind the team? Jump-In gets a couple of pop shots, just rolls away, grabs a health pack, and it's almost like that damage was never done.
Round number 2 now. Crazy Raccoon happy with this comp. Happy with the fact that, like you mentioned, Rose, very hard to lock any single one person down. The Magnate is such a fantastic tool to do so, but I mean, the ball almost outruns the Magnate. A lot of other people do as well. Dive onto the backline, landed in trouble. No chance to use any CDs by the looks of it. Maybe that regenerative burst, but that's about it. Sparker comes up with one onto Shu, but how do they convert? Psycho taking a lot of damage, and look at Heesang. It's all good. He's in the pit. Just waiting for that shift to come back online, and 56% towards the duplication already. And that capture is coming through rather soon.
Landon has been the target of so many of these dives on that Baptiste, very vulnerable, but going to switch over to the Kiriko to try to limit some of that access. With this swift step, you're able to get in, get out just a little bit better. And so you can see that Landon's already been able to have a little bit more impact in this game, especially when you can look at the Suzu 2, such a unique part of that Kiriko kill.
Feels pretty bad though, being forced off your best hero, you must say. Just been finding the secret health packs lying around the map, but here's the duplication from Heesang. How many pulse bombs have we got in our future? We'll have to wait and see. Hardy taking a face full of bullets there, but in the Nemesis form, he should be good to shrug them off. Heesang getting healed up, pulse bomb now. There's at least one online. The stick is good. It's good for two as well. Hardy and Sparker bite the dust as Crazy Raccoons wipe Space Station.
It's gonna be so tough. Oh, Heesang has just been such a menace. Whether it's in the back line, the front line with that duplicate, any of these targets have been so good. We've seen Heesang duplicate the Baptiste, duplicate the Tracer. He's been able to find these opportunities to just get a kit online, something that's going to have immediate impact with that pulse bomb, also just being able to land too. Space Station have had a hard time coming back into this one, but they finally have ultimates to do it. Looking at that rush from Landon.
Nano boost on to jump in. Oh, he's got about 1,000,000 miles an hour there in that little corner. A rush is going to see he has to back off in the end, but still has mines. And I can imagine that's going straight on the head of Landon, trying to force some CDs. And it did hit that. Look at that, sound barrier coming through from Space Station so early as well. Mines come out on the point. A few of them being eliminated by Hardy there, as finally someone from Crazy Raccoon is going to fall, but they're not going to go down without a fight. It's both Traces now missing from action. Crazy Raccoon still with the point control, and Hardy has nowhere to run and almost nowhere to hide. Has a Vortex himself there to make sure Jumping can't get on top of him. But someone's going to look at Heesang. Another duplication, and Hardy, you're going to have to mess with the best or you're going to die like the rest. And he falls to limp. And that's a 99-0. Space Station Gaming are going to get one more touch with Psycho. However, a duplicated annihilation, I think that might just be it. Psycho is buying a lot of time here, but the ability to find and isolate kills is just so paramount to the success of Crazy Raccoon's composition, and it's been so easy for them to do so. Finally, Astro at light speed trying to dump on the back line, but Shu didn't last a nanosecond, and Crazy Raccoon will start the series with a 2-0.
That Wrecking Ball just caused so much havoc for Space Station Gaming to have to deal with. Really felt like they were never able to have a foot in their game there.
Map number 2 coming up soon. We'll see what the desk have to say as we go into map 3.
That's a pretty tough map for the Space Station believers, but I think we always knew Ilios was going to be really rough. That is Crazy Raccoon at their strongest, right? In the dive matchup. Super comfort zone for them, what we've seen from them all season long. I'm curious though, how do you think Space Station turns this around? I know we still got some believers on the desk.
I think bring him to a linear map, no dive. You know, you took Landon off the Baptiste, you're running the Echo, the ball, all that stuff. Just way too hard to live into. So bring him to a straight map.
Cal, what do you think on the support? Can the BAP work? Too difficult?
Just play Rush.
Play Rush. Stick to your guns.
Really more to it.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Keep it simple. At this is the big stage. The pressure's on. I think there's something to be said for staying in your comfort zone. And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they're playing ball. Like, no one else has been touching that hero pretty much all season long. So I think all the tank players always want to play ball. They're like, no, it can work. Everyone's like, it does not work. But the tank players believe. Infected, what do you think about the Wrecking Ball there?
I thought Jumpin just played that really well, especially on Ilios too. It's definitely one of the best ball maps in the game. I think it just favors Crazy Raccoons much better than it favors SSG.
I'm curious actually what you would pick, Infected, from the tank matchup perspective. Where do you think the best chance is to make SSG's signature rush style work? What map? They've got the whole pool open to them here.
I would choose either Circuit or Midtown, just because I think they could play like that Sega Ram style into that Mauga style and probably just take it. Probably just win that mirror matchup.
Yeah, slow the game down, maybe take some of the pace out of the game, give Sparker a little more room to work with, but they are gonna have to contend with Heesang. Incredible performance from him in that first map on the Echo. I mean, you're so busy worried about Lips Tracer, about Junbin's ball, Shoes throwing nades constantly. Heesang just feasting on you from the sky. This Echo performance was monster. Oh my, the Ajax on Funny Astro. I think he got double boop there. I think that's the slam into the boop up from Lucio. Man, it is not easy facing Crazy Raccoon. The Echo copy too. I love the copy tracer. It's so freakish. Double tracer. Good luck. Good luck. Trying to survive the double tracer. Multiple pulse bombs back to back. How does that feel? I'm curious for the support players on the desk. Cal, Rack, how does it feel playing against this full dive comp? The Echo, the tracer.
I think I have it at least easier than Cal. I mean, on Lucio, like you have that survivability, you have that boop, you can get out of stuff, but most of my kit is to keep this man right next to me alive on Cal. So I don't know how it feels from him.
Cal's shaking his head. Is that not going that way? How does it feel on the flex support, taking that level of heat from this level of international competition at LAN?
It's like whatever you do to prepare in like group stage against like other NA teams, they can't replicate how the Koreans play dive, and it's like like years of practice against NA players like will not prepare you for even a map against some of these Koreans. Like walking out to spawn is even a hazard.
Yeah, they're so aggressive. They play the tempo so fast. And I think we've really seen that, you know, in this tournament with the Maga, with the ball. Crazy Raccoon really emphasizing the difference between the regions right now. I mean, Asia is on top with a bullet. Maybe we'll see more competition in Esports World Cup, but SSG's in trouble. We're coming to the next map pick here. We've heard suggestions of Circuit, of Havana, anywhere you can slow the game down. I like those picks. I think that maybe is the right look. There's also the chance for, you know, maybe taking us to a hybrid. There's the Midtown. There's just so many threats in the map pool, though. Even if you win a map, I mean, Crazy Raccoons is going to take you somewhere you don't want to be. This is going to be a tough series for SSG. It is the Havana. I mean, this has been a standby for them. If anything, this is them going back to what's worked for them. Let's play Rush. Probably the worst dive map in the pool, I think it's fair to say. So at least they can maybe force a match of styles. What do you think Crazy Raccoon's going to come out on here strategically? What comp do you expect to see?
I expect to see, well, at least on SSG side, the spawn hold. I think they're gonna, Crazy Raccoon will pop out with some crazy like Pharah, Venture, Mauga, just run into them, try to break that spawn hold, and then from there, just keep hitting them from where they can't see.
I think an important thing about this map pick too is that it takes Gibraltar out. I think that would be a really good map pick for Crazy Raccoons, and that definitely gives SSG an edge over the other maps.
Yeah, I think it maybe had to be an escort here, right? Getting that out. We are going to see a sub for Crazy Raccoon on the tank roll, bringing out Max. I mean, this is one of the scary things about these teams, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons for that matter, is that, I mean, you force a tank sub and you go up against another one of the best players in the world. Infected, how do you see these players, Max and Junbin? Do you think this shows a stylistic preference for Crazy Raccoon? Maybe telling us something about what they want to play?
Yeah, I think both of them are really good at like the Mauga and like the Ram and stuff, but like Junbin leaning over more to like the main tank style heroes like Ball, and then Max leaning over to like more of the off tank style heroes like Sig. So I think they're both really flexible. It should work out well in their favor.
Any thoughts on, I'm curious, Cal, your perspective on the flex support with Shu, you know, world-class player, arguably #1 in the world in the pure flex support role. Where do you think he's going to go on this map? I mean, he could play slower with the bat, could play faster with the Curie. What would you do in that situation?
Honestly, flex support is kind of a capital role right now.
What do you mean by that? Tell me more.
It's the character doesn't matter, just whatever your tank is playing. And then you don't really have any like free will, like you just have to hold down one button for the entire game.
Just desperately healing, just trying to keep people alive.
But I think that I'm probably going to see Ana here. I think that's a sleeper pick. A lot of the Koreans, when they play Maga, they love playing Ana, and it's very entertaining to watch. And so into the land and BAP, I really think they can make something happen on Ana.
Yeah, I think Shu's Ana is a sight to behold. We'll have to see what they go with, but I think you're exactly right. I think that Ana is a huge threat, especially when you run the Sig, the Mauga. I mean, you can kill the Ana, but I think Fielder, historically, he just doesn't care. He will die, but he will die nading your backline, and, you know, the cleanup is coming. We got Mauga lifesteal, we got Chio on the loser. We don't need the Ana. You know, the Ana's a sacrificial lamb, but I think that's one of Fielder's strengths as a player. I've, you know, watched him a lot, and he's just so selfless as a player, like willing to die whatever it takes for the team. And, you know, it works out really well when you got somebody like Proper to throw the nano on you. You're feeling pretty good about that. You're like, yeah, you can take the nano. I trust you. I trust you.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one thing that coming to the international level is so many people did play different comps. Like NA originally was playing like a lot of Mauga. EU was running that Sig Ram, and then Korea started just playing all those comps, but with Ana. And we never saw that. That was something like we never expected. And they're also just very, very, very good at it when you have no practice and can't shield those nids.
I know. I think one of the things that people think about Korea is that they often talk about, oh, it's like a dive region. That's what they play. But I think that really understates the level of flexibility. Where sure they can play dive, maybe it's the highest potential strategy in most cases. But when they bring out the rush, when they bring out the poke, it's not getting easy, right? It's that's what it is playing at this international level. This is the best players in the world, right? They're not going to give you any kind of easy matches. I'm curious for you guys how you see this next map going. Do you think SSG can maybe take the momentum back here on Havana?
I think if they can't get it back now, I'd honestly, sadly, will say I don't know if they will be able to get it.
All right, well, we're going to see if they can make it happen here on Havana. This is SSG's map pick. This is their chance to stake a claim on the series, even things up 1-1. Let's jump right into the action and see who brings it out.
Thank you very much, guys, on the desk. That's right. Space Station's map choice. Going to Havana. Last time they played against one of the Korean teams, they did end up choosing Circuit Royale. Havana, almost a... Woo! Even on Championship Sunday.
We're here for the birds and for a good time.
Clearly.
Yeah!
Opsoja did tweet out earlier that she got the note. She got the list of the locations.
Of course.
She dropped the pin on all of them.
I'm with Rack Attack on this one, though. Havana is a great choice for Space Station to try to get the momentum back in their hands. They were able to deliver a full hold to M80 on this map, and they were also able to win it on Havana versus ENCE. It took a little bit longer. We got to 0.3 on that one, but nonetheless, Space Station, they have a really good idea of how they want to handle these close holds on the defense. The Crazy Raccoon, they've got to be ready for that. They must have seen it. And they're also going to be on the defense first.
Just taunting each other through the window at the moment. Is Chong wall riding it. Yeah, close hold, no real surprise here for Crazy Raccoon. Of course, no dive. Like Cal was mentioning on the desk too, right? There's nothing really that prepares you. Gates unlocked. Space Station, show us what you got. Oh. Well, the best start in the world, I would say. Landing going down like that. Oh, even Psycho taking a few Cheerios in the spawn room, pretty much.
Look at how they're locking down both sides of the spawn as well. Tron's got the Cheerios on one side. You've also got the Genji Shurikens from the other. Tron is a little bit low, and he's saying he's going to have to back up. His Sparky tries to take this off angle to break through this.
They do spot Heesang just dashing in. Half HP. Magne comes out, but Liv faster on the trigger there. Pops out. Insta headshot onto Sparker. And Space Station Gaming are just getting spawned out literally at the spawn door. Astro as well goes down. God, just give him a bit of breathing room, please.
Now, Crazy Raccoon, they want total domination to make their way back up into that finals versus Team Falcons. But for Space Station, maybe turning it around to start here. Landon's going to be very close to that amplification matrix. And Psycho's able to break out with a big focus move.
Yeah, Landon's traded again, but Choron going down. He's going to be able to speed back pretty quickly. Although now you're only relying on one healer, if that being Shoot. How quickly now can Space Station get back to grips with this map?
Duplicates up for Psycho.
Good shot by Liv. It's actually going to force a reset there from Landon. Has to pop that lamp in the corner. It's not a lamp, but it's a window. And Sparker firing through it. Finally catches one. Chorong on the high ground too, trying to boot people away. This is a scrappy fight. Anything that Space Station Gaming use here is going to benefit Raccoons in a massive way. Finally, they're managing to clean people up, although Heesang refusing to go down, eventually falls to Landon, and there you go. The spawn hold has been broken.
And only with the amplification matrix at that, so a lot more that Space Station gets to play with as they start to round this first corner. They're gonna hold a little aggressive here. Sparker has the Deadeye. Hottie may be able to try to off flank here with this Earth Shatter. But it's gonna be hard to land this on to anybody. You got this big beefy Mauga in front of you, but where was Sparker?
Oh, here comes the blade from Heesang. I'm not sure going to be able to stand up to this one. Hadi, unfortunately, the resets are coming. And straight back to spawn with you. Sparker, yeah, the Rose just way out in the open. You saw him roll over to the kind of the staircase on the right-hand side there. Crazy Raccoon saw that opening, pulled the blade on top of that initial kill, and now the payload's gonna creep back.
They've always been one step ahead of where Sparker likes to try to take these flanks. But here's the Deadeye so early.
Shadow does land, connects with one. Shu on the ground, but here come the duplications. Psycho with the Mauga. How about tasting some of your own medicine? Hardy and Psycho able to take down Max, and here comes the payload. It's finally moving. Hardy still trying to contend with people in the spawn, and with 60 seconds to go, these kills need to be cleaned up. Shu eventually falls there. Chorong on the point, manages to slip out, but Lip out of nowhere kills Psycho.
I know, Psycho was trying to get this cart progress to move forward even just a little bit to give some breathing room for Space Station to come back in. Psycho is actually going to switch off of the Echo now, go over to the Tracer to try to finish up this first point when there's only 30 seconds left. Another amplification matrix and a Deadeye here.
Landon burning that precious cooldown in that lamp as well. Sparker dashing in to try and kill Chorong. He does manage to find the shot, but Hardy can't step up now. There's a window in his way, and Max is holding the door in front of him too. Hardy can't fall, and unfortunately he does. Psycho unable to save him. 15 seconds to go now. Crazy Raccoon really not taking any prisoners, refusing to let Space Station Gaming go near that first point.
Even though they have the amplification matrix to try to push them away, he's saying he's gonna have this blade up soon.
They're gonna be able to get touch here at the very least. Landon with a window, peeks the corner, however has to deal with Lip on the high ground. Lip with a double tap, but the blade from Heesang in the back. The lamp's already gone, the pin's good, but an even better lamp there from Shu, saving his life. And Heesang's gonna end this one as quick as that. Space Station Gaming gonna get held on that first corner.
We've seen Space Station be able to pull off some miraculous close holds before, but this one is going to be very tough to accomplish. Not a whole lot of progress Kurt was able to get on their attack push. So they're gonna have to deliver a very, very lethal hold if they want to be able to win this map and win their map pick.
A tall task to ask as well. I mean, look, Crazy Raccoons, they come off of quite a tough loss. Went all the way to map number 5 versus Team Falcons, the first time they ever actually go down to them as well. Of course, over in the Asia region, I mean, they are the kings, right? They take both stages. They beat Falcons. Maybe feeling a bit down coming into this series, but it doesn't look like it at all. They want that sweet revenge. That's exactly what they're going to serve up in a moment. I mean, they're close to match point here.
And they might be feeling even a little bit more confident knowing that Space Station have had trouble being able to deal with these Mauga comps. Even though they played against Team Falcons that did have Stalker's Venture, Crazy Raccoon know that the Mauga is working. Max has a lot of flexibility in his hero pool to be able to throw out something like the Mauga. No Winton maybe this time around, but Funny Astro giving us all the fan service that we need in this match. We're gonna have the gates open up and Space Station on the defense with a Mauga comp of their own.
Oh my Shu! Full right click on the Zen, insta switches, Giga Chad behavior. That's the spawn hold broken, and that's how you do it.
They were not expecting any of that. Crazy Raccoon leaning into such a full
Chorong
position.
switches to Mercy to get the res.
Also
Insane.
Chad behavior. This is wild. Like Crazy Raccoon, they invested into a composition to just get these big one-shots, open up the doors for themselves, and now lock into the real composition that they want to run. But the ball's already gotten rolling.
How much damage is done to Space Station to try and take the staircase. Heesang kind of waiting for them on high ground. Tough target to take down, that being the Venture on the side of Space Station. However, they're going to need to do something. Cardiac Overdrive on the point. Hardy healing himself. I'm not sure he's going to be able to survive that one. There's a lot of damage thrown at you, and I think that's about it. A couple of meters to go. A beautiful reflect kill, and this is all Heesang's map right here. And with 3 minutes to go, there's an easy push for Crazy Raccoons as they take the second map. One of the quickest maps I think we've seen so far here in Dallas. Unbelievable dominance.
Maybe the only other one being the full hold that we saw delivered by Space Station, nonetheless. A map that they wanted to pick to try to get this series back under their control. one that we thought would give them a really big advantage, knowing how good their strategies have been with those close holds, with that Reinhardt comp. But Crazy Raccoon, yet again, one step ahead of the curve to be able to get the better of that. I mean, come on, the Zen, the Hanzo.
I want to get a Zen replay, actually. I haven't seen a lot of Zen, unfortunately. You pop on Zen, full right-click into Landon's dome. I mean, you're not expecting that at all. You're not expecting Zen to come out there. You're expecting literally anything else, honestly, but not the Zen. Well, with that, Crazy Raccoons are on match points. We're going to jump to the desk. You guys can take it away.
Thank you so much, Rose and Jack Winton. That's what the audience wants, that's for sure. Fanyastra gave us a little taste of it too. It's the most Winton we've seen, at least on Havana right now. But looking at it, we gotta be real with this one. Looks a tiny bit hopeless. They can't seem to take that mirror Maga. I mean, at this point, just go back, die on your Reinhardt hill, right, Reinforce?
I mean,
Say
it's
yes.
been the most fun to see going down on the Reinhardt hill. I do think that, like, there's no way you're gonna match them with the Maga composition. So just play the Reinhardt, you know, try to make it work. The best of your abilities, Jake. I feel like I have very little ability to inspire hope here for SSG, Jake.
I mean, sometimes as a player, I call it feeling the limit. You know, you play this match, your team has looked great all tournament against so many opponents. You felt really strong, like you're playing your best Overwatch, and then a Titan comes out and just slaps you down, feels completely hopeless.
A couple of Overwatch League teams you face that you're like, that's too strong.
Never at the start of the match. I think always come into the start of the match feeling hopeful, but sometimes this is the scenario, right? You're down 0-2, it's the final map. You've thrown your best shots, right? No one wants to go down 0-2. You're always giving everything. The first two maps especially, you want to take a lead in the series. But when it goes like this, I mean, it's a complete beatdown, totally one-sided. It's hard not to feel hopeless.
Yeah, well, the good news is that it is SSG. That means that win or lose, they seem to have fun. They are actually one of the teams which is mentally at least resilient. They have not felt like they're just completely doomed after they're going down 1-0, 2-0. Like, I feel like they're still rolling out with somewhat confidence.
Yeah, it's my job to be the doomer. You know, it's up to the players to have the mental fortitude to show up here in you know, the most dire of straits and still have the trust in each other. And honestly, there's few teams other than SSG I'd take over that in that circumstance, right? To be down, backs against the wall, odds stacked against you, and to still come out swinging and to still play confidently into what could be the final map in the series. But honestly, I think we're looking at a Crazy Raccoons that is angry.
Yeah, I mean, it also needs to be said probably that SSG with that pick onto Havana, they probably, like we've seen a lot of EMEA and NA teams do so far, you want to get the escort pick out early. And you already tried playing Reinhardt on Circuit Real, it didn't work out earlier on in the tournament. You can't go to Gibraltar. So you pretty much have to get rid of an escort early on because, for example, if you go to Hybrid or whatever and you win, well, then you know that you're just going to take it to Gibraltar, they're just going to outplay you because they're different like that. So now maybe escort out of the way. Maybe you open up to play Brawl the rest of these three maps. I mean, you got to reverse sweep Crazy Raccoon. Like, there's no way they make it happen. But maybe you can go to like a Midtown or something like that now. We'll see where they actually take it.
I was wanting to say this.
I'm actually extremely happy about that.
Yeah.
They're going back to the roots. This is comfort zone. This is home for a Space Station Gaming, once upon a time at least. So I'm happy about this pick.
It's exciting. You know, what this says to me is that maybe they will go down swinging in their comfort zone, playing what has, you know, always been the old standby and having some fun while doing it. At the same time, though, for me, I think Crazy Raccoon perfectly happy with this. I don't think they're flustered one little bit playing against the
Do they look
Ride,
like
but
they're on two down? They're all smiles.
no, they're still believing, they're still fighting.
Absolutely.
And as a player, that's what you got to do. You got to have confidence even when the day is darkest. And I think this is one of those really valuable things you have in that team. They've known each other for a long time. They're all cracking jokes. They're all keeping each other up. Sometimes when you don't have it yourself, you rely on your teammates for that. And you know, SSG, they got it in spades.
We actually have a sub coming in here as well. Once more, Junbin coming in for Max. Lots of swapping, obviously, in the tank lineup, especially for Crazy Raccoon. I think they're the only team which has been doing so many subs throughout this tournament. This is really just like the map preferences for the individual players.
You know, I think Infected hit on this on the desk previously, that Max, you know, has a little bit more specialty when he needs to play, especially the Sigma wants to slow things down. They do both play the Ram, but, you know, there's just more conditions. Maybe if the enemy team brings out something different, okay, maybe we would respond with the Sigma. You got Max in, but that's the value of the two tank rosters, is that you need both of them to be flexible. If you've got like a locked in, guaranteed only playing off tanks player, they could get really punished. Max and Junbin are not that. They both are incredibly flexible players with just different specializations. So a different look in Overwatch 2 in that 5v5 format. Really, that's how you have to be two tanks in Overwatch 2. It's not just, you know, split the tanks 50-50. You both need about 70% of the hero pool to be confident.
But knowing this team here, SSG, those players, and seeing this map pick, I don't think they care what the opposition is going to play here, Reinforce. I think this is just going to be them playing to their strength.
Yeah, I mean, come on, go out, play some Reinhardt.
That's right.
Play some Reinhardt, come on. You might as well, right? Like, they're not going to play the Sigma. They're not going to play the Winston. Even the Ramotra, I don't like the matchup into Mauga at all. So you might as well come out, play the Reinhardt. You know, King's Row as well. Maybe some shorter side angles for Lip if Lip is going to play the hit scan. You know, less room to play Tracer, for example. So maybe put Crazy Raccoons in a bit of a worse position than if we were in a Midtown and a Hollywood, for example. Hollywood, of course. But I do feel like Space Station, this is the best bet you got. Go down swinging with the Reinhardt. Let's see the Hardy Reinhardt one more time here in Dallas.
That's right. I know we want to see it. I think our audience agrees with us here as well. This is, however, match point for the Crazy Raccoon squad. Can they finish it out and meet Team Falcon again in the grand final? We'll find out right after this.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, it's coming home. We're going to King's Row, Space Station Gaming's pick. The engine's still running, and I expect a whole lot of Ryan here.
I think we're all expecting that there's going to be a whole lot of Rhine. But it depends also on where they feel like Crazy Raccoon may want to go with this one. Jumpman coming back into the roster means that they have the opportunity to play all of those main tanks. We saw the Wrecking Ball earlier on in this series, but they also have the flexibility to be able to play the Mauga and the Ramotra. Two heroes that we've seen a lot of teams try to take to the fold versus Space Station, either leaning into the Sigma or the Reinhardt.
Farah's going to be a big choice here. Little damage boost. Headshot from Sparker, maybe?
Oh, please. I want it. 5, 4, one headshot.
3. So all it takes sometimes to crack open the first hole. Ooh, spots the Mauga. Ooh. All good. There we go. Sparker switching over. No Reinhardt for Space Station. Spot the Mauga. Decide to go on to the Sigma and try and take that high ground. Or try to, at least. Of course, Farah can just boot you off if you're not careful.
Good to have the Sigma here when you know that you're going to be dealing with a lot of these corners. That Reinhardt shield that you've seen in the past has been able to get bursted down pretty quickly by something like the Farah pressure. Hussein is already going to be able to do quite a bit of work here around this hotel.
Hardy been so low there too. Does it take Psycho out of the skies, clipped his wings? 3 minutes, I mean, Sparker needs to take, you can see how much focus he's putting onto Heesang right now, needs to be able to punish the Farah for being anywhere close to the skybox.
But Lip has been able to mark him so well on some of these off angles that it's hard for Sparker to get a good sightline onto Heesang.
That's Sleep. Uh-oh, gotta be careful. Lip ends up going down though to Hardy, who's finally managed to take this high ground, or at least attempting to. Little Lucio's having a little 1v1 there as Sharon once again runs into Hardy. Almost got booped out of the window, but now the point capture is in progress for Space Station. Jumping just dashing in though, charging in, gets nano applied to him. Cardiac overdrive up to, that's a whole lot of healing and a whole lot of damage as well. Heesang, unperturbed, just jumps into the backline, but Sparker was there waiting for him.
Sparker's having the carry performance that he needs right now on this Cassidy. Is the Deadeye ready to go as soon as all Space Station are back? But yeah, that nade from Shu is going to push him back and be able to limit how far he's able to push forward.
Yeah, and it buys time. Most importantly there, they can't insta-push up, but it's funny, Astro that actually goes down. They've lost their sound barrier now. Sparker, can he be the hero that they require? Oh, the barrage, still good enough. Lamb comes in, not killed quick though, but Sparker claims the life of Heesang. Does end up trading once again, and here we go. Space Station Gaming. They're gonna get 2 check marks here. I can imagine a third too. Jump in with no ultimate. He's got another chance to get on here as Shu is closing in on that nano, but it's just too much damage and Shu knows it. Backing up as Space Station cap first.
You can see how effective this echo from Psycho has been in order to just really burst down this Mauga from Junbin. Get the sticky bombs in there, a couple of really good shots to the head, and finish it off with that focusing beam. But Psycho too, he's gonna have a lot of trouble with Heesang still. Heesang on the Tracer, looking for the opportunity to just take out this echo once again. Funny Astra's playing a bit more reactively this time around to make sure that Psycho just doesn't get taken out that easily.
He's got recall too, and he's got an extra blink there. Make that another one. Sparker now hunting him down, but look at the space he's creating. Just Heesang is still alive too. Landon eventually kills him. And with that and a duplication, it forces Raccoons to back off.
Good disengage from Raccoon to just get out of the way of this duplicate. Means that this cage isn't going to come online, and the duplicate not able to find the value that Psycho might have wanted from it. But with Space Station having all of this space to work with in this street space, you've got the gravitic flux too to try to finish off the second point.
It's two as well, but there's the sound barrier coming in, saving Shoot and saving Lip. Landon first to fall in the engagement. Hardy right now trying to back off. On a little off angle too, but he's going to get punished for it. Yep, straight into the London Underground. You got no Oyster Card, my son. You're going to have to deal with the consequences now. That cage comes in, locks him in place. And he's just cheekily using the shield. Nice little roll there from Spark to get a better angle onto Heesang, but the Tracer had the recall. And that'll be the fight one from Crazy Raccoon.
But these nades from Shu have been huge. With Landon feeling inflexible to go over to the Kiriko, finding that comfort on the Baptiste means that you don't have that cleanse up Suzu available to be able to get rid of all of that purple on your team. Makes it a lot easier for Crazy Raccoon to just finish things off. And take a look at Shu's positioning right now with this Nano.
This is disgusting. Nano in the backline, nade on top as well. Sound barrier couldn't come in quick enough. Actually does end up getting slept. The pulse bomb connects from Heesang. Sparko, 1 HP, has to dash away. Heesang though, a blink smack melee from around the corner. And the flank play from the Tracer and the Ana working out wonders for Crazy Raccoon. And all this time as well, they're just buying, their time bank slipping away from Space Station.
God, Shu is such a superstar. Sparker's able to help at least keep Heesang off of their tails, but Shu has just been such a difference maker in a lot of these fights. Whether it was that nano flank play or just being able to have all of these nades, these two have been so good. Space Station, they get another attempt at this one, 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Junbin's back on the Doomfist though. So a little bit of another look coming out here from Raccoon.
How about the Doomfist into this comp, although quite frustrating for the Lamb. That was so good against a deployed Lamb. You just punch people out of it, and then Lip or Heesang can jump on top of you and get the insta-kill. That safety net is nothing but a fly on the wall, honestly. Nade lands again. Astro and Hardy going purple there. Psycho playing point guard. A little bit of defense there from the Tracer, making sure that Heesang cannot get to the back line and find an execution kill. 60 seconds to go with Lip dead. Space Station still struggling to kill the flankers.
But look at how far forward Hadi is pushed. Let's make sure that that shield is going to be in the way from when Lip actually makes his way back. But Heesang
they're still alive.
In the back.
They're still alive, and Chong has the sound barrier too. Can two-man if he really wants it. Nano coming in, hits Junbin, Chorum and Heesang. Someone has to deal with them at some point. You have to kill them, but they're unable to. They're forced into the underground yet again, and they could try and stagger here as well. 30 seconds to go. Yeah, they're just blocking him.
Blocking him, and that's huge. Hadi's not going to be able to get back into this fight. He's going to get swept through to get staggered even more.
Oh, give him the bag, Lip. You know you want to. A kill onto Hardy. Disastrous at this time of the game. Look how many old Space Station have, but look at the aggression from Heesang. He's already killed one with the help of Junbin. A lamp on the high ground, but where's the touch? Funny Astro's having to deal with Junbin on the Doomfist. Is going to try and dash to the point, but he's unable to do so. A full slate of ultimates from Space Station Gaming. But Crazy Raccoon stagger and then go basically touch the spawn, forcing Space Station to use everything in their power to get that one final touch.
Raccoons, they press the issue. If you're not able to use your ultimates, you just can't win these fights. If you play with that aggression, you're really forcing Space Station to stay on the back foot. They've never been able to make those aggressive engages in any of these fights so far. Heesang's been so annoying on this Tracer. Not really able to allow Landon to focus on keeping Hadi up. Not able to allow Sparker to do his job either on this Cassidy. Sparker's been one of the biggest damage dealers on this team just because of the prowess on that Cassidy. If you're limiting that, you're limiting the success that Space Station get a chance to have.
And Crazy Raccoon, and Team Falcons for that matter as well, they just move different.
They're so fast. They're so aggressive. They can see the weakness and just go after it like blood in the water.
Well, like Cal said on the desk, I'll reiterate. Nothing really prepares you for that level of aggression and the way the Korean teams play the dive and how fast they can go and how much they understand their limits as well. Very much limit testing Space Station right now. Gates unlock. Crazy Raccoon. Roll the Mauga this time.
They got the symmetric teleporter too, actually, to help get Shu up to this high ground.
Spicy.
Allows him to get these angles a lot faster. Take a look at how he's already spotted Sparker over in that window.
Look at the Hunter as well. Very spicy.
Not a bad idea. You've got the sniper potential. You also have the Sonic Heroes to help you just get a little bit more intel for the team. We're still on this Doomfist for Chunbin. Doomfist and Nano combo from Shu has been so powerful. Even that's just what we saw in that last round.
Oh, good kill though. He sank 30 HP. Oh, still wins the duel as well. Sparker missing a couple of shots. He's going to regret that one as he gets healed on up. That beam, almost 100% accuracy, but it is landed. That's fighting the good fight for Space Station on this first point. She's chasing down Lip as well now. 2 kills for landing that fight. Maybe make it another one.
He gets away. Lip gets away with his life there. Space Station still haven't really had any breathing room in this match to actually find their footing on the defense. Sparker, though, able to help give them that. He's going down in that last engagement. But you still have to worry about just how fast-paced Crazy Raccoon are taking these fights. Lip is still up, active, waiting with an arrow for anybody that peeks their head.
Ooh, a little punch out there from Jimin. Heard that sleep go off as well. Just trying to charge up. A bigger punch. Oh, it landed. That was close. Light flashing before his eyes right there. Oh, lands in front of Jimin, however. Still has the power-up punch. Worth keeping in mind, so can go for the slam play again if he wants to. We've got a checkpoint as well. Space Station, they're kind of playing Crazy Raccoon at their own game right now. Like, they are the ones that are whittling down this time bank. Nano punch ends up missing, but he's still in the little 1v1 here with Hardy. Hardy getting pumped full of heals from the low ground and Jumpin trying to put a stop to it. Has to use that slam to get away, and there you go. Sparker with the flank. And this is why Space Station wanted to come to King's Row. Both the supports. You get the nice sleep. Astro should be more than fine.
They've been playing way better around some of these flanker options from Raccoon. Even though Hottie was the point of focus for this Doomfist from Junpin, kept him busy. Well, he put that trust in Sparker and Psycho to clean up the rest of Lip. He's saying Lip now on the Tracer.
So many ultimates there for Space Station. Look, they got 5 of them. Duplication from Heesang, double Tracer now. Up on this high ground, Sparker easily taking care of it though as Heesang dashed out the window, 100 HP, finding Astro. Not suffering a death there, slips away. It's actually once again Shu that goes down. A big kill for Sparker again. And a sound barrier is going to keep them in this fight. Faith in one's own destiny can be a powerful thing. 1 minute to go as Crazy Raccoon's unable to crack the Space Station defense.
And they find Lip 2, huge, because now they're in sub 1 minute territory. It's Space Station, they only needed 2 of those ultimates in that last fight to be able to get the job done. So they get to hold on to this annihilation in some of these more critical moments where Junpin has this Meteor Strike. Not necessarily the best engagement tool that we've seen here for this composition. Final fight potentially on our hands as Crazy Raccoon, they make another approach to this clip.
Space Station do have to be very careful though. It's only 33% that is required. They're setting their sights on Shu once again, but Heesang trying to level the playing field here. Shu going down is not a good start. Good punch from Jumpin, ends Landon's life. It's a scrappy one, but Psycho, Hardy and Astro are alive and well, and with an annihilation and no more CDs left, Jumpin has to get out of there. He puts up the power block, firing a few shots in, but with only 5 seconds to go, there still has to be a touch. Jumpin does manage to get here in time, but there's 3 ultimates remaining for Space Station. A Pokemon on the floor from Lip, and it ends up missing. A Nano Boost onto Jumpin, but he misses the punch. And what can he do now? What possibly has he got left? A kill onto Landon is one thing, but you still have to deal with Sparker in the back. Heesang is sent to find the execution, but doesn't get there in time. But it is Jumpin that turns it around.
So close for Space Station to be able to get that hold and keep themselves in this series. But Landon even coming back on the Kiriko, able to get back there faster, giving some healing over to Hadi, who was still so low when he had to actually go for the Annihilation to keep them up with that defense. But they still have a chance here. They whittled away so much time on that Bane. The Crazy Raccoon only have 2 minutes now to try to get to that orange box of victory. Don't have a lot to work with either. Take a look at Lip already for the Psycho duel.
He used Fake Last in the Pangs and the Balance Heroes with 2 minutes to go. Not a lot of time. You saw how much Crazy Raccoons were able to stall out Space Station before. Astro keeping the rest of his team alive, amping it up. Speed and heals, make sure Hadi stays alive here in the front line. Jumpin and Crazy Raccoon, look at the ultimates coming up now. Nano Blade could be on the menu to end it all, or just a normal one if he's feeling spicy enough.
And Astro doesn't have the sound barrier yet, so it could be devastating in this next fight.
Coming in from Choron too, a very aggressive dive straight onto the backline. Blade has been pulled as well. Where's the lamp? Sparker hits the high noon. The beat comes in. He cancels the high noon just in time, but Heesang gets nothing with this blade. Crazy Raccoon, they've got a Nano and a Doom Fist ult coming in. The Space Station refusing to go down without a fight here. Meteor Strike into the backline. Sparker in trouble yet again. You can see the focus. Sparker, Astro down and Jumpin with the Nano. He's getting duped out by Landon here, but he's still got it. He's still got that slam coming up, and there's the execution kill. Only a couple more meters to go now with Space Station. They're going to switch over to the Sim to get the TP out. They're going to get one more touch.
They're going to need that touch really quickly too. And it might just be the last fight that we have, because if Crazy Raccoon win this one here, they're going to be moving on to the finals and send Space Station home.
Annihilation coming up for Hadi as well. They got to push in. The 25 seconds to go is coming down to the wire. Europe's hope and dreams here. Hanging in the balance. Shu playing at such a disgusting angle as well. They have to spam him out, otherwise Arna can just get free reign of nade, sleeps and pretty much whatever you want. Nade lobbed in, hits Astro, but it's the only one. 10 seconds to go and overtime will definitely tick over here. But the Annihilation from Hadi might be able to keep them in this fight. A punch off of the high ground there on top of the payload. They're just trying to get out of the line of sight here so it doesn't last for eternity. Jumpin's the only one there, but Heesang goes down now. Shu in trouble. Psycho with the pulse bomb. An easy kill for the Tracer, you'd have thought. But no, it's Sleep! He gets the Sleep and Choron gets the cleanup. Like a 4-ton tumbleweed, Choron comes in and saves the day. It's only a couple of seconds left and both sound barriers are thrown out. Jumpin goes down to a turret, but that overhealth is fading away. And then Nano onto the Tracer now. A perfect stick onto the tank. No way had he survived that. And Funny Astro, the last to stand. And Psycho, the last almost to fall. Crazy Raccoons, they get their chance of revenge as they make their way to the grand finals.
These Korean teams, man, they're just built different. Even in those last final moments, it looked like Space Station, they might have done it. But they never let up. They never gave up in those final moments either in Raccoon. They just kept putting the pressure and the pressure and the pressure mounting until it was able to boil over and result in this victory for this all-star squad. But wow, Space Station Gaming, what an incredible journey that they've had so far here at the DreamHack Dallas Major. You know this is not the last time you're going to get a chance to see this team compete. The Crazy Raccoon right now are going to be standing tall and get their chance at revenge.
Crazy Raccoon get it done, and they get an opportunity to get a revenge match against Team Falcon, which we will be setting up in just a bit. But first things first, we have to break down the action we just saw. And quite frankly, heading into King's Row, we were like, okay, you know what, go out with a bang, be in your comfort zone, play the Reinhardt. That's not what we got to see from SSG. Instead, they were actively trying. They tried to counter. They played the right compositions into what we saw from Crazy Raccoon, who just kept on the aggression and that tempo. But honestly, they put up a really good fight against them. That was so close. They were one tiny pick or team fight even away from actually winning out Kings Row.
Yeah, I think honestly this is such huge mental progress for Space Station Gaming that, you know, in the past I thought, you know, they're going to Kings Row, maybe they will bring out the Rhine, but for me that would have been a little disappointing, right? It is what the fans want to see, but it's also giving up. I mean, strategically, it's done. If you go Rhine for me, it's done. But they kept fighting and they very nearly won it multiple times, almost brought us back on Kings Row, almost forced a 4th map in the series, really making Crazy Raccoon sweat. And that just shows Space Station Gaming, they're here to really fight for the title. They're not satisfied with just being the kings of Europe. They want that global victory, and I'm really excited that we see more from this team in Esports World Cup.
Yeah, amazing for Space Station to finish 3rd here in the OWCS Major, of course. But, you know, there was a lot of talk going into this tournament. There was some hype after the scrims. There was some banter back and forth. We got some amazing video interviews. I got a pretty grim statistic for you folks. Korea went 15-0 in maps against NA and EMEA. So after all that talk,
15-0 and 1.
15-0 and 1 after Kevster back cap on the Bonnie. That's maybe next time we can win a map, guys.
I mean, this is the level. As I've been watching, you know, the Asia region in OWCS, I've been just feeling this. I kind of felt this might happen coming into the major. The level is so high. There's so many competitive teams. We are seeing the top 2 teams from Asia, but realistically, there are 4 or 5 teams very near this level. I mean, this you can't be understated how incredibly powerful these squads are, how effective their play is. Like many players have said, you can't prepare for this with other regions. This is just a different level.
Let's be real. Like we've said it many times in the past, but I don't think we've said it so far this event, really, unless the first day. But like, these might be 2 of the best rosters ever assembled in Overwatch esports. Going into 2024, both Team Falcons, but also Crazy Raccoon. These rosters are stacked like we've almost never seen before in Overwatch League.
Either one of these teams could have swept some Overwatch League champions. I mean, that's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
It's 2 Avenger teams, not 1, but 2. So it's a little unfair to go up against that. I do have to say, though, there were definitely moments where the NA teams or like EMEA teams, they had the right idea. But of course, the compositional differences we've seen from those 2 regions, or from 3 regions rather, that has played a big part. And that's one part of this new format, right? Like they are locked into those different regions. They're developing different kind of metas. And then here is where it's all coming to a big clash. And this time around, it was the Asian region to come out on top. A lot of that, of course, not just the compositions they're running, it's the individuals. There's so many star players in both of those teams, and one of them has played above the rest. That's why he's getting out. Porsche performance of the match. Hisang earned the honor standout for the last couple of days for his team.
Hisang, I think, has really come onto so many players' radars in the last year or 2. His performance continues to climb higher and higher as he challenges for being one of the very best flex players on the planet. Insane individual mechanics, insane on every hero he touches, and such a huge monster. We talk so much about Lip in this Crazy Raccoon squad, and I think that really is undeserved for Hisang. He deserves a lot of credit for the success of the squad. His flexibility enables Crazy Raccoon to constantly have the edge because he's just so good on everything he plays.
And it's an incredible subplot going into the Grand Finals as well, because last year Hisang was a rookie going into the Overwatch League, of course. That time he paired up alongside Proper from Team Falcons, of course, that time on the San Francisco Shock. And so now, you know, another stand-up performance from him here in the Porsche performance of the match. But now in qualifying for the Grand Finals, you go again head-to-head against Team Falcons, and you get to square off against Proper, who was your teammate last year before Hisang parted ways and joined the Vancouver Titans. 2 players with pretty similar hero pools and playstyles. They couldn't gel together. They couldn't get the most out of each other together. Now instead they're going head-to-head in another Grand Finals here at the OWCS Major.
And I love that. It's so many good storylines coming into it. And also another thing to be said about Hisang's performance here to date thus far in their previous match against Falcons and in this very match against SSG. To be able to become the standout player on the same server like greats such as Proper or Lip in his own team. Usually, like in the past, Hisang will go under the radar. Now he's the one who's actually actually having the spotlights on him, and it's so well deserved. And that's why he walked away with our Porsche performance of the match. Now, of course, the teams are already getting ready for the action in the grand final. Let's one more time take a look at our brackets to see how we got there. 2 grueling days of matches.
Oh, the APAC
Lots
bracket.
to be played for all of these teams. Let's walk us through the action. How did we end up with this grand final?
Well, the Korean teams didn't lose except to each other. I think that really tells the story here.
That was a great match, Jake. That was a great match.
what a
That
game,
winner
though,
bracket
yeah.
final.
Seriously, and I expect some serious fireworks as Crazy Raccoon, honestly, in that last match against Space Station, they were angry. They want to go, they don't want to mess around. They don't want to drop a map. They want to go straight back against Falcons in the grand final, taking another swing. I mean, I can say a lot of things. Falcons came out on top, but Crazy Raccoon was not scared. They played with aggression and poise throughout that whole series. They really want a world championship. They've beaten Falcons before. They know they could do it again.
Yeah, and I mean, there's more adaptations to be made, right? We talked about the last winner bracket final, tons of adaptations throughout the series. We thought, okay, maybe, you know, we're going to see Crazy Raccoon do something different here in the winner bracket final. At the end of the day, it turned out that they were really comfortable playing the Mauga. Falcons come back in that series with some adjustments to their venture play. So I don't think we've seen the end of adaptations between these two teams going into the grand final. I can't wait to see what, you know, some of our top tier coaches as well has cooked up for their players.
Absolutely, and it's gonna be a best of 7, so first to 4, more Overwatch action coming our way. All of that and more after a quick break. You don't want to miss it.
You're watching OWCS Major.
What?
A beautiful Porsche collaboration with Overwatch 2, and you see a Porsche on full display right next to our stage here in Dallas, Texas. Welcome back, one and all. As you can see, we're now joined by the one and only Funny Astro. Please make some noise for Funny Astro. SSG, it's been so much fun to watch you guys. It's been a real treat. And speaking of treats, we're about to chat with you, but also I want to chat about the 911 speaker we're seeing here on our desk right now. And once more, remind everyone watching that you have a chance of winning this very speaker. You're doing great work here, Reinforce. Love this for all of us. Look at it. Take it all in. And then head on over to the URL you're seeing on your screen right now for a chance to win it all. Follow our socials. Within the next few days, we will be announcing the winner of the raffle. Now, speaking of winning things, it's not what you guys did today, but sorry, it was the only transition in my head. And listen, every once in a while, you just gotta dish it out. But I felt like a winner watching you guys play because, quite frankly, it's just so darn entertaining. You guys have such a distinct style, and you always had a distinct style throughout the last two stages. It's been incredible to watch your team perform. How do you feel about your performance? You come third in this first international competition.
I mean, to be honest, we wanted to beat a Korean team, but we'll have to take being best in the West. It's fine.
It was so close, though.
It was so
close.
Yeah, that last map of King's Row, I think some of us on the desk were talking, they picked King's Row, are they going to play Rhine? And, I was like, yeah, it might happen, but I would have been a little disappointed. I was really happy to see the Sigma coming out, that you guys did not give up. I mean, I think it speaks to the sort of new mission of this team. It's beyond just winning Europe, being the best at Rush. It's, wanting to take it to the very best teams in the world. What has it been like inside of the team as far as like coming through that transformation, winning the last stage in Europe, coming into this tournament, and now looking ahead to the Esports World Cup?
To be honest, the team atmosphere is great. Like, everyone loves Hattie when he's on Ryan, but he's great at everything.
Yeah.
I mean, every time he picks Ryan, the crowd just goes wild. So it's so hard not to just pick it at every opportunity. So I'm glad we managed to pick like Sigma in the end. It felt good on King's Row, and I was glad that we managed to give it like one final shot.
When you're trying to strategize against some of these really good Korean teams, of course, they're playing a lot of Mauga and stuff like that. But like, what are the discussions internally? Like, what's the mentality going into the series? Was there anything you ever felt at some point was like, this could be the answer? Did you feel confident at some point picking against them?
We felt like we had the answer with the Sigma comp, to be honest. Yeah. But when we went into our first match against Falcons on that first Ilios round, we got rolled pretty hard. And then we just we thought we had to pivot away from the Sigma, or I think maybe we should have stuck with it. It was pretty hard to prepare for because we thought we were going to play Falcons, to be honest. Yeah. It was a surprise we were against Crazy Raccoons.
I think it was a surprise for Crazy Raccoons as well. They didn't expect to roll through that upper bracket, but it shall not be so. I'm glad you're here because we're about to chat about this matchup. You played against both teams, so we're going to get the download from you in person. But also, we got an opportunity to sit down with the coach from Team Falcons. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I got a special interview here with Coach Krusty from Team Falcons. Coach Krusty, thank you for joining me for this really quick interview. I mean, I saw you running up on stage as soon as your team won. What made you so happy about your win?
Well, as being a gamer, you love winning, right? But that's all, It's not over till it's all over, right? So I was just happy that we won, right?
I mean, also to add on that, because Crazy Raccoons did win in the Asia, finals as well, and unfortunately, you guys did lose that time. But now, the results were different. Did that make you even more happier?
Actually, Libanj is always sweet, right? I love Libanj. Always. Even like I was in Overwatch League before, I love Libanj, and we prepare a lot for this, right? So, but we're gonna see till the end, right? So
your preparation did show in your match against Crazy Raccoons. Now, Coach, you guys are heading into the grand finals. Who do you think is going to be your opponent for the grand finals match?
SSG.
Why?
Yeah. Well, Hadi's a chatty.
Hadi's a chatty. That is it for the interview, Coach. Thank you so much. Good luck in the grand finals. Okay. Back to you, Zoe.
Thank you so much. Well, that one didn't age too well. Funny answer. They expected to meet you guys in the grand final. Is that a confident boost to hear that?
Yeah, I don't know how serious he's being, but it's nice words from Krusty.
Yeah, obviously, obviously that was done before the match, so you know, no harm from Krusty, of course. But I mean, all jokes aside, you know, Krusty has done a phenomenal job with this roster as well, coming up with this solution as well, with the double flex damage composition they have, going with Mauga, Venture, and Genji. Of course, you know, it was one trick up their sleeve because Falcons, they've been dominated so far over in the Asia region. Crazy Raccoon has had the edge, right? So now Falcons are on top, and like Kazuras mentioned earlier on the desk, you come from the winner bracket, you get that first map pick, right? So that's going to be an advantage here for Falcons going into this.
First map pick, and you have to play those back-to-back matches. So they definitely have their work cut out for them. They came into this tournament very confident, of course. Danny and I actually had an opportunity to sit down with them prior to all the action starting. So let's hear what they had to say.
Yo, what's good, everyone? Zoe here and
Danny here.
And we're joined by Crazy Raccoons. So
Whoa, raccoons!
Yeah! Love raccoons, great animal.
Great animal.
Great
team as well. Yeah,
great transition.
You guys
also.
are killing it.
Obviously, heading into this tournament, everyone considers both the Korean teams to be the top. They're the ones with the target on their back. How do you feel about the other regions? How do you feel about the NA teams and the EMEA team?
토론토 말고는 잘 모르겠어요. 잘 안. 결국에는 토론토도 한국인들이 껴있는 팀이잖아요. 그래서 한국인 없는 팀은 제 생각엔 결국엔 우승 못할 것 같아요.
So I mean, it does seem like you guys have a lot of confidence. Like, where does that confidence come from?
일단 지르고 보는 거죠.
Teamwork. Teamwork.
Okay, so when the team was formed, though, were you worried about any of the players? Was there anyone you guys?
trouble?
Yeah. Who were you guys worried about in your own team?
저는 있었던 것 같기도 하고.
Oh, Shu, you have someone who?
저는 그나마 저는 희상이
희상.
약간 걱정되긴 했었어요. 근데 그 밴쿠버를 얘가 마지막에 갔었거든요. 쇼크에서 이제 이적을 했단 말이에요, 밴쿠버로. 근데 그때 당시에 엄청 잘하더라고요. 그러니까 딱 그것만 보고 잘할 수 있을까라고 생각했는데 되게 잘하더라고요.
희상이 아니면 유민이? 이게 초롱이 아니면 희상.
이유는?
약간 쇼크 상방이라고.
약간 희상이는 약간 이제 제가 이때까지 같이 팀이었던 이제 서브 딜러들이 엄청 곧 잘했었어가지고 그래서 희상이가 얘 정도 할 수 있을까라는 좀 생각은 좀 했었고 그리고 초롱이 같은 경우에는 이제 제가 예전에 이제 같이 뭐 테스트 겸 스크림을 같이 한 적이 있었는데 근데 이제 그때 약간 첫 인상이 좀 별로였었어가지고
재문이 형이 좀 많이 탔던
아니 별로인 게 아니고 그 말이 너무 없었어가지고.
Are we doing one final question?
Yeah, which is the craziest raccoon, I think.
Craziest raccoon.
Yeah, out of all the raccoons.
Okay. 3초 이렇게 3일 한 다음에 제일 미친 너구리 맞나? 3, 2, 1, pick. We have a clear winner. Junbin got 4 votes.
Wow.
Okay.
Congratulations. 예, 미친 너구리. 와우. 미친 너구리.
미친 너구리.
Can you elaborate why is he
써야지.
the craziest raccoon?
재밌어서. 정상인은 아닌 것 같아요.
You guys are in Texas. Texas, we want you to do a Texas accent. 하우리 파트너 이거 안 들어봤어? 한 번도?
뭐라고요?
그 캐서디가 하우리 이거 하는 거.
인사하는 거요?
하우디? 처음 들어보는데. 뭐 하우디?
All together.
자, 다 같이 3, 2, 1.
하우디 파트너.
Thank you.
You know, it kind of this cut makes it sound like in the edit that Danny and I tried to steer drama within their team.
I was like, what is happening?
They cut out half of this interview.
Chorong was bad in tryouts? What is happening?
I mean, obviously, we had a lot of fun during that media day. It's been good times. Also, very impressive Texan accents across the boards in your team as well. Is that something you practice in your free time?
Not regularly.
Not regularly.
It comes naturally.
Okay, it's just casually every once in a while. Interesting to hear from them, obviously, prior to the match. It's funny to see how those kind of interviews age. Let's talk about the performance we've seen from Crazy Raccoon thus far. Obviously, the last match they played against Falcons was very, very, very close. They seem to have the answer to that double flex DPS. They are dropping in that Genji, enabling Lip on that hit scan to just have free range.
Yeah. Did you watch that series, Funny Astro? Was there anything you've learned from like the winner bracket final? Because you were waiting for your opponent. What do you think was the difference between those two teams if you watched the match?
Well, I think Crazy Raccoons just put on more pressure, to be honest. Like, their DPS just seemed to do more damage. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure how Falcons won, to be honest.
I mean, for me, I saw that first match against ENCE with Falcons, and I just felt, man, no hit scan. Like, hit scan is dead for this comp. Like, the pressure that Genji and Venture can put on together, I think really throws a spanner in the works. It's so hard to just live. Lip has been the only one who's even made it look possible. I think Heesang's Genji was actually crucial in threatening the enemy Batiste. I think the Batiste was something big in Falcon's pocket there to bring out the greedier flex support that puts more damage down, expecting Heesang to play Pharah. But when Heesang came out of the Genji, I thought maybe they had an answer. Falcons, though, bringing it back in the end. I think these teams are going to have to bring new looks, new adaptations, because they just got a very, very good taste of what each other can bring.
Yeah, and one talking point we had throughout the winner bracket finals was actually that we saw that Team Falcons, they tended to play more Batiste versus Crazy Raccoon. They prefer to have Lip on the hit scan role, and then Shu play a lot more Kiriko. Going into this matchup between those two teams, do you have a preference in the Mauga composition between the Batiste and the Kiriko?
I think the Kiri's better, especially with Mauga on the board, being able just to Suzu every time someone's burning. It's a huge difference in like stopping damage. The drone doesn't feel as good. Kirill is obviously like an insane ult. It's able to win so many more team fights, so I think...
That's how we felt, and then it was even more impressive that Fielder and Falcons was able to turn it around, of course.
Yeah.
So, but yet to see what they're going to do.
I mean, they still brought out the Kiri at the very end. That's what I was worried about. I thought, okay, are they locked into this map? Is this going to cost them, especially against Genji? Stalker with incredible flexibility, looking like the best venture so far in the tournament. Still a hero we're only just starting to see in the pro meta, and already I think it's really shaken things up. So many more options to play with.
I mean, it's funny that when you're pushing Stalker off the Venture, then he just gets to play Tracer, which is equally scary. So, yeah, not much of a change right there. Smurf, of course, has been playing lights out as well. Generally, this team has surprised a lot of people. They were considered to be the second best team, and now they're coming out on top.
I mean, are you going to bet against Proper, though? Like, this guy on the Genji might be best in the world. Heesang took it to him. Heesang made this very, very competitive. But Proper, I mean, there's a reason he won Rookie of the Year and MVP in his first season. An unheard of accomplishment in Overwatch.
Is there one player in particular you're looking out for, Funny Astro, that like you think could be like the difference maker here in the grand finals?
I think for me, it's got to be Lip. Having that hit scan diff, if they can keep him alive, if they can pocket him through all of this pressure, then he can carry them.
Is there a world? Is there anything they could do in order to actually force him off of that hit skin?
I think that's why they stick to this sort of Venture Genji style. They really want to put the pressure on. They want to keep him low, keep him like shut down as much as possible, all in, keep diving and keep pressuring Lip. But if their Crazy Raccoon's supports can find a way to keep him alive, that'll be their win condition.
Well, it is a rematch. Falcons won the first one. The big question is, can they do it again and snatch this crown? Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I think we're going to see the same thing again, quite frankly. I do think Falcons just have a really, really good read. And although I do think that Crazy Raccoon's aggression and their tempo is so difficult to deal with, Falcons got them downloaded. This is Falcons' game to win. What about you, Funny Astro?
I think it's going to go to the Crazy Raccoons. I think they just have too much pressure.
The comeback. I love that.
I think they won grand finals in APAC, and they're going to do it again.
You know, I've got to go with the Falcons here. As much as I think Crazy Raccoon, they had that last test, can the hit scan work? I feel like Falcons made the crucial adaptation on the last map on 66. They started bringing out the Kiriko. I think Heesang's Genji is going to fall flat when there's no target for Genji to dive. No one to actually easily solo kill. Maybe he goes back to the Pharah, but I think the Batiste answers that. And I think Fielder's flexibility is going to be crucial. And I think it's maybe even going to be more one-sided now that Falcons has sort of seen what Crazy Raccoon can bring. That surprise Genji, not a surprise anymore.
Yeah, I actually think it's going to be a Falcons 4-1. I think it's going to be even more one-sided in the grand finals. You know, first of all, you know, we're playing a grand final here now. Falcons, they got some rest, you know, and especially at Atlanta as well, you got some sustenance. You were able to go get food, for example, Crazy Raccoons. Very little time in between to get ready for this finals matchup. But I also feel like Falcons kind of figured out, and they brought a style that we haven't really yet seen Crazy Raccoon figure out, right? Where we actually see that Falcons, they're slowing things down. They have their Venture play a lot around their Mauga instead. And Lip doesn't really get that much value from the Cassidy. So eager to see more adaptations, but I actually think it's going to be even more one-sided with Falcons taking it in a 4-1.
Oh. Whoa, okay.
There's no way. Is that made up? That's crazy.
Okay, what about the audience in here? Let's hear it for Crazy Raccoon. Okay.
That's pretty loud.
Okay. Let's hear it for Team Falcons. Oh.
Okay.
The little Falcons Falcons edge there?
Pretty close, pretty close.
55-45 Falcons?
Okay, well, I guess we're going with the 50-50 then. One thing's for sure, both of these teams will play their hearts out on this stage and try to get this first OWCS Championship title. Let's see which one will come out on top. And we're getting started right now, right here.
Make some noise! It's Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Our two titans of the Overwatch world lock horns once again. The earth is about to shake, folks. Who will stand tall here in this battle of giants? Strike it, so there's a reset available. Another one will score from. He's far from done. Wyatt holds onto his sound barrier until. Oh no! That is filthy stuff. Not even close, baby.
Players are no strangers to crushing dreams. One of the strongest rosters ever assembled.
They are absolutely terrifying.
DreamHack Dallas, it's time to meet your grand finalists. Introducing your first team, it's Lip, Hisang, Junbin, Choro, Chu, and head coach Moon. Everybody give it up for Crazy Raccoons! And their opponents. Everybody give it up for Proper, Stalker, Smurf, Fielder, Chio, and Coach Krusty. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Falcons! Coach Moon, Coach Krusty. Fist bump, please. That works as well. All right, everybody, let's get this show started. Let's go. 자리로 가시면 됩니다. 화이팅!
Thank you very much, Danny. Championship Sunday is coming to an end, but not before we crown a champion. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons taking the stage now here.
It's almost like the script has written itself that it is fated that these two teams get a chance to play against each other once again. It will be the fourth time that these teams have faced each other in not only the main event for Asia, but now here at DreamHack Dallas for his fourth time the charm for either of these teams.
Yeah, a title match on the line here. I mean, look, Falcons, they may have done it earlier. Kind of with Astra on the desk, if I'm very honest with you, I got a feeling Crazy Raccoon are going to come out with something absolutely spectacular, but this will be their third match. They'd already had two back-to-back. They're stepping into a third one now, well and truly warmed up.
Yeah, today, it's already so tough to have to play 1-2 official matches, but this will be the third one. And it is hopefully going to be the one that's able to make them stand above the rest. But as the devs were calling out, Team Falcons, they get a chance to have a little bit of a breather. They get a chance to maybe just relax themselves, feel confident after their impressive upset just a little bit ago.
You got to wonder where the heads of Crazy Raccoon are currently at right now. Of course, Johnny mentioned it too, like a little bit of exhaustion is probably kicking in as well. I mean, Falcons had the ability to kind of watch that previous match or even just go over the match they just played against Crazy Raccoon to find any sort of small weakness, any sort of flaw that they can take advantage of.
And it's going to be tough to find. Both of these teams are just so star-studded. Everybody a role star at one point or another during their time in the Overwatch League, and now coming together to form super teams on either side. Everybody heading into the DreamHack Dallas main event touted both of these teams as the teams to beat, and they made that happen. They've knocked out every other team in their road to get here, and now they have to knock one of each other out at the very end of it all.
I think that was one of the craziest things coming into this new year, into OWCS, was how are the Korean players going to form these teams? Like, what are the teams going to look like? Is it going to be a very top-heavy region? Is one team going to dominate? Are 2-3 teams going to dominate? Because we knew that at some point a super team would be formed. Can one of them prove that they are the top dogs coming out? I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they've already come off the 3-0 and quite a convincing 3-0 against Space Station. I mean, the Asia region, well and truly #1 at this point. EU #2, NA sitting at that lowly 3rd spot.
You can even see the score line right there, though. Crazy Raccoon is 2-1 in matches currently, but it was Team Falcons that got the upset in a very, very close 5-map series in the winter finals. Death's talking about something really important from this Team Falcons roster, which is that not only have they had a really good read on the meta, being able to pull out this Venture, this Genji side by side, but also making some really critical adjustments in their support lineup to pick out a Kiriko over a Baptiste. See if they can continue to make these small adjustments that will help them out with that macro game plan heading into this grand finals.
The Asia teams, of course, you just saw there, undefeated against NA and EMEA. Only one can lay their hands on the trophy, though. First to 4 format 2, not first to 3 now. So we'll be definitely going the distance. If we find a little repeat here, could go all the way to 7. Very, very classic finish. I'm hoping it's not a clean sweep, but the way both of the teams have been playing, especially in their head-to-head earlier on, I don't think it's going to be a 3-0. It's going to be a nail-biting finish.
I mean, these coaches are so smart for either team, and they've been able to play this format before. Maybe something that gave them a bit of a leg up in this competition, knowing that we switched a format to the loser gets to pick not only the map, but the map type. So we don't have a set order of destinations where we're going to go.
Yeah, and that's a big switch up too. Like, coming into a format like that, you can really just, like I said, the weaknesses, they can be exploited. You don't like using these comps, we'll take you a map where you have to use those comps. But I think it's about time we get in. Ladies and gentlemen, our grand finals here at DreamHack Dallas is about to get underway. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. So first to 4, and we're starting on Oasis.
Last time these teams played this map, it did go to the way of Team Falcons. Being able to be in the winner's side of the bracket means they got a chance to pick this map and kick things off, maybe with a repeat performance and win on this map and map type. But as we get these doors ready to open, crowd, we want to hear you. Let's count it down.
3, 2, 1.
And they're off. Now the compositions on both sides. Team Falcons leaning into this dangerous DPS duo of that Genji and that Venture. Able to get the better of maybe this Crazy Raccoon backline, but Shu is actually going to be on the Kiriko. Might not be as easy of an answer here to try to nail somebody in the back.
Quick high ground take there from Crazy Raccoon. And try and set Lip up. And what Jake was kind of touching on the test too was this double flex. Falcons were on it a second ago, but Proper now jumping over to Tracer instead. No Genji. I can imagine we'll see that a little bit later on. Those cardiac overdrives are already being clocked by the Maugas. The dash out for Smurf goes a little bit too low. Nice move from Choron. Moving the enemy Lucio in, but there's the first blood, and it's on to Lip. Heesang falls right behind him. I think Crazy Raccoon taking that high ground first, but we haven't got the sheer firepower that Team Falcons have.
It's going to be an immediate switch from Lip there to head over to the Cassidy. Soldier maybe not finding nearly as much impact as they would want, and in fact, another switch up. He's saying going over to the Tracer as well. This is a DPS lineup we've seen before. Have some major impact onto some of these backline supports, especially when Fielder's going to be playing that Baptiste. How about how you get in there? Heesang and Jumping going to have to play together on trying to get these eliminations.
Proper's done so much damage already. Already got himself a pulse bomb, which is quite terrifying. Early lamp from Fielder. Let's be a little bit more safe now. Fielder stepping up. The lamp's not down just yet, but Lip manages to snipe it, enabling Heesang to get that kill. Shio with the sound barrier in 5%, amping it up on the point, earns the beats. Manages to get it off too. Just helping Proper secure these kills now as he chases his like-for-like in Choron, who's still got the sound barrier here of his own, has to use it, but it's only a 2-man. So Lucio's and Tracer's on the point right now. The Venture, you've got to be serious. A stick onto the Venture. They settle sky high, but Shio is still living. And with Smurf coming back to the point to receive that land, that's a lot of extra percent. survivability there was insane from Team Falcons.
Well, both of them.
Proper might have DC'd there or something, because my guy was walking into the wall.
Don't worry, we'll get it back underway.
We'll get the pauses out now, okay? Come on, we had a good day yesterday.
Yeah.
We had a good day today.
We were due for a pause at some point. That last fight was crazy. You had both of our Lucio players, Chiyu and Chorong, actually used the sound barrier in those moments. 2-man for both of the players, only able to net just a little bit more staying power there for our team of Team Falcons. But
yeah, I mean, if that beat comes a little bit earlier there, maybe you save your Mauga. Especially the Mauga kind of rotates the cooldowns, that cardiac overdrive so strong, especially with the Tracer too, does so much damage. It's hard to lock down a Tracer, but with that low health pool, like you're healing so much, if you're getting up in the face of people, it's very hard to take the Tracer down normally, even harder now with the cardiac overdrive.
But it's also just really good to make sure that you were just still able to stall out your control of that control point. Because that netted them so much extra percentage. So they're at 55% now to capturing that very first objective. And it's all in good way to be able to give yourself some confidence heading into this match.
Yeah, exactly. You need that confidence too. Of course, getting up on stage again, everybody, to be fair, is very well versed at being up on that stage in front of a crowd. Everybody blaring noises, clapping, everything, right? Cheering at every single kill. It's just getting a word in now. Promise PC having a little bit of a malfunction, but we should get that sorted in just a moment. In fact, maybe even shorter than that. I think about 20 seconds or so. We'll be back in to this first map. Going to, of course, with Oasis. I was curious if we were going to see the Genji. Here it's very easy to kind of assail the high ground, but the Tracers are so strong, especially being able to fight around the main pillar. Like, you can stay alive for so long, especially with Lucio too. The ability to stall is just so nice for those very mobile heroes. Genji a little bit less so, of course. Has to get resets for the dash and a little bit more vulnerable, especially after you use that deflect.
That's what the desk was talking about, is that the Genji, how does it actually play into a team that's going to lean a little bit more into the Kiriko? Just swift step away, and it's harder to actually find a target to get those dash resets as well as those picks.
Oh, Proper's got his headset back on. Looking good. Should be getting into the game in just a moment. He's getting, just looking at the lobby screen as well, jumping back in. I think because he ended up disconnecting there, I'm not sure if he's going to retain the ult charge. I'm not sure what he was on the pulse one, but worth keeping in mind. And yeah, I'm looking as well. It was Mauga, Smurf. It was close to the cage there, so they could go for a bigger engagement with the cage. And only the rush for Shu. Deadeye for Lip. It's going to be nice, but against the cage, you know, you kind of have to walk in there. But you can charge it outside the cage, just kind of step in, and it's fine. You just get the instant one-shot, right?
Good thing is I think Proper had already used the Pulse Bomb. So it's not something that they're actually going to be losing too much value on in terms of that ultimate charge. And it's also Proper. We're going to be able to see him charge up another one pretty quickly here. But even still, we are actually going to see Proper lean into this Genji as he rolls back into the server. Not worried too much about the fact that Shu is going to be on this Kiriko. Looking instead at his attention on Lip on this Cassidy. Someone that he might be able to jump on.
This double flex. It's been a long time since we've seen something like this being meta. It's like an eternity almost. Yeah, this rush could be quite awkward to use. I mean, Crazy, Raccoon, they could look to try and take this high ground back from them, or even just fight in this small corridor here. Oh, Proper, I think, oh, that's definitely not movement from a Genji god, I don't think. Yeah, we're going to jump into another brief pause again, unfortunately. Sorry about this, folks. Just making sure the finals is completely fair.
Builds up the suspense, question mark.
Exactly, yeah. That's all he's doing it for, is the suspense.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I want to give the crowd a little something here. Of course not. I was only joking. Oh, they're swapping the PC out. There you go. Should be good to rock and roll in just a moment. Let's quickly jump in to the media day with Team Falcons, just while we get the new PC set up.
Hi everybody, Danny Lim here, and I'm here joined by Team Falcons coming all the way from Korea. Guys, welcome to Dallas. You guys are living in Korea, right?
Yeah.
Team Falcons?
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is your first time actually living in Korea?
Basically, yeah.
How are you liking Korea?
So nice. Everything is so good. The food is insane. I love it.
What's a go-to Korean phrase?
Saying like kaja and scrims.
Kaja and scrims?
Yeah, kaja.
Okay.
It's like when we push.
You guys are definitely one of the top teams in OWCS right now. Is there a team that you guys consider as rivals right now?
크레이지 락콘 아니면 토론토?
토론토. Why Toronto?
그나마 잘하는 선수들이 제일 많고 해외에서 그리고 연습을 했을 때 좀 약간 다른 팀보다 조금 더 힘들었어요.
You guys are literally all superstars. You guys are like crowd favorites. You guys are all just like really good at the game. If you have to choose, besides from yourself, who is the best player in your team and why?
들었을 때 저희 팀에서 이제 저 빼고 그냥 잘하는 선수는 아무래도 스머프 명환이 형인 것 같아요. 아무래도 우승을 제일 많이 했으니까 잘하지 않을까.
I'm gonna count to three, from 3, 3, 2, 1, and then you guys, everyone, point at the player that you think is the best player on the team. Okay? All right, I'm gonna count. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Best player, go. All right. We got some Smurf. Okay, we got proper. We got 2 proper, 2 Smurf, 2 and 2. Okay.
Are you pointing at me?
Oh,
You're best player. Thank you,
all right.
bro.
Smurf, why'd you pick Sir Majan?
He's best player.
Best
world
player?
champion.
Eh?
World champion.
World
I
champion.
appreciate you, bro. Thank you. He's world champion.
Do you guys like feel pressure to perform because there's so many big names in the group?
I don't think there's a pressure. We're just gonna have fun and then beat everyone.
How confident are you guys that you guys could win the whole event?
100%.
100%?
100%.
무조건 저희가 이긴다.
저도 지금은 무조건 이긴다 생각하긴 해요.
무조건이죠. 저도. 100%. Everyone says 100% they're gonna win it. All right, let's see if that comes true. Team Falcons, thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. And yeah, let's say bye to the camera, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hey guys, this is Crimzo, and you're watching OWCS.
That was intense.
Spooky.
I mean, hey, if gaming doesn't work out for any of those players, acting is in the books for sure. Nothing beats Hey Heroes, but I think they're getting close. What?
All right.
It's a
I'll
good
take it. I'll
line.
take it.
It's a good line. Well, as we're starting things on this stage, I want to pose a question to you guys. Obviously, we talked about.
It's
seeing
not
Crazy
Overwatch,
Queen-
right?
Huh?
It's not Overwatch.
No, this one has to.
No more.
I'm not a historian.
No more. Although you might be able to dig in the archives to find an answer for this particular question, or you just listen to your heart instead. That's not you. Like you're a brain kind of guy, Jake.
Are you saying I'm a hard kind of guy?
Yes,
Zoe.
actually, yeah, big guy, big heart. That's reinforced for all of us. We talked about Crazy Raccoon being the team which now has to play those back-to-back matches. A more important thing I want to touch on here is though how very different the teams are that they're facing off against. Do you think Falcons might have an advantage just because they were able to prep for one particular style of a team versus, I mean, SSG and Falcons, they couldn't be more different if they tried.
I mean, I think what we saw the last time these teams matched up in that upper bracket final was it is a real battle on the Mauga comp. I think both teams recognize that is the meta. This is the final answer. We've had our value tests. The only question is, what variations will you use? Can Lips Cassidy stand the test of the double flex DPS? It's difficult. It looks like we're checking out some of the highlights from that last match. I mean, they played before on Oasis. You know, this time Crazy Raccoon was trying to bring dive. They thought they could make it work. Not when we just saw them load in the server Oasis. No. They're on Mauga. They accept this is where the series will go. I think Heesang's Genji was a huge highlight for them. I think this was not something that Falcons was ready for, but through the series, the adaptations came through, and even with the Batiste, Fielder still had the answers.
Yeah, and when you mentioned how long they're actually going to play here now, Zoe, of course, that's something that does come into play, especially when you play this many maps in a row, right? Because, you know, typically a scrim block when you practice, you know, that's sometimes, 2 hours for a single team. Sometimes you place that back-to-back, you got 4 hours of practice, right? But playing on stage, there's an extra sense of adrenaline, there's an extra sense of urgency playing on stage, of course. The most I ever played, that was 10 maps in a row. And I mean, that was 2 series back-to-back, a lot of energy drinks involved. And let me tell you, like 3 hours in, in, your energy starts to die down. You just like get over caffeinated and you start to die down a little bit. The adrenaline kicks back a little bit, and you have a hard time staying focused. So now, I mean, you're Crazy Raccoons. You already played a very intense 5-map series against your opponent. Then you have to go and play 3-0 against Space Station. Now, if we get another long series on our hands, you know, this is a first to 4, right? We could potentially see 7 maps here. This is going to be an incredible endurance test here for a team like Crazy Raccoon. The only one that really comes to mind in pro play, you know, when it comes to the Overwatch League, that was stage 1 in 2018. That's when we saw the London Spitfire go head-to-head against New York Excelsior after actually playing against Houston Outlaws when Jake was on that team. And that was an incredible test of endurance as well. When you have to play like 12, 14 maps of Overwatch in a row, like you start to see some level of play. The gameplay starts to deteriorate because you can't just keep up. You can't stay as focused, right? So I could definitely see the endurance here impacting Crazy Raccoon. They're going to have to push to absolute limits to bring this one back.
Yeah, when we get to see those long days, long matches, it starts to look like a brawl on the servers. People just trying to edge it out based on individual skills. If this is where we're headed, though, who has the upper hand as we're looking at 2 superstar-studded teams?
I think strategically, as long as Crazy Raccoon continues to lean on Lip as the hit scan, and that's their strategy, honestly, I think that's going to make it really hard for them because with a hit scan, you've got to be perfect. You've got to keep Lip alive through all the pressure. Ult after ult is going to be coming, hunting for this Cassidy. Every player on Falcons hunting for this Cassidy, and you can't make any mistakes letting him drop. On the other side, when it comes down to, you know, players dying on both sides, Venture and Genji, they love that type of scenario where individuals can find their little bits of value, can pop off and find picks. I mean, we talked about that, how Falcons, how resilient they are. Even losing a player, they bring these fights back based on the scrappy DPS. So I think Falcons not only better rested coming into the grand final, but with a strategy that should favor them when things get chaotic. That being said, I don't want to overstate this. I mean, these are all veteran players. None of them is new to playing on stage. None of them is new to these high pressure scenarios, pauses, delays. I don't think they're going to be phased. I don't think this is Crazy Raccoons out of it just because, okay, maybe they're both experienced in these spots. I really think it's going to come down to the gameplay. It's going to come down to the strats.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of experience, especially in Asia as well. They do play on a stage most of the time. You know, it's good to be aware of the fact that when you play on stage, it's not like playing like at home, right? It's going to be a different environment, and you definitely need experience, right? So there are a couple of players, for example, on Crazy Raccoon who doesn't have the same level of stage experience. For example, Heesang, he was a rookie last year, didn't really have that much test when it comes to actually playing in the playoffs, of course, compared to like Smurf, you know, 2-time Overwatch League champion. You got Chio and Fielder that I mentioned earlier. They are also Overwatch League champions with the Dallas Fuel. So they've been in grand finals before. And, you know, apart from the Asia main event, a couple of these players on Crazy Raccoon, that, you know, that's where, you know, Shu, for example, flex support, he's been on many of those situations before for Crazy Raccoon. He has won stage salts with LA Gladiators. You know, he can bring that experience. And, you know, tell Heesang, for example, you know, if you feel uncomfortable, like, I can make you feel better, you know, give that kind of like veteran support, right? That is going to be required in this series because playing in a grand final is an incredibly different vibe from any other stage match and very different from playing at home.
It is indeed. And I think a really great point that Necra brought up just a few minutes ago is, of course, also the format is different here on this event for all teams but the Asian teams. They are familiar with having to pick not just the map itself, but also the map type. In their most recent match, just 2 matches ago, they did manage to like push that escort map way out of sight. Do you expect to see the same strategy from both of those teams again, or do you think escort is going to come in quicker?
You know, I do think this gives more options for Crazy Raccoon since they pulled out the Route 66, which, yeah, they continue to play the Amalgam Mirror. I think that means there are still more bags, or more tricks rather, in the bag that Crazy Raccoon can bring. I mean, there's maps
in the
like
back. That's where we're at now.
There's maps like Gibraltar that we haven't seen, and I think that is, I mean, we've seen a lot of dive out of Crazy Raccoon. I think that is the pinnacle of their style, their potential. You get Shu on the Ana, Chorong on the Brig. I think that's where, especially the backline, really shines. But on a map like that, I don't think you'll see the Malga come out. I think Lip is going to have a lot easier time forcing the hit scan mirror. And historically, Falcons has lost against Crazy Raccoon when it comes to a pure hit scan mirror. Proper's flexibility is unmatched, but the raw hit scan performance, it's Lip who's been taking those championships. So honestly, I think there are still places that Crazy Raccoon can take us. I would love to see a Gibraltar come out. I'd love to see them, hey, let's try a dive mirror. Sure, your Malga's great. Maybe you can force us off the Cassidy, but can you win head-to-head in a dive mirror? So far, it's been Crazy Raccoon historically between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I agree with that. Gibraltar would be a lot of fun to watch between these 2 teams as well, you know. Maybe we can spice it up and not see Lucio Kiriko as well. Yet to be determined, of course, on Gibraltar. It's a map that allows for some other support characters to be played as well. It would be a lot of fun, but it's almost like until we actually see one of these teams like heavily move away from the Mauga composition. I really do feel like it's going to be two teams, and this has honestly been a conversation within the community as well. You know, we have a lot of content creation between coaches and players these days, and they've talked about how in Korea, you know, there's a bit of a mentality that like, hey, we can challenge you on like what you play best. We feel comfortable playing in this mirror matchup, and we feel like if we make some minor adjustments, we can actually overcome the odds.
So is it a mind game then? Like
It's
the
a different
first team
approach.
to
It's a
switch off
different
of the
approach.
Mauga kind of lost the mind
Do
battle?
you prefer to make broad stroke, major macro changes to the compositions where maybe you feel like a different tank hero could get a leg up? I feel like the meta's pretty much settled here, Jake. And so now it comes down to the micro adjustments. What are some micro adjustments we can make to overcome our opponent rather than just like start swinging and picking different characters? We're not going to see that.
No, I think it's a long series though, right? With 7 maps that could change things. And also, as much as, yes, the Asian teams, they're familiar with this format of the loser having total freedom about where to take the series next, to be honest, that should not matter. This is a format that heavily favors going long series. That means if you lose maps, you get a much bigger advantage coming back with the next pick. And so the fact that these teams have 3-0'd all of their other competition besides one another, to me, that just speaks to how far above the competition they are. I mean, there's the best possible chance for the team who loses map 1 to bring things back. No one has done it. Well, I mean, Ents got a draw, but come on. I mean, the format for me should really help NA and EU. It should have helped these teams get maps, but it wasn't enough. I mean, there's a serious gap between the regions right now. There's a reason these are the 2 teams here in the grand final.
Do you think that Crazy Raccoon will come in major adjustments here, or will they just try to play the same thing? Because quite frankly, like the previous match was very, very close. Would it be too risky to actually take those bigger swings?
I mean, I think they're going to make the small adjustments first. I think that we saw Falcons have the edge, specifically with the Venture play, for example. The way they shifted their Venture play style, it was a little bit less all in, and they actually let Lip play that hit scan role, right, and extracting. They thought maybe like Lip won't get as much value on the Cassidy. Again, it's very map dependent. I think that this meta we've actually seen here at the OWCS Major, it's actually been one of the best metas we've ever had in Overwatch, you know, up until it really settled here with Mauga. A lot of different maps to go to if you want to play different styles. And it's really just these 2 teams that finally said, like, we really do think that the Mauga composition is the best one. Neither of the North American or the EMEA teams, they really felt like they could match the Mauga play. So now it's up to these 2 teams to maybe make some adjustments when it comes to different maps and stuff. But I feel like for the most part, we're just going to see more of the same on different map variations. It doesn't really matter, you know, between the small differences between the maps. The large, broad strokes, yes, Circuit Royale, Gibraltar, those are maps that really warrant some kind of different compositions. But for the most part, most maps in general, you can pull off the Mauga Brawl.
It's something that Kasora said when he was on the desk here with us, that every region brought their own kind of flavor to this international tournament where we see those different regions clashing for the first time. What was your favorite flavor? Is it the Mauga comp? Do you think like this is peaking, or I mean, whether it's the best or not, like that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what entertains you. This one you have to answer with your heart. I know there's one in there.
The only thing I care about is winning, and that's what the competition is about,
okay,
right?
Jake,
That's what you come.
please.
I mean, this is harsh, but like this is the reality from playing professionally. It's like, you know, as much as fans I want to see you play Ryan, Hottie. I'm proud actually of Space Station that they didn't do that, because for me that's giving up. That's accepting defeat. And that's the one thing I don't want to see a player do. I want to see these teams come out and give everything. For me, that is Overwatch. That's Overwatch 2 in particular. You have to constantly adapt. You have to be innovative. You have to adjust. Even within the Mauga mirror, there are still small variations in terms of the picks. The Cassidy, the Baptiste, these heroes change everything. We saw a ton of Pharah in the comp, but it's been almost completely absent here in the winners finals, because these teams are continually trying to catch each other, trying to make these subtle changes that can really reshape how the game is played. And so I think through this grand final, it's Crazy Raccoon now who need to make some kind of change. For me, I feel that maybe that adaptation to allow Lip to be a little bit more free, a little bit more of a stable style. Now Heesang's Genji struggling to get impact. Maybe when you're over-focusing Lip, you let Heesang be free, and the responsive slowdown in the composition. I mean, without the Pharah spam, maybe you could slow it down.
You really didn't answer my question, though. I'm asking what entertains
He said the
you.
Mauga. The
So
Mauga's
is it the
winning.
Mauga comp? You think that is the most entertaining and the best comp to watch right now?
This is a very different Mauga comp, I want to emphasize, than when we first saw the hero come out, and it was both Maugas like full face trading each other, you know, like
It wasn't just a
EMP,
cage fight, yeah.
Reaper, cage fight, everyone's fully focused on the Mauga. This comp, I think, is way more focused on the DPS and the supports. And Mauga's coming in trying to get those stomps, land on backlines, break ults. I mean, there's been so many huge plays. It's a much more dynamic style of Mauga. For me, it's like a 180 from other types of Mauga we've seen. I think a lot of fans watch, you just look at the tank, you think okay, that's the style they're gonna play. But at this level of Overwatch, I mean, there's so much more
More
subtlety.
nuance in this one. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you? What's got you entertained the last 3 days?
I got a bit of a breather there. Got a moment to collect my thoughts while Jake was yapping around.
That was
about
like
the
10
competition.
moments of thought picking.
Are there any Reinhardt fans in the building? Anyone want to see some Reinhardt being played?
Oh,
There you
not
go.
from those
There you
two
go.
teams,
They want.
probably.
Okay, we're not gonna see Reinhardt being played. We're not gonna see the Reinhardt, Jake.
No, but like-
It's not happening. But I did. You know, the only viable counter really to the Mauga we've seen so far has been ENCE. And they pulled out the Sigma. It was actually something you could pull out against the Mauga. And they did a respectable job. But even that, like, you can't really get away playing the Sigma composition. So in my opinion, I mean, that would be equivalent to SSG pulling out the Reinhardt. That would be waving the white flag, like, we're pulling out the Sigma because we've lost answers. Like, we don't know how we're going to deal with the opponent's Mauga composition. So we're going to go to Sigma. I think these two teams, they're way happier pulling out the small adjustments and maybe try to win the battle within the battle within the battle in these Mauga mirror compositions.
4D underwater chess is being played on this very stage, also known as Overwatch 2 right now. But
This
yeah.
is as, you know, as intricate as it gets, really. You have the best
sure.
coaches in the world supporting these players, inspecting every detail and making small adjustments based on that. That's an incredible skill to have as coach, to be able to look at the micro adaptations, the small positioning that really matters to make a big difference. That's what we saw Falcons pull out in the winner bracket finals, because they made small venture playstyle adjustments with the Baptiste, and it made all the difference. That's credit to the coaching staff and the players for recognizing the smallest of details in a very chaotic and complex game like Overwatch.
And honestly, as much as the Mauga mirror is almost certainly going to decide our champion here in Dallas, I do think there's a real window for Crazy Raccoon to bring out a Gibraltar, completely change the tempo of the series, maybe Circle Royale as well, because I think in order to bring out a new style, it might need to be a map pick that enables it. And as much as maybe like that, you could say that's a mental battle, you know, oh, like maybe you're giving up in the Mauga mirror. I mean, come on, these players are vets. Like, I don't believe that that's going to completely set them on edge. We're talking about every map win counting. I mean, last series, it went to game 5. Maybe
Did you
a
just
different
drop
game
the
5
line?
could have
Every
changed
map matters.
I mean, when it's 3-2, it does.
That's a
3-0,
7-year
maybe that one doesn't matter.
throwback for
I got
everyone
another one.
who
I got
watched
another
the
one.
Overwatch
Fourth
League.
I got another one for you. Losing is learning, Jake. I don't know where Matt is, but if Matt was on the desk right now, he'd pull out the losing is learning card, and maybe that's why.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Like, put that one on the shirt. That one always works out. I do think there's a lot to be said, though, that there is so much nuance to the meta. There is an opportunity based on different maps and even different points in different maps to pull out different things. And that's what makes the meta, makes it look like this meta is in such a very good stage right now. So it's been actually really, really entertaining. And it also is an opportunity for so many different players to have those highlight reel performances. At the very end of the day, of course, we'll not just be crowning a champion, we also will be talking about the MVP. Has there been a player standing out to you the past 3 days where you feel like that's an easy one? This person obviously has to be in the MVP conversation.
I think it's fair to say that maybe the obvious candidate is Proper. I think he's the one that we talk about. He is the one that we focus on. But for me, I think one of the unique positions on, especially Team Falcons, is actually Stalker.
Yeah.
I think something
I
think it's really challenging to be the DPS following behind Proper, trying to match his tempo, because Proper, he's a very confident player. If he has a feeling like I have to play this hero, he's gonna bring it out, he's gonna play it. And so Stalker has to deal with that, has to flex around Proper, largely making those composition decisions. And so when Proper feels he has to play Tracer, Stalker maybe forced off his best hero. I oftentimes disagree with the way they do the hero assignments. I feel like maybe Stalker should be on Tracer, let Proper do something else, but he's got the read, he's got the confidence. Stalker's been the one to be so incredibly consistent. I think that was some of the, with Proper's initial season, some of their challenges were finding the ability to have both DPS find success. And it's been Stalker's incredible flexibility that has really shined on Falcons. In the past, I mean, he's been an absolutely monstrous performer on Tracer, one of the best in the world. But right now, this tournament, it's the flexibility, it's the depth. He's the one who is really holding these things together to allow Proper to shine as bright as he is.
Who is him for you, Reinforce?
Sorry, I also agree with Jake. I was gonna pick Stalker. I mean, we've seen
you first,
look, we've seen
honestly.
some incredible Venture gameplay, and you know, with
Yep.
Venture being introduced to Overwatch, we came into this event and we asked ourselves, okay, how are we actually going to see Venture being played? Initially, you know, I think we're going to see more of like the Brawl, kind of like almost like a Reaper kind of play. You know, there were thoughts about maybe we'll see similar style to like Tracer, but it's almost been like a mix of that, where you can see you can go on these big flanks if you want. You know, you get pretty big ultimate value unless there's a shield in your way, for example. That's why we saw some teams, they countered Venture by playing Reinhardt early on in the series because that shield is so hard to get value with that hero, right? But it's really come down to now the Venture being so scary when it comes down to digging in the ground. And you see a lot of teams, they're hesitant to engage when they see that Venture burrowing underground because at any moment they can pop up and you got that combo with the drill dash, you know, the primary fire. There are some nice combos you can pull off there where you actually have a lot of chunk damage in one small amount of time. And especially in a moment like this, you know, you have some of the best support players in the world that are keeping their players topped up. The Venture comes in really handy when it comes down to chunking down small hero pools in a very fast succession, right? And so you get a lot of map presence because no one wants to duel with the Venture, really good dueler. And so at the same time, you got these instant winning conditions by just taking down a small character really quickly. And that has been key. So Stalker, I think he's done a phenomenal job on Venture, the new hero in Overwatch. So credit to him. And I think he's probably in the front runner here now for MVP, especially if we see more of that later on in the series, even though so far in Oasis, the short amount of time we've seen on Oasis a while ago, it was actually the Tracer that came in handy for both teams.
I mean, to be honest, every time Stalker goes Tracer, he just goes insane. I mean, he plays Venture all day. The team's like, okay, we need you to play Venture. Oh, okay, I'll play Venture. I'll do whatever the team needs. And then when he sees that little moment where it's like, oh, maybe I can Tracer now. And it's just off the blocks, hot. I mean, when I came out on Ilios, he was disgusting, man. He was lighting them up. And so for me, yeah, I can't wait to see more. I think there's potential for further adaptation in the series. We've seen Heesang bring out Pharah, Echo. If the Genji isn't working, if I think Falcon's adaptations are paying off, as I agree with Johnny, I think they are, we could see another swap from Heesang, more challenges between the flex DPS players throughout the series.
Looking at Venture here as a hero generally, do you feel like other regions, Overwatch competitions and players in say competitions, maybe looking at this competition right here and feel like, okay, we're also going to start picking up Venture a lot more? Do you think that's where it's headed in all different regions, NA and EMEA as well?
I have no doubt. I think Venture is a really exciting hero to add into the game because flankers historically in Overwatch are just so critical in the DPS role. They really dictate the pace of the game because they can contest angles that no one else can. They can hold the objective when your tank is busy, under pressure, can't hold it down. Heroes like Tracer and Venture are very, very unique in how long they can continue to contest the space and continue to be effective on the objective. And honestly, for most people at home, you're playing Overwatch, people mostly focus on kills. They run into each other over and over again. But at this level, the objective is everything. There's so much of a dance subtly around the objective. Who can pressure the cart just a little bit more, force the enemy to come into you, creates a huge strategic lead.
Yeah, and also I think that, it's worth mentioning as well that we're playing on before the latest hotfix patch with Venture, of course. So there's a slight change in the way the cooldown works for your drill dash, of course, when you're burrowing as well. And that affects, you mentioned the spawn rollout stake, it makes quite a big difference. But even without that buff to Venture, even the fact we've seen some Venture being played here, especially with Mauga, because combine the cardiac overdrive with the shields generator from Venture, you just have so much health sustain, right? It's so easy for you to brawl when you get so much health, right? And so you've already seen Venture being good, and now with a small buff to go with that as well, I have no doubt we'll see more. And now we're going into June as well, new month. I mean, we're going to see some Faceit League matches being played. And if we don't see any major adjustments, we got Season 11 on the horizon as well. So we're yet to see what that meta is going to bring, right? But
Calling All Heroes is also coming up again, so definitely make sure to follow that action.
Weekend, right? So
I heard some woos there. Yeah, let's hear it for Calling All Heroes. That's right. That's right.
So maybe some Venture being played there.
I certainly hope so. I mean, after the performance we've seen from both Falcons as well as Crazy Raccoon, I will be taking some notes there. Do you think teams in this part of the world have what it takes to execute it on the same level?
I think there definitely needs to be a seismic shift in the approach from North America. In the end, what I've heard from behind the scenes is that it was actually M80, it was actually Pelican's Pharah that was the really originator of the Mauga style, with Happy on the Cassidy, Pelican on the Pharah. They had a lot of success early in scrims. That convinced teams like Falcons and Crazy Raccoon to adopt the style as well.
What about your team, Jake? So you have matches coming up in the Faceit League. Like, are you gonna take it into your strap books?
Yeah,
go back
absolutely.
To the team, convince everyone to play.
Absolutely, it's a great comp for us because we're just a YOLO team. We show up on match day, we run it down. It's not gonna look quite like Falcons, I gotta admit, but I think we could have some fun with the comp.
Falcon adjacent, like the pigeon version of it.
I mean, it's a fast, aggressive style,
That's why you face a team. Pigeons.
The pigeons.
Fan favorites.
Honestly, though, Jack might be in on this one. No? Any pigeon enjoyers in the crowd?
pigeon stomps rising.
That's why people are cheering for the Falcons. This is the bird teams.
Number one pigeons hater right there.
I don't know if you saw
Why do
the
you
Korean
hate them?
casters were very confused at why there was a lot of pigeons on the broadcast.
Oh, look at that sign. Look at the sign.
It is-
Add more birds to Overwatch. Let's go.
Come on.
Listen, we mused about this the other day, actually. There's some really good ways we could maybe have some pigeon skins. Like,
Yeah.
yes,
You have, like,
skins. Come on.
pigeon skins?
Hear me out.
We've
Let
lost
her
it.
cook. There is
Let
a-
her cook.
We've
Let me
fully
cook.
lost it.
Let me cook. Listen,
have.
there was a fan that came up to us just at the end of yesterday that said we could have like a full Echo skin, but like a pigeon.
Echo actually
Oh,
does have a bird skin.
actually.
Echo
Bird of
has a bird
Paradise.
skin.
Yeah.
There's Bird of Paradise. There's another one. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's more of like that.
A bird of paradise is actually a flower. That's a plant.
yeah.
Right.
Which is that suits that Echo skin. But there is an Echo skin. I promise. Very
I
bird-like.
promise.
I'm
Very
telling you,
bird-like.
the devs are listening.
They are listening.
Orisa has a griffin skin. That's a bird,
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Bird skin.
Still not a real
Could
one.
make Orisa a pigeon.
Zen has Ra, not really kind
I
of
mean,
a bird.
Sen's floating. He's as close to a bird as we can get.
Another free fan idea is make the Zen orbs just pigeons that you
Just
throw.
throw
What?
Wait, I like this.
birds
I
at
like
people.
this.
Throwing
This
pigeons.
pause has
Yeah.
got into our brains, bro. Like, what are we saying? Oh my god! I thought we were
Listen.
over this. I thought we lost all that. I mean,
Did we though?
Please,
Did we?
please
Or
get
are
back to the
we? Are we
stage.
just getting started? I feel like we're onto something good
they're
here.
Why
getting
is
on
no
stage.
Overwatch player called
Please
Pigeon?
get us in the game. Please.
We have Hawk. We've had Seagull. You know, why is no one called Pigeon? I don't get it.
I feel like everyone hates pigeons.
Yes.
Except the
That's-
crowd.
Speak to.
Except the
for
crowd.
yourself.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Hey,
know.
listen,
Just keeping it 100.
there's 250 different types of pigeons in the
What?
world.
How do you
Surely
know
you will
that?
because I'm really into bird watching. I'm one of
Okay.
those. Any other
Definitely didn't Google that
bird
before the start of the
enthusiasts in chat? No, but like that's a lot of different pigeons to choose from. You can't tell me that you're hating 250 different species. Like
Yes.
that's
Yes, I
ridiculous.
They're all pigeons. Like, there's what is the
They're
discernible difference
variations of
from like?
pigeons and dove very
Look, I'm
closely
not an
related.
ornithologist. I just don't want them to poop on
I
my
am
car.
though.
Yo!
Yeah, look at them go.
Pigeons!
How do they keep finding them? Seriously, how is that even possible?
They're everywhere.
That's homework for the
They're-
observers. They just go around every single map, finding every single possible pigeon. Like, I didn't realize.
That's what we're doing. Certainly, this tournament we had enough downtime to find all the pigeons on the map. But you know what? The wait is over. Let's get back into the action with the grand finals of the OWCS.
Thank you very much, Des. Legendary amount of fill time there as well. You're all superstars. We are jumping back into Oasis. It's going to be a full restart here as well. So a little bit more Overwatch for you.
We're at the grand finals here of the DreamHack Dallas Major. Might have had a little bit of a false start before, but we're still here for a good time. As both of these teams are ready to load back into the map, let's count it down, and these gates will open.
Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoons. Asia's #1 and #2 seed facing off yet again. It was the winners finals, and it was Falcons that punched their ticket to this very match in a 5-game affair. But this time around, it is a first to 4, so we can go all the way to 7 maps. See Crazy Raccoon running out on the Farah and Cassidy here. Falcons double flex DPS.
The double flex DPS has been so good here for Falcons with the Genji and the Venture able to get in really quick into the back line. Looking at Lip right now as the primary target for a lot of that damage, but he's saying it's going to make it very difficult to do that with all of this Pharaoh Rocket spam. The deflect from Proper's Genji can only last so long to help them get in.
Point catch off by Crazy Raccoons. You see how quickly they exited the points as soon as that went down. He's saying, what are you doing there, my guy? 1 HP, still managing to survive, but I don't think for much longer. Fielder on the flank, no CDs available though, so it's an easy cleanup kill for Crazy Raccoons. Same with Shio. They're going down, rather scrappy affair, but Venture does so well in these close quarters.
It worked out really nice there for Crazy Raccoon too, because you know they were able to walk away with a decent bit of percentage there and still able to stall out the point for a little bit longer. But Team Falcons, they collapsed after they were trying to go after that Farah. He's saying now no longer on that hero choice, going to go over to the Tracer. A little bit more back to form for the Crazy Raccoon and how they like to be able to play this Malcolm comp. But Team Falcons are going to be rewarded with some of the first ultimates in this round. Amplification Matrix first, and the Tectonic Shock not too far behind.
Yeah, we'll look at that additional damage though. There's the Tectonic Shock, but oh dearie me. Stalker now buried 10 feet under, and Shu gets the kill, but it was enough damage for the rest of Team Falcons to run over the Crazy Raccoon. Oh, he's like, oh, doesn't quite get away either. Nice little stagger there. Team Falcons, they got a blade, they got a beat, and even that cage coming up too.
And this is where the power of the Team Falcons composition really comes into play, because you can look at that blade and you see 3 very big possibilities of how to be able to pair with that. Either the cage, you could just go for the general cardiac overdrive, or even just the sound barrier here. But Lip opens things up first.
I knew Lip looking around, looking a little bit sad for himself there. So much invested to try and kill the Cassidy, and still a blade available for proper. Team Falcons only 50% over the finish line now. They're closing in on a victory for this first round. Very, very patient on their ultimates. Still got Cage and Blade. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of that in their series previous. He's staying in the back lines though, in enemy territory.
And even better though that combo has no sound barrier to answer it. It's going to be very lethal heading into potentially the final fight of this round.
Thank Costa Rica. No pulse bomb sadly, but there come the cages. Just overlapping each other in Proppers. Still got the pulse bomb. Moga pull at any moment here. Just wants to get out some CDs first, I'd imagine. I don't think he even needed it, to be very honest with you. But with only 10% to go, you might as well throw everything in, especially if you can get these last final kills. Earth, unfortunately, though, ends up going down, but it doesn't matter when Proppers on the Genji. A couple of percentage points left as Junbin back on the Doomfist in a 1v4.
Just there to be able to stall for some time to allow for Heesang to come back.
Yeah, recall from Heesang as well. I mean, 5% maybe towards this post bomb, but it's going to have to net a large multi-kill for it to really be a difference maker. Smurf Falls, who's also back on the Doomfist field, are in a little bit of trouble. Easy lamp though, and there's the Tectonic Shock to end it all.
First round, very cleanly going over to that Genji and Venture comp. Called out such patience when it came down to when to use that blade, what to pair with it to make it as lethal as possible. And in the end, Proper just doing proper things. But as we head over to City Center, this is where maybe potentially to get a chance to see some Winston if you want to take advantage of that verticality, but not a necessity. You have that elevator to help you go up to that high ground, and you can just go with the Mauga, all the same.
How's it going?
Yeah, don't believe the bait there. Wait.
What? Roadhog? In our grand final server? Junbin has left the spawn with the Roadhog. Couple key
Roadhog
targets
versus
there.
the Mauga.
Maybe Roadhog even versus the Venture.
Right? That Burrow has a little bit of a cast time. Of course, you literally have to dig. Well, there's one hook at least. Now the Hog quite vulnerable. And a large meat wall as well. Has a lot of free ult charge. Nice hook, but just displaced there as well. Such an important tool is that Lucio booping the Hog when the hook lands, so they can't get the insta-kill onto somebody. They don't want to step up to live. They're trying to focus this Cassidy down. You can see from this high ground, it's tough to live to get an angle on Stalker, and Fielder too, who's just kind of peppering away from this high ground. Point has unlocked for quite some time at this point. Stalker relying on these heals and these shielding you get as well for using your ability to stay alive on the point. No cap coming through just yet. Jumpin's back in the fight. Finally, Falcons, they managed to get there in the end. And with the pulse bomb in hand, Proper is out for blood.
There's so much investment going into keeping Lip alive on this Cassidy that the rest of those boosters are not available to help keep this front line all topped up. And so Team Falcons, they keep finding their target onto these DPS players on the Crazy Raccoon. Maybe having a Kitsune Rush to help them get back into this, but Team Falcons still have control of this point.
Yeah, it's really hard to get the Hog off of the point, but when you don't have it, the Hog just kind of sits there. You're looking for hooks, that's the only thing you're trying to get in there with. Wow. Oh, okay, Lip. Taking matters into his own hands there, using that rush for some additional firepower. Just clears the back line. Team Falcons just fell over.
without using anything though. So maybe just being able to take that fight as an L, come back in, and they're gonna come back even stronger. They have a sound barrier match out of Chorongs. They're also gonna have this cage. This Tectonic Shock is also gonna be so easy to land onto some of these targets. You can kite away from that damage. City Center a little bit more territory for you to play around the architecture of the map, but still, so much damage can come out of all of these ultimates that Team Falcons are packing.
You have to play really split too. You don't want to just line up for that Venture ult to just destroy your team. Oh, proper hooked in. Instant kill for Junbin there. Tectonic Shock used by Stalker. Didn't find much purchase with it. Used the Drill Dash to get back to the rest of his team. Jumping on the flank. Spots Stalker out. Oh, hooks the wrong target. Still got the ultimate though. This whole hook's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. See you later, Smurf. A little pig pen on the point as well. Crazy Raccoons. Oh, they're making the hog work. And it is delectable.
Oh, it's just so good. Another resource you can invest into keeping Lip up, and also just that whole hog into a corner. Smurf on the...
Oh, there's
it's
no
just gonna go
way
into the
you
drink.
just do that. We're in the grand finals, Junbin.
What an even better place to bring out the Roadhog. Good environmental picks. The whole hogs just into this big Malga. The cage fight. I may got a cage fight, but I might have a hook for you too.
Proper deflect. Got the skull on his head. Dashes back to spawn. Buying time though. 80% on board for Raccoon.
Stalker just switched over to the Tracer. Maybe a little bit more pressure there for the Tracer and the Genji together. A little bit easier to slip out of the hook. So let's come back into this. Final fight potentially here for Crazy Raccoon.
Cage for Smurf as well. Pussy locked down. Crazy Raccoon then normally quite split, waiting for the hog to find a pick to then kind of get on top of. I mean, the cage can lock the hog up, sure. You can even put a good Tsune Rush down on it as well. Nice hook. Geo down. Here comes the hog. I mean, what can you really do? You're fighting on this rush. There's another hook. Proper dead. Do Falcons, did they expect this? How do you deal with this Roadhog? On a grand final stage, no less.
I think the answer is just run.
I don't think the Des were expecting this either. Jake talking the big game with the Malga.
Well, you
With
were
the
just
hog from
saying.
Junbin.
Even in spawn, we see the Roadhog pick. Don't get
Don't
baited
get
by
baited.
it.
Never
Don't
get baited by spawn picks. That's the tip number one. When they're in spawn, don't get baited. I got baited because it's stuck in the hog.
The whole round two. It's so impactful. Quick pick onto Chio. You completely neutralize the mobility on this team. You're able to get a big DPS out of the way like Stalker or Proper. Line it up for Lip to take care of. But it's back to basics, back to the Malga for both of these teams. Heesang coming out on the Pharah once again. So many sight lines for him to play through with all of his rocket spam.
Yeah, not normally a farm at this one. Although when you do have control, you're looking at two giant doorways to kind of shoot through. And with Farah's added mobility now as well, pretty easy to kind of get out of the way if you need to. That hit scan can be terrifying because only Fielder really shooting up at the skies at Heesang.
Proper taking the high ground. Creating a pincer a little bit with Stalker. That's going to be taking the flank.
So low with this mini health pack room. Oh, Gio, not where you want to be. Nice direct by Heesang there, taking care of the Lucio. And it's all falling apart for the Falcons. And there's another kill.
Double targets eliminated. Wow, so much damage for Heesang that barrage is going to be coming up mighty quick. Better way to just let it rip into one of these windows. And maybe Falcons even take a misstep, go into one of these small rooms, and that barrage is going to be even better. But with Shu also going to be able to have that Kitsune rush, it's going to be a world of hurt for the Falcons coming up soon.
Save the fire low enough as well. Throw that Suzu in. Well, here comes the cardiac overdrive. Just going to trade that cooldown at least for the time being. Window used. There's the barrage on top. Heesang decimates Fielder. Takes care of the lamp too. And here comes the charge. Oh, it's all falling apart for Falcons. Jump in with a double charge kill. And Crazy Raccoon right now sitting on a beat cage coming up, as well as that Deadeye. I mean, look at Proper's ult charge. Only 70% towards that blade.
Not close enough. You're hoping maybe to light it up with something like Smurf's Cage, but
And
it's
they're
gonna be
going quick. What a roll there from Lip, and he rolled the wrong way. Beat comes in from Crazy Raccoon. That's a lot of damage to Tectonic Shock. No shields to kind of hide behind. But again, it's just chaos. Absolute chaos, but it's this time the Falcons are going to come out on top. Everybody kind of lining up there. It's an easy ult from Stalker. That AoE damage is just immense.
Exactly, and there's no shield to be able to block that damage either, so you know it's always going to be able to hit its mark as long as everybody is within your line of sight. But as you called out the Blade not being online before, Proper and Smurf, they get a chance to potentially put this Blade and Cage together to keep control of this point.
Proper peeking his little head in there. Here comes the Cage. Proper with the Blade. Might not even need to use it, especially with Hisang dead. Look at the focus fire onto Jumbin there. Shading the ultimates. It's exactly what you want. And a little stagger on Lip. Won't be for long. Edge. Right.
Even better about the flexibility that you can have with this composition. You use the Cage, you know you've won the fight. Now you get to save the Blade on top of something like that Cardiac Overdrive from the Malga. Make that Genji really unkillable if you're able to actually land all of that damage. Crazy Raccoon, they've got a Cage up their sleeves too. And almost a barrage.
Proper's pulled the Blade. Oh, he can't quite get the Pharah though. He's like dashing out of the way. Cage coming through as they spot Stalker on an off angle. An easy insta-kill on the Venture. Can't quite get the heals in there. Barrage from Hisang. He spotted the backline. He spotted an isolated Fielder too. He's actually just going to put pressure on the point here and just try and get Fielder out of this fight. But it is Proper that's doing just dirty things in the backline. Shu and Lip's dead. It's a train to kill here, but Falcons, they've still got control of the points. A dash away from Proper as he sees the fight is quite unwinnable, especially with Jumbin on the point. And now they have to walk into a beat and a barrage coming here for Crazy Raccoon.
And with no beat of their own just yet, even if you do, you're just going to have so much damage coming out from the barrage. You might even be able to just deal all that damage through all of that overhealth. So Gio's going to have to work up to this sound barrier very quickly. Might even be on Stalker to try to open up this next fight. Tectonic Shock, looking at that backline.
Overtime's approaching as well. Tectonic Shock, yep. Looking at that backline, everybody scattering until their little hidey holes. A lot of damage still though. And there's the high noon from Lip. Sound barrier though, they say it's time to go in. The barrage straight on top of Smurf, but they have to deal with the lamp. But it's still in the takedown. Hisang 99% for Crazy Raccoon, but it is Falcons. They stop Hisang getting away with murder there. That barrage could have been the map, could have been the first one on the board. As Stalker and Gio chase Shu straight to the spawn.
With that Immortality field, this just might be the map for Falcons now. They've got the Amplification Matrix to be able to open up this next fight with, and they've got the Cage and the Blade.
Yeah, look, Crazy Raccoon have talked over their DPS as well. Tracer and the Venture. Hisang popping up for their solo health. Lips on the point, pressuring. Can't be too much of a factor in this fight. He's a little bit too far away. As Proper pulls the Blade, he's already taken care of Shu. He's got the front line in his sights now. A nice little deflate and another kill onto Junbin. 2 for Proper. Healed up by Fielder up onto the high ground. He manages to scurry away and now he's only got to deal with this Venture. But it is Hisang that lays him to rest. Crazy Raccoon, they still got control of the point, but for how much longer is Venture on Venture violence? But Stalker comes out on top. Team Falcons, they need to just cap, but Chorong is back.
Chorong is back. The Kitsune Rush gets laid down, and that's going to buy time for Junbin.
Cage and Junbin matches Smurf, jumps straight on in there. It's all gone south for Team Falcons now. Stalker ends up going down as Shu puts a kunai between his eyes, and Shu comes up with yet another kill. A sound barrier for Shu might see them in this fight. He manages to get it off, but it's only on 2. There's one man you can rely on, and that is Proper, but for how much longer? Tectonic Shock will end it! As Crazy Raccoon take the first map.
That Venture pick being everything that they needed in order to be able to grab that round. So much stall pressure, so much DPS. What a pick!
What a pick indeed. I think one thing we did not have on our bingo cards was Junbin on that Roadhog.
Roadhog?
Roadhog, anyone?
What?
And they made it work. Like, honestly, Team Falcons struggled. They had no idea how to deal with that. Surely that was the spanner in the wrench we were looking for.
Absolutely. That's a huge counterplay coming in very, very unexpectedly in a comp that wants to all-in commit with highly mobile DPS heroes. What better than an instant burst from Roadhog? I don't think we'll see too much of it in the series. I think it's more of a tech pick for that Oasis City Center. But Junbin, I mean, what a performance from him to open up the series. 1-0 for Crazy Raccoon, equalizing any disadvantage they might have had coming from the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this this is an incredible pocket pick to bring out to Roadhog. It's a hero we haven't seen all tournament long and made some incredible plays. Like that whole hog right there and then going towards spawn, hitting these hooks early. I mean, this is some insane Roadhog gameplay and it just came out of nowhere. Like it just took the air out of the entire room. The entire crowd was just stunned really that we got to see some Roadhog play and they cheered for it because who doesn't love seeing a pocket pick like Roadhog come out? Then later on, I mean, we got to University and again, it was the Farah pick this time from Heesang that really changed things up. Proper, you know, we had a pretty decent map here, but I really do feel like as the series kind of advanced here, I mean, how do you really react to this Farah as well? I feel like that map in particular, Crazy Raccoon, they brought two heroes, both the Roadhog and the Farah, to mess things up. And now, again, if you're Falcons, even though you have Proper, who can pull off some spectacular plays, you're on the back foot, and now it's on you. Now it's back in your court to figure out, well, how are we adapting according to what Crazy Raccoon have been playing?
I think the most important thing for Falcons is actually not to overreact. I mean, the Roadhog is a very special pocket pick for a certain map. It's a great surprise. I don't think it's going to last the test of the series. And I think as well, the Farah Cassidy, very, very strong comp, but also needs a certain map type where you can get on top of the Batiste. And I mean, honestly, I think Crazy Raccoons was seriously behind in round 3. It was a very clutch comeback to be able to win the map 1. So if I'm Falcons, most important thing is just don't overreact. I think they do still have the right answer in the comp. I think for the most part, it was an execution here. Just a masterful performance. And interesting, Falcons, they want to dodge Suravasa. This is a lot of respect put on Suravasa. Falcons says, we're going to take your flashpoint and raise you a flashpoint.
I mean, quite frankly, though, I think it's super interesting. If we're looking back at the first time they faced off against each other in the upper bracket, they also played on Oasis, and Raccoon actively tried to avoid that Maga mirror. Now they're taking the lead in this series. Let's see if they can do it again on map number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we're going on to New Junk City. The little rubber ducky.
Another bird the observers have had lined up for this.
Drawings of Pigeons
Yeah.
by the little rubber ducky. Well, insane stuff. Alga mirror. That's what they're forcing them into here, it feels like.
They've both opted in to be able to play this Malcolm Mirror, but it is those little changes that they've made in terms of the DPS lineup that have given both of these teams their identity when it comes to this Malcolm Mirror. Team Falcons once again coming out of the gates with the Genji and the Venture, and Crazy Raccoon. He's saying with an expert performance on the Venture, opts to go to the Genji for this time around.
Yeah, I love the double flex, I really do, especially with when you're going against something that doesn't have shielding. Tectonic Shock is just so strong. You see the pop cardiac overdrive too, everybody's kind of grouped up. You see them disengage and re-engage with the ult. It's also very easy to get in the back line too. You see Stalker in the mid, ends up hitting the burrow. Still got a Druid Ash, I would imagine, but Germany just pushed away from the rest of his team. Another small factor worth keeping in mind too, that Trill Dash, pushing people away out of position completely, away from your team. And Stalker is just giving us a masterclass on this pick as well. It's about time we saw some Venture at the highest levels of Overwatch. And Stalker is just making this pick look honestly broken.
Very, very broken indeed. Whether it is going to be those trill runs or anything else coming at you, this Avenger has looked so good, and in fact, did enough damage. We might see this Tectonic Shock up and ready to go for this next fight. This is going to be the first to an ult, though. All of that harassment on the Tracer into the back line is netted in the Pulse Bomb, and he's looking for somebody. Fielder, maybe.
His eyes firmly set on Chorong there. Oh, there's the Druid Dash kill onto Heesang, of all people. And the Genji too, like, you can reflect, sure, but when Venture uses their abilities, like, you're gaining the shield, so that Genji 1v1 can be very tough for you.
Pushes back Crazy Raccoon, so they have to try to figure out a different way to attack this. Maybe taking a bit of a split push here, as you see Chorong as well as with a little bit on the other side.
Well, there's a Tectonic Shot, like I said, no shield, no problem for Stalker. It's the burrow, a lot of damage down there. Chorong almost getting insta-killed. Here comes OT. Crazy Raccoon need to be able to get in here ASAP. Oh, they look at that damage on Junbin. There's nothing he can do. Thankfully, those saved by a beat from Chorong. Crazy Raccoon are touching at this current moment in time, but here comes the play from Heesang. Can he do it again? There's one kill onto Chio. Dashes straight through Smurf. Assisting on the kill onto Stalker. Crazy Raccoon in the Chaos managed to find the cap as well, but Prophet is still alive and still taking names with him.
But Lip and Heesang are able to finish out that fight so that they are able to just keep this progress going for Crazy Raccoon. They had to invest so much though in order to get that flip in their favor. Junping gonna have the cage very soon, not a whole lot to be able to pair with that just yet, but the Cardiac Overdrive can help ensure that that damage can come through from both Lip and Heesang. Team Falcons, they want to push their advantage, knowing they have the cage played themselves.
Oh, that cage, almost waiting for Junping there. Here comes the blade from Proper though, everybody caught on these stairs. That's a lot of AoE damage from this blade. I mean, he doesn't need a nano if he's doing damage like this, in all honesty. Junping, Heesang down. It's a 4-on-3 right now. Shu trying desperately to heal themselves up just with that aura healing from Lucio. Proper pretty low too, calling for heal, shouting for it. Crazy Raccoon almost in 90% territory, but it's Team Falcons that find this flip. Who is there to touch? Looking like it's going to be Lip for the Pulse Bomb in 4%.
Gonna trigger the overtime, but can't get there. Stalker's able to push him back, take him out. And so that first flashpoint's going to go over to Team Falcons. They get set up for the other one, but Falcons looking to try to finish up any other kills if they can before they make their way over there. Attack the objective. Big elimination though onto Lip to deny that recontest. Stay there. Refinery now.
A lot of the time you're seeing the Baptiste as well from a lot of teams, but another big kind of counter to the bat of the lamp, right? You just use the Drew Dash on the bat, push him out of the lamp. Any kind of displacement is so powerful when a micro overstep can cost you a life and can cost you the game. Rush on the point, instant Suzu onto Junping to keep him alive, but here comes the tectonic shot onto the points. Trying to just rain hell. Forces Lip to hit the recall though, but both sound barriers now coming in. Stalker almost pushed off the edge of the map, uses the Drill Dash to get back on. There's the burrow right on top of the back line now as another Suzu comes through from Shu to keep Lip and Junping alive. And it is Lip just throwing clips into the back of Team Falcons there. They find the team kill and the point.
That's why Lip is one of the best. Didn't even need to invest the pulse bomb into that fight in order to flip it back over into Crazy Raccoon's bench. He's gonna have the blade for this next one too. So just a lot of damage output that Crazy Raccoon can rely upon to just get this next flashpoint, keep themselves in this map. And look at Lip hunting in the back. Spots out that Baptiste.
Builder high in the sky, spots him now. Hits the regeneration burst almost instantly there. Doesn't want to get one clip. Gotta be careful now though with this blade. I mean, he's just disgusting with it. I mean, what can you do when your backline instantly die like that? Crazy Raccoon with another team kill back to back now.
Take a look at that, and maybe even enough that we're gonna see Fielder play a little bit of mystery heroes here.
It's the spawn tech when you jump on the Moira, go to the front of the spawn, switch to Weaver, grab the person from the back of the spawn, go to the doors. Incredibly small, but saves a couple of seconds. And a couple of seconds you need with only a couple of percentage points left before Crazy Raccoon take this. Pulse from the hand of Lip once again to save this for quite some time at this point, just focusing down the back line, making them trying to turn around. A swift step from Fielder to get out of the way, and Lip actually ends up going down. A drill dash out of nowhere. Lip completely caught off guard.
Caught off guard, that's going to net Team Falcons recontrol of this point. And look what they have to work with too. Smart choice for Fielder to switch off the Baptiste into the Kiriko, but look at how fast they want to take this.
Both cages coming in, blades, everything thrown in on top. It's all onto Proper now to try and just find the kills, but it's so easy when everybody's grouped up like that. Another chaotic fight. There's Team Falcons again pushing Raccoons here, overextending almost a little bit, but as soon as they lay down the cage, they know they've got that big combo to back them up. It's an easy win.
That's the type of aggression you should expect to see from these Korean teams, though, and why they've been so dominant in all of these matches so far at DreamHack Dallas. And they're going to keep trying to push the envelope when it comes to how to set the pace of these fights. As Lip now still hunting for a target for this pulse.
Trying to force Prophet to use anything here, dash, a reflect, literally anything. A deflect would be nice. Suzu comes in, sound barrier as well. Good Tuna Rush available, but Chong's already dead. Smurf hunting, searching for targets. Team Falcons, they're in a good spot to actually just take this point. A charge into the backline for Smurf, Cardiac Overdrive up and available, but here comes the blade. This time it's on Heesang. Can he find anybody? It looks like Stalker's happy to take the one-on-one. Oh, and he wins it! And then Porsche wins it! Team Falcons, that's 2 points now, and one away from tying the series up.
They have just been on a roll when it's come down to this Genji and Venture comp. Knowing how to really get the better of Crazy Raccoon and yet going to force another switch. He's saying, thinking about the Echo in order to attack this next one. Going over to Ducks. A little bit more area that you can play around here with this Echo, but you're hoping that the sticky bomb could be enough to maybe pull this Smurf down with this high health pool.
Yeah, I mean, you can pop with the enemy Malga too if you really want to. Get the double cage going. Double cardiac overdrive, instant value, very, very strong. Not many shields to kind of work around as well. Good stick onto Smurf. See how much pressure he was under. Everything thrown in. Suzu healing, amp up speed, like cardiac overdrive, just to try and keep himself up. No shields. And there's a big target for Echo to fire those stickies in, and that beam too shreds any large HP bar. Oh, Chio gonna get away. What HP?
Echo is not bad into the Malga, and it's not bad to be able to clean up an even squishier pick for the rest of the team. It's just a one-shot potential if you put that combo together in just the right way. And you've got Lip as well to help follow up on any of the damage you might need. But that duplicate is online for Isang. Not only duplicate the Malga if you want to, but there's also the Venture on the other side.
Venture on to start this fight off. One more go of it. All right, a little bit of damage, but that's about it. Does force Jumpin to use that cardiac overdrive as they thought Team Falcons were gonna just push onto their front line. However, with this duplication, could be Crazy Raccoons looking for a push in, but Chorong is dead again. Second time that he's been picked off first in a team fight, and now Proper pulls the blade, and cleanup ensues. That duplication's got no say in this fight.
Team Falcons backed up too when they saw that Kitsune Rush was getting used by Shu. Didn't want to catch any of that smoke, let that ultimate go through, and then came back in with a vengeance. And they are so close being able to get this map victory and tie up the series. Might be off the back of this Cage plus Kitsune Rush combo. And Crazy Raccoon still have so much fight in them with the sound barrier.
Well, there is a response, and that's the beat, and Jumpin needs it right here, right now, but he's not going to get it. Such a good cage from Smurf, and they all stagger too. Pretty hard to stagger the Lucio, but you're taking every percentage point you can get. Good cage from Smurf, and like you said, layered it with that Kitsune Rush. Additional healing, attack speed, literally everything, right?
So much extra damage, and you've trapped everybody in there with you. You can't back away from any of that. But Chorong critically holding on to the sound barrier in that last engagement means that Crazy Raccoon still have a fighting chance into this next one.
And they're going to push in again. Going to push way past the point itself and trying to make them force to do something. I mean, Crazy Raccoon right now, they need to push in. They managed to get the back half of all things. It's got to be a lip on the tracer that managed to get that sneaky deed off. Tectonic Shock available too from Stalker. But Shio's dead. He erupts from the skies. Oh, brings Hisu back down with him. Stalker ends up getting focused down. Chorong and Shu versus Proper. Oh my goodness. Now Smurf joins the fray as well. Has got cardiac overdrive. It's 3 seconds before it came back up. And that'll be Crazy Ratu taking that point.
The reverse flashpoint sweep, does it start here?
Flashpoint.
Crazy Raccoon, with that flashpoint win, now get a chance to rotate over to another one with this rush in their pocket, the duplicate coming up soon too. Easy way for them to be able to get into the mix, but this Proper blade, this sound barrier from Shio, Team Falcons have a lot of answers to what Crazy Raccoon want to throw at them, and taking control of this flashpoint is so important.
Rush, Suzu, instantly Jumpin getting back to 100% HP. Nice boop onto Stalker there, pushing him past the doorway. Proper surely can't survive that. No, that burn damage. Follow him to the spawn. There you go, there's the point.
Really nice first capture here for Crazy Raccoon so that they can play from this defensive position. Team Falcons have been pushing the envelope on this aggression though, so you're already going to see them actually being met here, right outside of this match point. Crazy Raccoon, no strangers to just going ahead and going for it, and then
sound barrier coming in from Team Falcons as well as that play, but Crazy Raccoon were already retreating. He's only spotted the Malga. There's a lot of the health to actually slash through, but he does a damn good job of it. A duplication onto Lucio of all things coming through from Hisang. Free sound barrier? No, not to be. Focused. Crazy Raccoons, I think they almost disengaged from that entire thing, but Team Falcons are able to hound them down, and Proper managed to isolate Jumpin. As soon as that Mauga falls, I mean, that cardiac overdrive, that sustain to keep you in the fight, just non-existent.
Yeah, but as soon as you saw Crazy Raccoon try to back up after overextending, Team Falcons, they pounced on that. With that sound barrier, it gave them plenty of overhealth to just take that aggression to the flashpoint to get this control. Cage now, no blade, but this pulse bomb, this rush, we've seen this combo work before, and Crazy Raccoon are gonna have it too.
Double Cage coming in, everybody grouped up. The sound barrier is going to help Crazy Raccoon survive, but unfortunately Jumpin, I don't think received any of that, or the focus was just that good from Team Falcons. A charge onto the point, and boom, smack down, straight on top of Toron. Easy Gatling guns there from Smurf to finish him off. Falcons in a very strong position now to take this map. Late kill onto Lip, maybe? Oh, 1 HP. Oh, Proper managed to get him with one final shuriken.
Really big though now, because that is just a stagger that's going to help extend the lead here for Team Falcons. They're running out of time, and if they are able to take this flashpoint, they're going to tie up the series. Stalker, hunting, jumping, coming back on the wrecking ball to get back to the flashpoint fast enough.
Gets the touch, but yeah, look at the rest of his team. Look at the health bars just trickling down. Shu and Choron just being isolated. There's no front line to kind of play around. I mean, that's just about it. Team Falcons, they're going to wipe Crazy Raccoons in a very one-sided flashpoint.
Very one-sided indeed. We might just have a series on our hands, Jaws. I know a lot of people wondering whether or not we might have a bit more of a one-sided affair coming out from Team Falcons, but I think that map might tell us a different story. The team's very much still here to play for this grand final title.
And it is now a 1 apiece. What an incredible performance there. And once again, adaptations are being made on both of those sides. An incredible brawl we've seen there from Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, we were both like amazed at this map pick because it really allowed the Falcons come in and play more Venture here, right? So, and it put Lip in that pretty awkward position playing the Tracer. So just an incredible map pick. Just when you think the coaches can't like out-strategize anymore, they bring it here, Jake.
You know, I think we've talked about how, okay, you don't want to pick Flashpoint first because these maps are so similar. Well, one place in which they're not similar at all is actually just the power of hit scan. Suravasa has a lot more open points with high ground positions available for the hit scan. New Junk City has very few strong hit scan positions, especially that first point mid-fight. I mean, you're just so close range. It's really one of the best Venture maps, I think, in the pool right now. So not only do Deny Suravasa been a consistent thorn in the side of Falcons, but you bring it to a map that already off the rip, Crazy Raccoon don't even attempt to play it again. They know it's not possible. They know it's not realistic. And honestly, a map like that is one that is going to be showing why Crazy Raccoon is forcing the Cassidy. I don't think they can win in a double flex
Yeah,
matchup.
and this is now going to be the story as it kind of develops through this series, where we're seeing Crazy Raccoons. They maybe want to shy away from that really brawl-heavy close-range stuff, where you're seeing Falcons. They like to play a lot of Venture and Genji because that aids like this really close combat, right? And a new map like New Junk City, you get a lot of value out of those characters. But even going back to Oasis University, we saw Farah come out of Heesang, for example. Suddenly now you're seeing a team like Crazy Raccoon. They want to play far back. They want to play a Cassidy, create some distance to the Mauga. They want to play a Farah, obviously using verticality to create distance from that Mauga. And instead, you're using your Mauga to sit back and maybe have some sustain with the cardiac overdrive. And now, of course, when we went to a map like New Junk City, for example, that is when Proper on the Genji and Stalker on the Venture, they can just maximize the value they're getting in these really close corridors. And if you're a Lip, you're forced over to this Tracer, like Jake just covered here, of course. Like, you're playing this Tracer and you can't really get close into these fights. There were multiple points here where Lip, he was like getting close into combat, but immediately, like, he's taking so much poke damage that like recall is forced early. And at that point, like, you can't even get through like a proper engage. Fielder swapped over to the Kiriko instead of the Baptiste. It's a much harder time to dive with these heroes. So brilliant map pick. And I think now we're starting to see two distinguished styles where Falcons, they want to engage close combat with brawl heroes like Genji and Venture, which we already knew. But now also Heesang, you know, shying away from this, wanted to play more like Echo, Farah, and then Lip maybe wanted to sit more on Cassidy where map allows him to.
Yeah, I think Lip's a great Tracer player, but this just shows how difficult the hero is to leverage in the matchup with the Genji Venture. I feel, I mean, Tracer's great at pulling out resources, backing away, pulling out resources, backing away. But, I mean, Genji and Venture are so effective at sort of sub-tanking for the backline. I love this pick, though.
Boy.
Finally, you get
Here
to
we
see
go.
it. That's exactly what you wanted to see. Are we expecting the dive to come out of Crazy Raccoon now?
I think this is going to be a Winston dive. This is a map where, I mean, I think it's It's really tough to make the Maga work. So much extreme high ground, so high that, you know, even Venture isn't really going to be able to get there without using the dash. So this is I love this pick from Crazy Raccoon. I'm worried though, because in a long series, we will be coming back to Maga Cars.
We will, but for now, we're heading over to Gibraltar. Some Winton action in the books for us. Let's see what the teams have in store for us as we're heading on to map number 3.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And oh boy, am I happy to load into this map. A little bit of classic Korean dive and a whole lot of Winton, I got a feeling.
We were hoping we'd get a chance to see some Winton from these teams. And it's gonna feel so good to see Smurf on one of his signature hero picks. Smurf so well known for that Winston play, and even when this Winston has gotten a little bit of a rebuff, you know, a little bit of a rework, still so good with it. But my eyes are also on the rest of this Team Falcons roster as they come out of this defensive spawn. Proper on the Widowmaker.
Proper versus Lip in the Widow 1v1.
Maybe in for a treat.
We'll have to wait and see. Crazy Raccoons rolling out the gate. Lip locking the Widow. Oh, this is going to be a beautiful sight. Brig on a backline. Classic dive here for Falcons with the Tracer and the Winston. Little echo here from Crazy Raccoon.
Not a bad pick to try to get around to that Ana and the Brig, but Proper's going to make that so difficult to do. If you peek your head out, if you're Isang, you could just come clean off.
Now imagine Proper's just taking the classic Widow angle, just under the car wash here. Use the grapple to get away. Lip taking the high ground now, looking at blue box.
Hoping that Proper's going to be right there.
Yeah, there's no way. It's hard to hold blue box for you, Widow, if you don't have like very forward front line, back line as well. You have to have your support like right top pretty much. Isang just scared to focus it or head out. That choke point. Slowly but surely now, Crazy Raccoon making the way up.
Dueling with Smurf right now on that Winston to take control of this high ground. He pops his head back up to try to deal with this back line.
Good sleep onto Smurf. Should be able to get out. Oh, leaps. Actually hits his head. 47 HP. Purple. He's got one. Oh, hello, Shu. What's up? Didn't expect that one.
Not every day you see an Ana take out a Winston, that's for sure. But the cart stops there for Crazy Raccoon. They have to go back to the drawing board, come out of spawn with some options. Stalker has a pulse bomb already. Both of these Winstons having Primal Rage means that things could get a little bit chaotic in this next fight. But Fielder first Nano.
Good pick from Lip. Sights in 10%. Pop a little bit further behind here. Isang trying to take control of blue box. And head towards the duplication as well. Smurf's got a Primal Rage to kind of fall back on here, but doesn't want to use it right now at the very least. Good sleep on Smurf, but I think they got bashed. A little bit of a, oh, countermeasure there. But oh, it's just Stalker. It's all Stalker. Double pulse bomb kill. Chong has got Nano on the point. Not sure you're going to live to see another day, unfortunately. What a defense so far.
Wow, just picture perfect almost. Really, one of the reasons why Korea has been so good at these dive competitions, they've got really good opposition to practice them into as well. The Crazy Raccoon having so much trouble to get through it, unless Lip is going to be able to open up with another pick.
Double sights, but Lip in a better position right now. Bubble on the high ground. Oh, proper. Look at disappointment in Lip's face there. Thought he could win the 1v1. Proper now taking on Jumbin, but little does he know a Primal Rage is in the near future for this Winston. Oh, good sleep. Look at the collapse on the Winston. Oh, Jumbin does not get out of there alive. 4 players just jumping on that Winston. Even the rally was popped there for the bash. Well, everything thrown in to make sure Jumbin can't take down Proper. Unfortunately, Proper does fall in the end, however, and Isang with the duplication. Here comes the later rally from Crazy Raccoon. And now with a nice position there from Shu, sitting in server room. There's basically free reign over this point now. Smurf so low. No chance to touch either. Very late rally there from Chong, ends up winning the fight.
Exactly, even though they had a player disadvantage, that extra bit of sustain enough to be able to keep Crazy Raccoon in that fight.
Nobody does it better.
That might stop them. That might stop them in their tracks for just a little bit. But yeah, this duel between Fielder and Shu right now on these Anas. so clinical to be able to use these sleeps, use those nades, finish up all of these picks. And the pulse!
What was that? Not even a flinch on his face. Does this stuff every single day. The backline for Team Falcons collapsed on. Stalker taking it with him. Oh, Proper, that's fine, don't worry. We've got another hard carry on the team too. The Stalker chasing down Junbin. Will be Smurf finishing him off.
Just over 2 minutes for Crazy Raccoon to try to finish up the second point, but if Stalker and Proper keep playing like that, I don't know if they're going to be able to get through this hangar. Ship control going their way. Proper with the sights can help to stall them for a little bit more.
Wipe them off the payload.
Oh, risky stuff there. Choran getting body shot. Helped with the kill. Sad looking bubble for Junbin. Just lays asleep as the rest of his team are putting in to-go box. Crazy Raccoon just wiped, and yeah, Junbin resetting. Minute and 50 seconds to go. This has been just horrible for Crazy Raccoons to attack. It's such a tough point, even with the recent changes.
Yeah,
well, not so recent.
And Lip doesn't feel comfortable being able to take that Widowmaker duel either. Switch over to the Cassidy just a team fight ago. Has the Deadeye to help a little bit here, but it's going to be so tough to actually try to get up close and personal to the rest of this team, since Cassidy would prefer a little bit shorter range than this Widowmaker.
Oh, Fielder with a narrowly missed sleep. Fortunately ended up hitting the bubble. There's the Primal Rage. Everybody off the high ground now as Junbin tries to juggle this Ana, but looks like he's going to have to pay attention to his own backline, just trying to protect it. As Smurf equally using the Primal Rage. Two very angry Winstons looking at each other, but it is Proper that starts the fight off strong with a headshot onto Choron. Junbin to go for a small re-engage here as they're just hiding in this bubble. Oh, Stalker body blocked there. Dynamic duo.
That's one way for the Cassidy to get back into the mix. Go into those closer rooms on the side. Chio just can't get away, but Smurf is back with a vengeance.
Oh,
Proper too.
Oh my god. Classic dive too, where you're hoping your backline doesn't die first.
Or you just trade it.
Right.
Just trade it out and giving your trust over to the rest of the DPS, but we're at 20 seconds remaining for Crazy Raccoon to try to get the second point.
Rally available from Chorong as well. That's how they sealed the deal last time around. Proper activating sights. That'll be available until OT ticks. 10 seconds to go, and Proper taking such a poor position. Oh, the box in his way. Lip down, and Proper can just play here, just be a nuisance. You have to deal with me, but the rest of your team are going to get annihilated. Junbin finally finding the kill onto Proper, and Nana Boost onto Smurf as he jumps to the back line. Dealing with this rally is going to be hard, but he's going to make a good job of it. An anti-nade actually landing onto Junbin there, and here comes the later ult. Shu with the nano, spots the Tracer, Stalker forced to recall, but Junbin waiting, lying for waiting. Hopefully he can secure the kill, but there's too many dashes on the Tracer and ends up getting away. A bubble for Junbin there to heal up all the way up to full HP as he drops the Prime, when Proper chase to spawn. It's OT once more as Crazy Raccoon, they're going to claim second.
That later nano boost perfect and everything that the doctor had ordered for Crazy Raccoon on that second point. And eventually this Cassidy able to win out in all of these damage trades. But it comes down to this high ground setup here from Team Falcons. Wants to take that away, and the opportunity from Junbin to be able to steal that high ground. You see Smurf set up there on that left-hand side. But Proper still on this Widowmaker, feeling impact. Able to make that for his team. Able to burst these bubbles pretty quickly too after a couple of these charged shots, but he is kind of a sitting duck if he doesn't have this grapple online.
He's saying, not wanting to test him. Primal Rage from Smurf. Oh my word. A small little bouncy castle in there, pretty much. Juggling is gross. We wouldn't expect anything less from a champion.
I mean, let's talk about soccer too. Now 30 seconds left for Crazy Raccoon. One more chance at being able to make any more progress on this card. nothing left in the tank either except for this rally. So they're gonna have to try to play close together. But Team Falcons, they're pushed so far forward right now, knowing that they have the rally of their own. And this Nano boost too if things get rough.
Everybody is so scattered, and Lip can't get an angle here at all. So Bob is going to have a priority one over him, and the sight's up in 5 seconds. So many options from Team Falcons this time around. Two of the best starters to ever do it, infielder and shoot. They got to unleash the nanos at some point. Here comes the rally. The stick is good. The damage is there, but where's the follow-up? Mega health pack secure from Chong to keep him in the fight, but his shoes that falls. There we go. Smurf finding 2, and now they can continue. The cleanup is here. Mega health pack stolen by Stalker as well. Jumped in with a primal rage, but I think it might be too little too late for the angry Winston. He's stalling out time here. There's not really much to say in this fight. This Nano is good. Can he actually secure the kill? He can. Joring is back and killing Q, but they don't touch!
They don't touch. The overtime week had been burning for so long. They forgot about it. Oh no, everything was going so right for them. With the primal rage stall into the nano boost for that extra little bit, they just forgot about the objective. So their cart push stops there. And they could have done it too. They were building up to other ultimates. They were getting more reinforcements back from spawn.
They killed the Ana as well. Managed to isolate that kill, that primal rage. You're living for so long and then getting the nano on top of that. Rough stuff there. Now it's up to their defense, of course. The map will end in this round. See what the defense holds for us here with the Crazy Raccoon. Liv not opting for the Widow now. Okay. Cassidy, a bit more frontline damage, like you were saying, more consistent. See if Falcons want to do the same, or maybe Proper jumps over to the Widow. I mean, honestly, the hero pool both between Stalker and Proper is immense, so we'll be too surprised to see this.
But there's a lot of agency to the attacking team. To be able to see Lip on that Cassidy may make them feel more confident being able to come out on the Widowmaker right away. You're able to counterpick just a little bit better when your spawns are this close. But it isn't going to be the Winston that they're thinking about at this very moment. Seeing the dive on the other side, going to lean into the Venture even though it's going to be more difficult with this verticality.
Drill dash to get up onto the high ground, but you don't want to do that at all. You want to use that to get away, maybe isolate a kill. Drill dash straight into Burrow once more. A lot of information gained, and your presence too is sometimes enough to force a rotation. Venture tough to take down in the 1v1, like we mentioned previously.
But they get a chance to play together so they can play around the card, make Crazy Raccoon come to them. They still could get surrounded though, so it's going to be important for Team Falcons to play around all of these cooldowns that Crazy Raccoon have. Look at that mobility now gone for the Winston. Think about that. Think about these sleep darts as well from Shu. Maybe these nades also being off the table.
Crazy Raccoon as well at juggling this payload very well. He managed to hold him there for a long time. Oh, Proper takes the mega health back. A recall still available from Isang. Doesn't need to use it. Diffs Proper in the 1v1. A rare sight to behold.
But this card is still moving. Something now drops down with the bubble.
Oh, good.
Force the recontest.
Those magnates, they're so frustrating to play against if you're the Venture. Can't use any of your mobility skills. You basically sit there and your hitbox a little bit larger than some of the other DPSs as well. So quite an easy target to hit. Especially if you're left, you're only in headshots pretty much.
Shield goes down there too. It's going to be another stop in this attack push for Team Falcons. Unless they're able to make something else of this with another elimination for them. But Crazy Raccoon, they've got 5 ultimates that they're coming up to. So how are Team Falcons actually going to be able to get this done when they are missing a key member?
Yoda unfortunately having used the Suzu on himself there. Chio to the rescue though, but like I mentioned before, look, the juggling to the point. Isang's just sat here, just prepping Smurf this whole time. Easy pulse bomb as well. Speaking of which, oh, Proper tries something cheeky on Blue Box. Shut down instantly with an nade.
This comp just isn't working. The access to the backline is too difficult.
Oh.
Just look at how they're playing around this verticality too. How is Stalker going to actually get on top of Chorong or Shu? You can't. If you're playing around Blue Box, then this Venture doesn't have great access to get up there and harass you.
I wonder if they're regretting their decision now and playing this comp. They got a lot of ults, so they don't want to swap off. And with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, it's a Hail Mary here. If they do throw everything in, end up swapping up, it's going to be, oh, it's not going to be pretty.
They've got to win now.
Sound barrier available for Chio here. Escorting Smurf. Oh, Stalker's out. That additional shielding there from using the abilities paying off.
Still have a chance here. 1 minute left. At least they missed the pulse bomb.
He sang like it was going to go down to his own pulse bomb there. Rally on the high ground to counteract that rush. This blue box fight. Oh, goodbye. Lit pushed off the side of the high ground by Stalker. But luckily, they managed to follow it up with a couple of kills. Crazy Raccoon's defense. Impenetrable.
It's so strong. And they've also been able to limit so many options that Team Falcons have in terms of being able to get this damage down. Proper just now switching over to the Widowmaker, and Stalker as well switching off the Venture to go to this Tracer. But it feels like it's too little too late. With 30 seconds left, Smurf has the cage, but where are you going to actually be able to land it? Who are you locking in there with you when everybody has the ability to just run away?
Jumping with the Primal Rage 2, just keeping Proper at bay right now. Jump onto the high ground, at least an attempt there to join the rest of their team, but you can see Smurf just jostling. It's so tough for him. You can't get up if you're out, you have to take that little hop. And Proper is in the most unfair 1v1 in history. Nice headshot onto Jumbin, forces the bubble at least. Pulse bomb is going to get Suzu'd. So Team Falcons, well, they put the cage down, but they still need to deal with Jumbin. Primal Rage available. Chorong and Shu just need to survive. Nano Boost and the rally in their sights. And with Chio dead, that's a whole lot less healing available. Jumbin rejoins the fight as so does Shu. Oh, this push from Team Falcons, it's all falling apart. Crazy Raccoon. They say you play rush, we play dive. Jobs are good in. They take the lead in the series, 2-1.
What a scary dive team. And I mean, we knew that heading into this all stage long. That has been the composition they've just been so dominant on. Not that Team Falcons is not a good dive team themselves, probably a scary opposition for any other team which made it to DreamHack Dallas. But if you're going up against the best, it's tough, man. I mean, they switched over to the Mark at the very end.
I mean, for me, this is a good sign, right? I remember back when GOATS was a completely dominant meta, the sign for me when I knew all hope was lost for any other strategy was Gibraltar. It was when you could have any heroes you wanted on the high ground. We don't care. We're going to just sit on the card and push it. And I saw them roll at Mauga. Me and Johnny were like, uh-oh, is this going to work? But no, the Ana nading you from the high ground. A player like Shu, Lip, so uncontested, can't beat it.
Yeah, and I feel like they made their bet picking that Mauga pick, right? Because nothing was really had to be said like, oh, you had to play Mauga on attack. Like, no way. Like, they could have totally played the dive. We actually thought that, it was incredibly respectable kind of like hold, right? And so we were thinking like, oh, I mean, they're looking fantastic right now. We're seeing Smurf have a really impactful Winston play. Stalker was just dominating all over the place. And so I thought, we pretty much had a Falcons win in our hands. I think it was a really good look for them on the defense. So I'm quite surprised to see that they picked the Mauga. It was obviously like a choice that they said like, hey, we're actually going to come out. We actually believe that the Mauga can deal with the Winston. But like you said, Jake, the on the high ground with the Bionades, it was a pretty dominant win there from Chris Raccoon in the end.
And you are going up against the best in class, not just on dive, but also on the individual heroes they're actually playing it on. So it's scary, scary looks. Of course, Gibraltar is very conducive to be able to play that dive. Other maps might not be as accommodating for that, Jake.
I mean, this is the map in the pool where you're going to put your Ana on high ground. And I mean, the Mauga not contesting that, trying to just force car. We saw once Heesang was just holding down the car on Tracer, they couldn't really do anything to get him off. I mean, you're so worried, peeking out. I mean, Lip raining down headshots. Shu with the
was
nades.
just going ham.
Yeah, but honestly, I think this is a mistake. I think they should have kept playing the mirror because Stalker and Smurf together, this was disgusting. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, Crazy Raccoon barely got the point all the way to third. And for me, I would have loved to see Falcons stick with the dive and win on that style too. It would have been a huge win in the series. And I think they might be kicking themselves, but now Crazy Raccoon up 2 maps in the series. That might have been a bit of a cheese compared to what is probably going to decide the series in the Mauga mirror. So I still think Falcons have a good shot. 2 maps, I mean, you're starting to get a little worried, right? It might be off meta picks, but sometimes those pocket picks are what you need to win a championship.
So far, it's been a back and forth, though. Once more, of course, the loser gets to pick the map and the map type. Obviously, they would want to avoid any other dive situations, as they clearly were not comfortable until the very end to take that mirror, even though it might have looked better for them if they would have done that. So, where are we taking this next, looking at our map set here?
Well, I feel like there are a couple of options now. Well, actually, there are a couple of options, yeah. Looking at here, we have hybrid and push
Literally
remaining, of course.
couple.
There are a couple of options, yeah. But, you know, looking at the last years, of course, Falcons did win New Queen Street, for example. We saw Midtown in the previous series did not end as well, for example. So, you know, there are a couple of options here. Could see something like King's Row is very close corner, for example. And if you want to keep playing Genji and Venture, that could be a path you could go here. But given that you also won the push map the previous round, it's a question of comfortability. Where do you want to go next?
I like Kings. Could consider New Queen Street because that was a victorious map the last time these teams face off. But I think Kings would be smarter here. Get rid of Midtown, get rid of Numbani, Hollywood, some of the longer range, better hit scan maps in the pool. I think Kings Row probably decisively the worst map for hit scan, at least in the Maga mirror, where maybe Widow can be good on first and third, but not really going to play that with the Maga. So for me, I'd love to see KR. I think that might be the best pick here. But New Queen Street, I mean, you didn't just win on this map.
Exactly.
The map is great here.
And that's exactly what they're thinking. They want to get the momentum going again, and that's why they will be taking us to New Queen Street, a map they previously won. Can they do it again? Let's find out as we're heading into this next push map. Of course, there is stuff we can take away from it, though, because Oasis also went their way last time around, but Crazy Raccoon had an answer this time around. What should Crazy Raccoon change up on this push map?
I think the key is in shutting down the Batiste from Fielder. How you do that, it's going to be difficult. I think hit scan could be tough on New Queen Street as well. I mean, as much as the long range hit scan, maybe a Sojourn, something like that, but so far we really haven't seen that come out. I think potentially Sojourn too reliant on one single cooldown to escape the dives. Venture, Genji has so far been devastating, and Lip, I don't think the Tracer's going to do it. I just don't think the damage is really there from the hero.
Yeah, I think actually it's really important, something we don't really talk about, but I think it's actually really important here for Crazy Raccoons to get into the lead. Because one thing I noticed with Falcons, last time we saw New Queen Street, they're actually really comfortable holding the lead and holding down the fort. When you know that you already have the lead on push, you can sit back, you can hold angles in a way where you don't have to push the corners. And especially if you're playing a Batiste, if you can plant your Batiste on the defense, on a good sideline, on a high ground or an off angle, where it's really hard for someone like Liv to have a lot of impact on the Cassidy, that could pay dividends for Falcons. So if I'm Crazy Raccoons, I want to get into a lead early, so I force Falcons to push around some of these awkward corners with the Batiste, for example, and maybe are forcing Falcons to extend around some of those close corners, especially on New Queen Street, right, where the bot is walking. There's some pretty hard corners to navigate there. So I want Crazy Raccoons, if they want to win this map, I think they have to take an early lead.
Do you think there's any chance for some, I don't know, more cheesy compositions here? Maybe a little out-of-pocket pick?
I mean, push for me is such a dynamic map type. There's so much constant brawling, constant fighting. I don't think these teams should swap off Maga. I think this is going to be necessary to be able to hold down the car. One of those things we haven't talked about with Venture is how effective they are at holding the car. While Maga might not want to expose themselves, Venture could really fill that role. So let's see what micro adaptations they bring in this next map.
Well, welcome to New Queen Street. Falcons' choice, like Zoe said, map they won before. However, the start of the series didn't exactly go their way either, so anybody's guess how this is going to go, but all I want to know is this going to go to the full map 7? I hope so. The audience hopes so. I can imagine everybody watching at home hopes so as well. Let's have a little look, though, what they're going to be playing. Is there going to be an off meta? Yeah.
Well, we can expect the Team Falcons are going to lean more into this Genji and this Venture. One of the reasons why we've seen a lot of teams want to pick this New Queen Street map is because of how good this Mauga can be. But as we head out of the gates, Crazy Raccoon, they don't want to play the mirror. They're going to lean into this Wrecking Ball pick from Junpin alongside this Soldier from Lip. More hits in for them.
Very close. Of course, a lot of knockback resistance on the tanks, right? But still, pretty scary stuff with his 2 boops exactly. The Farah and the Ball. And the Lucio.
Yeah, so 3.
Yeah, 3 actually. Oh, CC. Oh. Proper on the wrong end of the railgun there. Same with Stalker, wrong end of a boot. Nice start from Crazy Raccoon.
Inbound with cargo.
Great map here for Sojourn. The Desk talked a little bit about how the Cassidy might have some limitations, but with these longer sight lines, the Soldier can play a little bit farther away. And you can see just how much impact one of these charged railgun shots can have, immediately taking Fielder out of the equation and giving so much space here for Crazy Raccoon, but Lip's got to be careful. That's why she was there.
I'm sorry, just sliding into the front line like that. And that bot moving for free too. They're looking at the spawn doors right now.
The Suzu from Shu just coming in there to save Lip and really making Lip sing. Can't get taken down and maybe even get this checkpoint too. He's playing ground fair right now with all of this spam. Team Falcons have already made an adjustment. They can't get there to the checkpoint though, I don't think. Stalker doesn't want to be able to deal with this.
Fielder's dead already. Got killed with a grapple of all things. Swung into. Nice little damage in the sticky bombs. Oh, but he's saying 1 HP. Stalker's now a million pieces all over the snow. Checkpoint already. We're only, what, 1 minute and 45 seconds into the game, and Crazy Raccoons have a substantial lead. And oh, what's that? Proper's dead as well.
Going back to spawn, Stalker already taking another adjustment here. Doesn't want to play the Echo. Goes for the Sojourn.
A little over-eager there, I think, from Isak.
Maybe a little.
It worked though. Already gone in the highlight package for sure. All right, Pop, now in control of Team Falcons. They're trying to just grasp at straws here, trying to find out how to control this game.
Yeah, but Crazy Raccoon are okay with that. Look at how big of a lead they were able to get in just the first 2.5 minutes of this game. He's saying, with the Venture, play around the minefield from Junbin as they come back.
Oh, Fielder, I don't think you've got anything to say in this fight. Beautiful boot from Junbin, and a slam to boot too. I mean, these wrecking ball changes are disgusting, and nice little boot. Chio is attempting to survive. Actually, he's like an endangered species. This whole backline from Team Falcons, they're just getting focused out by just Junbin. I mean, what do you do against this?
I don't know what you really can do if you want to try to play around this wrecking ball with a lead already, mind you. Team Falcons have struggled to figure out how they want to actually approach this. And when Fielder doesn't have Swift Step, doesn't have Suzu, can't get out of there. This gets flattened into a pancake.
Kills one, sets up for the next. Kills one, sets up for the next.
Playing pinball back there.
Proper. Don't test him. All right, here it comes. Here's the little mini.
This ends now.
Here comes another deadly ultimate, that being Lip's railgun. Oh, slide straight out of the cage too. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a giant shield. Your aim's pretty sick, Lip, but I'm not sure it penetrates surfaces like that.
The Crazy Raccoon are still playing from this advantageous position. They've got a huge meter reach still, and even extending that in these last couple of fights. While they get picked off here and Team Falcons get a chance to take control, they have yet to win a clean team fight.
They are pinging the ball, and the ping is in the skybox, like attached to one of the buildings. It's absurd. Mines as well again for Junbin. Slam, tectonic shock, a lot of CC.
Exactly, and a way to change the architecture of the map so you're playing into their own hands. Sooner Rush 2 to maybe layer over where you expect them to go after you drop those ults.
Well, what do Proper and Shawcraft say to say about this? Suzu stops the slam damage coming in. Here comes the overclock. Junbin finally killed off. It took them a long time, but they finally managed to do it. Somewhat moving in their favor now. They try and find these exit kills.
Team Falcons finally finding their footing in this map. Took them about half of the time being to do it though, but they are starting to work towards that first checkpoint for themselves. A lot of ultimates for them to work with too. The sound barrier from Chio would be really nice to have, even just as overhealth to deal with this tectonic shock.
Oh, there's one on. Fielder's already dead. Can't rely on the Kitsune Rush any longer without your Kiriko. Chio is beating in the skies. But Crazy Raccoon, they're just gonna walk over Team Falcons. They have no answers to Crazy Raccoon's comp. 50 meters to 83. Obviously the checkpoint as well for Crazy Raccoon right now, and they've got double support ult for this next fight.
Yeah, the beat was just too late to be able to save Fielder there. You have the Kitsune Rush for this next one, but pairing it with what, essentially? Junbin's ready. Wants to be able
to... They can't see him.
No.
Can't see him.
You
He's just vibing up there. Little Christmas ornament. Slam straight back down. Stalker almost didn't get the bar off there. Chio's the target for Jumbin. Here comes the beat. What's scarier than Jumbin's Wrecking Ball? Jumbin's Wrecking Ball with 1200 HP. Proper. Just turned into DNA. Crazy Raccoon running away with this with the team kill. This is looking too easy. This is not looking like the Team Falcons we saw earlier.
They just haven't had a chance to figure out how to deal with this, and it's almost becoming too late. Stalker, oh, he's picked 4 different DPS heroes now to try to figure out how to counter this. Back on the Venture. But this is almost a full completion for Crazy Raccoon.
They got the cage, but can they actually get it off this time around?
Who are they gonna hit? Too much mobility on the side of Crazy Raccoon to really feel like you're gonna have a chance.
Isang needs help and Jumbin to the rescue. Slams down to make sure they get out alive. Cage available from Swerve. Spots Lip, grabs 2. Pulse Bomb in the hands of Proper as well. Might not even need it for the kill onto Lip. Nice little burrow kill there from Stalker as they eventually once again gain control of the box. They're 57 meters away from the lead and Jumbin is flying through the air. He's going to get away. Not sure Proper, well, maybe, I mean, 200 HP. Proper's got a Pulse Bomb too, but doesn't want to really engage on that kill at all. He has to join the rest of his team, otherwise his team are going to get run over in the front line.
And he can't overextend because who knows who's waiting in the wings for him.
There's the burrow into the front line. Okay, Lip, dead. A nice chase there, but Fielder ends up going down to a boot from Chorong. Stalker taking to this little cafe room here, but a swift step from Shoot to get out of there. This little burrow didn't really go all of anywhere there, Stalker. Just hit the frame of the window. Uh-oh. And yeah, Lip's in spawn, buddy, by the way. Remember when you killed that guy? Yeah, he's back. Proper with the Pulse Bomb, trying to chase down Shoot. There's the Suzu already used, as well as the Swift Step. Proper with the Pulse, hits the recall. Doesn't want to go for it. Gets out of there alive. But they've already lost Stalker.
And barely too, almost walked into the drill from Hisang, waiting for him. This big tuna rusher Shoot 2 is about to be so deadly.
Sound barriers coming out from both sides. Slam from the skies from Junbin. Just pushing the back Smurf right now. Chio down to Lip. Proper trying to chase Junbin away. I mean, look, he's only trying to get Smurf out of there. He's trying to help. But there's nothing that can help Team Falcons right now. Hisang 2 trying to push away the DPS and the supports. What a late kill onto Fielder 2. 2 minutes to go. Forward spawns achieved again from Crazy Raccoon.
And Crazy Raccoon are so happy to have all of these fights be 1v1s, 1v2s. The longer these fights extend, the better they're able to win this fight and this map. And with this overclock approaching these spawn doors, where can Team Falcons hide from this?
Might just end right here, right now. If Lip's got anything to say about it. Cage available from Smurf, but look how low he is. There's no one to pin down. A good disengage there by Crazy Raccoon, spotting that Fielder using that Kitsune Rush. Rolling in, rolling out. Here comes the charge. Smurf trying to lock people in, but everybody just dashes away. There's too much mobility. He finds one. It's actually Hisang. Burrows up straight into Smurf's LOS. And an easy ultimate, but with only a minute to go. It's a Mount Vesuvius level mountain they're going to have to climb now, because 50 meters and not even the checkpoint. You can stall out here if you're Crazy Raccoons.
You really can, and with the minefields too, it might even just be able to pressure everybody off of point. Sub 1 minute territory, back over into their territory. But Team Falcons, they gotta get something done here with this tectonic shock from Stalker. Crazy Raccoon, they just keep pushing the aggression.
Well, they are stalling the bot right now as Hisang. And then here comes the mines. Quickly dealt with though by Stalker, you can see. Doing a bit of cleanup. That's all, like no damage on the enemy team. Speaking of which, Hisang hits the burrow, has to. Stalker's chasing him. True to his namesake. Getting on top of Hisang, or at least trying to. Tectonic shock not finding too much there from Hisang either. Kitsune Rush might just be the end of it all though, as Team Falcons only have 15 seconds to go to try and take the lead. Smurf is already down, a Pulse Bomb on the floor, but no, Isu's doing a beat. We'll see them through this fight, surely. Lip on the high ground on this bus. They spot Stalker in his sights. And Stalker just eradicated. Overtime in session as Crazy Raccoons are going to close this one out. There's only one person left. It's the superstar Proper, but he is snuffed out. Crazy Raccoon. They're looking at match point in this series. It's only Smurf left, but there's almost no hope. A 3-1 lead now for Crazy Raccoon. Team Falcons confused at what just happened.
Confused at yet another tank pick that caught them by surprise. Wrecking Ball on a map that we see a lot of Mauga from, able to get the job done for Crazy Raccoon and get them to this match point scenario. What a wild ride we have been on here in the grand finals of DreamHack Dallas.
They're showing us everything here, taking a page out of Reinforce's book. Your ball didn't quite succeed in show match. Looks like they got a better read though.
I mean, New Queen Street, if there was a map designed for Wrecking Ball, this would be the map, but I don't think anyone expected to see that composition come out in this grand finals. I mean, it's an amazing call. They come out to that early lead, and then they can just protect that lead on push. But like, pulling out Wrecking Ball, Junbin is the best Wrecking Ball in the world, and the way he just navigated that map, that was brilliance right there, in the ways that like no one else in the world can do.
You look so happy, Jake. What is happening?
Junbin's revenge, man. He is coming out swinging on the ball, and we talked so much about flexibility. We've talked so much about these DPS counter picks. It's gonna decide this series. I don't think anybody saw ball coming except Junbin did, you know, and the confidence, the faith. You see why this team has played ball time and time again, and I thought, oh, it can't work. It's not consistent. You can't find the way, but without Junbin doing miracles on the Wrecking Ball, I don't think you could bring out Lip Sojourn. I'm not sure you could win this map in the mirror, but it's Junbin's ball just absolutely taking over, doing different things on this hero.
I mean, you were saying it during the map as well. It's like, there's just so much chaos in the map. You thought you had this pretty predetermined Mauga matchup, and then the chaos that Junbin brings, now you have a Sojourn as well that just, you know, Lip is popping off, the best hitscan player in the world. He can navigate with the slide, go aggressive, flanking overclocks. Like, it's just so much to deal with. It's overwhelming for Falcons. That it was just an amazing pick by Crazy Raccoon. I am just floored by like the level of strategic depth. And this is coming out of Junbin, who, again, not that much stage experience. He doesn't have a ton of experience in these grand finals matchups, right? And to just bring out heroes like Roadhog, like Wrecking Ball,
just about to
I am
touch
just
on it.
amazed at the level of play we're seeing from him.
Honestly, after just those last few maps, if you want to really consider an MVP candidate, I mean, Junbin is putting in the work.
good.
He's putting himself into that discussion. What a crazy performance on the variety of heroes. And also just to, it goes to show how much depth there actually is to Crazy Raccoon. They're showing us so much variation, so many very specific compositions, clearly designed for those maps and for this opponent.
They came into that upper bracket final thinking, you know what, we've got to win with the Mauga. We can make it work with Lip on the Cassidy. Getting shut down there, though, I think Junbin's ball, this is not a prepared strategy. I promise you, Crazy Raccoon did not think this was going to be it. This is desperation. But to be in desperation and still find place like this on the ball, still locked in with Lip, turning proper to pink mist time and time again, that was just a disgusting map of New Queen Street.
Johnny, now, of course, only Hybrid is left as a mode. They still get to pick the map. Which of those would you consider the least diving?
The least diving. Well, we talked about it in the last game break. Actually, we both agree that we think King's Row is the pick here. You know, Hollywood, there's a lot of high ground, for example. We see some Cassidy Far being played before. It's going to be King's Row, in fact. And I think Falcons, I think you're just desperate to play more close combat brawl, more maybe of that Genji and that Venture. You don't want to allow Crazy Raccoons to change up the game, change up the pace of the game, and play all these different styles, right? So I think it's back to Mauga, Genji, Venture. That's what you want to see from Falcons, and King's Row is the perfect map for it.
I think this is a map you're not going to see the ball. I think it's very difficult to cheese the Mauga here. So if Falcons can win this map on the bread and butter, continue to play well, I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on the coaches during King's Row. You've got to find an answer for some of these off-meta ball picks. Hanbin coming in for Smurf as well, bringing a more reserved style, but coming in cold off the bench. Crazy Raccoons, series point, I mean,
Cold off the bench, though.
There's no tougher test.
That's a good thing to talk about here. Johnny, we discussed this already with our guests. Yay or nay? How are you feeling about cold off the bench, Hanbin?
Well, I was never on the bench because we didn't have subs back in my day, so I can't comment on that directly. But it is an interesting change-up. I mean, we saw, for example, in the previous series, SSG, they came down to King's Row as well, and they opted to play some more Sigma. There is some high ground, especially on that first point. It's a bit of a, I don't want to say it's desperation just yet, because these guys are so calculated. They obviously have a plan going into this one, but it is telling that they're not leaving Smurf in. Maybe they have something that isn't Mauga in the cards here. Maybe there is some composition they're thinking they can maybe beat out Crazy Raccoon here with.
So you see it as well on your screens. Crazy Raccoon undefeated on Hybrid against Falcons, 3-0. But if both teams have shown us anything, is that none of these stats matter, because they just keep on flipping it on its tail.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question of preparation. At this point, this is a battle of wills. I think bringing Hanbin in is a way to change the style up, even if you continue playing the Maga, which honestly I expect from Falcons. I think Hanbin brings a different, more measured style. Less aggressive, less all in your face. I think Hanbin can bring maybe slowing that tempo down, maybe responding to some of these dives a little more tactically. He's got the hero picks as well. Also a ton of depth, much like Smurf. So I think this is an opportunity for Falcons to take a different approach on the series while still relying on their preparation, what's brought them this far. I think if you're just going back to the drawing board, maybe it's already over. I think you probably do need to stick with the Maga, even with Hanbin.
I mean, honestly, at this point, we've seen Roadhog, we've seen Wrecking Ball, and like if you just think back to like some of the legendary Hanbin moments of past years, you know, Hanbin, an Overwatch League champion, he's been so good on so many different tag heroes, known for picking up heroes early and having such a vast hero pool. I mean, we've seen brilliant play coming out of him on Junker Queen, for example, the Zarya meta back when we had like Zarya Reaper metas. There's so many different tag heroes that Hanbin can't play. After I've just seen Wrecking Ball and Roadhog, I'm like, I'm just taking a step back because obviously I still think that if you're putting Hanbin in, there has to be some like ulterior motive besides the Maga, and I'm just so curious to see what it could be.
So am I. We have to wait a few moments more to see what they have in store for us on King's Row, as we're experiencing a few tech issues on the stage. But for now, we're heading into a very quick trailer, and then afterwards, we're back with all the action.
Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch Faceit League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on Faceit. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions, competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. Faceit League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Hi, heroes.
Hey, heroes.
You heard it here. You can sign up for Season 2 of the Faceit League as well. It's really, really cool to see, you know, unknown players, but also a lot of known players in the mix. May that be from contenders, from calling on heroes. Like, everyone is coming together to participate in the Faceit League. Jake is there. Jake's around town as well. Who's been the big surprise that you've seen signed up for the Faceit League? Was there anyone unexpected you were like, oh, you're coming out of retirement, for example?
I mean, it's pretty much all the usual suspects, but it's been a lot of up-and-coming players that I've seen around the ranked ladder, seen, you know, making their name and now playing team play, professional Overwatch, right? Trying to make it to the next level. It's been awesome to have an environment that welcomes everyone in. And in the end, it's an open ecosystem. You can fight for your slot. You could be up here on this stage. I mean, that is a 1 in a million shot. You do have to beat some of the best players in the world just to be here. But it's possible, and that's a new era for Overwatch esports.
Are you still in the running for Esports World Cup, or are you like, can you make it yet? No? No? Okay. Well, maybe next season, because there is a Season 2, so go sign up for Season 2.
That's right. And as you just said, you could literally be playing on the stage. In fact, we had 2 of the Faceit players playing on this very stage just yesterday in our show match, which was so much fun. You guys kind of dropped the spaghetti, but that's okay. It was certainly not the fault of the... Okay, we're just blame that guy. But you know what? We got a real game going. That's right. Match point for Crazy Raccoon. Can they get it done? Let's find out in a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
That's right, so match point here for Crazy Raccoons. They want to remain dominant over in the Asian region. Look, at the end of the day, you lose one match, it's all good. You get that second chance. Lost to Falcons in the upper bracket. Now back in the grand finals to face off. Kings Row's the map, Falcons' choice.
Falcons got their work cut out for them. They have yet to beat Crazy Raccoon on a hybrid choice. Falling to them 3 times in a row, Eichenwald, Hollywood, and Midtown. Kings Row being their pick of poison. The only one left in the map pool that they don't have to play the dive on. Could have picked Numbani, but it is going to be Kings Row as Team Falcons. They get ready to go on this attack and see if they can make some magic happen. It's going to be the Malga here to deal with actually his dive on Crazy Raccoon's defense.
Dive on the defense versus what you've got to expect Crazy Raccoons know that Team Falcons are going to run in that Mauga.
They're thinking about it though. Take a look at Hanbin waiting very patiently, figuring out how to tactically approach this. When Crazy Raccoon set up on this dive, they are so spread out. Where are Team Falcons going to really put their emphasis first?
Yeah, you said to me in the break, Rose, you said, well, if we do go to King's Row, it will be Heesang on the far, and that's exactly what we're getting here. And yeah, exactly that. Proper having an angle to actually shoot the Farah, almost impossible. Nade landing on the front line, that's going to be the biggest hindrance here for Hanbin. Yeah, there's a Suzu, but it's so tough to get stuff done. Like, you need the Suzu to survive a lot of this damage to being thrown out by Crazy Raccoon.
He's already halved. Hanbin has yet to have a full HP pool coming back out of spawn. Maybe now a brief respite will get him back up, topped up. But Heesang is still being such a menace. You're trapped in this small room right now with these fire rockets hitting you from above.
Oh,
Hindered though.
Nice reaction there from Heesang, just dashing away. Ends up going up to the high ground. Oh, this is where Farah is just wonderful to play. Not getting shot by Proper, that is, of course. Stalker takes down Shu of all people. It must have been the long flank for Stalker to be up here on this high ground. Heesang takes down Shio. It's a bit of a rumble here, a royal rumble in this corner of the map. Points being capped by Team Falcons, but he's still killing people. Finally ends up falling over. But he might have done enough damage to actually make Team Falcons recall and maybe rethink about pressuring this point. We'll see if they want to go in. Jump in. Only 20% towards... Oh! 20% towards the primal, but a nice boot secures the cap for Team Falcons.
Could have had it too. I mean, Shu had the nano ready and waiting for him. Didn't even need the primal rage in order to go back in and contest that point. But Chio saved the day. Opened up this payload for Team Falcons.
Barrage available for Heesang. Perfect spot to use it as well. You're standing on the high ground, right, or in the skybox almost. That barrage is going to be deadly.
Proper switched over to the Echo though. A little bit more of an aerial unit to try to deal with Heesang's Farah.
Pulse one from Stalker went wide. Heard the explosion but no kills. Builder in trouble though. Used Suzu on himself, and look at that push from Heesang. Him and Chorong just teaming up there, using that rally to pin Shio in the bookstore. Making sure he returns his library books on time. 3 and a bit minutes to go now, and the hardest point of this map to really contend with if you are Falcons.
Especially when you've got that card stopped where it is. Because where are Team Falcons going to actually go through to grab their payload when you've got Heesang that still has yet to let this Fair Barrage loose?
Exactly, there's no cover. You have to walk out into a wave of bullets and a wave of rockets too. There goes the cage, and unfortunately, no real chance there for Chorong or Shu to kind of get in your face. They're way too far away. They don't want to be in the front line, so that cage is a 3-kill.
And that was a really big victory for Team Falcons to grab, because that does get this payload moving once again and out of that dangerous territory of this Heesang Far Barrage from being way too powerful. Still has yet to let it rip, but Proper's been able to mark it down, and that is going to limit Heesang's opportunity cost to get onto this backline.
Duplication available from Proper too.
Could just dupe the Farah. Maybe go for this Winston.
That's the ego move. I want to see it, honestly. I'm down. Heesang in a little bit of trouble. There's the rush, forcing Heesang away. They know he's got Barrage, but what else do they know Crazy Raccoons have? Nano boost available from Shu too, but I mean, Lib pops the OC. Just handily taking care of Proper. I mean, there's no way you're going to stand up to that. It's forced to back off now. And this, again, same situation, same problem right now that Falcons are going to have to overcome. Because Crazy Raccoon, they're just going to play up to this choke point.
And Falcons are going to need to have a lot of ultimates to get past that second point as well. So not only do you have to break past this archway, which they do a good job of doing right now, but they still have to get this part over the second point, and they only have the duplicate and the pulse bomb at the moment.
Give my man's nano boost. Give it to Heesang. Get him over the top. That barrage is going to be deadly. There it is. He's going in. Barrage, but a good time Suzu from Fielder. It was perfect. Still low damage in. Sorka dead. Those rockets are flying, but they're flying a little bit wide. Heesang now to back out the duplication onto the Winston. A leap in available, but look at the health pool, of course. Not as big as a normal Winston is, and you can tell right there, Proper having to recoil, shifts backwards in order to stay alive, wait for Hanbin to come back in.
Was hoping that that duplicate would be enough, though, in order to pressure Crazy Raccoon back, and maybe even get them up to this double support ultimate. Stalker with the pulse bomb, too. Great pick potential.
Sound barrier in. As soon as they got it, they're launching in, and there you go. The pulse bomb on Shu should open things up. There's a minute and 20 seconds to go. Does Jumpin commit the Primal Rage? Taking a fair bit of damage here, but he knows he has to survive for a little bit longer than the Primal Rage and his 1,000 HP can muster. That should be his second point now. Only a minute to go, but Team Falcons, they'll take anything now.
They're going to give it up. Even if Jumpin had been able to invest the Primal Rage there was not going to be any follow-up to make good use of the stall that he would be able to provide onto that cart. And now, you're in these more close quarters where he's saying just has free real estate with these rockets.
Little direct. Oh, Shio, not sure how he skated over that rocket, but he managed to get away nonetheless. Barrage from Heesang, no nano to follow up this time around, but the spam damage is too much. A direct, or even just a little extra damage, and the lip just follows up with the railgun.
No shields available for Team Falcons mean they have way more damage they're going to be taking every single time they try to come back to that cart. Stalker, though, making a big change up. Going to go over to the Venture, a little bit more initiation capability alongside this Malga. And they got a couple of ultimates to spare here, too.
Quite like it, but look at the ultimates coming from Crazy Raccoon. They got 5 of them.
Definitely the advantage.
And Prop is already dead. A good kill from Lip, just ends his life, and with a minute and 30 seconds to go, Team Falcons, they're on the back foot. A double anti-nade on the back line as Fielder and Shu have to pull back and just wait.
Crazy Raccoon have been so patient with these ultimates too. Would not surprise me if they didn't throw all 5 of these at this next fight, giving them more legs to stand on as this clock starts to wind down.
Cage and an insta-kill on Jumpin.
Now they might have to.
That's exactly what you needed, and exactly how they won that fight previous. Just focusing Jumpin out. Still nade onto Harmbin, but it's not going to mean all too much.
1 minute to go. Crazy Raccoon still have 5 ultimates in their bank, and they were able to get such a big one out of that cage.
OC popped from Lip. He's hunting for targets, but the duplication from Proper is going to be a little bit of a hindrance. Sound barrier from Chio too. They're throwing everything in here, but Choron unable to stay alive. A duplication Primal Rage into the spawn. He pushes Lip all the way back. He's going to heal all the way up, but now there's no damage on the point for Crazy Raccoon. And Proper's got him out and done it.
Still a little bit of meterage for this cart to go. Choron coming back out with this break, but this Winston is going to be the biggest saving grace here for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, and he can't even get it off. Harmbin takes him down. The cardiac overdrive could just see them through this. Proper leveling up for Team Falcons. A Tectonic Shock also available. Shu, the focus now, ends up going down to Harmbin, and now they can focus down the Winston. Nothing much left, but they want overtime. And with 5 seconds, 3, 2, 3, call from the Tracer, 1, and they get it!
Plenty of stall to get the overtime. They're going to be so happy about that one. But here's the next step in that journey, is completing the map with over a minute to spare, so that they are the only ones that get another attack push.
Proper, the very end there, went absolutely nuclear on the Echo. The duplication, the Primal, getting it very quickly, just forcing Lip into the spawn. And then as soon as that happened, Shu's just on his lonesome, near the payload. Not much you can do in the Ana in that situation. I mean, you're looking at Sleep and Nade and the Malby, you have to deal with the Duke Winston too. Like, that ain't happening.
But then Stalker on the Venture, showing everybody the capability, the power that hero pick can have in some of those final moments. The Tectonic Shock underneath the card to push everybody away, finish up those picks, get that stall that you really want to have. So good on Crazy Raccoon to make sure that that was going to be an overtime completion. But as Team Falcons get ready for the defense, they want to lean a little bit more into this Malga comp that Crazy Raccoon don't want to match them on. Maybe they'll think about it again as they start to see these gates open.
I think maybe this was their grand answer, something they were cooking up in the lab for a long time and only just showing up now.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Match point for Crazy Raccoon. And a very clear win condition. Just finish with more than a minute to get that free attack. And that trophy is yours.
See, he's saying, think about the Pharah, get a couple of rockets down, but eventually leans on this Echo coming out of this spawn. See how powerful those duplicates were in that previous round, so something else that he's saying can use at his own disposal. But Team Falcons, they've got to play on this point. right in the sightlines of Shu with all of these anti-nades. Robin and Proper have to back up.
They almost managed to get Stalker there. They forced the recall. Very good response from Jumpin. They take high ground and they try and force and corral them onto the point, and then exactly what you were saying a second ago, that anti onto the back line. Proper receiving a little bit of first aid there from Fielder. So hard for Proper to do much because now he has to worry about the people behind him. Another good anti-nade and lip double blink melee. Proper down. 4v5 now, shooting a little bit of trouble, but you got a bodyguard and it is Junbin. There's no way he's gonna let you fall. And now they're getting time on the points.
And they've got the nano boost already with this pulse bomb too. Surely this is gonna be Crazy Raccoon's point.
Not sure if Stalker has a way to get out of there. Good Suzu rush in response to the payload being capped. And there's the kill onto Heesang. Oh, the stick was dirty from Stalker.
Not giving Shu a chance to use this nano and giving Team Falcons the opening they need in order to keep this defense alive on this point. So no steamroll just yet for Crazy Raccoon as they have to go back to spawn, but they still have that nano, the duplicate on top of that lip with a pulse bomb of his own, maybe able to grab somebody in the back. Shio's very close to the sound barrier though, which could be a huge answer for Crazy Raccoon's next attack push.
Pop taking a whole heap of hurt there. Ends up backing off. Fielder once again to the rescue. Duplication, pulse bomb available. Proper in the sights of Liv. Sound barrier comes through. Hits 5. Primal Rage available from Jumbin, but he's got the nano, so he's looking for someone to actually kill. Fielder chased down. Heesang copying the Sojourn of all things. Not sure Stalker's going to get out of this one alive. Same could be said for Hanbin. Ends up slamming on the points. And there it is. A free overclock, but he didn't even need it.
That's going to be the point unlocked, and yet another checkpoint closer to Crazy Raccoon's victory. 3 minutes and 50 seconds in this time bank as that payload starts to get moving. And Heesang switching off of the Echo to go over to the Pharah. This Pharah has been so good, especially with these choke points, that you get to spam those rockets down. So hoping that that's going to be the big difference maker to keep this push alive, keep this time bank healthy as they enter into the third point.
Look how much spam they're taking already. Can't even hold that archway. Nade onto Hanbin was good. A lot of peppering damage. Okay, now they decide to take point and march on forward. Uh-oh, Suzu used though. This might be the go time for Crazy Raccoon right now. Hanbin stuck on the side, charges straight back to the rest of his team. Somehow manages to make it out, but a nade followed him. Perfectly timed by Shu.
Can't use the cage there either, so Team Falcons have no choice except to try to back up as Jumping gets up in their faces. Another nade, Hail Mary from Shu, providing an opening for Jumping to go in with this Primal Rage.
Jumbin adding insult to injury there, Proper sliding away, or at least trying to, was just caught up against that wall. The ultimate bank advantage though for Team Falcons.
It's going to be really tough for Crazy Raccoon. If they can just keep up picks like this though, maybe it's not so big of a deal.
But Proper's just dead. There's the cage. They're in a little bit of trouble, but lays down that Suzu, helping Hanbin out. Payload's still moving, and Heesang is in trouble. Disruptor shot mixed with the cage. No escaping that.
That pick was super important, but Crazy Raccoon lacked the opportunity to be able to go for some of these bigger picks with no ultimates to spare.
They're going to try and stagger too. You saw a lot of them just ignored Shu there. They were thinking maybe we can get this stagger, burn some of that time bank down. They were focusing everybody else, but wasn't to be. They ended up finishing off quite quickly, and Crazy Raccoons, okay, now they're deciding Maug is the play.
They want to play the mirror. They had the opportunity for this barrage to maybe push this payload over that second checkpoint, but Stalker saw that pick, knows kind of how to deal with this as you see them Palka in his sights. But minute 45, the stall's been good. Team Falcons, they are actually keeping Crazy Raccoon at bay so far.
Barrage is available too from Heesang. Getting a good angle here is going to be quite hard unless he gets onto the high ground here. Oh, and the overclock. Oh, but the nano boost straight towards Proper. I heard the Suzu go off, making sure Proper stays alive, as well as that sound barrier that comes in. Nano boost, rally, they're all gone. Crazy Raccoons going back to spawn. This is only a minute and 20 seconds to go.
They're losing their opportunity here to be the only team with an attack push, if they're even able to make it to this third and final point. We're going to see a big change up here from Crazy Raccoon too, as he's saying, yet another hero in his pool going over to the Genji. As we see Team Falcons do the same. It's going to be Genji versus Genji. Proper on this Sojourn. And with less than 60 seconds to go, Crazy Raccoon, they've got to make sure that this payload is going to be over on the second point.
Fielder's going to play safe here, needs to get this rush online. Hanbin getting healed up, but the first kill actually going on to Jumpin. They end up trading Malgus, but Fielder's still with the ult advantage here. Doesn't really want to peek Lit, but I don't think anybody else does. Proper not quite so scared though, as he takes down Chorong. They don't even need to use the rush here. Patience is a hunter's best virtue, and Fielder showing it with ease. I mean, Falcons right now with 20 seconds to go. Rose, they need to get a regroup in.
And he's like so low. And with this Kitsune rush, how do you approach this card now if you're Raccoon?
Stalker's going to hit these resets if they're not careful. He's already found one. He's found another. 10 seconds now for Falcons to hold on to this point. And they're going to push the issue as well. I mean, the cage is available. He can just lock anybody in he chooses. Shu's already down. The charge in onto the point. Oh, where are you going, Jumpin? I think we're going to another map.
Team Falcons, they've done it. They have had trouble against Crazy Raccoon 3 times in a row, unable to break the curse of beating them on a hybrid map, but they do it here on Kings Row to keep themselves in this series. And we're going to another map. Jaws, this is the first of 4. This is the grand finals we've got in our hands.
Map number 7 on the horizon. I'm waiting for it. Falcons find the win on Kings Row. We're loading into a new map in just a moment.
But they really are taking us the distance. 3-2 to score. A grand finals curse broken. I couldn't be more grateful.
It's exciting.
This
I don't
is
know
a
who's going to come out on
This
top.
is a banger, Jake. I mean, it could go all the way. Really, the way these teams are playing so close.
You know, I think Hanbin coming in cold off the bench. He's been watching all day, and yet he shows up at the darkest hour for his team, makes this hold on Kings Row. Strategically, this is a great map for Falcons, and I think this gave Hanbin a chance to get into the series. I think they should leave Hanbin in. We'll see where we go. It could depend. I mean, there's an opportunity here for Crazy Raccoon to bring out something like an Ilios. You talked about that backstage there. So I'm really curious to see where they go.
The crowd is fired up. It looks like Hanbin is actually packing up, though, from looking back. All smiles, though. Getting the credit that is due.
I mean, the crowd loves Hanbin, of course. Plays for the
Absolutely.
Dallas Fuel, of course. So here in Dallas, he has plenty of fans and, you know, bringing it back here for Falcons. But really, if we take a time to review on that map as well, going into it, we said this is a really good hybrid map for Falcons, the way they're trying to play this game. And you saw the Crazy Raccoons. I mean, they were pushing the limits with their counter picks here. They were really trying. And ultimately, you know, they couldn't force these weird heroes. And instead it was Falcons, who looked pretty dominant throughout with their damage players, Jake.
Yeah, I think Stalker has been a player I've been watching all series, and when this guy comes out on Tracer, I mean, he just is unstoppable, right? Like, Shu is a monster on the Ana, and yet only a true predator could be hunting players like Shu down. Stalker's Tracer is where I really first grew to respect him and his incredible potential as a player. It's been his flexibility that's enabled the Falcons throughout this series, but sometimes you just gotta bring out the big guns, and the Tracer is just that when it comes to Stalker.
I know this is like a weird random throwback right now, but I'm having like flashbacks to like Prophet and Stalker Soul Dynasty lineups right now. And now we have this amazing grand final where Stalker, he is now in this position to play the Tracer in a grand final like Prophet used to do in the past. This has been an incredible matchup so far. And it does feel like Falcons, they regained some control, some momentum in that. But I do think that was pretty much tied to that pick. Kings Row being such a powerful kick. And now map pick is back in Crazy Raccoon's favor, and they have so many possibilities now for what they want to do next.
That's exactly it, because if you paid attention, obviously, now everything is back open again. They
Except
can't
the ones they
play the
played.
same maps again that we've already seen, but same map types. So that opens up a whole world of possibilities.
It's a very powerful map pick, but you've got to use it wisely, right? Because this is your best shot.
Yeah.
You know, and one thing I think is interesting is even if we do go to a dive mirror, Falcons looked strong on the dive. Stalker and Smurf together on the Winston Tracer. That is a seriously dangerous duo. And so even if we do go to a dive map, I think this series is still very much in contention. All bets are off when it comes to who's going to win this.
And I told you during King's Row, you asked me, what map do you think we're going to if Falcons win this one? And I said Ilios. I think Ilios would be the clear choice here for this team, because you don't want to force... there's a lot of maps in the pool where you could cater to what we've seen from Crazy Raccoons, where you could bring out the Farah, for example, where you could get some long-range hit scan from Lip, for example. But Ilios really opened things up. That is why both these Asian teams are so favored on the Ilios in the first place. They're extremely good on the dive heroes, and now I think Ilios could be a really good choice. Apart from that, Jake, I'm not sure where really Crazy Raccoons would want to bring it besides Ilios.
I think there's a lot of options in the pool, but I like Ilios. I think that, for me, is the most interesting pick. Suravasa, though, remember how strong that's been. Looks like Ilios, though, will be the pick. So we're going to a dive matchup. I think this is still in very much contention. I mean, Crazy Raccoon have been the team that wants to play dive, but remember, Falcons,
Gibraltar.
Yeah, they played Maga, and I think they've learned their lesson. On the true dive maps, I think they will be forcing the mirror. However, it's also a map with tons of cheesing potential. You know, we've seen teams go Rhine on Lighthouse, just hold down the point. We've seen Maga come out on Ruins, and so I still think there's a lot of strategic depth. This is the final test for Falcons. They have to pass it to stay alive in the series as Crazy Raccoon hungers to finish it.
I would say this to build up some hype. I think this is Crazy Raccoon's best chance at sealing the grand finals. If we go to map 7, I think the next map possible is going to be even better for Falcons. If Crazy Raccoons want to close out this grand finals, I think their best bet is right here on Ilios.
I mean, win or loss, like teams have made those maps look very, very close. I love that this is such a competitive final that we get to see. We do have a substitution once more. Of course, we already alluded to it. Hanbin packed up. Smurf is back in the mix. I love that Hanbin got a shot as well on quote-unquote home turf. Not really, but kind of, but not really.
In Dallas,
yeah, but you know, like it's a bit of a throwback here. So yeah, obviously the fans were very hyped up about it. Smurf, he's been performing phenomenally for this team though, so it's not like he's gonna struggle here, as you said. At they're fired up, they're ready to take this, and they're coming in confident by picking Ilios, knowing that they might be facing off against Dive now.
I want to see the Smurf Stalker, Winston Tracer Dive duo. I think we got to end this with some good, honest Overwatch. Or for Falcons' sake, rather, maybe not end it. Maybe keep their dreams alive. Give themselves a road back to a ultimate map 7 here. Ilios, so much pressure on these teams. Such an unconventional map. One of the weirdest in the control pool. So definitely going to really put the test on these teams. What sort of innovative strategies do they come up with? I think we're way past the point of preparation, Johnny. I think we're well into the territory of improvisation, and that's where the veterancy, the experience on these teams really comes into play.
And there is 2 players that we haven't really talked too much about on the Falcons so far. I think that Chio and Fielder could come in real clutch right now. I think on Gibraltar we saw especially, we talked up Stalker, we talked about Smurf, you know, looked really good holding down the fort in the front lines and in the kill feed. But Chio and Fielder, they have such insane chemistry in the backline, and going to a map like Ilios, they could come in clutch, especially, you know, you go up against Shu, we got Fielder versus Shu right here. This is going to be one of the duel for the ages. But this is a great map for the Falcon support players to step up and have their time in the sun.
What do you want to see them? How do you want to see the backline approaching this matchup?
Well, it's going to be really interesting, Jake, because, I mean, we did see Falcons commit to the Mauga, even on a map like Gibraltar, for example. And, I mean, especially on, like, Ruins, for example, that could be something where you try to force it. I might think we might see Lip even try to go Widowmaker on Ruins because you have those long sightlines, and it's something that Lip does so extremely well. So we'll see how that matchup fares. You can play the close corners, for example. I think it's going to be real tough, but I feel like Falcons maybe learned their lesson, could be good in the dive.
I think we're in for a crazy one. All 3 maps very, very distinct on Ilios' favor, very different strategies. So even winning 1 round does not seal the deal here. You've got to close things out.
Let's see if they can take it the distance or not. Can Falcons tie up the series? Let's find out on map number 6 in 8, 7, 6.
Match point still here for Crazy Raccoons. Hanbin comes in off the bench cold, wins a map, subs straight back out. The team reinvigorated. Need to find the next 2 maps back to back to claim the trophy.
This is a team that you should expect to have the resilience and the grit to be able to get that job done. Smurf, Fielder, Chio, no secret and no strangers to being in these grand finals positions before, to know what it takes to win such a slobber knocker of a fight. But we've got some honest Overwatch on our hands, Jaws. It's Dive.
It's Dive, and it's a complete mirror, pure skill matchup here. No variations in the comps. Best Anas in the world. Some of the best DPS to do it too. He sang with a good first blood on the Stalker.
Can't let up just yet, because it's all about these backlines.
Fielder landing a cracker of a nade there, just lobbing straight over the top, and the follow-up from Smurf is just exceptional. Ooh. Speaking of nades, there's another one. My goodness, Team Falcons, they really want to take this to a map number 7.
And they're well on their way to be able to do just that. First capture of this point is going to go over to Team Falcons. Off the back of just some really good collapses onto Crazy Raccoon. Would beat them to the punch to be able to get there to the lighthouse first. He's saying is already so low though, and Proper snips it out.
He sank down for Crazy Raccoon. Still now playing all the way back. This is what you want, really early picks like this, just continually. Get as much free time as possible. Also not affording any of the DPS from the other side, a lot of ult charge either, and he's brawled. Well, Jumpin's what? 1 HP? Can he get away? I mean, he has to. At some point, has to get healed.
But it stalls their re-engage for even more time. All the while, Team Falcons have control of this point. They've got control of this game. Lip is looking for an opening to weave in this pulse bomb, but look at Proper doing the same.
Both Tracers forced to recall, jumping on high ground. Double DPS ults might be a little bit of a problem for Team Falcons, but they end up using this nano boost first. Smurf playing a little bit more passive here, but knows he's got the primal rage in a couple of seconds. A Tracer duplication here from Heesang, as the point is currently being contested. Proper holding it down right now for Team Falcons, forced to hit the recall and chased down by Heesang, but still, is he going to get the mega health back? Yes, he does! A stick on the wall! And there's the dupe, it's gone, but still Heesang finds the kill. Chio with a rally is going to keep the rest of the team alive on the point, and Stalker with a dupe. It doesn't matter, because Jumbin's got the primal, and he's already taken care of Fielder.
But even though that fight didn't go in their favor, there's still enough stall here for Smurf to try to get back. Had the opportunity to use the primal rage there to extend that fight even further, but Team Falcons got what they wanted out of that engagement. 81% capture progress on this first point. Still the primal rage at the ready for Team Falcons to throw into the next one. But Crazy Raccoon, they're now going to be on the defense having control at this point. So watch Lip, watch this pulse bomb. Where does he go?
Oh, another perfectly placed nade by Shu. Takes care of Fielder, didn't even need the Tracer in the end. Again, they end up trading extremely scrappy, but look, Falcon's already on the point, putting pressure down, forcing Jumpin back.
Oh, that primal rage, good enough to be able to poop away everybody. And even though Lip was about to get sent over the edge, Proper denies that environmental, just finishes up the kill regardless. 90% and counting here for Team Falcons on this first round. With Proper working up to a pulse bomb, this end might be in sight.
Who's there to touch? Jumpin looking like he's gonna. There we go. The boop, though, he's good. The boop is perfect.
He can't get there. He just can't get there. The break, the bash. The Winston unable to make it, and that's going to be the first round going to Team Falcons. This is what they needed. They want to extend this series out into a map number 7 with Crazy Raccoon still at match point. But you heard the desk. Jaws, it's not over until it's over, and this is control. It can go any which way. So don't count Crazy Raccoon out of this fight just yet. Hello.
That's what I want to see. I want to see that map number 7. Crazy Raccoons still sitting on match point, but a new fire lit up under Team Falcons. They are ready and roaring to go. Same comps, mirror dive.
Watch these backlines. Fielder, Chio for Falcons, Trong and Shu for Crazy Raccoon. Which one is going to go down first? Because with these Winstons, you're seeing that aggression go towards them, the supports, to take them out of the fight first.
You're almost hoping you're seeing a little bit of Road Dogg here, maybe. A little cheekiness, but I'm more of a fan of Honest Overwatch myself. Crazy Raccoons with a nade. Did land, hit a bubble. Oh, but it's Heesang. Falls first again. Proper arch nemesis Heesang at this point in time as Falcons are there looking to cap again. Oh, good nade.
Super good nade. Means that Smurf can't go in and finish up those picks, so Chorong and Shu were able to get out with their lives. But with this first point capture going over to Falcons, history may be repeating itself. Fielder looking at that Nano Boost. Shu's gonna have one up as well for this next fight, but look at Lim already with a pulse bomb and waiting.
Yeah, 99%, that'll do it. And there's the backline. Oh, post bomb goes wide. Not even a hit marker there. But still, Fielder shrugging that one off. Has got a Nano Boost, and he's got the backup required. Sleep Guard goes a little bit wide as Heesang is sent over the top, taking down Sorka with the help of the Nano. Now it's Heesang's time to shine. He's had enough of Proper in the sun.
And Nano Boost allowing Heesang to have that extra damage to duel it out with Stalker in that 1v1. Not quite enough to be able to get him that duplicate right now, but he will have it by the time that Team Falcons move back in. But Team Falcons, they're coming in with 5 ultimates to throw at this fight. An overwhelming amount of force to try to get this point back under their control.
And no Nano Boost from Shu is going to be a really rough hit. Chorong's rally is going to have to be perfect. You have to use it when you're super high HP as well, because if you're low, you're going to get focused down really quickly. Pulse bomb from Proper. Sports Jumbin. He does have Primal Rage if he needs to use it. Insta-pops it as soon as that pulse bomb detonates. Double Tracer on the map now. 14 Falcons, Proper and Stalker hunting their prey. Looking for the back line as fast as possible. A free pulse bomb too. Fielder hits the nade on the ground. And that will be Heesang. Not getting anything done. A Nano Boost deployed on the backline, but wait a second. Some tri-shots following Fielder back to the spawn.
There was 4 Tracers on the point at that one point. And look at this. Team Falcons able to get control for even just briefly as Stalker's able to get the better of Heesang, sending him all the way back to spawn.
I don't know, disadvantage. Crazy Raccoons, you're thinking they were going to fall there. But still, they burnt so many ults of Team Falcons. They got nothing coming into this next fight. Lip is going to be a big difference maker here.
Yeah, but these Echoes can still have a lot of potency in these matchups. Look at where Stalker is going to be hitting from, all the way behind that building, and so much flexibility when it comes to his line of sight.
He's perma-marking the tank as well. Oh! Stalker already dead. And Lip's still with the pulse bomb. Might not even need it. Team Falcons, they're still in control of this point, Rose. Chio and Jumbin end up a little bit of trade there, but Crazy Raccoon should be winning this fight. Oh, and we're going to almost 99-99 here as Team Falcons lose control.
Team Falcons, though, with this amount of time left, have 2 more attempts to be able to get this back in their control and win out this map and bring us into a map number 7. I would not be able to believe my eyes if we get a chance to go that far. The Crazy Raccoons are hoping that this Nano, this Pulse Bomb still, yes, they let rip from Lip's pocket, will be enough for them to match this percentage and then some.
Much damage there onto Jumbin, but here comes the
He's
Nano.
so low.
Oh, the pulse bomb lands. Lip's going to take 2 with him, I fear! Double kill for Lip in the backline. Crazy Raccoons chasing Falcons now. Any kill here is huge for their percent bank.
Says Team Falcons reeling as they figure out how they want to approach this next fight. But now that they've gotten so many ultimates out of Crazy Raccoon, they may just get a chance to use their own. Proper with the Pulse Bomb this time around. Stalker and Smurf both hoping that they're going to have the duplicate and Primal Rage.
He needs to hit the backline here, and he does just that. Chorong already dead, and now Proper can force the points. Both teams losing their bricks, but it is Lip killing Fielder. No support left for Team Falcons. Looks like we're going to a round number 3 here. There's a Primal Rage for Smurf, even a duplication here from Stalker. But what more can be done? Smurf needs some crazy amount of heroics right now to take down these beasts. Oh, the stick from Lip. Is there nothing he can't do? Duplication kill. And he's still putting on the pressure in the front line. But a Nano Boost, actually. A rally from Chorong and a sleep from Shu. What are you going to do about it now, Smurf?
Third round in Ilios. Maybe deciding it all. Crazy Raccoon still on that match point. and Team Falcons fighting to keep themselves alive in this grand finals. We head over to Ruins, and Jaws, this is where things probably get the wackiest out of all of our points on Ilios. Dive so good for both of these teams on well as Lighthouse, but Ruins, do we get to see some snipers? Do we get to see this wrecking ball? Junpin has been able to get the better of Team Falcon's strategy when it comes down to finding out these pocket picks, the Roadhog, the wrecking ball. And that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, he's rolling on the ball. No Widowmakers here. Proper on the cast. Little far play here from Stalker. Oh, changed his mind as soon as he saw the comp. Don't blame him either. Just jumping there to get an LOS of the Ana. Shu can play so far back as well, by the way. He's up on the Ruins right now where Jumping Morse was, just on the other side of things. And his LOS there is just superb.
Able to grab the Mega, though, to make himself a little bit more healthy for the second re-engage.
They're being hounded down by Stalker here, you can see. He wants him there. Point unlocked, Team Falcons are capping right now. Crazy Raccoons need to stall this one out, at least for a little bit. No, is Falcons again capping first. Look at Jumping go.
Behind the team, looking for somebody to flatten.
Oh, Proper. Moved into the enemy team, but that's exactly where he wanted to be. Shu's going to just die on the point there as Team Falcons handily now kind of dealing with this ball, which they were unable to do so on New Queen Street.
So much easier right now when you've got this Cassidy playing a little bit closer to that ball as well. Big target for just letting that clip empty into that character. The Hinder Nade as well. Gonna slow down this mobility available to the Wrecking Ball. So Team Falcons keep firm control of this point as they start to look at ultimates of their own. This Kiriko being so influential to deal with these big nanos that are coming through from this Ana.
Double DPS ult for both sides almost, as Slipper is nearing that pulse bomb. Duplicate available from Heesang is going to be deadly. Double tracer time here for Crazy Raccoons. Oh, there's going to be a lot of pulse bombs, a lot of explosions, and a whole lot of death, I would imagine. A nice little slam there from Jumpin as the pulse bomb is thrown in by Heesang. A little miss, but it's okay. I'll just earn myself another one. A sound barrier comes in to help Heesang stay alive in the copy. It eventually runs out as Proper is focused down. A little high noon, a pulse bomb thrown in by Lip, and it actually ends up killing Fielder. Team Falcons are just standing tall on this point, refusing to go down.
Lip gets a big pick there on the Fielder, but Fielder's going to be able to switch step back into this fight pretty quickly. Even though Crazy Raccoon, they get the flip.
Onto Heesang. They managed to get the flip exactly right, Rose. A small re-engage there with the nano boost. Sent Team Falcons careening back to spawn. Oh, a slam kill onto Stalker too. Touch the spawn door, challenge complete.
But this is where the Wrecking Ball becomes even more potent. Because Team Falcons, they had control first. They were able to play from that defensive position. But with this Wrecking Ball getting some time to set up, with the mines as well, Team Falcons, they don't have too many avenues in which they can ingress onto this point.
All these mines are going to be deadly too. Bob's going to have to save this roll. Jumping, not going for the slam there. He's going to now swing in, waiting for Team Falcons to get back to the point. A slam onto Proper, but Fielder is already dead. Once again, Lip finds the perfect pick, but it is traded by Shu. He sang on a nice little off angle here, just peppering away at Proper. He ends up going down, and they've got another fight yet. Smurf jumping over the edge, letting the Archangels take him as Team Falcons go for a reset.
Reset, and this might be their last chance as well. That Cage not able to get anything of value there from Smurf. So he's gonna switch over to the Winston. Wants to be able to go dive versus dive. Winston versus this Wrecking Ball. When the onus is right now on Crazy Raccoon. They've got so many ultimates, they might be able to close out this grand finals here and now.
Pulse bomb for Lip's gonna be pretty terrifying if you're Team Falcons right now, and he's playing super far up. Oh, but he goes down. A little right click from Smurf there. Oh, almost getting the right click on the Echo too, but Heesang replacing that Tracer roll with a duplication. A pulse bomb from Stalker, trying to track down Junpin, or at least tries to, but a little extra health there from the sound barrier. But a chase onto Shu. This could be it. Crazy Raccoons nearing 99%. Heesang lasers down Shio, and they might have just done it. Stalker needs to find something dirty here to get back into this fight. A pulse bomb in his hands, but he's all by his lonesome almost as Lip cleans the field.
Look at that Shu coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.
Overtime is ticking through. Crazy Raccoon just need to find the team wipe. Proper the only one left, but Lip, even the devil looks away in disgust. Smurf gets back in just in time, but this might just be it. And Crazy Raccoons have done it. And just like Alexander the Great, they can wait because they have nothing left to conquer.
Third time's the charm. Crazy Raccoon able to get it done. Not once, not twice, but 3 times against this roster. Team Falcons put up such a fight to get here in the end. With their own upset in the winners finals over Crazy Raccoons to send them careening. But it all comes down to that final map. What a show, this Raccoon roster. They just can't be stopped.
They were beaten down once in the upper bracket, but they are Asia's #1. Twice, 2 main stage titles, and now the title here at the Dallas DreamHack Major. Truly, the best in the world.
This team is just unstoppable. Unbelievable. What a sight to behold. Crazy Raccoon with the big trophy above them all.
Just a star-studded lineup. Lip, 8-9 Gaming Warlord, taking Falcons there to the cleaners at the very end. So many individual picks, so many individual plays from everybody on the lineup. It's hard to really pick a player of the match here because Crazy Raccoons, I mean, literally anybody could have shown up big there. I mean, Lip on the Tracer, I mean, the Wrecking Ball, everything thrown at Team Falcons, and they just didn't know how to handle it.
Well, it was a team effort. It was just a team effort at the end of the day, even though we have these individual performances that we can highlight and pinpoint as the reason where Crazy Raccoon were able to get it done. They still had to work together at the end of the day. Whether it was the dive, whether it was the Mauga, they stand tall above the rest. And with so many amazing, just surprise picks coming out of the pocket of Jungmin, maybe that's the player that I look at right now.
Well, I think we're going to have a word with everybody down on Danny on the stage with the winning team. Danny, take it away.
Justin Neckler, thank you so much. DreamHack Dallas, give it up for your OWCS Major champions, Crazy Raccoon. All right, I'm gonna start with you, Shu. I mean, you guys had a long day. It was back-to-back matches. You guys started day off with a loss, but you guys pulled through, and now you guys are the champions. How are you feeling? 자, 일단 우승 너무 축하드립니다. 오늘 굉장히 긴 하루였어요. 이제 뭐 첫 번째 패배로 시작을 해서 경기를 3개나 뛰시고 또 뒤에서 말씀하신 것처럼 굉장히 힘든 하루였지만 또 끝까지 열심히 해서 우승을 한 것 같습니다. 지금 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 오늘 되게 힘든 하루긴 했거든요. 왜냐면 저 오늘 스타벅스 초콜릿 크로와상 하나 먹고 지금 이렇게까지 하고 있는데 지금 토도 나올 것 같고, 솔직히 상대 8군이 준비를 너무 잘해와가지고 처음에 좀 당황을 많이 했는데 이제 저희끼리 이야기를 잘 해가지고 결국엔 저희가 승리를 가져간 것 같습니다.
I mean, it definitely was a very hard day. I literally only had 1 chocolate croissant in the morning. I really don't feel good, but it was definitely a hard match, a hard fought battle because the other team, Team Falcons, definitely prepared well, but we actually communicated a lot, and that's how we pulled through and got the win. Everybody, give it up for Shu one more time. Junbin, you are a fantastic player. You were absolutely amazing today. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans who are watching you right now? 자, 준빈 선수 오늘 너무나도 굉장한 모습, 굉장한 퍼포먼스 너무나도 감사드리면서 어떻게 지금 보고 계신 팬분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 오늘 상대방이 너무 잘해서 진짜 위험한 하루였는데 결국에 우승해서 너무 좋아요. 감사합니다.
I mean, our opponents were a very good team. They were very scary, but I'm just very happy to get the win. Thank you, everyone, so much. Junbin, everybody, give a round of applause. Right. 자, 두 분 다 옆으로 잠깐 가시면 됩니다. Right, I'm gonna pull you guys to the back. I have them back because we have a very important announcement. Because now it's time to reveal our MVP. Who do you guys think is gonna win? I'm hearing a lot of names. Coach, who do you think is gonna be MVP? MVP 누가 받았을 것 같아요? 희상. 뭐? let's find out who is our Porsche tournament MVP is. And our Porsche tournament MVP goes to Junbin, everybody! Junbin! All right, Junbin. I have a couple questions. Can you hold this or? 네, 알겠습니다. 감사합니다. 자, okay. I mean, you're the MVP. Did you expect this? Did you expect to be MVP? 자, MVP까지 받으면서 오늘 굉장히 좋은 하루네요. 어떻게 지금 소감 말씀?
너무 좋아요.
He says he feels really good. Yeah. All right. All right. Coach is saying he should get the car as a prize. I'm sorry, we can't. Maybe next year. But we do have a special gift for our MVP. Junbin, here is your MVP. This is Porsche Garmin X Epix 2. It's a very expensive watch. This is your gift. Everybody, round of applause for Junbin. 굉장히 고가의 시계입니다. 아쉽게도 뭐 차는 아니지만은 그래도 잘 받고요. 네. What are you gonna be using this watch, or are you gonna give it to your parents? What are you gonna do with the watch? 자, 이 시계 받으셨는데 뭐 어떻게 하실 건가요? 이거를 뭐 차실 건가요? 아니면은 부모님한테 드릴 건가요?
제가 사겠습니다.
Junbin says that he's gonna be wearing the watch. All right, Junbin, thank you so much. Everybody, one last time, give it up for your champions, Crazy Raccoons. Thank you guys so much. Back to you, Zoe.
Thank you so much, Danny. Huge congratulations to Crazy Raccoon. What a performance. Playing 3 matches in a row, coming into the grand final with an advantage for that first map. And yet they take it the distance, the tenacity, the mental fortitude it takes, and of course the talent to make this one happen, Jake, unmatched.
Such a challenging matchup. I think everybody at home knows how difficult it is to play tank into Mauga, but Junbin made it look easy, masterful on the ball. Absolutely ridiculous on the Roadhog with the flexibility, the durability to endure an incredibly challenging day. So well deserved in my eyes.
I mean, what an incredible lengthy performance through 3 series to play at this incredibly high level, to come in here in this grand final to play all these different heroes, the Roadhog, the Wrecking Ball. I mean, this was instrumental for this team because this was a Crazy Raccoon team that couldn't face Falcons in this Mauga Mirror. They had to find the alternate solutions. They had to play around the very well-respected Falcons lineup, and they did it in such an extremely incredible fashion. Junbin, what an amazing performer here, earning himself the Porsche Tournament MVP. It couldn't have been anyone else, really. He sang, honestly, everyone deserves props on the team, of course, because it was just an incredibly well-fought series here. But wow, Crazy Raccoon, so many storylines here. Liv as well. I mean, now Liv is seriously in the GOAT conversation, of course. That's one of the best of all time. What an incredible series, what an incredible finals here at the very first OWCS Major.
Yeah, and of course, with an APEC team coming out on top, that also now secures a spot for the Thai team, DAF, at the EWC, which is, of course, congratulations are in orders there. We can't wait to see them in action at the Esports World Cup. Make sure to tune in for all that action. What a day it's been. Any last thoughts here, Johnny? Any final things you want to send people on the way with?
I mean, this Overwatch event, the magic is still there here in this ninth year of Overwatch esports. What an amazing weekend of Overwatch. I couldn't be any happier.
It's a beautiful game, Zoe. It's a beautiful game.
It's a beautiful game.
It is, with many beautiful moments we get to share with all of you. Of course, this was not the last of us. Stage 1 and 2 are done. This was our first major, but there is more to come. While OWCS, of course, is going into a short break, there's plenty of action to keep up with, so make sure to tune in for all the Calling All Heroes action, for the EWC, for the Face It League coming up in just a week or 2. So lots of stuff to follow, lots of stuff to cheer on and support. For now, though, it is time to say goodbye to everyone watching at home, and of course to everyone here in the crowd. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been absolutely incredible to share this experience with all of you. But for now, it's time to say goodbye. Thank you so much, and we see you again very soon. Bye.